From the Sears Radio Theater, tonight, a story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
I tried to tell him why I quit football, but he wouldn't listen.
Your father will listen in the morning when you two put the feed out. He always does.
Ma, this time's different. I let him down in front of everybody at the stock show. That ain't something you forget like yesterday's rain.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Is there a Mrs. Samuels at home?
This is she.
Mrs. Samuels, this is Peters. I work with security at the Mutual Liberty Building.
Where my husband works? What is this?
Mrs. Samuels, your husband has collapsed here in the lobby.
Oh, no.
He was gripping at his chest, some kind of seizure. We've got an ambulance on the way.
What hospital is he being taken to? I'll be right
Mr.
there.
Samuels was having a heart attack, as will 1 million other people this year. More than 600,000 of them will die. The American Heart Association wants everyone to learn cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, so that heart attack victims will have a better chance. CPR can sustain the life of a heart attack victim until emergency medical care arrives. CPR was pioneered and developed by the American Heart Association. Support your local heart association. We're fighting for your life.
This is Lorne Greene. Welcome to the Joslyn County Fair, biggest little state fair in the great state of Texas. Oh, we may not attract the plethora of high-rolling cattle buyers who promenade the Houston Fat Stock Show, but Joslyn laid the chunk. And to a Texan, that hallmark of tradition is top draw. The fairgrounds, a tad damp from last night's hailstorm, will be open well past midnight. Sorry to disappoint, though, the stock show judging just ended. All the winners were duly recorded, our latest shareholders in Joslyn's rich history. Ned Harpage's Aberdeen Angus bull, they call him Boo, took first place for the 3rd year in a row. I guess that's what's causing Leland Foree to raise such a fuss. Losing to Ned is hard for Leland to swallow after 3 generations of feuding. Considering the land the Hartridges and Forees are feuding over, well, it's surprising no blood has been spilled in the name of folk justice.
Sheriff, it's a sorry day when Joslyn judges seal their votes on a bull just because the owner's stone broke. Leastways, the law knows where it stands.
I came over to extend a cattleman's regrets, not to take sides, Leland.
I grant you, Boo is a hefty monster for an Aberdeen, but he ain't worth 3 years of blue ribbon. Those backslapping judges turn my stomach green.
The judges are appreciating the man. Ned's family's been through a hard year, and God bless them, they haven't forgotten how to laugh.
Well, I'll hand him a thought to remember.
Why don't you leave what is be? You'll have another shot at next year's fair. Boo can't last forever.
I aim to own Ned's bull before next year's fair or see him out of the county, Sheriff.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Bull Story by Bruce Martin. Our stars, Norman Alden and Parley Bear. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value. Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's Sunny Bunch Summer for Girls on the Go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, hanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to pets and sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
This terry outfit I'm wearing from Sears has all the energy of summer. But what was once just for running is now charged up fashion for your whole sporty day. Terry tanks, V-necks, racing, jogging, and boxer shorts in a range of washable colors and styles. In Mrs. and Junior sizes, $9 to $12 for the tops, just $6 to $7 for the shorts. Look like a pro at having fun. And Terry, shoo, prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
In Texas' turbulent past, a fuss over nothing has been known to lead to a feud. Texans have a name for a feud that ends in violence. They call it folk justice. It's not uncommon to hear stories of families feuding for generations. The cause of their fuss buried long ago with their ancestors. But in Joslyn County, the Hartridges and the Forees well remember the spark of their land feud. Leland Foree is in a sour mood after losing to Ned Hartridge's stud bull at the Joslyn State Fair. It's easy to tell when Leland's angry. There's more bounce to his step. And he's bouncing pretty good now on his way to the Hartridges, who walked their bull, Boo, out of the show ring.
Oh, relax, Boo. Bobby, you drive the pickup round back to the exit. Your mother and I'll walk Boo out of the show tent.
Yes, sir.
If you'd move out of the ring, Boo, we'd all go home. Watch the gate, Marcy.
It isn't going anywhere, Ned.
Well, congratulations, Hartridge. Blue ribbon third year running is something to crow about. You're blocking the gate, Leland. Kindly step aside.
Oh, it's a nice surprise hearing congrats from you, Leland.
Well, Boo's a surprise. Imagine the judges naming him a masterpiece of Aberdeen breeding and him coming from simple folks like yourself. We ain't exchanged more than a stray cow past 20 years. No point in straining neighborliness tonight. Well, Sandy and I talk about how little we see of our neighbors. Ever since your oil rig came in a dry hole back in 58.
Well, please tell Cassandra how everyone missed seeing her pink caddy parked outside the fair tent.
Will do. I phoned Sandy in Paris this morning, and she was all tears over missing our stock show. Sandy decided she spent so much of my money on her Paris originals, she had to sacrifice this year's fair.
Oh, poor girl. I know how much Cassandra loves cows.
Of course, Sandy's animal appreciation pales beside your own, Marcy. Odd, ain't it? You being a New Yorker and all.
Pittsburgh. I'm from Pittsburgh.
Well, then you must be glad to be in Texas.
As sheriff of Joslyn County, it was my responsibility to stop any trouble those two feudists might start. So when I overheard Leland toss that Far Easterner dig at Marcy, I fully expected to arrest Ned for rearranging Leland's jaw. But Ned just sort of bit his lip and walked Boo past Leland.
Step aside. Yeah, now hold on a minute, Ned. I heard you folks had a hard year. The crying shame Uncle Sam don't underwrite you cattle ranchers the way he does us oil ranchers. Talk around the fair is you're considering selling Boo. Took a lot of hot air to scatter the fog, but I finally see what Leland's after, Marcy. Boo is Hartridge raised, and Hartridge he'll stay. Hey, watch who you running over with that bull. I asked twice, now I'm moving you aside. Tell me, neighbor, you ever plan on buying your little wife a dress she can promenade in?
Don't answer him, Ned.
I'm standing rock still with my back to the man for everybody to see. I've got to answer him. I'm offering enough cash flow to buy that dress for Marcy and cover next year's feed bill. I'd be paid with money that comes from land that belongs to my family. Boo stays put. How much you worth, Ned? I bet you ain't got enough assets to bait a mousetrap. That's a limit.
Ned, you know Boo spooks easy under fair tents.
Lead rope is tied through Boo's nose ring. Now hold him. Make a wise decision for once, Ned. Sell Boo to me. I said hold the lead rope. Boo causes any fuss, you twist his nose.
It isn't Boo's nose I want to twist. Now stop it. Sheriff, you're as bad as the rest standing around watching. You stop them.
Something has to happen for me to stop Marcy. People have a legal right to insult each other in public if that's what they want to do.
Leland, your great-granddaddy might have been keen to cheat my great-granddaddy at poker, but I won't have no Forey rub my nose in it. Boo stays put. Hell with cheat. Great-granddaddy Hartridge signed deed over to us Foreys himself. He was stone drunk. Every living soul in Joslyn County knew he was a temperance man. How does a temperance man lose 40 acres of prime grazing land in a drunken poker game? Even preachers been known to down a few now and then. Forget what happened a chunk of years ago. I'm talking about buying booze.
You're talking about buying boo with money from Hartridge grazing land that come in 4-re oil gusher. God forbid the bank could be foreclosing on my ranch tomorrow. I still wouldn't sell boo to you.
Yeah, it's only natural for you to dry hole when you sank pipe, neighbor. The oil game smiles on lucky men, and there never was a lucky Hartridge born yet. I'll own boo someday and cut him up for market.
What's he talking about? He ain't ever laying hands on boo.
Your father and Mr. Forey are having a discussion.
Oh, I'm glad you came back, Bobby. Take Boo's lead rope. My arm hurts from holding him still.
Well, here's a sight. Backless Bobby Hartridge holding Boo's lead rope.
You chasing a bloody nose, Leland, or are you going to apologize to my son?
Apologize to a quitter? I'd call dropping Joslyn High football a week before the season opener pretty backless. My son's told me how Bobby walked out on the team.
Now, that ain't true. Bobby quit football, he'd have told me.
Cool down, Ned. Wouldn't do to start something you'd regret later.
Sir.
You don't believe me? Ask your boy.
Yeah. It's true, sir. I left the team last week.
Boy hasn't even got the courage to tell his own father he quit the football team. How backless can you get?
Bobby, walk Boo out to the pickup.
No, I want Bobby clear of that bull. I want him clear of me, too.
Almost summer, and there I was, still in my winter sports shirts, feeling the heat. So I went to Sears and discovered a summer sports shirt collection. Some interlock knits caught my eye with full-button fronts in solids and patterns, and they're short-sleeved. This is a style I can feel comfortable in. Better yet, the interlock knits of polyester are easy care. My wife likes that. Now I'm looking forward to those lazy summer days ahead, wearing my new crisp-looking shirts from Sears.
Looks like it's going to be a hot one today with 90% humidity.
It's the kind of weather that makes you want to drop into Sears for their most popular blend underwear. Why? Because it's a blend of 65% polyester for strength and 35% combed cotton for softness and absorbency, with a two-way stretch for the comfortably snug fit men appreciate, especially in the warm, active months ahead. So drop in and discover Sanford-knit T-shirts, undershirts, and briefs.
Who's going to do the dishes? Now is a great time to let Sears do the dishes, because you'll save $50 on selected portable and under-the-counter dishwashers, now through May 26th. Help save on energy while they work for you, too, since the Water Miser cycle uses less water than normal wash, and the Power Miser option dries with cool, forced air. So save $50 and let Sears do the dishes. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The feud between the Hartridges and the Foreys had been going on long before I became sheriff. Folks all across the great state of Texas know the story, how Ned Hartridge's great-granddaddy lost a patch of oil land to his neighbor, Leland Forey's great-granddaddy, in a drunken poker game. The Foreys built themselves quite a bankroll off that land over the years, enough money to buy anything in Joslyn County, except, of course, Ned's prize Aberdeen bull, Boo. I think it was spite that made Leland do the next best thing he could to hurt Ned after Ned refused to sell him Boo. Leland stole young Bobby Hartridge's pride. Marcy told me later how angry Ned was on the ride home from the fair.
Why'd you turn off the highway, Ned?
This is the rig road.
What good will looking at a busted dream do any of us?
This ride's for me. When we reach the rig, you two stay in the truck.
Why?
I want to look at where I've been, okay?
I mean, why alone?
Because it don't come back no other way.
I feel rain in the air. Nice to be home and dry when it falls.
You'll be dry in the truck.
I tried to tell him why I quit football, but he wouldn't listen.
Your father will listen in the morning when you two put the feed out. He always does.
Ma, this time's different. I let him down in front of everybody at the stock show. That ain't something you forget like yesterday's rain.
What's that sound?
The wind banging the oil rig's drill pipe against the structure. What's Dad got to stare at his dry-holed rig for?
Maybe the rig helps him think.
Nobody needs a rotted monument reminding them of a dry hole. Not when you have a 4E pumping jack 60 feet away working double time on black gold. Besides, the next twister will finish what the first one started. Tearing down that old rig's rusted cross beams and girders.
Your father knows he can never get back the oil land your great-granddaddy lost to the 4Es. He's considering right now.
What kind of considering?
Moving.
Off the ranch?
Out of Jocelyn County.
What? He can't do that.
Bobby, you already gave up football for the ranch. Down the years, wouldn't you want an easier life than what your papa's facing right now? 14-hour days, 7 days a week most times of the year, and never enough earned to pocket. Always spending on this bill or that repair for the ranch.
But I enjoy ranching. It's what I know best. I hope to raise my own prize bull like Boo someday.
I read in the Jocelyn Herald how more young girls are moving to the big cities than ever before. They want no part of a rancher's life. It's too hard.
You married a rancher, and you ain't even Texas born.
I married a man, and I've lived with a rancher. I love my man, but sometimes I don't understand the rancher.
Well, ranching's what I like. I don't want to move.
Well, we'll see what your father decides.
Your mind's already made up, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, easy with that trailer ramp. We can't afford a new one.
Yes, sir. Can I bed Boo down?
There's no call for you to worry about Boo anymore. Boo's no longer your responsibility.
You're punishing me because you think I'm backless like Leland 4E says.
I'm punishing you because you had me believe you were still playing Jocelyn High football when you wasn't. Now bed yourself down, Bobby. Morning chores fall on your shoulders.
Good night, sir.
Some chocolate drops left in the kitchen. Leave 1 or 2 for your father.
Now, he can eat them all. Fiddle players ain't my pleasure tonight. I have to admit, those DJs play some decent music on the radio after midnight. I just ain't in the mood to hear it. That's coming from the barn. Oh, come on, Boot, get back on my foot. You fit this morning. Yeah, there. What is going on in here? Well, look who's busted out. Boo! Boo, you miserable prima donna, move your tail back in this barn. Boo, you sure played one mean carpentry number on this barn door. Boo, get back here. I hope the rain soaks you to the bone for busting down the barn door. Ah, rain won't irritate a dumb bull. It's Dad and me'll be miserable looking for you in the rain. No, Boo? I think we're going to let Dad sleep. I'll bring you back myself. And no one, not even Dad, is going to call me backless.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
Dear Abby, a listener writes, now that my husband's gone, I've tried to open my own charge accounts and have been turned down. It seems all our credit was listed in his name. Now I'm told I have no credit record in my own name. Signed, Stuck.
Dear Stuck, this is a real problem for many women. 4 out of 5 of you will one day be on your own. But if you know your rights, you can help to protect yourself against future credit rejection. So take some advice from dear Abby. Call All Right stores where you and your husband share charge accounts. Have them listed in both names, yours as well as his. Say you want joint charge accounts listed as Mrs. Mary Jones as well as Mr. John Jones, so you will have a history of credit too. The law gives you that right.
For more information, write for the free booklet, Women and Credit Histories, Federal Trade Commission, Washington, D.C., 20580. That's Women in Credit Histories. FTC, Washington, D.C., 20580.
Chills run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline! Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of the CBS Radio network stations.
The high school teenager carrying the wrangler's rope across the grassy expanse of wet Texas plain is Bobby Hartridge. In rain-soaked blue jean jacket and pants, he doggedly stalks Boo, the escaped Hartridge prize bull. But Bobby is caught up in much more than a quest to rope a 3/4-ton bull. He's fighting to win back the respect he has lost in his father's eyes. Respect Leland Foree, the Hartridge's feuding neighbor, destroyed when he showed Bobby up as a backless quitter in front of everyone at the Joslin County Fair.
Boo, will you quit spitting away? Boo, you're backing up into Dad's rusted old oil rig. I've been chasing you more than a mile. Ooh. Oh, blind your Aberdeen Angus eyes. You moved and I landed in the mud. I don't appreciate eating any more mud tonight. Leland Foree stuffed my belly full at the fair. That's the way. Turn to the right. I get you cornered against Dad's dry hold rig. We'll discuss this further. I said right. You're supposed to be the finest bull in Joslin County, not a jackass. That's it. Back yourself up against the rig. Won't hurt a bit when I tie this lead rope through your nose rig. You gotcha. Now hold still a minute. We'll walk home where it's dry. Move! Move! The rig's collapsing!
It was only my second day on the job as Jocelyn sheriff when I was introduced to the feud between the Hartridges and the Forees. Ned had found a stray Foree calf out on his rig road and asked me to return it, explaining his vow never to set foot on Foree land in the same breath. That was the day I first suggested to Ned he'd tear down his derelict oil rig. I said, Ned, that rig's an accident waiting for a time to happen. Ned answered,
It's my dry hole rig on my land, and I'll do with it what I please, thank you.
When Ned walked out earshot, his son Bobby came over and told me not to worry.
Next twister so much as breathes on that worthless rig, it'll fall.
But Bobby was wrong. All it took to crash Ned's rig to the ground was a hard rain and one escaped bull named Boo backing up into the rig structure. Of course, me and Bobby's parents had no way of knowing that at the time.
Ned, it's after midnight. Why are you getting dressed?
Thunder woke me. I went into the kitchen for a drink of water and noticed the barn light on.
You turned that light off before you went to bed.
Bobby must have left it on. Boo's busted out of his pen. Bobby's gone, too.
Oh, I'm coming with you.
No, honey, you stay in bed and sleep. Bobby and I'll bring Boo back.
I'm coming with you. I'm worried about Bobby. Boo sours in the rain, and Bobby's out there alone.
I don't see what the boy thinks he's proven by bringing that bull back on his own.
I'd say it has something to do with the fuss you and Leland Foree had at the fair.
Yeah, sure. I understand that. All right, if you're coming along, you best rest for the weather. Rain like this should last all night.
You won't find find Bobby by driving around in circles.
Just slow down, Marcy. Bobby's old enough to handle Boo on a wet night.
You saw what Boo did to the barn door. Tore the hinges out of the wall. Foul weather turns that animal temperamental.
Lucky thing for us, sons and bulls don't melt. We'd have a real problem if they did.
Where do we look for Bobby first?
Well, we'll head out back of the barn, work our way out to the road. Rain's blowing towards the road. I've never seen an animal yet that enjoyed having the rain blown in its face.
Think he could have gone as far as the road?
Depends on how long Bobby's been chasing Boo. Could be more than a mile away.
Ned, when you were standing alone out at the rig tonight, what did you decide?
Nothing. I told you I was looking at where I've been.
But you promised to consider moving off the ranch.
I was considering.
Living on the ranch keeps Bobby shut inside himself. No girl, no more football. Only Boo and the rest of his chores.
Yeah, well, who's to say moving would do Bobby any good? Running from a problem don't solve it. Hey, here's the road. Besides, where the ranch stock is now, only one who'd give me a fair price would be Leland Foree. He'd do it just to tell folks he ran us Hartridges out of Jocelyn.
Bobby's our only child. I want him to be happy.
Well, he's happy in his work. Many a wealthy man wished he could say the same. Yeah, I'll give Bobby a call.
What are you listening to?
Ain't you hear it?
What?
That.
I still don't hear anything.
There's Boo. He's out there calling somewhere.
Oh, I hear him now. Boo only moans like that when he's scared.
Well, that thunder sounded awful close. Means more rain.
Did you see the rig?
I was watching the light.
The oil rig's half turned on its side. I saw it in the lightning.
I'll drive by the rig. Bobby might have come out that way for a look.
Look, there's Boo.
Why is he kneeling down beside that collapsed rig leg?
Ned, Bobby's pinned onto the rig.
Bobby, you don't have to hold Boo's lead rope no more.
The girders are crushing his leg.
Quiet.
I sort of made a mess of myself, sir.
Your mother will take Boo's lead rope, son. She'll tie him up on the other side of the rig.
We need help, Ned.
I'll handle it.
Is Boo all right?
Not a scratch on his blue ribbon body. Come on, walk over here, Boo.
Son, can you feel your leg?
Yeah. That's the reason I've been crying. My leg's broke for sure.
As long as you can feel your leg, you cry all you want. Ain't a thing to be ashamed of with all that steel crushing your leg. Now give your old man a few minutes and he'll tow this whole damn rig away.
Hurry!
I'll work as fast as I can, but these girders will have to be dragged off one at a time.
Oh.
Marcy, tie this tow rope to the bumper hitch on the pickup.
Okay.
Now, the other end of the tow rope is hooked around the top girder. You watch Bobby while I drive. Yell when that rope's taut.
Okay. Make sure your window's open.
I'm moving the pickup forward.
Taut! The rope's pulling on the girder now, Ned.
Right. Here goes.
Stop! It's crushing my leg! Stop!
No!
Stop the truck! Oh!
What's wrong?
The truck pulled the girder down on Bobby's leg.
Here, let me see.
We need help. Bobby's face is chalk white.
That's to be expected. Bobby ain't as strong as some young men.
He's a lot stronger than you give him credit for. I'm calling for help over the CB.
Use Channel 9 then. The emergency channel.
Breaker! I have an emergency on the Hartridge Rig Road. Need immediate assistance. Come on.
You have a what, Marcy?
Oh, Sheriff. Your voice is sweet as the song. One whole side of Ned's oil rig fell on Bobby's leg. He's trapped under the rig.
Is he bleeding?
I don't believe so, but we can't see Bobby's leg under all the steel. His leg broke bad.
This sure hasn't been Bobby's night. I've more bad news for him. I haven't left the fair yet. I just got in my car when your call came over.
But that's 70 miles away.
I'm on my way. I'll radio ahead for help, but just about every emergency vehicle in Johnson County is out here on the fairground. What do you need to free Bobby's leg?
Tell him we need a winch.
Ned says we need a winch.
Well, Leland Foree's pickup has a power winch. He's your best bet.
I asked the Forees to stay on their side of my barbed wire fence, nothing more.
Marcy, do you read me?
Hand me that mic. Sheriff, this is Ned Hartridge. You're putting me between a rock and a hard place. I'd be much obliged if you brought a winch with you.
I don't carry one in my pocket, Ned. Winches on cigars.
What'd you turn the CB off for?
I ain't asking Leland Foree for squat.
I can wait for the sheriff. Bobby, stop playing hero for your father. I don't want to scare you, honey, but you've got a compound fracture, and your legs bleed.
It ain't bleeding. I can tell. Sir, I want to explain why I quit football.
Forget what Leland Forey said about you in football. You're showing yourself a tall man. That's what matters.
I told Mom I quit so as I could help more around the ranch. Wasn't true.
Save your breath. Save your breath, you hear?
I quit football because
I never seen him hurt so bad before. And Ned, we need that winch.
Because I didn't like hitting people no more.
He's passed out.
Did you see how he held Bo's lead rope when we drove up?
Yes, I saw. But how brave are you? You aren't man enough to have Leland Thorey's help, are you?
Where do you think you're going?
To borrow Leland's winch pickup.
Oh, the hell you are. Now get down out of that truck.
Is your pride more important than Bobby's leg?
I told you to get down out of that truck. My pride stays here with you.
Are you saying you're going?
Sheriff said Leland has the only power winch around. Leland will want the pleasure of hearing me ask for his help, not you.
Do me one other favor before you go. Leave the shotgun with me.
Now, what makes you think Leland won't shoot an unarmed partridge? Yeah, I'll leave the 12 gauge with you.
God take care of you, Ned Hartridge. And our son.
Strawberries! Stoneware with hand-painted strawberries! 45-piece set plus extra serving bowl. Sears strawberries!
Sears hand-painted strawberry stoneware has delectably sweet country looks. And durable, this dishwasher-safe stoneware resists chipping, cracking, or fading, even when exposed to your oven, freezer, or microwave oven. Enhance your table with these pretty strawberries from Sears.
Strawberries! Sears stoneware with hand-painted strawberries!
At most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Lorne Greene again, and here's the concluding act of Bull's story. Texas sheriffs keep track of feuds, routine part of our job. So I knew the feud between the Hartridges and the Foreys to be a classic, even by Texas standards. That's why the needle on my speedometer crept higher and higher as I drove out to Ned Hartridge's collapsed oil rig. How I expected Leland Forey to lend Ned his winch pickup truck just to help young Bobby Hartridge free his broken leg from under Ned's dry hole rig is beyond me. Asking Ned and Leland to cooperate in a fevered situation like that was knocking down trouble. So I pressed toe to pedal and fought the slick highway. Later, out on Ned's rig road, I found the trouble I expected. But that was later. At the time, I was still wondering what kind of greeting Leland would give Ned when he came to call.
Anybody but the IRS pounding on my door this time of night better have a damn good reason.
It's Ned Hartridge, Leland. Bobby's broke his leg, pinned it under a pile of metal out on the rig road. I need to borrow your pickup with power winch.
What sort of metal is he buried under?
My rig collapsed on him. I knew that rusted old rig of yours would cause you grief someday. You see what's in my hand? Yeah, I see it. This here is my personalized 44 Magnum. Has my initials monogrammed on pearl handles. You walk away from my door and stand out in the yard where I can see you.
Look, the sheriff sent me to you because you're the only one nearby with the power winch.
Remember tonight at the fair when I told you my wife was dress shopping in Paris? Well, my 2 boys ain't home neither. Ain't no witnesses around.
It's far enough away from your door for you?
That's real fine, neighbor. Now, this key's the one to my winch pickup. Now, I didn't say you could fish them keys out of that mud puddle so fast. You might make my 44 go boom, you do that.
You want to hear me say it? I will. I'm in your debt, Leland. Now, that don't matter to me. All I care about is helping Bobby.
I'm an oil man, Ned. I don't accept no debts, especially when I can have something I want in payment.
I'm picking the keys up now. I'll return your pickup.
Uh-oh. The trigger sort of slipped. Lucky for you, ain't it? The gun was pointed at your feet. You want my winch pickup? I want what you wouldn't sell me at the fair. Boo. You pick up them keys, and I assume we made even trade. You keep the pickup, and I collect one Aberdeen Angus bull named Boo.
I got no hands for trouble.
I said drop them keys.
You're bargaining with the wrong man. Boo ain't mine to trade away. After tonight, Boo belongs to Bobby.
I ain't afraid to shoot you in the back.
It's just your style, Leland.
I'm coming for that bull.
My keys are in the ignition. You can follow me out to the rig in my truck. Save me the trouble of returning your pickup.
I'm collecting my bull, Hartridge.
Your father proud. Where you hung on to Boo's lead rope when we found you.
What's it going to be? Dad decide to sell the ranch?
Well, I'd like him to. We moved to a nice city. One with scads and scads of pretty young girls for you to choose from.
That's no place to keep Boo in a city.
He's back, Bobby. What did Leland say?
He wasn't excited none about me borrowing his pickup. Wanted me to trade Boo for his winch pickup.
You didn't trade Boo.
No, I told him Boo ain't mine to trade. Boo belongs to Bobby now.
Bobby'll be so proud when you tell him.
Bobby, this crossbeam up here is solid enough for me to use as kind of a pulley. Drop the winch cable over the crossbeam so the winch should be able to lift them girders off your leg.
I'm waiting.
You hang in there, partner. And Boo's yours forever and a day.
You mean it?
I'll give you my word on it.
There are headlights coming down the road.
It's too soon for the sheriff to show up. I expect that'll be Leland.
I'm here for what's owed me, Hartridge. In 5 minutes, I leave either with that bull or my winch pickup.
You can't take advantage of Bobby like this when he's hurt.
Marcy, I'm collecting my end of a business deal.
He ain't taking Boo. I'd rather lose my leg than lose Boo.
Son, neither of them things are going to happen. Are they, Leland?
I'd say your boy's got some grit after all. Hell, it's a sorry day you can't depend on a neighbor in a life or death situation.
I won't forget you lent a helping hand.
Bobby puts me to shame the way I've been acting. Here, let me run that cable. I can handle a winch better than you.
I was doing a good job with the winch.
Are we going to argue about this too, Ned? I mean, it is my pickup.
The keys are in the ignition. Okay, let out the cable.
Be with you in a minute.
Ned! Leland's driven off!
Where's the shotgun?
No, Ned, you can't shoot him.
Sir, no 4E's worth of murder charge.
Get out of the way, Muncy! Get your hands off the barrel!
No, Bobby's right. It'd be murder. Much as Leland deserves it, you'd still be in the wrong.
You let him get away!
He's too late. Leland's out of range.
Leland's gone, Ned. There's nothing left to shoot at but the night.
I'll see Leland's time come for this. I buried my pride to ask that skunk's help.
You buried your pride for Bobby.
The sheriff will be along with help any minute.
Oh, damn fool, I didn't tear this rusted rig down years ago.
Oh, Ma, please stop crying. I can wait for the sheriff.
Yes, it's your fault. I told you to sell this junk heap for scrap 20 years ago.
None of us are to blame for what happened to me. It was an accident.
Of course there's blame. Land's to blame.
No, it's good land. It's Hartridge land.
Land's all dried up like this rig. Gave us neighbors with hearts of stone and nothing to show for our hard work but one pretty blue ribbon at the fair every year. But we got Boo.
Your mother's right. Boo ain't nothing. We've seen a lifetime investment turn into a couple of callous, empty hands. I'm sorry, Bobby. We're selling out.
With Boo, we can build up the stock again, and then we'll be in the money.
Now, you come off telling me what this ranch needs.
What are you doing?
Leave me alone.
You can't move steel with your bare hands.
I'm rocking the top girder. Now, try moving your leg, Bobby.
No good, sir. My leg won't move.
You ain't trying.
But I am too trying.
Have you gone crazy? Somebody's coming down the road.
Oh, you must be the sheriff by now.
If it is the sheriff, why'd he come alone?
Oh, that ain't the sheriff. Somebody explain to me why Leland's coming back.
Put the shotgun down, Ned, please. Leland's come back to help Bobby. That's what matters.
Not to me.
I didn't drive all the way from the fair to get shot,
Is that
Ned.
you, Sheriff?
It is. I met Leland out on the highway. He insisted I ride with him back here. Seeing Ned pointing his 12-gauge explains why. Now, my job isn't to play Solomon and decide who's right or wrong in this feud. I'm here to help Bobby.
I ain't asking for nothing else.
Then stow your 12-gauge and let's set about freeing Bobby's leg. Hold the winch there, Leland.
That good?
Yep. Looks to be enough clearance for Ned and me to swing this last girder out of the way.
Yeah, that done it. Bobby's leg is freed.
Okay, Leland, let it down.
Bobby, your poor leg's like a bent twig.
Sure hurts. But it is nice to see my toes again.
The way that steel hit you, I'm surprised you don't have a compound break.
I expected you to bring some help with you, Sheriff.
Well, the entire Jocelyn County Fire Company is heading this way. I just outdistanced them when I left the fair.
The whole fire department, huh?
Wasn't a man who didn't volunteer to help when they heard you were pinned under the rig. You and your father have a lot of friends in Jocelyn.
Oh, we thank you, Sheriff, for making Leland drive back.
I only had to explain the situation a little to bring the Good Samaritan out in Leland.
You mean Leland made you pull your gun?
Not quite, but almost.
I heard that. That ain't no way to be thankful. I didn't have to come back.
You didn't have to come back until I commandeered your pickup on the highway.
Hey, when folks hear what you done tonight, they'll judge for themselves who's backless, Leland.
Yeah, folks will ask who moved all that rusted steel off Bobby Hartridge's broken leg. And you'll tell them I did it.
And I'll tell folks how you tried to steal Boo.
Keep your bull, son. You got 1 full year to crow about him. Because at next year's fair, I'll own me an entry that'll make Boo a faded memory in the judge's mind.
Never happened.
Leland, I think it's time you dropped the lead in your britches and drove home.
Boo beat any animal that belongs to a 4E. Dad, tell him.
Watch the leg, Bobby.
Dad.
I told your mother we'd sell, son.
You don't want to sell the ranch no more than I do.
No, I don't.
Then you tell him, Ned. Leland?
Something on your mind, Marcy?
Before you leave, I think it's only right for you to know what to expect at next year's fair.
You making excuses already?
Boo will beat any 4E entry hands down, as is the custom.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Next year we'll beat the pants off you, Leland.
It's odd how money makes some men so cantankerous. Don't see how Leland can stand living with himself.
Leland 4E ain't so bad a man.
What? I ain't sure my ears are working.
What was that, Bobby?
Well, way I see what happened tonight, Leland 4E's the man I ought to thank for helping the Hartridge family decide to stay in Jocelyn County. Why, I'm much obliged to him.
Oh, get out, Boo.
riddle for you women to solve. I'm one of the first things on in the morning, one of the last things off at night. With slacks, skirts, and shorts, I look so right. Who am I? Give up? I'm the shirt. The Wear With Anything shirt from Sears. I come in both pretty pastels and assorted prints, with short sleeves and tailored styling. And I'm easy care polyester. So go with anything shirt. For smart spring and summer fashion, buy the shirt in the Mrs. Sportswear department.
A good night's sleep. That's important to you. How your mattress is constructed should be important, too. Sears' Best Imperial Elite mattress has mattress within a mattress construction. The inner spring model has individually pocketed coils covered with polyester and urethane. The polymeric foam model has individually molded comfort islands for even support. Only at Sears. Sears' Best Imperial Elite, a mattress within a mattress.
I'm on my feet most of the day, and when my workload gets me going, one thing I can depend on for comfort is my die-hard work shoes from Sears.
We've sold thousands of pairs of Sears' Best Die-Hard work shoes. They're designed for men who want a comfortable fit as well as a ruggedly constructed shoe. Our Die-Hard work shoe is cushioned from heel to toe, plus the sole is warranted. If the sole wears out in 1 year, return pair and we'll replace it free of charge. Die-Hard work shoes, as tough and dependable as their name.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Bull's Story was written by Bruce Martin, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were Norman Alden and Parley Bear. Featured in the cast were Tommy Cook, Mary Jane Croft, and Barney Phillips. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. When you shop, remember that there's more than just the price of the product to consider. There's also the reputation of the seller. And if you have a question about reliability, check with your local Better Business Bureau. It's also good practice to check the warranty, what it does and doesn't cover. It's also a good idea to find out if you have to pay for shipping if the merchandise must be returned. And check to see what other charges, if any, you're going to have to pay. Another way to be a careful shopper is to know something about the policies of the store or the seller. Consumers should find out what the return policy is. Does the store give cash refunds? Does it provide credit on future purchases? Does it allow returns only on certain products and not on others? Look, you better get all the facts before you buy. This has been a consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business. In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character...
Daffy Duck.
Or,
Porky Pig.
Or...
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
We all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition, which really deserves vocal support, is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes. And you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all there, folks. At the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Let's listen.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight's story is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Here's a preview.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Andy Griffith. In a subway car, on a bench nearest the exit, sits a rather good-looking man named Steve Montgomery. Before him on the floor of the car is a large piece of granite. It's so big, in fact, that Steve has to straddle it. Now, across from him, a male passenger gazes from the rock to Steve. He wants to say something. He's started several times, but Steve is staring so hard at a car card across from him that the passenger finally twists to see what Steve is looking at. It's a card advertising stamp collecting. The passenger finally finds his voice.
You collect stamps?
What?
I asked if you collected stamps.
Oh, no, I don't. But I'm thinking about it.
Uh-huh. I saw you get on this car.
Yeah. I've been visiting the breakwater.
What's that got to do with it?
Do with what?
The big rock there.
Oh, this.
Yeah, that.
It's solid granite, you know. It's amazing the stuff they put in breakwaters.
Yeah, that's more amazing who visits breakwaters.
Huh?
What are you going to do with it? I mean, the rock there.
What do you think? Mount it in a ring?
It'd be kind of heavy for that.
Maybe I should take it up again. I was a jeweler once.
So what are you now?
I'm going to carve directly into this. It's something I've always wanted to do.
Uh-huh.
A few chips, maybe. I might mount those. Do you have any idea what a stone like this is worth?
No.
And they throw it away. Use it as part of a breakwater. That's a city for you.
Yeah.
Very expensive to buy. That's why I never carved in stone before.
Well, what have you carved in?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I've this sudden yen to become a sculptor. It's a good profession, you know.
Hey, this is my stop. Good luck, buddy.
Oh, don't they ever clean these trains?
Be careful of my rock.
Yeah, lady. Be very careful of it, because he's going to be a sculptor.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, A Very Nice Couple, by Ted Sherdeman. Our stars, Alan Young and Janet Waldo. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops.
We left Steve Montgomery in a subway train, bound for home with a large piece of granite he found on a breakwater. His wife, Connie, to whom he's been married for a year and a half, is at home in the small 2-room studio apartment where she cooks with canned heat in their closet-sized kitchen and washes dishes in the bathtub. At the moment, she knows nothing about Steve bringing home the rock. She's on the phone with her friend Eileen Flanagan and gazing sourly at a plastic model airplane suspended by a string from the ceiling.
You don't understand, Steve, Eileen. He has the soul of an artist.
He may have the soul for it, but he lacks the talent, Connie.
He's a very good photographer.
When he works at it, but he doesn't like it much, does he?
Like what?
Photography.
Well...
He's a dabbler. You might as well face it, Connie. You married a dabbler.
I try to encourage him to follow through on something.
Did he ever finish anything? Like his idea of writing songs?
It was jingles.
Okay, jingles.
Advertising jingles.
All right, advertising jingles. Did he finish one?
Well, yes. He had a real cute one about soap.
About what?
Soap. He called it Sudsy Wudsy.
Oh. So what happened? I haven't heard it on the radio.
Well, you won't either. Steve found out it's a closed deal.
What do you mean, a closed deal?
Well, the people who do such songs have the market all closed up. It's impossible for a newcomer to get in.
What do you mean?
I just mean the ad agencies go to the same songwriters all the time and make it impossible for anyone else to get an audition.
With a title like Sudsy Wudsy, I don't blame them.
What's wrong with it? You're supposed to get suds with soap.
What happened to Steve's big plan to print trading stamps?
Well, the press is still here, and the ink, and the type, and, do you have any idea of how much stuff is required before you print anything? Do you, Eileen?
And the puppets he was going to market?
Well, he finished one puppet, all except the hands and feet and costume.
And the model ships. Did Steve ever get that ship in the bottle?
Well, the threads are still sticking out of the neck of the bottle, but that's not the reason he gave up the idea.
I'm curious, Connie. What do you live on?
You're nosy, too, Eileen.
Oh, come on, sweetie. We've been friends for a long time. Tell me, what do you live on?
Well, Steve gets a check every month.
I know. $75 from a dead uncle's trust.
It's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Not much.
And I do all right as a mobile stenographer.
Listen, Connie, I can get you an introduction to an advertising agency director who'd cast you in one of his commercials right away. You have a fine and versatile voice.
Eileen, you've talked about this before.
But I just can't stand you living the way you do.
The answer is still no, Eileen.
But you have the talent for it. A lot more than Steve has.
Eileen, I hear him coming up the stairs now.
And you can't wait to see what he's brought home this time, right? Call me and let me know. Goodbye, sweetie.
Oh, dear. Just a minute, dear. I'm coming.
Oh, it's so heavy. Help me.
What? Oh, dear. What is it?
Piece of granite.
Oh.
I brought it home on the subway.
What for?
Help me get it in the apartment.
Oh, it's so heavy.
Set it down. Set it down. I think I hurt myself.
What's it for?
I think I got a hernia.
We can't leave it here.
Why not?
Well, people will fall over it. What's it for?
They can walk around it. I think I ruptured myself. Those stairs are killers.
Steve.
Will you still love me if I have to wear a truss?
Will you please answer my question?
What question?
What's it for?
Well, I found it on a breakwater.
I don't care where you found it. I want to know what it's for.
Connie, do you have any idea what it costs to buy a piece of granite like this?
What's it for, Steve?
Well, you know how I've always wanted to be a sculptor.
There's a tub of clay in the bedroom that's hardened since you decided to take up pottery.
Don't change the subject.
Well, I'm asking you one more time, Steve. What is that rock for?
I'm going to carve it into something you'll be proud of.
Oh, my golly.
Of course, I have to get a hammer and some chisels first.
Steve, let me understand this. You're going to carve it?
When you're asked, you can say you're married to Steve Montgomery, the sculptor, whose latest piece is solid granite called Weeping Mary. That's a good name for it, don't you think? Well, don't you, Connie?
I think Eileen Flanagan is right.
I'll go out and buy a stonecutter's hammer and some chisels right away. I'll get started on it today. Excuse me, Granite.
Is that you, Steve?
Who else would it be? Where are you?
In the bathroom, doing the dishes.
Pretty soon now you'll have a real sink to wash them in.
Oh, anything would be better than this bathtub. Well, what have you got behind your back?
The road to riches, Connie.
I'm glad it isn't another rock.
I've decided something, Connie.
As soon as I get through, I'll help you move Weeping Mary. I've been falling over it all day.
Don't you want to see what I've got?
You can dry the plates if you want to help me.
Look. It's dead.
I don't care whether it's dead. It's a rat.
Please. The neighbors will think I'm beating you.
Get it out of here.
It's just a simple dead rat.
What are you doing with it?
It's part of my plan. Just as an experiment, of course. I am going to become a taxidermist.
A what?
A taxidermist. I've given up on the granite. I'm going to practice on this little guy.
Oh.
As soon as I learn to stuff animals, we'll move to Wyoming or Montana or someplace where there's big game.
Oh, throw it away this instant. Oh.
Do you have any idea how much a good taxidermist can make? I read all about it in Scientific American.
Steve.
That's what I meant when I said we're on the road to riches, Connie.
Get rid of that thing at once.
I gotta practice on something, Connie.
I will not have a dead rat in this place.
Gee, I thought you'd be pleased.
Connie Montgomery reached near the end of her rope when her husband Steve brought home the dead rat and announced he was going to become a taxidermist. The only thing that saved them was Steve's getting an assignment from a magazine to take a few pictures. Now, Connie knew he didn't like photography much, but it was the only talent he had ever demonstrated, and she was content that the magazine assignment would take him a week of his time before he brought home more pieces of granite or dead animals to the apartment already cluttered with things he had never finished. Connie had lunch with her friend Eileen Flanagan and explained.
This man, I think he said his name was Purdue Hill. Well, anyway, he phoned Steve and asked if he was interested. And he wasn't. Oh, but he was. That's a switch. Eileen, it came, Mr. Hill's phone call, right in the middle of the fight we were having about the dead rat. Oh, please, not while I'm eating. You're only having coffee now. Connie, what happened to the big rock? Well, you know how Steve is. I know. He gave up the idea of being a sculptor when he found that rat in an alley. How did he get it to your apartment? The rat? The rock. The rock. Oh, on the subway. It was so heavy. I thought he'd never get it up the stairs. I helped him the last few. Where is it now? In our living room. Oh, Connie. Why did you leave that slob? Don't call Steve a slob. I can phone Byron any time you say. Who's Byron, Eileen? Byron Stockwood, the advertising director I told you about. Oh, him. You want me to? I can call him right now. Well, what do I have to do? We just stand before a microphone and read what's written in your marvelous voice, and you get paid for doing it. How much? Well, I don't know, but I do know you can make more than you're making now as a mobile stenographer. Shall I call and arrange an audition for you? Do I get paid for that? Well, of course not. The audition is just to see if they can use you and where. Shall I, Connie? Oh, say yes. Well, okay, Eileen. Oh, finally. Oh, didn't you know it, Connie? Have you got a dime for the payphone? I didn't expect it to happen so fast, Steve. I just had the audition yesterday.
What's the commercial for?
Well, I don't know, but they want me there at 10:30. Oh, I better hurry or I'll be late.
I'll go with you.
Oh, that's not necessary.
I want to, Connie.
Well, you have those photographic prints to make yet.
I said I'd go with you. Time's a-wasting. Come on.
This is the control room, Mr. Montgomery.
What happens here, Mr. Stockwood?
Well, this is our engineer, and he turns the mics on or off with those sliding gadgets, and this is the tape engineer.
Hello. Hello.
I give hand cues the actors can see through the glass there, and I talk to them through this microphone here.
Seems simple enough.
Sit down, Mr. Montgomery. Back there. I have to go to work. Everybody ready?
Ready as we're going to be.
All set.
Okay, we'll try it on for size. I'll give you a cue to begin.
What's with the hand, Byron?
I give the cues with it.
Oh.
Okay, let's hear it.
Have you tried flush?
My cat won't use anything else.
We don't have a cat.
She meows happily when I put it in her litter box. And I just purr when I dump it. It's a remarkable, disposable kitty litter.
And where do you dispose of flush? Down the toilet.
That's disgusting. I won't have my wife in such a commercial.
It's just scented sawdust. And...
Hold it. We're trying to rehearse a commercial, Mr. Montgomery.
I can only see two people out there.
Pick it up with, let's see, it's just scented sawdust and so on a cue from me.
Who gave the meow?
The same actor who plays the man.
Okay, on a cue from me.
You mean you're using one actor to play two parts?
Yes, Mr. Montgomery. Now, if you'll please be seated.
Just a minute. You're contributing to the unemployment situation.
By doubling an actor?
Whatever you call it. You are, you know.
But even the Actors Union allows it in radio.
I don't care what they allow.
What are you, a troublemaker?
I'm against him meowing.
You're against everything. Will you please let us go on with our work here?
I'll bet you're one of the ones who turned down my soap jingle. You and your attitudes are the reason Sudsy Wudsy never got on the air.
Pass me the phone, Hal. I better call a studio cop to throw this guy out.
What's going on in here?
Connie, you're not doing this commercial. Come on, let's go.
Well, just a minute. Byron, what's the matter?
Your husband objects
Connie, are you coming or not?
No, I'm not. Go on, Byron.
He objects to the commercial, to the doubling of the meow, and... Are you getting out, or do I have to have you thrown out?
I'll leave under my own power, Mr. Stockwood. I never thought you'd stoop so low.
What have I done?
A toilet flush on the air.
It's just a sound. They use it on All in the Family all the time.
You don't have to apologize for anything, Connie.
All in the Family doesn't double actors just because they need a cat.
What's that have to do with it? This is for radio.
I don't care what it's for.
I'll call the studio police.
Never mind. I'm leaving.
Oh, this is so humiliating.
Oh, there. It's not your fault, Connie. Okay, guys, we'll tape it after lunch. There, sweet girl.
Oh, that rock. Steve, you might have left a light on. I'm home.
At 11 o'clock at night?
Oh, Byron took me to dinner after we were through.
You had to eat with him as well as work with him?
Listen, that display of yours...
I'm not through, you know, Connie. I'm seeing every newspaper editor I can tomorrow. I thought you were honest.
I am? And what are you talking about?
We don't even have a cat.
Steve began to resent Connie's carving out a new career in broadcasting, and the casting calls from Byron Stockwood's office came often. So often, in fact, that Connie began earning enough money not only to get him out of debt, but to enable him to start a savings account. But what Steve resented most were the frequent dinner dates Connie had with Byron. And what Connie resented most was Steve's constant dabbling. For instance, she returned from a taping session to find him bent over a small wooden block.
Oh, excuse me, Rock. Steve? Well, didn't you even hear me come in?
I was concentrating.
What are you doing now? I mean, what is that?
This is going to be a wood engraving.
Wood engraving?
That's different from a wood cut. A wood cut is on a plank of the wood. A wood engraving is done on the grain of the wood. This is genuine boxwood. Feel it.
Feels slick.
It is. I've stabbed my thumb 3 times. This is called a graver. That's what I stabbed myself with. And the sand-filled leather pad the block rests on is what all wood engravers use.
What are these called?
Well, various sizes of gravers. 2 sizes of lining tools, I think the clerk called them. See, each one has sort of a ribbed cutting surface. Why are you home so late?
It's only a little past 9. That's not late.
Have you had dinner?
Uh-huh. What happened?
That Byron Stockwood again?
Oh, he invited me, so I went. What happened to the vinyl repair kit you were so enthused about? The one that was going to make us a fortune?
I didn't think the husband of a big radio star should go around fixing chairs in beauty shops.
I'm not a big radio star.
Or haunting used car dealers in hopes a torn vinyl roof would show up on some crock of a car.
So where's the kit?
In the corner there.
You're impossible.
Why? Just because I'm trying to make some money to support us?
Oh, you're a dabbler.
Just because I can't afford to take you out to dinner every night like Byron Stockwood?
It isn't every night.
The last week, and I've counted them, it's been 4 nights out of the 7. Where are you going?
To bed. Before I say something I may regret.
Say it.
Put a bandage on your thumb. I don't want you to bleed all over the pillow.
More wine, Connie.
No, Byron.
You sure?
Well, maybe. Just a little.
Say when.
When?
Now, what'll we drink to?
Oh, whatever you want, Byron.
To you, with whom I think I've fallen in love.
Stop it, Byron.
It's a fact, you know.
Oh, that's just the wine talking.
No, it isn't. I find myself spending my days and nights thinking about you. Only you, Connie.
Let's change the subject.
Well, I can do that. But it isn't going to alter anything.
Who did you think about before I came into your life?
My work. Only my work.
Don't you ever get tired doing the same thing over and over and over?
Sure. But it's my work. My job.
That's something.
What is?
Oh, how you think of your work? I know a man who changes his work like he changes his socks.
The man you're married to?
I don't want to talk about him.
Eileen Flanagan told me all about Steve.
I said I didn't want to talk about Steve.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Anything but him.
You're not happy with him, Connie. And you could be with me.
What makes you so sure?
Because I give you the things you deserve. And you deserve a lot, Connie.
I better go. Thanks for a nice dinner, Byron.
Let me just pay the check. My car's outside.
No, I'd better take the subway home. See you tomorrow at the taping. Oh, that damn rock.
That you, Connie?
Yes, it's me. When are you going to move that piece of granite?
Tomorrow. I'll move it tomorrow.
Oh, always tomorrow.
I'm already in bed. You don't expect me to get up and go out there in my pajamas, do you?
Well, I don't know what to expect from you.
I've been thinking ever since I looked in the bank book. Wood engraving is too slow.
What has that got to do with the bank book?
We can afford one.
Afford one what?
An etching press.
Steve!
Do you realize how much there is to be made doing etchings? I can see it now. Street scenes of the village.
Don't go buying an etching press.
It's a lot faster than wood engraving.
I don't care how fast it is.
And I wouldn't stab myself in the thumb all the time.
I said no. I've had it with your wild scheme.
All I'm trying to do is find a way to make some money for us so you can quit working at this radio station business.
I'll never quit.
Why? Because you'll have to forego your nice little lunches and dinners with Byron Stockwood, is that it?
At least he sticks to his job.
That measly little job.
He's a vice president of a big advertising agency.
Just because I'm trying to make a good living for us. Where are you going?
I'm sleeping in the other room. Good night, you dabbler.
Oh, my precious. She's not here. Oh, that's right. She slept on the couch in the other room last night. Oh. Your boy's getting up, Connie. Want some coffee? Where is she? Connie? Connie, are you in the... No, she's not in there. What's this? First time she's ever left me a note. Let's see. Steve. She didn't say Dear Steve or Dearest Steve or nothing. Just Steve. Have gone to early taping, use the bank book, and buy the etching press. Connie. No love, no nothing. Just Connie. Etching press. Now, why would I want an etching press?
How come you're not lunching with Byron today, Connie? I told you, Eileen, because you asked me first.
Good answer. He's crazy about you, you know.
Who?
Byron Stockwood. Who else are we talking about? Oh, we're certainly not talking about Steve, are we?
No.
Keeps you busy, doesn't he? Who? Byron. He casts me in lots of parts. I don't know anybody who's swept him off his feet like you have. He'd marry you in a moment if you were free.
Well, I'm not.
Why aren't you, Connie?
Look, Eileen, I'm just another radio actress who's done well for herself.
Okay.
And thanks to you, I just happened to get my start with Byron Stockwood.
What a start.
I appreciate what you did for me, Eileen.
Byron's one of the most eligible bachelors in this town, you know.
I'm not looking for an eligible bachelor, or ineligible one, for that matter.
Into his apartment yet?
No.
He's a penthouse, you know.
Eileen, can we drop the subject?
I was only
I know what you were saying. Waiter, the checks, please. Oh, excuse me, Rock. Where is it, Steve?
Oh, hi, Connie.
Where's the etching press?
Whatever gave you the idea I wanted an etching press?
You did.
Me?
Wait. When you gave up wood engraving, you said etchings were faster.
Oh, I was just making conversation, I guess.
What are you doing?
You see this? It's a mold.
A mold for what?
A toy soldier. When I finish pouring this alloy into it and let it set and paint it, it'll be a replica of one of Napoleon's soldiers.
A toy soldier?
Connie, I passed this store that was literally filled with toy soldiers. Kneeling and shooting rifles, some on horseback. Ooh, cavalrymen, cannoneers, you name it, they had it. Do you know what one Napoleonic soldier sells for in that store? $15.
You are going into the toy soldier business?
Sure, there's a fortune in it. People from all over the world collect toy soldiers. I bought only a dozen molds to start with. This is one lying prone. Civil War soldier, I think. As soon as the alloy in this little ladle melts, I'm going to pour. Connie, where are you going?
To get my suitcase.
Where are you going?
I don't know yet.
Did Byron Stockwood cast you in a part that takes you away from here?
No. I'm leaving you.
But why?
I've just had it, that's all. I came home all primed to congratulate you on getting an etching press, and you didn't even know what I was talking about.
Can't you take a little joke?
I'm fed up with your jokes. You're dabbling.
A guy tries to make a little money, and you call it dabbling.
What do you call flitting from one thing to the other?
I don't flit.
You don't do the thing you're equipped to do.
Like what?
Like photography.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. Well, you're no Leonardo da Vinci at it, but...
Who?
Leonardo... Oh, skip it. I'll send for the rest of my things when I know where I'll be.
Look, I'll give up the toy soldiers if that's what's bugging you. I just thought it would be a profitable business to get into.
If it isn't that, it'll be something else. No, Steve. I am leaving. I think a divorce is the only solution.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough. I don't know what I mean. Goodbye, Steve.
Andy Griffith again, and here's the concluding act of A Very Nice Couple.
You don't know how happy your news makes me, Connie.
It's not easy to walk out on a man.
But you did, and that's what's important.
I just couldn't take Steve's dabbling any longer. Did I tell you about him making toy soldiers?
Yes, you did. Now I can get you on a plane to Reno tomorrow.
And he said, Reno? Nevada?
Well, you want a quick divorce so we can be married right away, don't you?
Well, I guess so, Byron.
Where are you staying, Connie, dear?
At a hotel for women.
Silly girl. You can stay at my penthouse.
No.
Just until your plane leaves tomorrow.
No, I'll stay at the hotel.
But the place will be yours after we're married anyway.
I said no, Byron. What are you doing?
Give us a kiss, sweet girl.
No.
I said kiss me.
I don't feel like it.
Do you have a headache?
No, I don't.
Well, you kissed the man you just left, didn't you?
That was different. He was my husband.
Steve was a dabbler. You said so yourself.
Well...
Your best friend, Eileen Flanagan, said you were always complaining about your ex-husband going from this to that.
He was trying to find himself.
Are you making excuses for that bum?
No, I'm not making... And don't call Steve a bum.
Well, what else is he if not that?
Well, look, it's one thing for me to downgrade him, but...
I love the lines in your forehead when you get angry.
But, look, you're a very attractive man, but I won't have you saying nasty things about Steve.
Well, what am I supposed to do, invite him to be best man at our wedding?
You could do worse.
I can't imagine how. Maybe he'd show up with his tin soldiers or wood engravings or something just as ridiculous. Like that big rock. You slapped me.
Oh, excuse me. Didn't see you.
Go right ahead, young lady.
Thank you. Steve! Oh, excuse me, Rock. Steve? Steve, where are you? Yes, I'm coming.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes?
My card. I'm Purdue Hill of the Hill magazines. I'm looking for Mr. Steve Montgomery.
Oh, well, so am I, but I guess he isn't home.
I wanted to offer him a job.
Oh, come in, Mr. Hill. I'm Mrs. Montgomery.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I should have told you about that piece of granite. Are you all right, Mr. Hill?
Oh, I guess so.
Oh, here, let me help you up. You sure you're all right?
Oh, yeah. I'm fine.
We're so used to it now that, well, we call it Weeping Mary because we fall over it once in a while, too.
It's a very unusual piece. Granite, isn't it?
My husband decided he was going to sculpt it, but...
Your husband, Steve Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And I thought he was just a photographer.
Oh, he is. A good one.
I know. That's why I came by. Very unusual.
Well, you said something about a job, Mr. Hill?
Yeah. Oh, yes. To make photos for our various magazines. A staff job. I don't suppose he'd be interested, but it's an opportunity for him to expose himself. Yeah, very unusual. Is it for sale?
What?
The granite sculpture.
Oh, that thing. Oh, I've been after him to get rid of that rock for a long time.
It's a most unusual piece of surrealistic sculpture, Mrs. Montgomery. I'd like to have it, if it's for sale.
Well, how much are you offering?
I'll say 3,000. 4? 5?
1,000?
5,000. I'll leave a check for it. As soon as it's cleared, I'll have the sculpture picked up, okay?
Oh, you mean you'd actually pay money for that?
I know the exact spot on my estate where it would show to greatest advantage. Is it a deal, Mrs. Montgomery?
Well...
and your husband could visit it any time he pleased.
Well...
Here, I'll make out the check right now. You can show it to your husband. If it's not satisfactory...
Oh, it is. I was just thinking about the job you offered.
Though it only pays $500 a week. But he could sculpt on the side. And as I said, it would be a fine exposure for him.
I ought to introduce myself. I'm Onion Tatum.
Glad to meet you. I'm Steve Montgomery. You want the onions from my martini?
No, thanks. I cannot stand them.
Just thought you might like it.
That's called a Gibson.
What is?
What you're drinking? A martini has olive in it.
Oh.
They taste the same, But a martini has olive. I love olives.
Bartender, bring 2 martinis. I am buying.
But I'm drinking beer.
Oh. And a beer for my friend.
I can't stand martinis.
Oh.
There's no reason for you to look so sad about it.
I'm not sad about you not liking martinis.
Well, then what are you sad about? Do you mind if I call you Steve?
No, it's my name, Steve. Montgomery, Steve.
And you could call me Onion.
Okay, Onion. You can have the olives from the martinis.
Steve, why are you so sad?
My wife left me.
There's nothing to be sad about. I mean, I wish mine would leave me.
She just up and walked out.
There's plenty of other fish in the sea.
Not like Connie.
Who's that, your dog?
My wife, the one who walked out on me.
Oh, yeah.
Just because I was trying to make a good living for us.
It was terrible.
A man tries first one thing, then another. She didn't understand it. She got teed off because I didn't buy an etching press.
What?
And she's always after me to move that piece of granite away from the door.
Well, your wife is a... What did you say her name was?
Connie.
You're better off without her. You're better off without Connie.
No, I'm not.
You mark my words, Steve. You'll be better off without her.
And I say I won't be.
And I say you will be.
You want to step outside, Onion?
Listen, if I'm going to fight, I will make mincemeat out of you.
Step outside and try.
I'd rather wait in here for the olives.
Okay, then in here. Now, get up and face the music, Onion.
You're still in love with her, ain't you?
Yes, I am. You going to get up and take your lumps?
If I do, can I still have the olives from the martinis?
It looks like it is. Oh, I've looked every place for you. What are you doing sitting on the stoop of our building, Steve?
Connie.
Oh, Steve. You've been drinking.
Connie, you're back.
And with the most wonderful news.
Oh, nothing could top the fact that you're back. Oh, Connie, darling. I thought I'd lost you.
I came back earlier, then Mr. Hill arrived, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Oh, Connie. Who's Mr. Hill?
He's made an offer of $5,000 for that piece of granite you never touched. The check's upstairs, and that's not all. He wants to hire you as a photographer for $500 a week.
$5,000 for the rock?
He's going to put it on his estate. He said it was a most unusual piece of surrealistic sculpture.
What's that got to do with the photography?
Oh, that's why he came to the flat, to hire you. Then he saw the rock, and... Oh, isn't it wonderful, darling?
Oh, it's wonderful you came back, Connie.
Oh, I'm so glad to be married to you.
Me too.
Come upstairs and I'll prove it.
You, gonna show me your etchings?
You've already seen my etchings.
I know, but I'm an art lover.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. A Very Nice Couple was written by Ted Scherdeman, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Andy Griffith. Our stars were Alan Young and Janet Waldo. Featured in the cast were Byron Kane, Gene Gillespie, Shepard Menken, Dawes Butler, and Vance Colby. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of...
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Here's a preview.
I can't hide in the house forever.
Well, not forever, just for a month.
A month?
I've been reading about precognitive dreams. The events they foretell usually occur within 2 weeks to a month after the dream.
A month might as well be a lifetime.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Safety Vision, a quick and easy method for observing potential hazards in your home. Let's start by activating your safety scan. Carefully focus on your appliance cords and plugs. Check to see if they're damaged in any way, and if so, discontinue using the appliance. Next, you should focus on water. Check so that none of your plugged-in electrical appliances can be accidentally immersed in water or any other liquid. And avoid handling an electrical appliance with wet hands or when you are standing on a wet or damp floor. And finally, your safety scan should include checking for the UL label on all electrical appliances. That label indicates that the product design has been evaluated by safety engineers and complies with a nationally recognized safety standard. A public service message on behalf of Underwriters Laboratories and this station.
This is Vincent Price. Our story, although fictitious, is based on a true event. An event which our common sense tells us is impossible. And yet, it happened. Let's start at the beginning. It's the middle of the night. The house where Janice and her husband live is quiet, as is the room in which they lie sleeping. The only sounds are their steady breathing and the watchful ticking of an alarm clock on the nightstand. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by an unearthly scream. Suppose someone, like Janice, experiences in a dream a future catastrophe. Is that catastrophe inevitable, or can we control our own destiny? According to our conventional view of time, future events cannot exist in the present. Yet there are those who believe otherwise, who believe in a phenomenon called precognition, in which events occur in the inner psychic world, often in the form of dreams before they occur in the physical world. Can a dream prophesy the future? This is a question you might ponder as Janice's tale unfolds. I ask you to suspend your normal sense of time, if only to better understand the torment of a woman who wakens screaming because she had just witnessed her own death.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you an Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Nightmare, by Anne Heath. Our star, Joan McCall. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
For those hot summer days ahead, Sears is serving a refreshment of cool savings. Now through May 26th, you'll save $100 on a Sears Better Series central air conditioning system with an electronic control that regulates the condenser fan to run at the unit's quietest proper speed for the outdoor temperatures. So enjoy a cool $100 savings now. Discover Sears central air conditioning in Good Series, Better Series, and Sears Best Series. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. At most larger Sears retail stores.
A woman screams in the middle of the night. Is it just a nightmare that disrupts her sleep, or is it something more? Whatever the reason, her life will never again be the same.
No! Oh, no!
What is it? Huh? What's wrong?
Oh, Dan. Oh, it was horrible.
What was horrible?
My dream. I just had a terrible dream.
Again?
Oh, this one was different. I'm going to die.
What do you mean, you're going to die?
I'm going to be killed.
Now, Janice, how do you know that?
I saw it happen. It was so vivid, Dan. I was driving on a highway. The radio was on. I even remember the tune that was playing. It was As Time Goes By. The song seemed different somehow, haunting and sad, more like a dirge than a love song. Then I saw a truck, a red pickup truck. Suddenly it came hurtling across the divider, heading right toward me. It seemed such a long time before it hit, as if time were suspended. I had time to think about everything I was about to lose, as if I were a spectator looking on. I watched that red truck crash headlong into my car and burst into flames. I heard a car horn blaring, and then, through the flames and smoke, I saw a skull, a hideous skull. That's when I woke up.
That's some dream, all right. But, darling, that's all it was. Just a dream. It didn't really happen. You're here, safe with me.
But don't you see, it will happen. The dream is going to come true.
Dreams don't come true, Janice. Not even good ones.
My life is in danger, Dan. I know it.
Hey, calm down. Honey, I know you're upset, but you're overreacting. You've been so tired and nervous lately. I think I know what's causing your nightmares.
What?
It's this idea of yours going back to school to earn a law degree. I'm sure it's the workload you've taken on. It's affecting you this way. A lot of law students have nightmares, you know. It's all that pressure. And you're under even more, trying to run a household at the same time. Try to go back to sleep. Things will look a lot better in the morning.
Dr. Green, I was so terrified. If only Dan had just put his arms around me instead of being so sensible.
Well, I understand your feelings. Your husband failed to grasp the serious effect of such nightmares on the psyche. Men often don't remember their dreams, so they don't attach much importance to them. A pity, because dreams can tell us so much about ourselves.
Can they, Doctor? Do you think Dan could be right? Could tension and overwork have caused my nightmare?
Oh, it's too soon to tell. I must know more about the fabric of your life to discover the meaning of your dream. Did you tell anyone else about your dream?
Yes, I did. I didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. I must have slept through the alarm because when I woke up, Dan was gone. I'd missed my morning class, so I decided to stay home. But soon the empty house began to close in on me. I couldn't get the nightmare out of my mind. Like a frightened child, I wanted my mother. I wanted her to make it all go away.
Hello?
Hi, Mom. I'm so glad you're home. I need to talk to you.
What is it, dear? You sound upset. Have you had a fight with Dan?
No, of course not.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, then what's wrong?
I had a terrible nightmare last night.
A nightmare? What about?
Oh, Mom, it was so awful. I dreamed I was in an accident, a car accident. There was a red truck. It crashed into my car. There were flames everywhere.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Oh, this can't be. Not again.
Mom, tell me, what is it?
Well, I've never told this to anyone.
Told what?
Before your father died, I had a dream. I saw an open grave. There was someone shoveling dirt into the hole. Oh, the dreadful sound those stones made as they fell on the casket. I looked up, and there was the headstone. Your father's name was carved on it.
Oh, my God.
2 weeks later, your father had his heart attack. May God rest his soul.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Oh, but you were so young. Only 6 years old. And by the time you were older, it was over, part of the past. I didn't see any reason to upset you.
Well, I wish you had told me.
What possible good would it have done?
I don't know. I just think I should have been told.
Oh, maybe you're right. If I had understood what my dream was trying to tell me, I might have been able to prevent your father's death. But all these years I felt so guilty. If only I'd...
Stop torturing yourself, Mom. You couldn't have known.
I'll never stop feeling his death shouldn't have happened. Janice, you've got to promise me something.
What?
Promise me you won't go anywhere in the car.
I can't do that. I have to go to school. I have a life to live.
Janice, please, you mustn't. I've heard about people who've had these dreams. Many were able to avoid disaster by taking precautions. I'm so afraid. I don't want to lose you, please.
Don't cry, Mom. It'll be all right. Please, don't cry. I didn't want to believe there was a connection between my mother's dream and mine. But I wondered if she could have prevented my father's death. Was it up to me to change my future? And if so, how could I avert tragedy without ruining my life? That night, Dan had to work late, so I went to bed early. I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Then...
yourself in the luxury of Sears
Super Plush
bath towels. Just one touch will tell you they're super thick and luxurious, with more combed cotton terry loops per square inch than any other towel we sell. Each towel weighs over a pound. They're Sears' largest terry bath towels, super thick and absorbent. No wonder they're called Super Plush. Available now in brilliant solids or patterns.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's a Sunny Bunch summer for girls on the go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to packing sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
Looks like it's going to be a hot one today with 90% humidity.
It's the kind of weather that makes you want to drop into Sears for the most popular blend underwear. Why? Because it's a blend of 65% polyester for strength and 35% combed cotton for softness and absorbency, with a two-way stretch for the comfortably snug fit men appreciate, especially in the warm, active months ahead. So drop in and discover Sanfordnet T-shirts, undershirts, and briefs.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Doctor, I'd never had the same dream twice, never. This premonition of death just came crashing into my life. It seemed out of my control. I was sickened by the thought that it would happen, that I couldn't keep it from happening.
And your attempt to get comfort from your mother only increased your anxiety.
It wasn't her fault. Think of the guilt she's been carrying around all these years.
Oh, yes, many of us torment ourselves unnecessarily.
Then you don't believe my father's death could have been avoided?
Well, I'd rather not say just yet. Please go on. Can you remember what happened the next day?
The next day was Wednesday. I don't have any classes that day and usually play tennis with a girlfriend. I didn't want to go, but I thought the exercise might help take my mind off the nightmare. I got as far as the garage. I can't do it. I can't even get in the car. I'll have to call Stacy.
Hello?
Hi, Stacy. It's Janice.
Hi, Janice. I hope you're not going to say you can't play today. It's my turn to win.
Well,
Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
Well, then what's your excuse at the last minute?
Well, I didn't say I couldn't make it today. It's just that, my car won't start, and Dan took the other one to the office.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? I'll come pick you up. Be right over. Bye now.
Bye.
You look tired, Jan. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. I didn't get much sleep last night, that's all.
How does Dan feel about your going back to school?
Well, he thinks I should take some time off.
Figures. Man is basically...
Stacy, pull over, quick!
Why, is a cop behind us?
No, it's a truck. A red truck.
What?
Oh, it's coming closer. Stacy, stop the car, please.
Okay, I'm pulling over.
He's gone past.
Janice, what's wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Nothing? You just about left your seat when you saw that truck. Why did it frighten you like that?
Stacy, is the radio on?
No, I never turn it on when there's traffic.
Do you hear music?
No, I don't hear anything.
Listen, can you hear it now?
Janice, have you gone crazy?
It's stopped now.
You're not acting this way just because you're tired. Please tell me what's the matter.
I'm not feeling very well. Would you mind if we didn't play today? I don't think I'm up to it.
Oh, of course not. I'll take you home.
Maybe we can play on Saturday instead. I'm sure I'll feel better by then. I have to feel better. Seeing that red truck shook me terribly. I felt pursued, like a helpless animal that had somehow learned it was going to be slaughtered. Deep within my being, there was a clock ticking my time away. I hadn't told Dan about the nightmare returning. I knew I couldn't tell him about the red truck or the song. I found myself dreading his return that evening.
How are you feeling?
Fine, just fine.
Honey, are you sure you're okay? You seem so...
I'm fine. I'm just tired, that's all.
It's that nightmare you had, isn't it?
No. Well, yes.
You know, Jan, this school thing is just not working out. It's taking too big a toll on you.
Dan, please. I didn't even go to school today. But you know how important it is for me to do something useful with my life.
I know it is, hon, but don't I mean something to you?
What kind of a question is that? Of course you do.
I don't know. When we got married, we promised each other always to be there when the other one needed us. But you've been so busy with school, and now with this nightmare thing... Darling, I hardly know you anymore.
How do you know my dream isn't a premonition?
I just know. Things like that just don't happen in the real world.
I talked to my mother yesterday.
Oh, your mother.
Wait, let me tell you what she said.
Okay. What did she have to say this time?
She told me she had a premonition of Daddy's death in a dream.
What?
It's true.
Well, why didn't she tell you this before?
She was afraid to. She was guilty.
Honey, you know what a neurotic your mother is, and these last few years she's been getting a little senile. She probably made the whole thing up.
She didn't. She told me.
All right. But whatever she said, true or not, I don't want you to end up like her, always worrying and afraid of everything.
Dan, don't you understand? I am afraid. I'm afraid I'm going to die.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
This is Lucille Ball, here to make a personal appeal to every American. Since the 1880s, the American Red Cross has been stepping in when there's been big trouble, like a hurricane. But nobody has to tell you the Red Cross is there when a hurricane strikes. So let's talk about the other Red Cross, your neighborhood Red Cross. They teach kids to swim.
Kick, that's good, Eddie.
And they train about every lifeguard on every beach.
It's possible to look into it. We can get in touch with the local chapter.
They help veterans get on their feet. They help people relocate after fires.
Are you comfortable? Okay, now relax.
They collect and distribute blood. They give a hand to the older folks in your town and do scores of other jobs.
It's running very nicely.
It's easy to see why we've got to have Red Cross, and only you can keep Red Cross ready for the little emergencies in your neighborhood. And the big ones. Help keep Red Cross ready.
Lucky? Yeah, I was lucky. It happened in my own living room, and Rusty knew how to do CPR. What's that? Let's see. CPR stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and Rusty learned it at school. They teach him how to do chest compression and mouth-to-mouth breathing for people who've had heart attacks with electric shocks. You mean your kid saved your life? Well, he kept me going until the ambulance arrived. I probably wouldn't be here now if Rusty hadn't known CPR.
Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR, was pioneered and developed by the American Heart Association to sustain lives until advanced cardiac support arrives. A person using CPR pumps blood for a heart that is stopped and breathes for lungs that can't. The American Heart Association wants everyone to learn CPR. Contact us to find out where and when CPR is taught in your community. We're fighting for your life.
I knew Dan was trying to help me, but his inability to accept or understand anything outside of his well-ordered world made me feel so alone. I tried not to give in to my fear like my mother had, but the nightmare kept returning, haunting me. Its warning possessed my mind even during the daytime. I couldn't bring myself to go to school that week, which pleased Dan, and I forgot all about the tennis game I'd promised Stacy until she telephoned on Saturday morning. I hated to disappoint her again, so I called a cab. When I arrived, Stacy was already on the court, eager to get started. Good shot, Stacy. You're too good for me today. I don't think I can finish the set.
I did play well, but you're way off your game. What's wrong, Jan?
Well,
is it that red truck that upset you so much the other day?
Yes, it was. You see, I've been having this dream, a terrible dream.
Nightmare, huh? Does it have anything to do with double faulting?
No, it's worse than that.
Hey, this is serious, isn't it? What was your dream about?
Oh, Stacy, it was awful. And it keeps coming back.
Oh, come on. Let's go up to the clubhouse. You can tell me all about it over an iced tea. Gee, that's a terrible dream, Jan. I had no idea.
Since that first night, I haven't been able to eat. I haven't been to class. I should be studying for midterms, but I can't seem to concentrate. I'm so afraid I'll be killed.
You poor thing. I don't blame you for being upset. But as for your nightmare coming true...
You don't believe that dreams can foretell the future?
Well, if they did, I'd be Chrissy Everett by now instead of Mrs. Robert Stanton, housewife.
Haven't you ever heard of people who dream of someone's death and then it happens?
Well, I guess I have, but I always thought that was just supernatural stuff.
Janice? Janice!
Mom, what are you doing here?
Oh, I've been calling all morning. I couldn't believe you'd gone out. I called Professor Peterson, and he said you weren't in class, so I came here.
Hello, Marion.
Stacy, why did you let her leave the house?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Mom, I can't hide in the house forever.
Well, not forever, just for a month.
A month?
I've been reading about precognitive dreams. The events they foretell usually occur within 2 weeks to a month after the dream.
A month might as well be a lifetime.
Do you really believe Janice's life is in danger, Marion?
Yes, I do. But if she'll only try to protect herself, I know she'll be all right. Oh, you must be careful, darling.
I will, Mom.
Now, promise me you won't do this again.
Mom.
Promise me.
Okay, I promise.
Sit down, Marion. Have some nice tea with us.
Oh, thank you. I'll sit for a minute, but I'm too jittery to drink anything.
Do you hear that?
What?
That music. Where's it coming from?
I don't hear anything.
It's the same song, the one in my nightmare.
You must be imagining.
No, it can't be my imagination. It's so clear.
What's the matter?
It stopped.
What is this song you hear?
It's the same one that was playing on the car radio right before the crash.
What's the name of it?
It's As Time Goes By.
Oh, no.
Mom, what is it? Does it mean something to you?
That was your father's favorite song. He used to play it on the piano.
I was stunned by my mother's revelation, but I tried not to let her know. She was so upset herself. She didn't want to leave me, but I insisted she go home. After Mom left, Stacy made a suggestion that reinforced my growing fear that I was losing my mind.
Jan, I'm worried about you. Maybe you should see someone.
See someone? What do you mean?
I mean, well, you seem so upset, and hearing that song, maybe if you saw a psychiatrist.
Do you think I'm crazy?
I didn't say that. But you do need help. Can't you see that?
Yes, I guess I do need help.
If you don't want to see a psychiatrist, why don't you talk to Reverend Michaels? Maybe he can help.
But I haven't been to church in so long. I don't know if he'd see me.
Oh, of course he will. I'll drive you over.
Not knowing where else to turn, I let Stacy drive me to see Reverend Michaels. As the car pulled up in front of the rectory, the pastor was outside in the garden. Cultivating roses was his favorite pastime. Mom used to say it was almost as important to him as saving souls.
Why, Janice, my dear, how good to see you again. It's been so long.
I know. I'm sorry.
Come look at this Charlotte Armstrong. It's a perfect specimen. There, look at that color. Have you ever seen anything so glorious?
It's beautiful.
Janice, you seem troubled. What is it, my dear?
Reverend Michaels, I'm so frightened. I've been having this nightmare.
Well, now, first, come, let's sit down. There's a bench right over here. Those old bones of mine are starting to creak. Now, tell me about this nightmare of yours.
And then, through the flames and smoke, I saw a skull.
Dear God, what a fearful dream.
I'm sure it's an omen. Oh, Reverend, you must help me.
There, now. What makes you think this dream is prophetic?
I don't know. It's just a feeling. And my mother...
your mother's such a good woman.
She dreamed of my father's funeral 2 weeks before he died.
She never told me that.
She was afraid to tell anyone. Reverend Michaels, I'm so confused. I don't know what or who to believe. My husband insists dreams don't come true. But what about my mother's dream? She's sure there's some connection between her premonition and my nightmare.
So you're torn between two opposing points of view. I can understand your torment.
My mother thinks, that is, she hopes, that if I'm careful, I can prevent the accident from happening. Do you think that's possible?
Well, that's a question of free will, isn't it?
It is?
God gave us the ability to make our own decisions, but ultimately, He is the only one who possesses knowledge of the future.
Then you don't believe in precognitive dreams?
What you're asking is, do we have the power of God? No. Now, I'm afraid no man or woman has that kind of power. Our fate is in God's hands and His alone.
Oh.
Don't despair, child. If you have faith in God, you'll be saved.
If only I could believe it were that simple.
It is, Janice, it is. You must trust me. Now, tomorrow's Sunday. Why don't you come to my service? I know it'll make you feel better.
I'm not sure I can.
No excuses now. And try not to worry. I'll pray for you.
The thought that my life was in God's hands only deepened my anxiety about the future. I couldn't help feeling it would take more than prayers to save me. I walked the few blocks home from the rectory. As I approached my house, it was almost dark. Then I saw something that made me stop short. Parked nearby was an old pickup truck. My body stiffened. My eyes strained to make out the shadowy forms looming from the back. Just when I'd realized it was the gardener's truck, a strange thing happened. Through the window on the driver's side drifted what looked like a vapor of smoke. It glowed with an eerie light. Suddenly the light became a glare. There was a flash from 2 luminous eyes and a ghostly head appeared. And then the head changed into a skull. Oh, no! No! I ran across the lawn and into the house. Phantoms from my nightmare had plagued me, preying on my sanity. But this last horrifying vision plunged me into a new kind of terror. Numb with fear, I confined myself to the house. I became a mindless inmate in a prison of my own making. Or was it a madhouse?
Janice, you can't go on like this. You've lost so much weight. You haven't been out of that robe in a week. What are you trying to do to yourself?
I'm not trying to do anything. I can't help it. I'm just so afraid.
Honey, you've got me worried sick. I want you to do something for me.
What is it?
I want you to see a psychiatrist.
You too? You think I'm mentally ill, don't you?
Of course not. But you need someone to get you over this.
No one can help me.
Darling, you've got to try.
All right, Dan. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl. Now, I found out about a Dr. Green from Frank.
Frank?
Surely you haven't forgotten Frank from the office?
Oh, yes, from the office.
He recommends this Dr. Green highly. I've got the number in my wallet. Here it is.
I'll call this afternoon.
Honey, please, do it now. Before it's too late.
All right. Hello? My name is Janice Craig. I'd like to make an appointment to see Dr. Green.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
Of my rutabaga dip?
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
This is my first night camping with my family of 5. Now I'm really glad I packed my Sears family-style tent. It's Sears' best tent, tested by Sir Edmund Hillary, the first man to conquer Mount Everest. This tent stands 6 feet 9 inches in the center and has a sewn-in 10 by 14-foot floor. It sleeps 8, plenty of room for my family, even the dog. We like the windows that can be zip shut from the inside, and this large front canopy. Sears' best family-style tent is built to be lived in, and if it's good enough for Hillary, it's good enough for my family. At most larger Sears retail stores.
Vincent Price again. And here's the concluding act of The Nightmare.
So that's how I came to be here, Dr. Green. I've told you everything that's happened since the first nightmare.
Well, I'm glad you decided to see me. I only wish you'd come sooner. It might have saved you a lot of anguish.
What do you mean?
Well, I think your dream has a very logical explanation.
You do? Oh, Doctor, I want so much to believe that.
Well, you see, Freud felt that all dreams are a form of wish fulfillment.
Are you saying that I wanted to die?
Oh, no, on the contrary. The fear that has been paralyzing you is not really produced by the accident in your dream.
I don't understand.
Let me see if I can make it clearer. In anxiety dreams, the anxiety comes from a source other than a perceivable one.
What source? I mean, what could possibly make me dream anything so horrible?
Well, dreams such as yours are often a form of punishment.
But why?
In such dreams, an unconscious wish is being fulfilled. A wish that the dream would be punished for a forbidden desire. In your case, a desire to become a lawyer against the supposed better judgment of your husband.
But what about my mother's dream? She did foresee my father's death, didn't she?
Oh, you said your father died of a heart attack.
Yes, he did.
Well, more than likely, your mother was suppressing a deep anxiety about the condition of your father's heart. In her dream, this anxiety simply broke through and staged his death. There was no precognition.
Then you don't believe I'm going to die?
Oh, eventually, yes, but not as you saw it in your dream. Yours is a classic case of psychoneurosis brought on by an unconscious desire to punish. The only unusual aspect here is the extent to which your dream has traumatized you. The conflict you felt about your decision to return to school must have been immense, even though it was largely unconscious. What higher price could you pay for your crime than death itself?
Your explanation sounds so logical.
Logic and reason are the best tools psychology has to repair a damaged psyche.
Doctor, will I have the nightmare again?
Well, now that you are aware of its causes, your dream probably will not return. But you must get back on your feet again. You must learn to deal openly with the conflicts in your life. Otherwise, your unconscious mind will seek another form of punishment. Next time, you might not be able to recover, even with my help.
It all seems so clear now. I will get back on my feet. For the first time in 2 weeks, I feel like I can. I don't know how to thank you, Doctor.
Well, you can thank me by recovering and staying well.
I'll try. I will.
Oh, good. No, I'm afraid our time is up for today. Just remember, I'm here if you need me.
Thank you. But I'm sure I won't need your help anymore.
Goodbye, then. And good luck.
Goodbye, Dr. Green.
Craig, may I help you?
Yes, I'd like to speak to Mr. Craig.
May I ask who's calling?
It's Mrs. Craig.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Craig. Just one moment. I'll put you through to his office.
Hi, hon. How are you doing?
Much better, darling. Much better.
You sound better. How was your session with Dr. Green?
It was, as you would say, very productive. He made me see why I had the dream and why it had such an effect on me.
Oh, hon, I'm glad.
I'm sorry I've been so hard to live with. You know, you may have been right. Maybe I was taking on too much too soon.
You do sound better. You don't know how relieved I am to hear you talking like this. Hey, how about driving into town and meeting me for lunch?
You mean today?
Yes, today, right now. You're not still afraid to drive the car, are you?
No, of course not.
Then it's a date. I'll even take an extra half hour for lunch. After all, this is a special occasion, right?
Right.
I'll meet you at Chez Renee's at 1 o'clock. And Janice.
Yes?
Wear that blue dress, the one with the lace collar. You're a knockout in that dress.
All right. See you at 1 then.
Au revoir, ma chérie.
Goodbye, Dan. Oh, darn. I better answer that phone. It might be Dan again. Hello?
Janice, what took you so long to answer?
I was just on my way out, Mom.
Out? Oh, no, you mustn't.
Don't worry. Everything's all right now. Dr. Green explained my nightmare. It was just an anxiety dream.
An anxiety dream?
Yes. I haven't time to explain. I'll tell you all about it later.
No, it's important that you don't go out today.
Mom, I just told you everything's okay.
Janice, listen to me.
Okay, but please hurry.
Do you know what day this is?
No.
Today is the day your father passed away.
No.
It was only a dream. Dreams don't come true.
I saw an open grave, your father's name on the headstone.
I always thought that was just supernatural stuff.
No, you must be careful. Don't go anywhere in the car.
Our fate is in God's hands. Have faith and you will be saved.
No, don't go out, Janice. Just for a month.
Your dream has a logical explanation.
Things like that don't happen in the real world.
Don't go out today. You mustn't.
You are not going to die. You must get back on your feet.
Today's the day your father passed away. Don't go. Don't go.
No! I can't live in my mother's world. That would be the punishment I'd never recover from. I have to go. There's the highway. Up ahead. All those cars speeding toward their certain destinations. Might as well be a raging river. I have to overcome this obstacle, or I'll never feel normal again. I'm so tense. I'll never make it this way. Steady now, steady. Just stay in the right lane. Let them all go by. Nothing to be afraid of. It's just a road. It was only a dream. Only a dream. What's that? Oh, a huge trailer truck. Oh, and he's bearing down on me. Why doesn't he go around? Why are his lights flashing? He's closing fast. I better pull off before he overruns me. Oh, no, he's not slowing down. Oh, he's gone. I've got to get a grip on myself. Maybe the radio will help. I must relax. But I've got to stay alert. I've got to be steady. Ready just in case. In case what? Nothing's going to happen. I'm not going to die. Oh, no. Up ahead, that looks like... Oh, it is. It's a red pickup truck. It's coming closer. It's coming closer. It's moving into the passing lane. It's starting to swerve this way. It's going by. Oh, there's the street where I turn off. Thank God. It's over. My nightmare is over.
Janice, you look wonderful.
I feel wonderful.
How was the ride in?
Terrifying. I can admit that to you now because I made it. But for a while, I didn't think I would. It was the longest ride of my life.
I'm proud of you, hon. I know what a grip this thing's had on you, how real it seemed. Now do you realize it was only a dream?
Yes, Dan. It was only a dream. A terrible dream.
I think a toast is in order.
A toast?
A toast to you, my beautiful wife, who's come back to me safe and sound.
Let's forget these last 2 weeks ever happened.
The best idea I've heard today. A fresh start. And to celebrate, I think we should do something special.
Like what?
It's been so long since we've gone anywhere together. How would you like to drive up the coast to Carmel this weekend?
Oh, Dan, that sounds wonderful. We could stay in that little inn, the one with the fireplaces in the room.
I'm way ahead of you. I already made the reservations.
I can't imagine anything I'd like better. You've made me so happy, darling.
No happier than I am.
I feel like a new person.
More like the old one. You seem like your old self again, Janice. Well, I guess I'd better get getting back to work. But first, another toast. To our weekend in Carmel.
May the time pass quickly until then.
And here's another tune to bring back memories on our cavalcade of oldies but goodies. A popular song from the 40s made famous by the movie Casablanca. Let's turn back the clock and remember as time goes by.
Who's going to do the dishes? Now is a great time to let Sears do the dishes, because you'll save $50 on selected portable and under-the-counter dishwashers now through May 26th. Help save on energy while they work for you, too, since the Water Miser cycle uses less water than normal wash, and the Power Miser option dries with cool, forced air. So save $50 and let Sears do the dishes. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Almost summer, and there I was, still in my winter sports shirts, feeling the heat. So I went to Sears and discovered a summer sports shirt collection. Some interlock knits caught my eye with full-button fronts in solids and patterns, and they're short-sleeved. This is a style I can feel comfortable in. Better yet, the interlock knits of polyester are easy care. My wife likes that. Now I'm looking forward to those lazy summer days ahead, wearing my new crisp-looking shirts from Sears.
This terry outfit I'm wearing from Sears has all the energy of summer. But what was once just for running is now charged up fashion for your whole sporty day. Terry tanks, V-necks, racing, jogging, and boxer shorts in a range of washable colors and styles. In Mrs. and Junior sizes, $9 to $12 for the tops, just $6 to $7 for the shorts. Look like a pro at having fun in Terry. Shoo! Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Nightmare was written by Ann Heath, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Vincent Price. Our star was Joan McCall. Featured in the cast were Joe Maras, Hans Conried, Irene Tedrow, Rhoda Williams, and Howard Culver. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market. It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in cares per se for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, Box 576, New York 10016.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a story of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Let's listen.
Suddenly everything is Oriental. Mysticism, martial arts, flower arranging, food. Oh, well, at least they have not tried to deal with the complications of Chinese opera yet.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater. That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Here's a preview.
Suddenly everything is Oriental. Mysticism, martial arts, flower arranging, food. Oh, well, at least they have not tried to deal with the complications of Chinese opera yet.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Cicely Tyson.
Over here! Get that hose over here! We don't want the whole neighborhood to go!
Inside the burning structure, there's a man named Chan. Why doesn't he come out? No one can answer that question but Mr. Chan. We can only sift through the clues that a look at his life might offer us. A master tailor, Mr. Chan fled from bandits, disease, and famine in his native China in 1928. He and his sister, the last living members of their family. In America, the Mountain of Gold, Sarah married a doctor named Shen and moved to San Francisco's Chinatown. Mr. Chan worked at a series of odd jobs, saved his money, and in 1933 moved to New York, where he opened his own tailor shop. The logic behind his move was that people in the East, dealing with cold weather, would have more clothes to sew.
Such a shame, the rushing. The seasons change, but the people never do, always rushing. Where are they going? They never seem to pause for a deep breath or to look closely at anything as I look at my sewing machine. Gadgets. They have a gadget for everything, some piece of machinery to occupy every moment of the day. Cars, televisions, radios, telephones, toys. Junk. They realize deep down that they are surrounded by junk, and it makes them feel aimless and dissatisfied. Yes, that would give one a feeling of having no purpose, no goal in life, to be surrounded by and addicted to junk. How strange. Is this becoming a world in which I want to live?
And that's just the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Mr. Chan, by Odie Hawkins. Our stars, Joseph Campanella and Marvin Miller. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops.
Keep clear of the hoses, please. Keep clear.
Why doesn't Mr. Chan leave while there's still time? What reasons could he offer for allowing himself to be trapped? Once more, we must turn to clues in the past for an answer. We must listen carefully to the threads in the fabric of Mr. Chan's life.
Mr. Chan made an oblique study of the woman as she barged through the door.
35, 38, dyed blonde hair, too much perfume and lipstick, about 15 pounds overweight. an insecure exhibitionist.
She tossed 4 expensive-looking dresses onto the Formica sales counter and drummed her bright green polished nails as she impatiently waited.
Are you the owner?
He leveled a neutral look at her and eased from his seat behind the sewing machine to stand behind the waist-high counter. The alcoholic fumes spraying his face almost caused him to step backwards.
I said, are you the owner?
Yes, I am the owner. What can I do for you?
A slight smile played at the wrinkled corners of his softly slanted eyes. She was obviously surprised to hear his clear, precise English.
Well, I'd like to have some seams let out in these dresses. You can do that, can't you?
He fingered the label inside the neck of one of the dresses. Well-known American designer, good fabric, excellent workmanship.
Yes, of course. I can expand the seams.
They looked at each other across the counter. She, slightly taller than his 5'6", looked at a spot above his head, her eyes blurry from vodka.
Well, how long will it take?
Perhaps it would not be necessary to let seams out in these dresses if you lost, I would say 10 or 12 pounds.
She glared at him. Her lips curled down hatefully at the corners, and she snatched her dresses from the counter.
And just who the hell do you think you are?
Mr. Chan leaned across the counter and rested his body on his elbows, watching the woman throw her dresses onto the back seat of a small, expensive Italian car and wedge herself into the front seat.
People, don't they ever consider the possibility of being reasonable before acting irrationally?
He shook his head sadly and strolled to his living area at the rear of the shop to heat more water for tea. Erect, steady, thoughtful.
I wonder what goes wrong with some people. Why must they always seek the most incorrect ways to deal with their shortcomings?
He returned to his machine, cradling a fresh cup of tea in his palms, a sarcastic expression flickering across his face as he spotted his other teacup on his work table.
And I talk about other people. How many cups are needed for one cup of tea?
He took the empty cup to his kitchen sink.
No sense cluttering things up with a bunch of empty cups. Imagine a young woman, certainly not older than 40, making preparations to become a fat person.
Working steadily on the coat in front of him, he slipped in and out of a varied collection of thought patterns. A loyal Chinese son from 1 to 20, a victim of famine at 20, a married man at 25, a widower at 45. Ghosts.
15 years since her death. 15 long years since her death. Since...
He could not remember what he wanted to remember. His ghost wife swirling around too swiftly for his mind to grasp. He steered his attention back to the cloth in front of him. Stitching, gluing the pieces of cloth together was always a return to reality. A wealthy customer, a rich man who loved handmade silk shirts, had asked him once,
Mr. Chan, don't you get fed up sometimes?
Fed up?
Yeah, fed up, sewing all the time.
He smiled, remembering, and stared out of the window for a moment.
How could you explain to someone who only cared about finished products what it means to create, to stitch a reality together?
The same man had also asked,
Mr. Chan, have you ever considered opening a shop downtown? This neighborhood has changed so much.
What do you mean, changed?
Well, the class of people that used to live in this neighborhood have all moved, including me.
I don't see any difference.
Well, what I mean...
Oh, I know what you mean. I've seen the color of the people change, but I'm still the same. I have not changed.
He finished the suit coat, turned the closed sign around to the outside, locked the door, and prepared himself a lunch of pork strips with bean paste, a bowl of rice, and, as always, hot tea. He used his chopsticks as though they were surgical instruments. After his meal, he slouched against the back of his favorite chair, sighed deeply, and calmly looked around. The shop was all he needed. The shop and the living space behind it was his world. He believed that and was content. With his wife, Mr. Chan had had a home because she felt it was a necessity. She had been a source of strength and hope, but each one of the children had been born dead, 3 of them. And then she had died. Now there was only the shop, a facade, a counter to use for the defensive position, a wall of racks on one side, and 5 paces behind the counter, a heavy carved dragon screen that shielded his inner sanctum from the public. He dug into his pocket with one precise motion and pulled out a thumbnail-sized piece of jade, a gift from his father 40 years earlier. He held the piece up to the light streaming in through his window, turning it over to follow the dragon marbled inside. After a few moments of intense study, he slipped the jade back into his pocket.
Old men, old jade, what does it matter in this day and age? Time to go back to work.
He strolled from the back and stiffened with mock seriousness when he spotted Leo's face at the door.
Hi. What you doing, Mr. Chan?
Hello, Leo. How are you this afternoon?
Leo did an eye-blurring double shuffle, a perfect imitation of his idol, Muhammad Ali.
I'm doing pretty good. Like, hey, life couldn't be better. I could have more of it, but it couldn't be better.
Mr. Chan frowned at the small, tight-muscled, dark-skinned, nappy-headed figure making restless movements in front of him.
What will happen to him? Blacks are almost Chinese in their will to survive. He lives 3 blocks away with 7 brothers and sisters in a basement that was once a dog kennel. Life couldn't be better.
You want me to go shopping for you, Mr. Chan?
Mr. Chan slowly nodded yes and walked behind the counter to scribble out a few items on a piece of scratch paper. He strongly suspected that Leo couldn't read, but his will to hustle was worth a $50. Leo made a Brazilian dance movement through the door with the $5 bill clutched in one hand, the note for 6 items in the other. A half hour later, he danced back in.
Here it is, Mr. Chan. Your tea and stuff.
He checked the items off against the list under Mr. Chan's indulgent eyes onto the work table, not exactly matching each item on the list with that on the table. Letters were still not quite words to him.
Rice, tea, 2 apples, head of lettuce, chicken wings, and soy sauce.
Thank you, Leo. There are 2 quarters on my sewing machine ledge for you.
The bright voice chiming in his ears told him that he had lifted Leo's spirits, at least a $50 worth. People were always coming in with their cleaning, their laundry, or their stereotype notions.
Mr. Chan, do you know anything about kung fu or acupuncture or herbal medicine? Oh, and wasn't Bruce Lee something else?
No, young man. I know absolutely nothing about any of those arts. I believe you have asked me these questions before.
Oh.
The tall, slender, dark-haired young man shuffled absently in place, fumbling in the back of his mind for some means to use to get Master Chan to speak the Tao.
I'd like to have some buttons sewn.
Where?
Oh, buttons for suspenders. I'm going to wear suspenders with these. They say it's better for your lower back and all. You think?
You may pick them up tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you very much.
He held back his urge to laugh as he watched the young man bow a little too deeply as he backed out.
Suddenly everything is Oriental. Mysticism, martial arts, flower arranging, food. Oh, well, at least they have not tried to deal with the complications of Chinese opera yet.
At twilight, he locked the door to the shop and retreated to his living space. For relaxation, 106 Tai-Chi positions. For stimulation, the daily newspaper. He slowly lowered the newspaper after reading a few pages, his face distorted with disgust.
Fools. The same old dreary sickness, the same old dumb acts, wars, people doing the same old stupid things. Won't we ever learn?
He looked carefully around himself at his world.
What need is there to go outside into that insane place? I have a large room with a toilet off to one side, 10 shelves of the world's greatest mines, an old-fashioned stove with an overhung shelf, a comfortable bed, a window.
His eyes paused at the high window placed in the rear wall. The window gave a perfectly cropped picture of a tree. The tree, more than any other single thing he could think of, gave him a feeling of being in harmony with nature.
A place in front to make a living, a place in back to eat, sleep, read, a window. What else is necessary? So much unnecessary excitement in the world. People ignoring the wealth in their minds, searching instead for artificial entertainment.
As usual, when he felt himself on the verge of becoming too excited, he heated water for tea. Sometimes, while waiting for the water to boil, he felt himself becoming so lucid that it seemed as though life were passing in front of his mind, and he could take an imaginary red pencil and cross out all of the weird, repetitious mistakes people were making.
Do I think I am God?
Are we on safe ground, assuming that we can feel that we know by now something of Mr. Chan's view of life? I would say yes. But we still haven't had an answer to our question. Why doesn't he come out?
6:30, Tai Chi Chuan, tea, and 2 slices of day-old bread with margarine for breakfast. He moves more slowly in the morning, having recognized years ago that he was an afternoon person. He stared at the budding branches crowding his window frame.
In a few more days, they will be fully open. Wednesday, only 2 more days before the weekend, before I can close up and not be bothered for 2 whole days.
An imploring face, making fish-like motions with his mouth through the glass of the front door, greeted him as he emerged from his living area.
Looks like someone needs emergency repairs.
He carefully studied the face to make certain that it was anxiety and not larceny that he saw. It was anxiety.
20-some-year-old man, bloodshot blue eyes, a weak chin, nervous, and insecure attitude. So begins my day. And what can I do for you this morning, young man?
Mr.
The name is Chan.
Mr. Chan, you won't believe this. It may sound absolutely incredible to you.
He took note of the hand-sewn kangaroo hide loafers, the well-tailored slacks, the well-stitched seams of the French-made shirt. His conclusion, a wealthy person.
I can assure you nothing has sounded incredible to me for a long time.
The young man, a Lawrence of the Evanston Northwestern University Lawrences, paused to fix a shrewd eye on Mr. Chan's face.
Well, in that case, here's my problem. I'm being pledged to Alpha Pi Gamma.
Mr. Chan rolled his eyes upward and shrugged, body language that clearly indicated what his attitude towards Alpha Pi Gamma was.
Yeah, I know it's nonsense, but it's the fraternity for my, set. I mean, you're either in it or you're out of it, if you know what I mean.
Yes?
Well, I just gotta be in. My dad and uncle were officers in Pi Gamma when they were in college. At any rate, I have 10 challenges to meet. This is number 6. What I have to do is have a suit made by Friday at 6 o'clock.
You speak of this as a challenge. I don't quite understand.
Oh, challenge number 6 is to have a Chinese tailor who didn't live in Chinatown to make me a suit. They call it my Hong Kong challenge. I'm really fortunate to have found you.
It was difficult for Mr. Chan to place the feeling he had. Just another piece of tailoring, that was no problem. Maybe, he reasoned, the disturbing part of it had to do with the young man being required to seek out a Chinese tailor. The challenge, phrased as though some coolie were being used to carry it out.
It will cost you $400.
It'll definitely be ready by Friday at 5?
Definitely.
Great.
Now let us make a choice of material.
Whatever you choose is okay. See you Friday. I gotta run. Challenge number 7 lies ahead.
Mr. Chan stared at the 4 $100 bills on the counter and at the bolts of cloth he kept underneath the counter, and sadly shook his head from side to side.
The rich, too bad about some of them. They think they can buy anything and have everything their way.
He split the money into 2 piles. One pile for the legitimate cost of the suit, and the other pile for other purposes.
Maybe I'll send it to my sister in San Francisco. She likes money.
He stooped to lift a bolt of old-fashioned gingham from beneath the counter, a sly smile sliding across his brain.
Wonder how his fraternity brothers will like this suit.
The pattern for a futuristic coat with zoot suit pants was already taking shape in his mind. Mr. Chan didn't object to Nona Benson's presence in his shop. He liked her company, despite the fact that she had a peculiar, almost funny notion about him. On the positive side, they were both artists, she with her patchwork quilts. The problem that he had with her was that she loved to talk too much. Coupled to that was the notion that she didn't think that he understood English very well, which forced her, she thought, to lapse into her own brand of pidgin. He had decided not to try to fight her mistaken opinion of his language skills years back. Even when customers came in while she was there and he spoke perfectly normal English, she still refused to believe that he spoke perfectly normal English.
Why you no go to night school? Learn English. You know what me saying?
I have thought...
Did your wife speak it? I say, you white, she English speak.
He paused in his work. Did she speak English? Had she spoken English? They'd always spoken to each other in Mandarin, whenever they spoke at all. Yes, he recalled she had spoken English, more or less.
See? Now that's what I mean. You hear what I'm asking, but you don't understand. I can tell from the look on your face. I'll repeat what I said real slow. Now listen close. You white English speak, huh?
Yes, my wife.
Good, that's good. All you have to do is practice. After a while, it'll be easier. You'll see. I guess it's time for me to get on. Get my housework done. Do a little quilting.
You quilting?
Mm-hmm. I've been really up to my neck in quilts for the last few months. Bunch of ladies at my church, especially the younger ones, got it in their heads they just had to have a homemade quilt. They seem to think it's some kind of artwork or something. Ain't too many people do that kind of thing these days. Ain't really too much to it. All it takes is just sitting down, and after you get your materials together, just taking your time to put things together right.
Yes.
You take it easy, you hear? Think about that school thing. Remember, you're only as old as you feel.
She sprinkled her fingers gracefully at him as she strolled out of the shop, calmly, unrushed. Her voice seemed to echo in the shop. He paused in his work.
School. She always seems to leave something behind, some thought, an idea. School.
The young lady standing at his side caught him off guard, having popped through the open door while his attention was elsewhere. He hated to have people catch him daydreaming, thinking about the past or future. It gave them the impression, he thought, that he might be senile.
Mr. Chan?
Yes?
My name is Monique Feldman.
He stared at the young woman's hand. He had not shaken a woman's hand in years, and never a Chinese woman's hand. Or was she Japanese? Her handshake was firm, her palm warm.
Oh, I know. You're puzzled by my name. My husband is Jewish.
He nodded slightly to indicate that he understood her explanation, but was still puzzled.
Is she Japanese, Chinese, Thai, or what? So tall for an Oriental. Hard to figure out what's what with this younger generation.
Mr. Chan, our agency, the New Asian American Alliance, is doing a citywide survey to determine the number of Asian senior citizens and find out how we can be of service to them.
He felt tempted to invite her to have some tea with him. It was so nice to meet someone who cared about others.
I do not need any help of any kind, Mrs. Feldman, thank you.
She seemed to be depressed for a moment, and then her face brightened.
Well, I'd like to leave my card, just in case. The New Asian Alliance would like to help in any way we can. You see, we help secure health services and provide you with domestic aid if necessary, offer you meal tickets that can be used at the Asian Alliance Center. The address is here on the card. And we'll also provide you free transportation to the senior citizens outing that we sponsor twice a month. All you have to do is give us a call, and we'll try to do whatever we can. My name is in the upper left-hand corner.
Thank you, Mrs. Feldman.
Well, thank you for being kind enough to allow me to disturb your work.
My pleasure.
She surprised him by bowing, an expression that stamped her in his mind as a well-bred young person with a sense of tradition. He studied her as she strode out of the shop.
Legs like a white woman. Taller than all the women of my generation. Very businesslike, honest, sincere. The new Asian-American alliance. Wonder what happened to Oriental? Oh, well, new times, new titles. Really nice of people to think of other people. No doubt in my mind, with her good manners, she must be Chinese.
That evening, he had gone through a half-dozen unreasonable situations, including a visit from two men who insisted that he buy a transistor radio for $50.
Oh, come on, Pops. We know you got some money.
Yeah, we know you got some money. All we want is $50. You give us $50 for this cute little old radio here, and we won't be bugging you no more. How dare you come into my shop and threaten me? Get out, both of you, and stay out.
Hey, don't push. Be cool, man.
Yeah, be cool. We were just trying to sell a little merchandise. Out.
That evening, he sat in his favorite chair and stared through his window at the paleness of the moon, the freshly budded branches making dragon patterns in the foreground, mentally flicking back through the horrible designs a woman had asked him to sew.
But, lady, don't you see, drawstrings or thick elastic at that point of the legs would hinder circulation. Clothes should not constrict.
I hardly see the point. After all, this is the 20th century, and people no longer dress for comfort. People dress for style.
Yes, unfortunately, that is too often the case. I'm sorry I cannot join the fashion parade. I believe more in people than fashion.
He leaned forward in his chair, identified the noise.
The wino ghosts are starting to drink at my back door an hour earlier these days.
He shuffled away from his chair to heat water for tea, poured himself a cup, and returned to his chair, feeling old and tired.
So many crazy people running around. Maybe it's the food they eat that drives them crazy, all of the stuff with sugar in it. Too much false energy. They bounce around like rubber balls, the children worst of all. Some people eat too much, some people eat too little. What is so difficult about practicing moderation in all things? Telephone slaves, crazy wars between people of the same race, religion, and color, and wars between people of different races, religions, and color, all the same, stupid. The old against the young, young against the old, the top against the bottom, and vice versa. And they excuse it by saying, that's the way it's always been. Fools. So much unnatural pain in the world. People have forgotten what real pain is. The pain you have when a loved one dies or you stick a needle in your thumb. They have developed synthetic pain that they deliberately cultivate and try to treat with pills. Strange drugs that cause more pain than they cure.
He placed his teacup beside his chair and pulled his jade piece from his pocket. It felt cool to his touch.
What in the world happened? In my lifetime, a 60-year-old man, I have seen life lose its meaning. The rich have more and the poor have less. Of what? Money or madness? What does it matter? We, all of us, are being murdered by the air we breathe every day. Even the babies.
A breeze stirred the branches in front of the full moon, rippling a lovely, jagged pattern within the picture frame of his window. He rubbed the smooth jade between his right thumb and forefinger, the moonshine glistening on the tears that slid down over his high cheekbones.
Floors, boys, and the basement, wherever you can work safely.
Someone has said, the seed for at least one contradictory act rests in all of us. There are people who seem to be living an exemplary life one day and become murderous the next day, offering us no obvious clues for their behavior. Mr. Chan, a sane, logical, and very humane individual, may have suffered at the last minute from a contradictory impulse. Each of us can reach our own conclusion. Only Mr. Chan really knows. Cicely Tyson again with the concluding act of Mr. Chan.
Oh, that's a superb job, sir. Really superb. There's just something about the Oriental sense of aesthetics, of the yin and yang that makes,
Mr. Chan fixed a blank expression on his face and stared past the pale young man, immediately realizing that he had made a mistake.
If I stare past him trying to blot him out, he'll think I'm being inscrutable, or that I'm meditating or something. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
If you recall, Mr. Chan, Lao Tse once said...
That will be $2, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, $2. Thank you, sir. I hope we can talk again sometime. I find that I know a little more each time we talk. You recall the proverb from the Tao, he who speaks does know, and he who does not speak, he who speaks does not know.
Mr. Chan pocketed the payment and folded his arms across his chest, momentarily forgetting the sage-like image that was projected by that gesture as he watched the young man bow out of the door. He had to grip himself inside to keep from laughing as the young man bowed back in.
Oh, I forgot my pants.
The comical customer gone, the urge to laugh gone, he stood behind the counter, his arms still crossed, watching people enter and exit the picture frame of his shop window.
They are like robots on a treadmill.
The thought depressed him so badly, he sat, immobilized at his machine for 5 minutes before he could get back into the spirit of sewing. Whether they knew it or not, the door of Mr. Chan's shop was the stage entrance for his customers, his moment to grasp their rhythms, form a notion of how they felt about themselves and him. He had started joking with himself in his 50th year about painting another sign under R. Chan, Door Psychologist. They revealed themselves when they walked into his space. In the colder months, it was more difficult to figure things out because people and their vibrations took time to thaw. Spring and summer were rich times for doorology. Some people peeked into his shop through the screen door in the summer. He hesitated to put the screen up until the flies became too annoying, as though they were looking into a tunnel. Others opened the door and staggered in, not quite certain of their reasons for being there or anywhere. The black people in the neighborhood tended to ignore him. To them, he was simply Chan, the Chinese tailor man, Miss Nona Benson's friend. They didn't want any suits made, and they did their own sewing. The Puerto Ricans also ignored him, but from time to time shyly asked him to put a communion dress together. Those Asians who patronized him, even the non-Chinese, showed deep respect for a man of his age who practiced a religion that needed no preaching and was a master of his art. He had problems sometimes with a certain type, the kind of people who had recently acquired money in some odd way and thought it would be in to have a masterpiece from Mr. Chan. The more he suffered from their attention, the more in he became. The others were just like everybody else. They simply wanted someone to put something together that they were too lazy or didn't know how to do themselves. He stopped stitching to give his full attention to the figure standing in the half-open door. The fraternity brother-to-be, dressed in a little boy blue outfit, complete with ruffled shirt, straw bonnet, and a sun-sized all-day sucker. He looked ridiculous and knew it.
Oh, this outfit is one of my challenges. Now, my suit. You got my suit done?
Yes, I have it right under here. Here you are.
The fraternity brother-to-be stared at the narrow cuffs, the ballooned knees, the bullfighter's waistband, the zoot suit coat with the narrow lapels, and blinked.
I didn't specify what style or what kind of material, did I?
No, you did not. You were in a rush. I had to make a guess at your measurements. I must tell you, I almost decided not to do the work, but I promised I would have you a suit this evening, so here it is.
I'm sure to create a sensation one way or another. Maybe they'll see the funny side of it, I hope. At any rate, my Hong Kong challenge has been met. Perhaps I could drop back in and pick out the material for a couple of suits one day when I got lots of time.
Any weekday, my shop is at your disposal. I am open from 7:30 till 4 in the winter, 8:30 to 6 in the spring, summer, and fall.
Oh, great. See ya.
He felt a slight tinge of affection for the fraternity brother-to-be, for the sensible way he had chosen to deal with the gingham horror suit joke.
Alpha Pi Gumbo, rah, rah, rah.
Friday evening, the shop door locked, his chair positioned in the twilit room to study the moon play through the budding branches, 2 days older since he had last noticed them. He rocked slightly, intoxicated by the luminous ray that washed over his frail body, his life flashing through all the seasons he had sat staring at the moon. Scenes of a China the world would never know again flickered through his mind.
Ghosts. Thousands of people in a line. Their rice bowls held out, begging for food, for a chance to live. Coolies, men with bitter strength, hauling loads on their backs that an animal would crumple under. Faces so lean from hunger that the bones of the skull show through the skin. No food of any kind. Grass, bark from the trees, leaves, all eaten. Famine. Diseases, people starving to death, burning with fever. Mother, father, older brother, dead, cremated. Oh. Someone trying to break in? Hey, looks like I'm all the wine, man.
He leaned back in his chair, his body alert but relaxed.
Just why no ghosts? Nothing to worry about. They are just killing themselves.
He pulled the jade piece from his pocket and rubbed it in his hand. He strained to see a slow-moving herd of clouds pass between the budding branches and the moon. Coming out of a deep sleep a half hour later, the blurred outline of a bad dream still in his brain, he could smell something wrong.
Money, always money. People robbing other people for it, stealing, cheating, doing anything for it. For coins and paper that never grow warmer, no matter how many hands touch them.
It was smoke. He could identify the odor of the cloth scraps he threw in the alley trash cans. For a moment, he stiffened from the impulse to get out of his chair to escape the approaching fire. The wisps of smoke drifting up past his window held him in place.
The farther up the scale we go, the more unlike animals we become. At least animals are honest with each other.
He squeezed his eyes shut, tried to blot out all of the horrible pictures his mind held.
Maybe they have all been bad dreams, all of them, all of it.
For a moment, he felt completely divided, one part of himself straining to move to safety from the fire, the other part straining not to move. The two forces neutralized him.
A stone facade and a wooden body of poor quality. Dishonest workmanship.
The small neighborhood group milling around outside Mr. Chan's gutted shop swelled with excitement as an ambulance crew wheeled his body out of the smoking wood and stone, the damp odor of wool adding another element. Leo, his dancing feet planted solidly on the sidewalk, sobbed quietly, tears tracing clear patterns down the sides of his young old face. Mrs. Nona Benson, a flowered handkerchief held to her face, mumbled over and over through her tears.
I've been telling him to learn English for the longest time. Maybe he didn't want to learn any more than he already knew.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Mr. Chan was written by Odie Hawkins,
produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Joseph Campanella and Marvin Miller. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Don Diamond, Lou Horn, Corey Burton, Mady Norman, and Don Blakely. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of Sears.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of adventure with Richard Widmark as your host. Here's a preview.
Did you believe Mariana escaped? No one escapes El Condor's prison walls. Sign your confession.
No.
Your friend is dead, trying to escape. Is that what you wish? Dad?
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in cares for safe for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children.
Join hands to save for children.
Please send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, Box 576, New York 10016.
This is Richard Widmark. When Ruth Rodriguez decided to backpack across South America with her fellow graduate student Keith Hagen, it was the first time she'd ever disobeyed her parents. But had Ruth known of the nightmare which awaited her in one oppressed South American country, she would never have left Southern California.
The customs guard warned us not to sightsee in the barrio.
We won't stay long, Ruth. I just want a few snapshots of these tin-roofed huts to contrast with the shots I took at the luxury hotels downtown.
So many poor children on this muddy street. All those little bellies swollen with hunger.
This isn't exactly a compassionate country, you know.
Keith, there's a man lying in that alley.
Looks like somebody really beat him up badly. He needs a doctor.
The children, their parents, everyone's disappeared on this street. Maybe we shouldn't get involved.
What's the matter with you? I'm going for help. You try to keep his face out of the mud.
Keith ran. He ran past rows of adobe huts, through streets of wet mud up to his ankles. He exited the barrio onto a cobblestone street, and within 5 minutes had found a policeman. At first, Keith thought he had forgotten the way back to Ruth and the severely beaten man lying in the alley. The rows of adobe huts and the blank stares of the barrio peasants kept recurring with nightmarish regularity. After 30 minutes of fruitless search, the policeman grew disgusted and left Keith standing alone in the muddy barrio street. Ruth had disappeared.
Ruth! Ruth!
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Country of Fear, by Bruce Martin. Our stars, Joan McCall and Jack Crucian. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops.
for value.
Our family is growing pretty big these days. We've got family members in 9 different states, and Sears sure comes in handy. We can select gifts at the Sears near us, then bring them along on visits to our daughter in Seattle and my brother in Miami. And if what we bought isn't just right for them, they go to the Sears near them and exchange it. That's Sears. In their stores or through the catalog, Sears is where America shops.
Sears, where America shops.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at both Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
At Sears.
Whisper Glide. Sears' best Whisper Glide Travis rods offer you more features than any other line of Travis rods anywhere. Whisper Glide. So if you're decorating or redecorating, choose these. Whisper Glide. Their design features remarkably smooth drawing, and Sears' own non-tilt carriers help keep your draperies straight. Best yet, there's a size and a style of Whisper Glide Travis rods to fit just about every decorating idea. Whisper Glide. Our best. At most larger Sears retail stores. American graduate student Ruth Rodriguez has disappeared in an oppressed South American country. Keith Hagen, Ruth's boyfriend and traveling companion, returns daily to the American consulate, hoping to learn Ruth's whereabouts from the American consul, Mr. George Edmond.
I appreciate your dilemma more than you realize, Keith.
But Ruth's been missing 8 days, Mr. Edlund. The police keep demonstrating a lot of concerned inaction, and you keep advising patience. It's driving me up a wall.
Well, I'm hoping Mr. Rhodes here can help.
And who is Mr. Rhodes?
I am a correspondent for Unified Wire Services. How much do you and Ruth know about the political climate in this country?
Ruth and I met at UCLA. She's a geography major, and mine's poli-sci, and my field of interest is South American governments. So I know that behind the lush scenery and the colorful Indian blankets, General Salazar runs this poor country with an iron fist.
Then you also know how close Salazar's opposition, the guerrilleros, are to toppling his regime, huh?
What does that have to do with Ruth?
3 weeks from now, the U.S. Congress debates General Salazar's $40 million aid request. Enough guns and riot control equipment to prop up his shaky regime another 2 or 3 years. I have a suspicion General Salazar mistakenly believes the confession of an American college student on espionage charges will secure him that military aid.
Salazar is holding Ruth?
Not Salazar directly, but his secret police.
Where?
We've heard a rumor from a reliable source inside El Condor prison.
The locals have dubbed El Condor the House of Laughter. On a still night, the screams of the political prisoners carry outside the prison gates.
Oh, dear God. We've got to get Ruth out of there.
I told you we have only a rumor. Without verification, the ambassador cannot apply pressure.
Mr. Rhodes, you could print Ruth's story. World opinion would free her.
Print a rumor? The secret police would deny it and move her to a camp in the jungle.
At least inside El Condor, we can keep a surreptitious eye on Ruth.
It's my fault Ruth's in this mess. I dragged her into the barrio. How can I help?
Well, I have a proposal. But should you accept, this consulate and the American ambassador would deny...
Naturally. If I'm caught.
If you and Mr. Rhodes are caught, we go together.
Inside El Condor?
Yeah. To try to find Ruth. I'm proposing this drastic shot in the dark because Ruth's life is at stake.
How do we get Ruth out?
We don't. We're going in for the evidence we need to free her through Mr. Edlund's diplomatic channels.
Yesterday, Keith, you described to me Ruth's gold heart locket.
Sure. The locket has Ruth's initials engraved on it.
If the secret police haven't taken it from her, the locket will be all the evidence we need.
And if they have taken Ruth's locket?
Well, that's the chance I'm asking you to take.
How do we get inside El Condor?
At General Salazar's invitation.
Salazar's making a big effort to polish his tarnished image in the States. A local newspaper editor, Luis Correa, was granted permission to invite a group of American reporters to inspect El Condor tomorrow.
Senor Correa, saw to it that your name appears on the list.
When I'm inside, how do I find Ruth?
We have the general location of Ruth's cell and a diagram of the security checkpoints inside the political cell block. The lack of diligent security inside El Condor is as notorious as the sadists who staff it.
What happens if Mr. Rhodes and I are caught?
With the congressional vote on Salazar's aid request coming up, we expect at the very worst that the two of you would be expelled from the country.
I have one more question. Mr. Rhodes, who do you work for?
I'm not CIA, if that's what you mean.
But you are risking your neck for a girl you never met.
Well, I don't deny I smell a story, and I'd like your promise on an exclusive. But I also know that Ruth will spend many years in El Condor prison if she signs a false confession. Too many years for me to live with if I don't do my damnedest to help.
Colonel Mendez speaking. Si, General Salazar. I am certain that Capitan Salcedo believes that Ruth Rodriguez's file was supplied to us by the CIA. See, Capitan Salcedo understands that no visible signs of duress are permitted. Well, she is in Salcedo's office now.
What is your name?
You may call me Alacran. Your confession is on the table before you. Sign it.
Alacran means scorpion. It isn't a name. I have a right to contact the American consulate.
Guerrero terrorists have no right.
Oh, those lights. They're blinding.
Soon you will beg for the opportunity to confess. Open your eyes.
Please, I don't understand. What am I accused of?
You delivered a roll of film compromising many sensitive government military installations to a guerrillero terrorist in the barrio. Fortunately, the secret police arrested you.
That's a lie. Please, the lights, they burn my eyes.
Under my personal interrogation, the man you met in the barrio admitted that you, senorita, are also a guerrillero terrorist. Sign your confession.
I found a bleeding man beaten half senseless in a muddy alley. Everything's going red in front of my eyes.
Think on your blindness as I read. Father, Carlos Rodriguez, born Mexico City, 1932. Mother, Guadalupe Rodriguez, born Nogales, Mexico. You face the lights. Mother, born Nogales, Mexico, 1935. Parents met at a church social in Los Angeles, 1952. Married 1 year later.
How do you know those things about my parents?
A Norte Americano government agency supplied us with your file.
You're saying my government knows I'm your prisoner?
Who do you think gave us your file? Enough of the lights for now.
My eyes burn something awful.
Your eyes will cool as your sight returns. Our great democratic nations are locked in a common struggle against the guerrilleros. Sign your confession.
That's a ludicrous suggestion.
Do you really believe your government would not sacrifice one Mexican-American in the name of national security? From your file. You enrolled University of California at Los Angeles, fall of 1977. California driver's license number N619547, Social Security number 113464225.
You can drop the charade now. I know you're lying.
What lie? How do you know?
I just know. You must be lying.
No lies. Sign your confession or I will be forced to place you in the cell of the beautiful ones.
Who are the beautiful ones?
My children. Women prisoners. Do you wish to join them?
If I sign a false confession, I'm condemning myself.
Sign your confession and you will see your family again in a few months. It is your only hope of freedom.
I can't.
Sí, Alacrán.
Take her to the cell of the beautiful ones.
Super plush. Wrap yourself in the luxury of Sears Super Plush bath towel. Just one touch will tell you they're super thick and luxurious, with more combed cotton terry loops per square inch than any other towel we sell. Each towel weighs over a pound. They're Sears' largest terry bath towels, super thick and absorbent. No wonder they're called Super Plush. Available now in brilliant solids or patterns.
This terry outfit I'm wearing from Sears has all the energy of summer. But what was once just for running is now charged up fashion for your whole sporty day. Terry tanks, V-necks, racing, jogging, and boxer shorts in a range of washable colors and styles. In Mrs. and Junior sizes, $9 to $12 for the tops, just $6 to $7 for the shorts. Look like a pro at having fun in terry. Sure, prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's Sunny Fun Summer for Girls on the Go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pass the creating punch. When it comes to packing sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Fear rushes through the blood of American graduate student Ruth Rodriguez in the cell of the beautiful ones, fellow prisoners maimed under torture. Ruth's interrogator is the sadistic Captain Salcedo, whom she knows only by his netherworld nickname of Alacran the Scorpion. Captain Salcedo demands Ruth sign a false confession admitting she is a member of the terrorist Guerrilleros. American Consul George Edlund and Ruth's boyfriend Keith Hagen have set in motion a desperate gamble to help her. But the question is, will help arrive in time?
There must be 20 or 30 poor women crowded in this cell.
True.
Ay, por favor. Oh.
Good. The God brings Mariana now. Mariana is also a university student. You two should be friends. This local scotch is the best I have to offer, Colonel Mendes.
I am more concerned with your poor performance today as Alacran than the poor quality of your scotch, Capitan Salcedo.
The prisoner maintains a stubborn innocence.
The Americano newspaper reporters inspect the prison this afternoon.
I was not informed.
A mere oversight, Capitan. 1 day's delay will not harm your interrogation. Let the Norte Americana spend her last night of sleep in the cell of the beautiful ones.
It will color her dreams.
You gave a pitiful presentation of the CIA file.
Colonel, I do not question the file the CIA supplied us, but it did not affect the prisoner as was predicted. Does General Salazar truly believe Ruth Rodriguez's confession will bring us the $40 million in American military aid?
Unquestionably. Our Washington lobbyists predict narrow defeat when the American Congress votes in 3 weeks. However, when we release the Ruth Rodriguez confession a few days before the American Congress votes, the swelling publicity shall tip the vote in our favor.
Tomorrow I use fear, paralyzing fear, to make Ruth Rodriguez sign her confession.
I drink to tomorrow, then.
No fear, querida, no fear. Please, Mariana, I want to be alone.
Ay, yo su amiga.
See, Mariana, you are my friend. Alacran said we should be friends. I spit on Alacran's name.
Who are you?
Alekran took my name. I have no name now, or my family might suffer at the hands of Alekran.
I know you both mean well. I prefer to be alone. I am not brave. Yeah, I know my boyfriend Keith must be looking for me. But I fear Alekran will make me sign his confession before Keith can find me. What's the guard doing? Oh, the cell's gone pitch black. He's sealing us in.
Alekran hides his beautiful ones behind the wooden door.
Hide us from what? What doesn't Alekran want us to see?
We have heard that there will be visitors to El Condor today, members of the press. Alekran does not want us to see them. And more truthfully, he does not want them to see us.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
When George had his heart attack, the doctor told me that we had to reduce the animal fat in his diet. His cholesterol count was too high.
What did you do?
George gets only lean meats, and I always cut off extra fat before cooking. He gets low-fat dairy products, grains and cereals, fish, poultry with no skin, fresh fruits and vegetables. And you know what?
What?
Our food bill is lower than before George had his heart attack.
But doesn't he miss all
What's to miss? He eats better than ever before and has more variety in his meals, too. And you know what?
What?
I do, too.
What?
Enjoy.
The American Heart Association wants you to eat foods that not only taste good, but are healthy for your heart. It's not as complicated as you might think. Ask your Heart Association for their free booklet on heart-healthy diets. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Who are those people in the uniforms over there?
Oh, that's the Salvation Army.
Oh, sure. I've heard of the Salvation Army before. Everybody knows them.
Yeah, they're noted for helping people. You know, my father once told me that the Salvation Army operated service units during World War II for our armed forces. He never forgot them for that. They were really helpful.
I wonder if they help people in other ways.
I'm sure they do.
Let's ask them. Excuse me, sir. What are some of the services available at the Salvation Army?
Well, throughout America, the Salvation Army operates daycare centers, adult rehabilitation centers for alcoholics, summer camps for kids, even senior citizen clubs and programs. Oh, the list goes on and on.
Well, thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it.
The pleasure's mine. Have a nice day.
Gee, I had no idea the Salvation Army provided all those services for people.
The Salvation Army cares about you. If you need help with a problem or can help, call your local Salvation Army today.
Held incommunicado in a South American prison cell, American graduate student Ruth Rodriguez contemplates her desperate future. How long can her resolve not to sign a false confession last against physical deprivation and psychological rape?
Welcome to El Condor Prison. I am Coronel Mendez. It is my privilege to escort you gentlemen of the American press through our vast facility. Of course, it is impossible to view all of El Condor cell blocks in one day. So, I will answer any questions that you may have. Senor Correa, where do you suggest I begin?
I suggest we begin with the felons division. Violent crime is a severe problem in North America.
A wise choice. Dangerous men make interesting reading. Tell me, who is the young man beside you?
This is my colleague, Keith Hagen, Colonel. I'm Jack Rhodes, Unified Wire Services.
Senor Rhodes is known for his persuasive journalism.
Oh, yes, Senor Rhodes. You must provide an accurate picture of our penal system for your American readers.
Colonel, on that you have my word.
So you see, gentlemen, each cell block has 3 checkpoints and only 1 exit.
Therefore, the need is small for our guards to patrol the corridors. And now, are there any questions? Excuse me, Coronel. We are running behind the schedule. The kitchen and shower facilities are next.
That's Luis's cue, Keith. We're near the political cell block.
Yeah. Good luck with Mendez.
Colonel, I've got a hypothetical question for you. Do you believe that Guerrero is capable of running a prison this size?
Well, this facility in Guerrero hands would be Dante's Inferno.
Senor, over here, his cell.
Time is short. What do you want?
Give my message to Senor Correa, and I will tell you where Alacran keeps the American gold.
You know? You have seen her?
Si. Tell Senor Correa Erto says Reynaldo is alive.
I swear I tell him. Now, where is the American girl?
That last corridor, I heard the guard shut the wooden door. It is the only cell with a wooden door.
Ruth?
Keith? Oh, thank God you've come.
Ruth, your locket. Your heart locket. Did they take it from you?
No.
Slip the locket under the door.
Why?
We need evidence. Now. Do it.
They want me to sign a confession. They keep saying I'm a Guerrero terrorist.
I know. Hurry.
I'm trying. That the locket won't fit under the door.
I think I hear a guard.
The women in this cell have all been tortured.
Ruth, listen. The American consul says don't sign anything. Your life depends on it.
Please, Keith, don't leave me.
There's a guard. I have to go. Ruth, we'll get you out.
Querido, your boyfriend just told you he needs your locket. Mariana will take your locket to him.
How?
Tomorrow, we, the beautiful ones, help Mariana to escape.
See?
Mañana, I escape.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Yesterday, in the exercise yard, we heard that General Salazar plans to release all non-political prisoners who have a red patch sewn over the heart of their prison shirts. The General does this to celebrate his new Independence Day.
I have seen no one in this cell with a red patch on their shirt.
Oh, my sister wears a red patch. Tomorrow in the exercise yard, Mariana will trade shirts with my sister. My sister will then take Mariana's place among the beautiful ones.
And Mariana walks out of the prison gates in your sister's place?
Sí, querida.
Oh, Alacran will kill her if he catches her.
Sí, Mariana has no family, so Alacran cannot threaten her with reprisals. Maybe when Mariana brings your locket to your boyfriend, he will help us fight Alacran too. Our dream is to rid our country of all General Salazar's Alacran. Ay, como si.
Mariana, here is my locket. When you are free in the city streets, go to the Marisol Hotel, room number 6. Wait there for my boyfriend, Keith Hagen. Keith will know what to do.
Print it, please. Print the story.
It's been less than 48 hours since you spoke to Ruth inside El Condor prison.
1 day, 18 hours, 43 minutes.
When Ruth's name sees print in the major American newspapers, we'll be stealing General Salazar's thunder. He'll realize Ruth's confession won't win him any congressional votes on his foreign aid request.
Jack, if our sole concern was blocking Salazar's $40 million in military hardware, I'd be panting for you to print the story. But it's like Keith said, Ruth's life is at stake.
Today is the 11th day Ruth's been inside that hellhole. We have to do something.
The ambassador feels General Salazar might convict Ruth to a 20-year espionage charge if we tweak him in the pocketbook. He'd do it out of spite.
World opinion wouldn't stand for it.
Without proof that Ruth was falsely imprisoned, world opinion will not be on our side.
Oh, you might be right, Keith.
Damn. A minute ago, I was so sure I knew the right answer.
Think it over. Go back to your hotel room, Keith. Lie down and think over the ramifications of printing Ruth's story.
Guess I do owe Ruth a clear decision.
I'll be in Luis Correa's office at the Press Nacional all day. You can reach me there when you've made your decision.
Ah, yes. Come in, come in.
What do you want?
I have news for you. Your friend, the dull-witted girl?
Mariana?
Yes, exactly. Mariana. She is dead.
What?
Mariana, your friend, she is dead.
How? I mean, what?
Did you believe Mariana escaped? No one escapes El Condor's prison walls. Sign your confession.
No.
Your friend is dead, trying to escape. Is that what you wish? Death? Sign your confession.
Mariana. Oh, Mariana.
Alacran.
Capitan Salcedo, why was I not informed of this Mariana's escape yesterday?
Oh, with respect, Coronel Mendez, I only learned of the prisoner's escape this morning. I reported Mariana's escape to the secret police.
But not to me. I conduct my own investigation, Capitan. The information I have just extracted from the beautiful ones leads me to believe that this Mariana escaped with a locket belonging to Ruth Rodriguez. Do you realize the General's entire campaign to sway American congressional votes may be destroyed?
The secret police must find this Mariana before she can bring Ruth Rodriguez's locket to the American consulate.
I have already ordered the secret police to cordon off the American consulate. The American ambassador knows that we are holding Ruth Rodriguez, but without proof, he would not dare to make a public accusation. We must announce the Norte Americana's confession before Mariana can bring the Americanos the locket.
I promise you, Coronel Mendez, very soon she will break and sign her confession. You will have it very soon.
See. Who is it? Who is there? Senorita, did you not hear me? I asked who you are.
Senor, por favor. Ruth. Ruth.
Is something the matter, Senorita?
Senor Ruth.
May I get you a glass of water?
Senor Hagen, por favor.
Hey, that's Ruth's locket you're holding. You come from Ruth.
Si, senor.
Somebody answer that phone.
Gracias. What's all the commotion about, Reese? The General's newspaper censors resigned?
Did you spend the day in bed, Jack? General Salazar released 300 El Condor inmates yesterday in honor of his new Independence Day.
Hey, that's right. I've been so snowed under with the Ruth Rodriguez disappearance, I forgot about the General's announcement.
Have you had any news of Senorita Rodriguez?
My colleague Keith Hagen asked me to give you an important message from Erto.
Erto was arrested 6 months ago. He worked for me.
Let's step inside your office, Luis. Fewer ears.
You mean I have other police spies working in my newsroom besides Hector, the copy boy? Imagine that. Venga.
Mr. Rhodes, we got it. We got the evidence we need to free Ruth.
Slow down, Keith. Who told you I was in Senor Correa's office?
That guy in the blue shirt out there. The one talking on the phone.
Is it Hector, Jack?
Yeah.
Come in, Mariana.
Yeah. I'll watch the window.
What for?
That guy Hector you spoke to is Senor Correa's resident police stoolie.
The secret police are probably on their way now.
Ay, no, por favor, senor.
Senor Correa, this is Mariana. She's brought Ruth's locket.
Oh, well, that's certainly the evidence we need. Our American consul will be tickled to get that.
But the secret police know Mariana escaped. We saw them patrolling the consulate streets. They're waiting for her to show up at the consulate. That's why I brought Mariana here.
Then I beg you, leave now. Keith, please take Mariana out by the back stairway.
My car's in the alley. Hector's standing out front, obviously waiting for Salazar's goons to show up.
When the police arrive, I will stall them as long as I can.
Ay, muchas gracias, Senor Correa.
Ruth and I thank you, too. We better hurry, Mariana.
Secret police just pulled up. Thanks, Luis. I'll keep in touch.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $76 on a set of 4 Sears steel-belted radial tires. That's great savings on the most popular radial in Sears history. And the Sears heavy-duty shock can help save you from some of the jolts, jars, and jerks. Help save you some money, too. On sale now, only $5.99 each. Save 14% on America's best-selling shock. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
This is my first night camping with my family of 5. Now I'm really glad I packed my Sears family-style tent. It's Sears' best tent, tested by Sir Edmund Hillary, the first man to conquer Mount Everest. This tent stands 6 feet 9 inches in the center and has a sewn-in 10 by 14-foot floor. It sleeps 8, plenty of room for my family, even the dog. We like the windows that can be zipped shut from the inside, and this large front canopy. Sears' best family-style tent is built to be lived in, and if it's good enough for Hillary, it's good enough for my family. At most larger Sears retail stores. Richard Widmark again. And here's the concluding act of Country of Fear.
Another cup, Jack?
Oh, please.
You sure you wouldn't like to try a cup, Keith?
I'm not a coffee drinker.
Excellent coffee is one of the few rewards Foreign Service offers in this country.
How much coffee does someone like Mariana get to drink?
Mariana's in a safe house in the city.
I wish Ruth was with her instead of inside El Condor prison. What do they have to gain by delaying Ruth's release?
Well, I'm speculating, but I imagine the secret police are evaluating reaction to their scapegoat story.
The American papers were flown in hours ago with that story.
Salazar's people are evaluating the reaction in Washington.
With $40 million in U.S. military aid at stake, General Salazar is hedging his bets.
Captain Salcedo makes a very convenient scapegoat for Ruth's imprisonment. We won't be able to contradict their story if Salcedo toes Salazar's line.
That doesn't explain the delay behind Ruth's promised release this afternoon.
If Colonel Mendez somehow knew Ruth had proof Captain Salcedo didn't act alone, he couldn't afford to release her.
General Salazar wouldn't permit any accidents. An accident to Ruth would destroy his military aid request.
But it is a possibility, isn't it, Mr. Edlund? Ruth's life is still very much in danger.
I don't believe so.
But you can't be certain.
Well, no.
We get Ruth out now.
Colonel Mendez won't be prepared.
Just the reason we go now. They're expecting us at 7 tonight. We show up at the prison 5 hours earlier.
Mendez will bark at the thought of you babysitting Ruth on his doorstep. I'd like to come along. After all, Keith did promise me an exclusive on Ruth's story.
Yeah, let him bark. I'll remind him of the democratic image he told me yesterday he hopes to maintain. He should be delighted to see a member of the press in our entourage.
I am Colonel Mendez, Capitan Salcedo's superior officer. I believe you know Capitan Salcedo as Alacran.
So the scorpion does have a real name. I wake up in a soft bed and a clean room with food prepared for me. What new trick is this, Coronel?
No trick. You have been in this prison 13 days, 11 in Capitan Salcedo's hands and 2 days in my care. Your Alacran, Capitan Salcedo, is to be court-martialed.
I don't believe you. If I've been saved, as you say, then why isn't someone from the American consulate here?
Tonight, the American consul and your young man, Senor Hagen, will escort you out of the prison.
You're lying.
Oh, I understand your doubt. You have been through a harrowing ordeal. Please. Here, over there, read the American newspapers on the table.
How do I know your people didn't print up these New York papers?
Senorita Rodriguez, I understand your distrust. Read, examine the facts. Check the dates.
Mariana's alive.
Oh, the dull-witted girl? The one who smuggled your locket out of prison? See? She's alive.
Captain Salcedo told me she was dead.
Oh, it's nothing more than Capitan Salcedo's cruel joke.
This isn't what happened. They haven't printed the truth.
Praise God that the Capitan Salcedo's superior officers believe Mariana's story. Otherwise, you might still be in that madman's hands.
Salcedo didn't act alone. Apparently independent of the country's internal security forces, it says. That line is what we Americans call a crock, Colonel Mendez.
I assure you, you are wrong. The Capitan freely admits that he acted upon his own authority.
I told Captain Salcedo I knew he was lying to me, and I know that you're lying to me now.
Please, explain. I do not understand your words.
The file Salcedo showed me, the one he said the CIA supplied to him to convince me I had to sign his false confession. I know where the information in that file came from. Out of my college transcripts.
Oh, excuse my smile, but that is a little fantastic.
To believe Salcedo hired someone in California to break into my university's records office on his own? Yes. But I'd bet your general hired a professional thief to photocopy my transcripts, especially with $40 million in foreign aid on the line. That's the figure in the newspapers here.
It's really a little too fantastic.
Oh, the files account for the days I was held in isolation before my interrogation began. You had to wait for my transcripts to be stolen.
I sincerely hope to leave the CIA's name out of this affair. Our staunch friend has been a victim of much adverse publicity recently. The CIA persuaded Capitan Salcedo to pressure a confession from you. They believe that your confession would shock the liberal elements in your Congress into approving our $40 million military aid request.
You're lying through your teeth.
A passage would have spared the necessity of the CIA providing any clandestine contribution to us.
Colonel, 4 years ago, I inadvertently entered the wrong Social Security number on my college application. The last digit was off. It was the number Captain Salcedo read to me. I even tried to correct it at the time, but you know how bureaucracies lend themselves to error.
Unbelievable.
Yes. You would think that if the CIA decided I was important enough to warrant a top-secret file, they'd at least get my Social Security number straight. No American government agency was involved at all.
You realize that political blackmail is wielded by the Davids as well as the Goliaths, with no room for a citizen's personal satisfaction.
Personal satisfaction?
Think back on the days when you were Capitan Salcedo's prisoner.
Salcedo deserves to die.
Oh, you hate him enough to wish his death?
Yes.
I could order Capitan Salcedo brought into this room.
I'd scratch his eyes out.
My general empowered me to offer you a more reasonable compensation. One with greater personal satisfaction. Capitan Salcedo's execution.
In exchange for what?
Your silence.
Would there be witnesses?
There are no witnesses to a suicide. Only you and I and Capitan Salcedo will be in the room.
send for him.
Excuse me, Coronel Mendez. The American consul has arrived unexpectedly. He demands to speak with you.
Ah, that is excellent. Have Capitan Salcedo join me and the Norte Americana Rodriguez here in this room. Leave us but 5 minutes, no longer, and then escort the American consul into the room.
Si, Coronel.
The American consul must enter the room immediately after you hear the gunshot.
A gunshot? Will the Coronel be safe?
I will be ecstatic. Follow your orders, and you will help the Norte Americana hand back to me a lost political card. A card the American consul shall help me play. Please be seated at the table with Señorita Rodriguez, Capitan Salcedo.
Coronel, I understood I was to have no further contact with the prisoner.
An execution is now necessary. I need a witness to confirm my report to the General.
I will be happy to serve as your witness.
Hand me your pistol.
Since my pistol is to be used in the execution, should not my hand pull the trigger?
Hand the pistol to me.
Si, Coronel. Colonel Mendez, what are you doing?
I am handing your pistol to the prisoner. Oh, sit down in your chair, Capitan. The young lady is pointing a loaded gun at your head.
But why?
Call it reasonable compensation. Your colonel and I made a bargain. I keep quiet about the nightmare you put me through in exchange for your execution here in this room.
But I am a loyal officer. I obeyed my orders. I am a son in the General's army. The General would never permit such an incident.
General Salazar has already accepted Señorita Rodriguez's bargain. Please proceed, Señorita.
I volunteered to take the blame for the prisoner's arrest to spare the General embarrassment. I would gladly die fighting the guerrilleros, but to die at the Norte Americana's hands is to die like a dog.
Now you strip the poor man of his dignity. Shoot him.
Feel the pistol pressed against your temple? You're sweating, Malacran.
I only obeyed the colonel's orders.
I close my eyes, and I relive the sleepless horrors of your prison.
Now, pull the trigger.
Colonel Mendez ordered me to do these things.
Kill him. What are you doing?
I am placing the gun on the table, Colonel. As for you, Captain Salcedo, remember that your colonel's treachery was sanctioned by General Salazar himself. Yes, you have your life. I pray you use it to tell your brother officers of your ordeal in this country of fear, just as I intend to tell the world.
Why? Why did you not kill him?
To beat you at your own game, my dear Colonel. In this way, Captain Salcedo will help defeat all of General Salazar's alacrons. Men like yourself, Colonel Mendez.
A moment, please, Senor Conde. Step aside, soldier.
It would appear your friends have arrived.
Get out of the way. We're going through that door.
What's going on in here?
Oh, Ruth. We're a little early, Colonel Mendez. I am aware of that, Señor Consul.
Dear God, look what they've done to you.
No, Keith. It's not what they've done to me. It's what I've done to them.
Looks like it's going to be a hot one today with 90% humidity.
It's the kind of weather that makes you want to drop into Sears for the most popular blend underwear. Why? Because it's a blend of 65% polyester for strength and 35% combed cotton for softness and absorbency, with a two-way stretch for the comfortably snug fit men appreciate, especially in the warm, active months ahead. So drop in and discover Sanfonet t-shirts, undershirts, and briefs.
Almost summer, and there I was, still in my winter sports shirts, feeling the heat. So I went to Sears.
and discovered a summer sports shirt collection. Some interlock knits caught my eye with full-button fronts in solids and patterns, and they're short-sleeved. This is a style I can feel comfortable in. Better yet, the interlock knits of polyester are easy care. My wife likes that. Now I'm looking forward to those lazy summer days ahead, wearing my new crisp-looking shirts from Sears. For those hot summer days ahead, Sears is serving a refreshment of cool savings. Now through May 26th, you'll save $100 on a Sears Better Series central air conditioning system with an electronic control that regulates the condenser fan to run at the unit's quietest proper speed for the outdoor temperatures. So enjoy a cool $100 savings now. Discover Sears Central Air Conditioning in Good Series, Better Series, and Sears Best Series. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Country of Fear was written by Bruce Martin, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Joan McCall and Jack Crucian. Featured in the cast were Brian Farrell, Vic Perrin, Virginia Gregg, Lillian Baeth, Howard Culver, Marvin Miller, and Tom Holland. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Associate Director of Sears Radio Theater is Ken McManus. Sound effects were created by Bud Tollefson. Joanne Thompson is production supervisor. And the recording engineers are Joe Wachter and Hal MacDonald. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Like the wind, we feel its effect, but we cannot see it. It touches each and every one of us without exception. Young or old, rich or poor, black or white. It's something we all have in common. Tension. When we're unable to cope with tension, it can turn against us. It can make us fail at our jobs, fail our families, and most important, fail ourselves. Learning to cope with tension is a never-ending process. One that begins at birth and continues to the end of life. It's one of the keys to happiness and good mental health in our time. This is Cliff Robertson. There are few of us who wouldn't welcome solid advice from a good friend on how to deal more effectively with our tensions. That friend can be your mental health association. Contact them for a copy of their pamphlet, How to Deal with Your Tensions.
Run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline! Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of these CBS Radio network stations.
Next Monday's Sears Radio Theater will be A Story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Let's listen.
So, now what are you going to do about it?
Well, it's not what I'm going to do about it. It's what they're going to do. They obviously have to print a retraction. They can't go around accusing innocent people of being retired gunslingers.
So be sure and tune in next Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
So, now what are you going to do about it?
Well, it's not what I'm going to do about it. It's what they're going to do. They obviously have to print a retraction. They can't go around accusing innocent people of being retired gunslingers.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. When you shop, remember that there's more than just the price of the product to consider. There's also the reputation of the seller. And if you have a question about reliability, check with your local Better Business Bureau. It's also good practice to check the warranty, what it does and doesn't cover. It's also a good idea to find out if you have to pay for shipping if the merchandise must be returned. And check to see what other charges, if any, you're going to have to pay. Another way to be a careful shopper is to know something about the policies of the store or the seller. Consumers should find out what the return policy is. Does the store give cash refunds? Does it provide credit on future purchases? Does it allow returns only on certain products and not on others? Look, you better get all the facts before you buy. This has been a consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
This is Lorne Greene. By the year 1890, Americans were as fond of reading about the West as they were of settling it. Eastern newspapers and pulp magazines made heroes of such generally shady characters as Wild Bill Hickok, Doc Holliday, and Wyatt Earp. Millions were excited by their sensational exploits, most of them made up or embroidered upon by overeager writers. Now, those particular footsteps belonged to a gentleman in a derby hat and a double-breasted suit who was pacing up and down the railroad station platform of Smoke's End, Kansas. No, he's not a famous gunslinger. He doesn't even look like one. But that gentleman is as responsible for Wyatt Earp's notoriety as Wyatt Earp was. His name is Clarence Dayton, and he writes for the Boston Herald. His pen has made heroes of more men than Samuel Colt's six-gun ever did. He looks a little out of place in this small Kansas town of Smoke's End, but he didn't intend to be here. His train broke down, and he's merely waiting for another one. But before that train gets here, he's going to hear about a legend that's going to change his life and the lives of every single person in Smoke's End, Kansas. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Legend, by John Vornholt. Our stars, Parley Bayer and Tommy Kirk. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices. Plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth.
Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
There are two people you ought to know about in the tiny town of Smoke's End, Kansas. One is the town's inveterate cut-up and ne'er-do-well, Billy Weaver. The other is Ned Austin, mild-mannered, soft-spoken owner of the town's hardware store. The fact that these two are fast friends confirms the age-old adage that opposites do attract.
Howdy, Ned. How's my favorite shopkeep?
Billy, you're looking well this morning, considering.
Yeah. I want to thank you for getting me out of that scrape last night. It was you, wasn't it?
It was me. You were fairly drunk last night.
Fairly for a Wednesday. Now, if that had been a Saturday night, I would have just been getting started.
Well, you ought not to be getting into fights when you're that drunk.
I ought not to be playing poker when I'm that drunk. At least not with them crazy Jones boys. What, they were beating the bejeebers out of me when you stepped in.
Well, I don't normally engage in fisticuffs, but I couldn't walk by that alley and watch them beating up a friend of mine. Now, whatever you do, Billy, please don't mention it to anybody. Emily would kill me if she ever found out I was in a fight.
Don't worry, Ned. Your secret's safe with me. But I gotta say, you handled yourself fairly well.
Well, luckily, they were as drunk as you were.
Yeah, but there was two of them, don't forget. At least, I think there was two of them.
There was two of them.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Ned, thanks. I'm ready now for what Thursday's got to offer. I'll be seeing you.
My.
I tell you, he's right down there now at the depot.
Who?
That writer feller, Clarence Dayton. Maybe he's doing a story on somebody in Smoke's End.
If he's at the depot, don't you think it's more likely he's just waiting for a train?
Well, I suppose he could be doing that, too.
Billy, come here. What's all the commotion about?
We got us a genuine celebrity down at the depot.
Lot of Crabtree?
Oh, dream on. It's some kind of writer fella from Boston. He's interviewed Billy the Kid and Wyatt Earp and all of them fellas.
Well, who's he interviewing here? We ain't got nobody in Smoke's End who even knows how to load a gun.
Maybe there's a famous gunslinger in town we don't know nothing about.
Oh, go on. All we got in this town is drunks and shopkeepers. We're the drunks, and we know it ain't one of us. And it sure ain't one of them shopkeepers like that puny little Ned Austin.
Hey, don't you badmouth Ned Austin. You don't know nothing about Ned Austin.
Well, I know he ain't no gunslinger. Hell, Ned's afraid to sweep a cockroach out of his store.
That ain't true. I happen to know Ned has a secret past.
Ned Austin? Billy, if Ned Austin was ever a ferocious gunslinger, I'll buy you a drink every day of your life for as long as you live.
Yeah, me too.
You got yourself a deal. Come on, Henry.
What for?
Just come on.
Well, what are you fixing to do here at the depot, Billy?
When's the next train due in?
In about half an hour.
That's perfect. We know our rider friend ain't going to risk missing that train. Shh. There he is now.
Yeah, but Billy, what...
Just go along with whatever I do. Yeah, remember the time Ned Austin gunned down those 6 Union deserters in Abilene?
Huh?
Boy, the territory was really lawless back then. But our Ned Austin was such a good lawman that nobody cared that he used to ride with Jesse James.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and what about the time John Wesley Hardin and his gang tried to take over the town? Old Ned shot all their horses out from under him, tied them to a tree, and put them on the next stage out of town.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Of course, Wyatt Earp offered him a job as chief deputy in Dodge City, but Ned said it's got to be Marshal or nothing else. So, Earp had to get Doc Holliday instead.
Pardon me, sir.
Yeah? Something I can do for you?
Did I hear you mention Wyatt Earp?
Did I? Well, I thought I was talking about Ned Austin. Of course, you've heard about Ned Austin.
Well, no, I haven't.
You haven't? Oh, but then you look like an Easterner to me, and Easterners don't know much about gunfighters and such.
Sir, I'll have you know I'm an expert on Western gunfighters. I spent many hours interviewing Wyatt Earp, and he never mentioned anything about a Ned Austin.
Well, of course not. You think he wants people to know Ned did most of his dirty work for him? He's a very jealous fellow, old Wyatt is.
But what else has this Ned Austin done?
Well, I don't know if I should tell you, seeing as how you're going to write it down in that little pad of yours. But I guess Ned is retired. He can't do much harm. Oh, there's so much to tell, I just don't know where to begin.
My train's almost ready to go. Quickly, is there anything else you can tell me about Ned Austin?
Oh, I'm sure I left out quite a bit. Old Ned's had some career.
He certainly has. The way he stopped that lynching party single-handedly is extraordinary. I'd love to meet him.
He don't like the press. They sort of ignored him.
He won't be ignored anymore, I can promise you that. Gentlemen, you've done Ned a great service by telling me all this. I must have enough here for a dozen articles. I really must go. Gentlemen, I thank you profusely. Keep your eyes open. My articles are often reprinted in local newspapers. Goodbye.
Henry, I think we have just made old Ned Austin, owner of Smoke's End's only hardware store, into a legend.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Honey, I can't sleep.
Maybe you should try counting sheets.
You mean sheep?
No, Medley sheets from Sears in so many great colors from light to dark.
Rest easy knowing your bed looks fantastic because Medley solids come in up to 24 colors like Indian copper, royal blue, lemon yellow, and jungle green. But don't just count them. Mix and match them with Medley pattern sheets and cases for a designer effect. Then dream in color tonight. Available at most larger Sears retail stores in the catalog.
Honey, we've been on the road all day, and you still look cool and crisp.
Wearing these Sears shorts and T-shirt help. They're so cool and packable on trips. I brought along several of each. The T-shirts come in solid shades, color-keyed to the solid or patterned walking shorts, so I can affordably mix and match a vacation's worth of easy care sportswear. A summer's worth of looks.
Smart lady.
Summer T-shirts and shorts from Sears. Cool, neat, and practical. Available in Mrs. sizes.
At most larger Sears retail stores.
Life is a little slow-moving in Smoke's End, but it still goes on. And 3 weeks and countless drinks later, we rejoin the boys in the local saloon.
I tell you, when Billy finally saw that peddler's worthless horse, he turned white as sweet milk.
I did not.
It was worth every cent I lost in that poker game just to see you finally get taken for something, Billy.
I'll bet. Billy? Billy, you got to see this. It's the Wichita Express. Take a look at that front page story.
Oh, my goodness. Let me see that. Huh? 6 guns blazing. Ned Austin tames the West.
First in a series?
Well, so that writer feller was in town to interview Ned Austin.
I'll take my first 4 drinks now, Ed, so as to buy a round for everybody.
How do I know this ain't some fake newspaper?
Oh, it ain't fake. You can read the same story in the Abilene Post and about a half dozen Eastern papers.
I told you boys that you didn't know nothing about the great Ned Austin. Where's Bert? I'm feeling awful thirsty.
Billy, don't you think somebody ought to mention this to Ned?
Oh, he'll find out sooner or later. Won't he be plumb tickled?
Well, I always said you couldn't tell.
I read it right in that page on the newspaper there.
Yeah, well.
Don't you?
Good afternoon, Widow Wilkins. Afternoon, Bert. Howdy, Ned. Widow Wilkins?
Oh, afternoon, Ned. Mr. Austin. Excuse me. I've just got to get along.
Well, I wonder what got into her.
Don't know what it might be. How are you, Ned?
Well, I'm fine. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. Just a slight case of nerves, that's all. Nothing for you to be concerned about.
Well, you'd better take care of yourself.
Oh, sure, Ned. You too. Widow Wilkins, wait for me.
I am waiting, and I'm wondering, he don't look like a steely-eyed gunslinger.
It's always them quiet types you gotta look out for.
Emily, my dear, I'm home.
Ned Austin, have you seen the newspaper today?
Why, no, I haven't. We got in a shipment of nails. Half of them were rusty, and I had to sort through them all.
Here, you can read one right now. There's a very interesting article on the front page.
Oh, yes, I see. That is amazing. 63 straight days without rain.
Oh, no. Down here.
Where? Oh, see, you're right. That is interesting. He has the same name I do.
Ned, he is you.
What?
Look, he now lives in Smoke's End. He has the same name, age, everything. Ned, I'm only going to ask you this once, and I want an honest answer. Were you ever a gunfighter?
No.
I didn't think so. Well, maybe you can tell me where this story came from?
Well, it's some kind of gross error, a case of mistaken identity.
Obviously.
Emily, if I didn't know you better, I'd say you were disappointed that I'm not this person.
Well, it's just that sometimes every woman... Oh, never mind. If you say, Ned, that you were never a gunfighter, I believe you.
Well, thank you.
So, now what are you going to do about it?
Well, it's not what I'm going to do about it. It's what they're going to do. They obviously have to print a retraction. They can't go around accusing innocent people of being retired gunslingers.
No, that won't do any good. By now, everybody in town has read this. All our friends, everyone we know. What will they think?
Well, I'll tell them it's not true.
Then they'll think you're crazy. They'll think you made up the story.
Why would they think that?
Well, if it's not true, somebody must have made it up. No, I think the best thing to do is just ignore it. People will forget.
People don't forget, Emily, that you're a hired killer.
But we don't want to fan the fires. Oh, promise me, Ned, that you won't say anything about this to anyone.
Well, I don't think anyone who knows me is ever going to believe this junk.
Oh, my dear Ned, you have a lot to learn about human nature.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
It was a
dive like any other, except worse. I was tracking the number one killer. My name's Hart, Sam Hart. I was just walking out of the joint when I spotted his accomplices. What are you serving there, sister?
A taco for the moose and a shake for Babyface.
What have you got against them?
Nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Sending them to their graves is more like it. You're giving them some nutrition, all right, but you're loading them with calories and animal fat and cholesterol.
Bug off. What's wrong with that, anyway?
A fatty diet makes it easy for the big one. Heart and blood vessel disease. Who's setting them up?
Most people set themselves up for heart disease with smoking, no exercise, and improper diet. Call your American Heart Association for more information. We're fighting for your life.
Mystery by the Masters. Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Robert Louis Stevenson, Guy de Maupassant. You'll hear radio dramatizations of their most popular works on our CBS Radio Mystery Theater Weekend Classics. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for Mystery 7 times a week on most of these stations, with original radio plays Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we bring you the classics, modern adaptations of the world's greatest stories of mystery, adventure, suspense, and even humor from the pen of Mark Twain. If you've read them before and want to enjoy them again, or if they're new to you now, listen here and enjoy our radio dramatizations of the world's great literature every Saturday and Sunday on CBS Radio Mystery Theater. And of course, listen in Monday through Friday, too, for original tales of the macabre over most of these CBS Radio network stations.
And so the legend of Ned Austin was born, and it continued to grow. Every week, new exploits appeared in journals throughout the land. Between the imagination of that noted liar, Billy Weaver, and that of writer Clarence Dayton, even Homer would be hard put to come up with better tales. And as his wife Emily warned him, it did no good for Ned to deny the stories.
You busy, Ned?
Judge Cahill. This is a surprise. To what do I owe this visit?
Politics, Ned, politics. That's the place for a man like you. Undoubtedly, you are aware that we shall be electing a new mayor soon.
I vote for you every year.
No, Ned, I shall not be running this year. The party would like to nominate another man. A man so popular, he would be a virtual shoo-in, even without campaigning.
Who?
Oh, what modesty. The public loves that. The man I speak of is none other than yourself.
Me? Mayor?
Of course, it would only be a stepping stone. I firmly believe that in a couple of years you could occupy the governor's mansion.
Governor?
Your name is known far and wide across the state. It is on the lips of every schoolboy. You'll campaign in a dark suit wearing a gun belt and, of course, a marshal's star. We'll create a law and order platform, and you should...
Thank you very much, Judge Cahill. I will certainly consider it. I don't want to be a legend.
And so, before Zeke had a chance to pick up that horse, I went out and bought myself some gold paint. I spent all night painting that old nag's teeth gold. Ned Austin, what are you doing here?
It's all right, fellas. Get back to your business.
Have a seat, Ned.
Thank you.
What are you doing in the saloon?
Billy, Henry, for the first time in my life, I feel like I need a drink.
Well, let me buy you one then. Barkeep, give us another one over here, will you? Thanks. Put this one on Ed's bill. Now, tell me, Ned, what's the problem?
What's the problem? Billy, have you ever had to live up to being a legend?
No. Except when it comes to drinking.
Well, it's no fun, I can tell you that. Everybody wants favors. Everybody notices me. Everybody wants to talk to me and be my friend.
Well, what's wrong with that? I wish I was in your shoes. I could probably get credit anywhere in town.
I already have credit.
Oh, now look, Ned, I think you're taking this whole thing too seriously. How many people get to be living legends in their lifetime? Not too many, I can tell you that. Hell, a lot of people spend their whole lives trying to get people to notice them and think they're important. Why, you got it without even trying.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Well, certainly. You should be enjoying it rather than trying to fight it. Let people think you're a hero. You might even learn to like it.
But my wife is... Emily...
Emily might even learn to like it. I bet people have been paying up their hardware bills a lot faster.
Well, that is true. It hasn't hurt business at all. And there have been a few other advantages. I get right to the head of the line at the barber shop.
You see?
And they polished my buggy at the livery stable, and I didn't even ask them to.
You see, what'd I tell you? This hero business is a snap. But you just look and act the part, and everything is going to be just fine.
Yes. Well, cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers! Cheers! There now, Ned. Oh, it may take a while to get the hang of it.
Emily, my dear, I'm home.
Why, Ned Austin, I do believe you're drunk.
I do believe so, too. But you
never drink.
That's probably why I am drunk.
Here, sit down before you fall down.
Oh, my.
Ned Austin, I am ashamed of you. You're acting just like those town hooligans. Like that no-good Billy Weaver.
Now, don't badmouth Billy Weaver. He is a friend of mine.
I just don't know what's gotten into you since those newspaper stories started coming out. You've changed.
I should certainly hope so. Why, before I was just a hardware store owner. Now I'm a hero hardware store owner.
But you didn't do any of those things, Ned.
Did Hercules do all those things he was supposed to do? I doubt it.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if you were actually a hero, but, well, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous to want people to look up to me? So what if I'm not a gunslinger? I am important. And I have as much right to respect as anyone else.
Ned Austin, will you please grow up?
Woman, will you please shut up?
Well, fellers, there she is, Smoke's End.
Are you sure that's where Ned Austin lives, Joe Bob? That crummy little place?
That's what the newspapers said, and I'd better be right.
Yeah, we come a hell of a fur piece for nothing if it ain't.
It's right, Ike, it is right.
Hey, Joe Bob, do you think the papers also write about him being so fast? I mean, Ned Austin, that is?
I don't know, but there's three of us, ain't they? One of us is bound to get him.
And it better be me.
Shut up, Ike. We ain't decided that yet.
What about me? I want to be famous, too.
Now, don't you worry, Horace. We're all going to be famous. The men that gunned down Ned Austin are bound to be.
Yeah, he's got himself some reputation.
And we're going to get ourselves that reputation soon. They're going to write about us in history books. The Hester boys. The ones that gunned down Ned Austin.
Whee, doggies. We'll be right up there with Wyatt Earp and Wild Bill Hickok.
Yeah, we sure will be.
We gotta get him first.
We'll do that, all right.
Hey, fellas, you're still a couple miles to that place. What you say we make camp and go on in the morning? Huh?
You ain't getting scared, are you, Joe Bob?
Now, you just wait and see who gets off the first shot. I'm tired, is all.
Yeah, let's get some sleep.
Might as well. We got a big day ahead of us in the morning.
Oh, sure do. We're gonna kill the great Ned Austin.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
We picked up Sears Easy Living flat and ceiling paints for only $8.99 and saved $4 per gallon.
And on Easy Living semi-gloss paints, too.
These are Sears' best quality paints at a great price.
I got rugged Sears Weather Beater paint for only $9.99 and saved $5 a gallon. That's a 30% savings on durable Sears Weather Beater paint.
It's a Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale. Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
And now for men, a Sears super value on a vested 4-piece suit. Just $89.97 is the special purchase price that buys a coat, 2 slacks, and a reversible vest that combine for a wardrobe of 6 different outfits. Come see for yourself that this special purchase, though not reduced, is an exceptional value. Sears vested 4-piece suit, only $89.97 while quantities last. It's a value that's worth a special trip. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Who has short shorts? Sears has short shorts in pre-washed denim at the Budget Shop.
The Budget Shop? Yeah, but I thought that's known
For value? It is. You know how rock teams with roll will price teams with active, fun styling at the Budget Shop. Like Easy Care polyester terry T-tops. And short shorts. A look and feeling that's cool, man. Cool. Pre-washed, too. In navy or white polyester and cotton with all the jean-style details. Terry and denim are ready to bop in Sears Budget Shop.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Lorne Greene again. And here's the concluding act of the legend.
Where are we going, Joe Bob?
Now, just where do you think we're going? We're going in the saloon. Hey, come on, boys. This ain't no funeral. Drink up.
Drink up.
Hey, Billy, who are these yokels?
I don't know, but I ain't never seen so many guns outside the 7th Cavalry.
You, friend, can I buy you a drink?
Why, certainly. That just happens to be my favorite method of getting acquainted.
What about your pal?
Oh, anything I drink, he'll drink.
Bartender, give us a couple over here, too. Now, my name is Joe Bob Hester. This is my baby brother Horace here. And our cousin Ike. We're from Plain City.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
You know what, friend? Someday, you are going to be able to tell your grandchildren that you met us.
Well, I certainly hope so. Cheers.
To fame and fortune.
Yeah, to fame and fortune.
Well, what brings you gentlemen to Smoke's End? Business?
Business? Yeah, you might say that.
We're here to do a little hunting.
Oh, there's not much hunting in these parts.
Well, there's going to be enough for us.
Yeah.
Either of you boys know a certain fella by the name of Ned Austin?
Ned Austin. Let's see now. Is he short and fat?
Oh, you must know him. He's world famous.
Oh, that Ned Austin. Oh, why, yeah, he used to live in these parts,
Used to?
Well, a man like that doesn't stay in one place too long. Pretty much just comes and goes like a wisp of smoke. No family, no nothing.
Hey, Joe Bob, the fella at the end of the bar says this Ned Austin fella lives in a big yellow house at the west end of town.
Mister, seems like you ain't such a good source for information.
Well, I'm just new in town myself. I never met the gentleman.
That's too bad, because it looks like you're never going to have the chance.
You know, the whiskey in this place is just terrible. I bet you fellas would appreciate some good sipping whiskey, like some 12-year-old Kentucky bourbon. I got some at home.
Let's go.
No, Henry here at Confession. You know where I mean, don't you, Henry?
Yeah. I think I know where you mean. I'll be right back.
Now, don't you take too long, Henry.
Ned, hurry up. You got to get out of this house.
Slow down, Henry. Now, what's the matter?
Well, 3 strangers just rode into town looking for you. They want to kill you.
Oh, no.
Now, let's not panic. The marshal
is in Abilene testifying in a trial. There's nobody who can stop them if they come gunning for you.
Oh, Ned.
Now, where are they now?
In the saloon. Billy can keep them there for a while, but sooner or later they're going to come looking for you. They already know where you live.
Ned, we've got to get out of town.
Yes, I guess so. Thank you for warning me, Henry. Emily, you pack a few things, and I'll hitch up the buggy.
I don't mean to sound suspicious-like, but where is that friend of yours?
He doesn't know my place too well. He must be having a hard time finding where I keep the liquor.
He didn't go to get no whiskey, did he?
You people are just trying to protect Ned Austin, that's all. But if he's that tough, he won't need your protecting. Anyhow, we're going to find out. Come on.
The buggy's ready, Emily. Now, don't worry. We don't need to take much.
Where are we going?
We can stay with my sister in Abilene for a couple of days. Come along now. We better get going.
Ned Austin, we know you're in there. Now, you come on out, and we're going to take that pretty little house apart.
Apart?
Ned, what are we going to do?
Now, we're going to stay calm. Perhaps I can talk them out of it. When they see I don't even own a gun.
Come on, Ned. We'll get them faced.
No, Ned, you can't go out there.
I'm just going to the window to talk to them. Hey, out there.
Hey, he says. Hey.
Horses eat hay.
Good day to you, Mr. Austin. Are you ready for a little old target practice?
Now, I know what you fellows have read about me, but none of it is true. I swear. I have never fired a gun in my life.
Well, it's about time you try.
Oh, Ned.
It's all right, Emily. Now stay back. I swear I don't even own a gun. And it wouldn't accomplish anything if you killed me.
What do you mean? If we kill you, they're going to write about us like they write about you.
That's right, Mr. Austin. But we ain't no bushwhackers. We're going to make it a fair fight right out here into the middle of the street.
Fair? What, 3 against 1?
Hell, ma'am, this ain't no problem for the great Ned Austin. He's gunned down half a dozen men any number of times.
Yeah, right.
Come on, Ned, let's go.
Oh, we've got to get help, Ned.
Who's going to help me? Everybody thinks I'm the fastest gun in town.
Well, what if you told them positively you wouldn't fight no matter what? They surely won't shoot an unarmed man.
Hey there, Ned. I'm getting the feeling that you're stalling. You ain't afraid of us, are you?
I hung up my guns a long time ago. I don't want to go back to that. I won't fight you no matter what.
What are we going to do now, Joe Bob?
Why, that stinking son of... If he wants to play dirty, so can we. Listen to me, big bad Ned Austin. if you don't come out of that house with a gun belt on in the next 5 minutes, we're going to start shooting.
Billy, are you all right?
Yeah. I never liked those 2 front teeth anyway.
We got to get help for Ned. Now, those 3 lunatics have got him pinned down in his house.
I asked every person I could find to come with me. They all claim that Ned brought it down on himself with his reputation and everything, so let him get himself out of it.
Well, he can.
I know, but these people ain't gunfighters either.
Well, what are we going to do?
I'm thinking. My big mouth got him into this mess. Maybe it can get him out. Come on.
Okay, Ned, you got 2 minutes left.
Maybe they're bluffing.
But we can't afford to take that chance.
Where are you going?
Out there. It's pure logic, Emily. It makes more sense to endanger the life of one person than the lives of everybody in town.
Oh, no, I won't let you.
Emily, if they kill me, they'll stop and leave the rest of the town alone. It's obvious they won't leave until I go out there.
Oh, my dear. And you always said you could never do anything heroic.
And I'm beginning to realize that a person doesn't have much choice whether to be a hero or not.
Okay, Mr. Ned Austin, your time is up. You want me to send Horace down to that school?
No. I'm coming out. Goodbye, my dear Emily. All right. This is what you wanted.
Where you going?
Well, I told you before, I don't own one.
Some big bad gunslinger he is.
Horace, give me your extra gun.
Oh, Joe Bob, I might need it.
You won't need it.
All right.
You can stick it in your belt, Austin. Can you draw from there?
As well as from anywhere else.
Here. Keep them covered, Ike.
Now, I want your promise that when you're through with me, you'll get out of town.
You can count on it.
Okay. I've got a gun. Now what?
You draw. Ready. 1, 2.
Hey, what you doing here?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just watching. You go right ahead with what you're doing.
How comes you want to watch?
Well, you see, Clarence Dayton, the famous writer, is a personal friend of mine. When he comes back to town, I want to be able to tell him exactly what happened.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yep, I want to be able to tell him exactly which one of you gunned down Ned Austin.
Which one of us? We're all 3 going to kill him.
Well, that's not exactly true. Only one of your bullets will kill him. The other 2 will be shooting a corpse. Besides, how will it look in history if all 3 of you shoot him at once? That'll make Ned Austin an even bigger legend than before. It took 3 men to kill Ned Austin, they'll say.
Huh?
You see, in order to become famous, the man who shoots Ned Austin will have to take him on man to man.
Billy?
Now, relax, Ned. I know you want to put up your title fair and square.
You know, I think this fella has a point.
All right, now. You and Horace stand by.
Me? Oh, why me? I want to shoot him, too. But Joe Bob, you promised.
Yeah, Joe Bob, why should you be the one?
It was my idea.
But I'm faster than you.
Who's fast?
I say.
You ain't.
Oh, yeah.
Now you done it. My shooting arm is done for.
Well, what about my leg? I can't stand up.
I'm the only one left, so I'll do it.
Shut up, Horace.
Henry. Yeah. Henry, I think you better go fetch Doc Hinkle and tell him to clear his schedule for the next couple of days.
With pleasure.
That was some meal, Ned. Your wife is sure a good cook.
I know.
Well, Ned, are you tired of being a legend?
No, not really. Surprisingly enough, there are certain compensations I never even dreamed of.
Oh, sweetheart, you're all finished. Is there anything else I can get for you?
No, not right now. But I invited Billy over for dinner tomorrow night, too.
Anything you want, my dear. Your friends are always welcome here.
Well, if that's settled, I think we'll head down to the saloon and get a drink.
Well, that sounds just fine. A man like you needs his relaxation. My man.
Yeah, Emily, please, not now.
Well, I'll be waiting up for you, dear.
Ned, you're getting better at this hero business all the time.
Well, Billy, I'm liking it better all the time.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Legend was written by John Bornholm, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were Parley Bear and Tommy Cook. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Lou Horn, Marvin Miller, Dawes Butler, and Howard Culver. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CVI.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business. In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character
Daffy Duck.
or
Porky Pig.
or
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
we all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition which really deserves vocal support is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes. And you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all the air folks at the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Miami, Seattle. Our biggest cities are sending out cries for more VISTA volunteers. VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America. VISTA volunteers work with groups of inner-city residents to tackle the many urban problems that can't be solved alone. By working together with local leaders, entire neighborhoods can be restored. Job training centers can be created. Educational programs, health, and legal services can be expanded to reach all who need them. VISTA means working through the democratic process to better our cities. Community people are learning that they can have a voice in making the decisions that affect their lives. VISTA volunteers come from all backgrounds. Many come from the neighborhoods they work in. They all share one conviction, that self-reliant, self-confident, caring individuals can make a difference in a community. America needs more VISTA volunteers. Put yourself where you're needed. Call 800-424-8580 or write VISTA, Washington, D.C. 20525. A public service of this station and action.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Let's listen.
Professor, everybody knows that smoking is no good.
Yeah? How about smoked salmon? Smoked turkey? Smoked haddock?
Smoking a haddock doesn't hurt anything.
Look what it done to the haddock.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater. That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight's story is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Here's a preview.
Professor, everybody knows that smoking is no good.
Yeah? How about smoked salmon? Smoked turkey? Smoked haddock?
Smoking a haddock doesn't hurt anything.
Look what it done to the haddock.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
From Anything Goes and Before to Zoot Suit and Beyond, WNEW salutes Broadway. Beginning May 29th, we're going to pay tribute to the Great White Way, its people, its music, and its shows. You'll have a chance to attend the hottest black tie event of the Broadway season, the Tony Awards. Simply send a postcard by next Wednesday to Salute to Broadway, WNEW, 655 3rd Avenue, New York, 10017. There'll also be dozens of opportunities to win hot tickets to Broadway shows, all of them for the correct answer to theater trivia questions, not to mention interviews and comments from Broadway's leading lights and the music. Yes, WNEW salutes Broadway from May 29th until Tony Night, June 3rd on the hot number 1130.
Dear Abby, a listener writes, now that my husband's gone, I've tried to open my own charge accounts and have been turned down. It seems all our credit was listed in his name. Now I'm told I have no credit record in my own name. Signed, Stuck.
Dear Stuck, this is a real problem for many women. 4 out of 5 of you will one day be on your own. But if you know your rights, you can help protect yourself against future credit rejection. So take some advice from Dear Abby. Call or write stores where you and your husband share charge accounts. Have them listed in both names, yours as well as his. Say you want joint charge accounts listed as Mrs. Mary Jones as well as Mr. John Jones, so you will have a history of credit too. The law gives you that right.
For more information, write for the free booklet, Women and Credit Histories, Federal Trade Commission, Washington, D.C., 20580. That's Women and Credit Histories, FTC, Washington, D.C., 20580.
This is Andy Griffith. They say the third time's the charm. Well, speaking for myself, the first 2 times were about as good as you can get in this type of work, but nevertheless, the third time's supposed to be the all-time topper. So once again, just like I did those 2 previous times, I'm going to rest my feet and exercise my laughing machinery because here's Morgan.
Hello, anybody. Here's Morgan. Hooray! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The program which follows is rated PG, which means pretty good.
It also means parental guidance is advised. Parental guidance means that since today's kids know so much, they have to guide their parents through a thing like this. Some people worry about children, particularly children who watch television commercials. There's a movement, as I'm sure you know, to have Congress pass a law against showing commercials to little kids. Of course, the parents of these little kids could tell them to turn the set off, but that would be illegal. It's against human rights. Listen, America, we don't need any more laws. It's as simple as this.
I want sugar dingies for breakfast.
What are sugar dingies?
I saw them on the TV. The voice said they taste good, and I'm good for you.
This morning, we are having orange juice, corn flakes, scrambled eggs, toast, and milk.
I want sugar dingies.
Sugar dingies are bad for you. Haven't you seen those fluoride commercials where all the kids have bad teeth? That's from eating sugar. If they didn't eat sugar, they wouldn't have to use that toothpaste.
I want sugar dingies.
I'll pick them up on my way home from work.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, here's Morgan once more. Henry Morgan, that is. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out, dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
And now, welcome to another episode of Happy Doze. Happy Doze is about a group of rotten teenagers. The leader of the gang is a moron. But he's the leader because he's able to point at himself with both thumbs at the same time. He is known as Bonzi, or the Bonce. As we look in on them now, they're discussing their plans for the day.
Hey, fellas, what you doing? What you doing?
We're just waiting for the Fonz. He'll tell us what we want to do.
Yeah, he's the best looking of all us, and he's got the best clothes. Boy, I wish I had his fancy boots. Hey, let's go steal some boots off of some creep.
I have to explain right here. It's necessary to use canned laughter on shows like Happy Doze. Did you know that you can buy laughs by the can? Yes, it's expensive. For instance, a pound of loud snorts is about $8. Chuckles are $12. Low appreciative laughs are going for $20. Loud har-hars, the rip-roarers, are from $20 to $30 an ounce. This can run into real money. Listen.
You know what I think? I think we ought to steal the boots before the Vance gets here.
Why do you say that, huh? Tell me why you say that, huh? Because the Vance got a funny sense of ethics. You know?
What's ethics?
Ethics means you don't steal nothing while the cops is looking.
$11.
Hey, fellas. Here comes the Vance now.
Yeah, hi, Vance. Hi, Vance.
Canned applause is $11, the small can. Of course, a lot of it's coming in now from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Doesn't last as long, but it's cheap.
Hi, fellas. Well, I got the whole evening planned all out. You just leave everything to me. I gotta wait to meet some girls. About 4 of them.
Oh, you kidding?
Yeah.
Mixed laughter and applause costs about the same as caviar. The best thing to do is buy a dry mix and then add saliva. At this point, the network feels you won't mind an interruption of happy doze because you need another 6-pack. So they cut to a commercial.
Introducing a new, wonderful perfume from Chez Nous, the famous French house. Introducing the perfume that makes men tremble. Sex. Sex.
I've used sex for years. It's brought me everything I wanted.
You, lovely you. Why don't you try sex?
And now, back to Happy Doze, the adventures of a gang of youthful bums who, if there is a God above, will all end up in jail. The Vance is speaking, or whatever that noise is he makes with his throat.
Hey! Now, listen, you guys, I got a great idea. Why don't we all go get some pizza?
Yeah, wait a minute. I only got 40 cents.
Yeah, where'd you get it?
Out of my old lady's purse.
I find that very difficult to believe.
What are you don't believe I took it off my old lady?
No, I don't believe she had 40 cents.
Coming Monday night on most of these same stations, Charlton Hesburgh and The Vanishing Planet. From outer space come unbelievable monsters with huge flying rockets, each 1,000 miles long. They capture the whole Earth, all of it, Dolly Parton and everything. Then they cut it up and haul it away. The Vanishing Planet, rated Monday night, 8 Eastern, Severn Mountain, 3 Hawaii, and Sunday in Japan.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
I got myself this handy weed whacker for only $49.99 and saved $5. It's got a powerful Craftsman motor with 2 speeds for those tough jobs, plus a big 17-inch cut. Sears Weed Whacker at a great price.
I got a heavy-duty 2-speed sanded polisher, only $79.99. Save $30. That's a rugged Craftsman tool at a great savings.
It's the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale. Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
And now for men, a Sears super value on a vested 4-piece suit. Just $89.97 is the special purchase price that buys a coat, 2 slacks, and a reversible vest that combine for a wardrobe of 6 different outfits. Come see for yourself that this special purchase, though not reduced, is an exceptional value. Sears vested 4-piece suit, only $89.97 while quantities last. It's a value that's worth a special trip. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Who's going to do the dishes? Now is a great time to let Sears do the dishes, because you'll save $50 on selected portable and under-the-counter dishwashers, now through May 26th. Help save on energy while they work for you, too, since the Water Miser cycle uses less water than normal wash, and the Power Miser option dries with cool, forced air. So save $50 and let Sears do the dishes. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
This is Henry Morgan back in the theater. There has been some talk about how the rebels of a few years ago have calmed down and they're not in revolt anymore. We've discovered, however, that not all young people of the 60s and early 70s have given up the fight. And we have with us tonight one of the real old-time haters of society who has never changed his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. L. Buzzkirk Venom. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Venom.
Pleasure's all yours.
I dare say. May I call you Buzzkirk?
No. I don't like that business of calling people you don't know by their first names. Hello there, Tom. Hello there, Dick. And all that they do on the TV.
You mentioned Tom and Dick. What about Harry?
Do you know him?
Well, no,
Then don't use his first name. And all that kissing that goes on. Woman makes her entrance. Right away she goes over and kisses Mr. Carson. Does he know all those women intimately?
Well, I doubt it, but,
And they call him Johnny. A man of 53 years of age. And looks it. And the President of the United States, Jimmy. Do they call the President of Egypt Annie?
I guess.
Of course not.
Well, we used to call the Prime Minister of Great Britain Winnie.
To his face?
I guess not.
Jimmy Carter. Annie Sadat. Manny Bacon.
That would be a great team, Annie and Manny.
Bunch of foreigners anyway.
Well, Mr. Venom, you seem to be against almost everything.
Maybe it's because I have veterans of foreign wars disease.
Veterans of foreign wars disease?
I don't like the Legionnaires either. You want to know how I spent Thanksgiving?
I'm afraid to ask.
I complain all day. How do you like my shirt and tie?
Very nice. Looks like a European design.
Jewish Dior.
I thought it was Christian Dior.
This is the other one. Same as the brandy I drink.
The brandy, I think I can guess. Jewish brothers?
You got it.
Well, I'm glad your spirit of rebellion hasn't died, Mr. Venom, and thanks for coming in.
That's okay, Henny.
Many sports fans believe that all the excitement is out there on the field. What isn't generally recognized is that there's a lot more action up there in the front office where the deals are made. We take you now to the magnificently furnished suite of the president of the Denver Dragons, Horatio Hunk. Mr. Hunk is at his desk. To his left sits his lawyer, Thaddeus Graspo. To his right, his general manager, Irish McCullough. Seated in chairs in front of him are Elvis Nerd, a free agent, and Nerd's accountant, taxman, business manager, legal staff, hairstylist, and his old buddy, Dave Snake. Mr. Hunk speaks first.
Well, Nerd, welcome to Denver.
I wouldn't say anything definite at this time, Mr. Honk, sir.
All I said was welcome.
Well, you know how the papers can blow that up. It's practically a commitment.
Oh, yeah, right. How's about hello?
That's okay. But keep out the warmth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gotcha. Now, as I understand it, Elvis here batted 248 last year.
In his last 5 games, it was 324.
And he had a sore arm.
Oh, no, wait a minute. He didn't have a sore arm. Hold it. What I'm getting at is we might be interested, I say might be interested in having Elvis here play for our club. After all, it's only a game, but we'd be prepared to pay him a reasonable salary, of course.
Yeah, what do you mean reasonable?
Well, we've given this a lot of thought.
Yeah, and what have you come up with?
Well, we thought maybe 1 year firm and $100,000.
$100,000? You're trying to kill my boy. Come, Elvis, get on your feet. We're not going to sit here and listen to this man's perverted humor.
Hold it. I was just sort of testing, that's all. Just wanted to find out what you had in mind. What do you have in mind?
I'll tell you what we have in mind. What we have in mind is 4 years, non-cancelable, $5 million flat net after taxes firm.
Graspo, get somebody to get me something. Water, Scotch aspirin, Band-Aids, body splints, a truss.
You got some booze in here? Now, do you see what you've done with your clowning? You have no right to say things like that to a sick man. Not even kidding.
Well, if he can test, we can test.
Here's the stuff, Chief.
Oh, I may live. I'm not sure. How do I look?
I think the little roses are coming back to your cheeks.
All right. My final word. 2 years, $500,000. Final.
Deal. Now let's talk about the important things. First, he gets a Rolls Royce, free hotel suites, and every Thursday off.
The pains, Raspo, the pains. Get my doctor. Get an ambulance. My heart pills. A nurse. 2 nurses.
Seriously, folks, you're dealing not only with a sick man, but also a man of limited means.
Well, we know that. That's why we're only demanding a bonus of 10% of the television broadcast rights.
10% of the Raspo. What did the man say? I can't hear. I can't hear anymore. I'm deaf. I can't see. Turn up the lights.
All right, 5%.
Was there a voice? Did the voice make a remark?
He said 5%, Chief.
Of the net, of course.
5% of the TV gross.
Oh, Raspo, show me where the window is. I will hurl myself through it. No, I don't have the strength. Just open it for me like a good fellow. I'll just lean forward and fall out.
Okay, have it your way. Forget the TV percentage for the first year. Come on, we've got a deal. Where do I sign?
Right here.
There. Okay, it's all settled. Hey, Honk, why are you taking off your clothes?
Oh, I'm just putting on my jogging outfit and have to do my 3 miles every day, you know.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Look, there's a couple of Salvation Army guys over there. You know, the Salvation Army operates these core community centers all over the country where everyone from kids to senior citizens can make new friends and...
Hey, wait a second. How do you know all this about the Salvation Army?
Well, I spoke with one of their officers the other day, and I asked him what the Salvation Army did.
Come on, they pick up old clothes and furniture.
Right. But what you don't know is they operate daycare centers, senior citizen homes, summer camps, and disaster relief services for areas that are stricken with tornadoes, floods.
Wow, the Salvation Army's into all that? I had no idea.
That's right. And the Salvation Army has been in America for nearly 100 years.
No kidding.
1980 is the 100th anniversary of the Salvation Army in the United States.
Wow, that's some tradition.
If you need help with a problem or can help, call your local Salvation Army today.
My name's Hart, Sam Hart. For years, I've been busting my pocketbook tracking the one they call the silent killer. High blood pressure. Lots of people are shadowed day and night by this killer. A lot of them know it, too, but don't protect themselves with the medicine their doctors prescribe. They say they feel just fine. This can be a deadly mistake. High blood pressure gives you no clues, no symptoms, but it opens the way for the big ones. Stroke, heart attack. High blood pressure is an enemy, all right. One you should never underestimate. See your doctor. Have your blood pressure checked. If your doctor prescribes medication, take it every day, no matter how well you might feel.
Contact your American Heart Association for the locations of free blood pressure screenings. We're fighting for your life.
As we all know, doctors get their names in the papers every day by coming up with new things that cause cancer in mice. It has been discovered that if you give a mouse enough of anything, he'll take to his bed with a hot water bottle and won't talk to anybody. One of the unfortunate side effects of all these discoveries is that many doctors feel that all of the possibilities have been explored and that there's nothing left that will help them get their names in the paper. For this reason, we have opened a special school for doctors to teach them how to get publicity from new discoveries of dangerous things that can make you sick. I see that the class is starting right now, and we'll just sort of eavesdrop by lowering our microphone over the transom.
All right. Class, come to order.
Please. Today, gentlemen, we take up the subject of hay.
Take up what? I didn't get that.
Hay. The subject is hay. Hay, like what you eat when you're a horse.
Hay? Hay can give you cancer?
It don't?
Well, I don't know. Does it?
How should I know?
Listen, Professor, what's fair is fair. I'm here to learn how to get my name in the papers with a new discovery. I can't just call a press conference and say I've discovered that hay is a carcinogen.
Why not?
Well, has anybody given any hay to mice?
Sure. I did it myself. They wouldn't eat it.
Well, there you are, Professor. How are you...
It's simple. You just call the reporters and tell them hay is bad for you. Even mice won't eat it. They must know something.
Professor, we can't all use hay. I mean, how would it look?
Please, I got plenty more. Hay, I give to Dr. Arnold. And who's next?
How about me, Professor?
Yeah, for you, Dr. Fenschmacher, I got Jersey City.
Jersey City? Can that make you sick?
It makes me sick. Now, for Dr. Smith, I got a good one. You should tell your reporters that girls named Melvin are causes of disease.
I never even heard of a girl named Melvin.
Yeah, well, you gotta admit it's a funny name for a girl.
Sure, but that's certainly no reason.
All right. How about Amos? All right, how about smoking?
Come on, you can't.
Professor, everybody knows that smoking is no good. It's been used all over the place.
Yeah? How about smoked salmon? Smoked turkey? Smoked haddock?
Smoking a haddock doesn't hurt anything.
Look what it done to the haddock. Anyways, for you, Dr. Beamish, I got putty.
Putty? Putty?
Okay, you don't want putty, I give you shoe polish. You call a conference by the media, you tell them you discovered shoe polish gives you cancer.
Well, if I do that, they'll laugh at me.
Okay, so you become a comedian, you make more money. Now, for Dr. Willis, I got a real winner. Surefire.
Great. What is it? I mean, if it's really an undiscovered sickness maker, I could sure use it. I need the publicity. Tell me.
For you, I got a real killer. It makes everybody sick.
Hurry, Professor. Shoot it to me. What makes everybody sick?
Laverne and Shirley.
I should have had that one. That's unfair.
That's the best of all. Why give it to him?
Take back hay and give me that one.
Please, order. I got plenty more. You can get sick from cold cream, hot cream, sour cream, cream cheese, pot cheese and crackers, graham crackers, oyster stew, beef stew, quinces, blintzes, ham and eggs, hammerkosh schlemmer, Boston ivy, Boston lettuce, lesson tomato, stuffed tomato, baked potato, fried potato, hash brown Betty, cold spaghetti, baked beans, lima beans, mustard green.
Professor.
Slocking, jogging, leapfrogging, joking, smoking, poking, striving, driving, drinking, thinking, fighting, biting, moaning, calling.
Professor.
Yeah?
It seems that anything you eat, anything you do, anything at all can make people sick. Am I right?
Wrong. 200% wrong. Everything makes mice sick.
Then we know the cure.
Right, but we can't get rid of the mice.
Why?
Because you kill the mice. How will doctors get their names in the paper? Take care of the mice. Long live mice. Mice is good for you. Probably the most nervous business ever invented is the television business. What television is so nervous about is that you might get up and go to the bathroom during the commercials. And in order to prevent this, the commercials always come on so fast you don't know what you're watching, the program or the advertising. Of course, this doesn't stop you from going, but it does cut down on your time. Matter of fact, some people walk to the bathroom backwards because... I'm not sure, to show you how this works, or how part of it works. The ready for primetime players offer that stirring drama of home life, The Thompson Family, starring Sadie Thompson. As the story begins, we're in the living room, and Mother Thompson is talking to her daughter, Gwendolyn, while they wait for Father Thompson to come home from the office.
Know something, Gwen? Here I am, a handsome, intelligent woman of about 45 or so, happily married with 3 children, 2 mostly grown up and 1 not so. And still I don't know what to have for dinner. And your father, Mr. Thompson, is due home in 47 minutes.
Well, I wouldn't let it worry me, Ma.
Why should it? Nothing worries you. Not even that no-good second or third husband of yours. The one who wants to marry you again, and you listen to him, even though he is illiterate, scruffy, a leech, and a general no-good, and pretty ugly, too. Where is he now, by the way?
Well, he's waiting for me in the kitchen.
Well, let's go to the kitchen. I want to talk to that young man. Well, where is he? Oh, what's that? There on the floor.
It's Howard. He's dead.
Oh, what do you use to clean your sink?
Oh.
Look at all those annoying spots.
I use the Huda Spritz, Mother.
Oh, well, that's no good. Why don't you use what I use? Here, now, let me show you. Here's what I use. Health-scented spot gunk. It successfully checks all those germ-laden, health-ruining pieces of ugly ick in your sink. Besides, it's health-scented. So after you've used it, your sink smells like health.
Oh. I see. Why, that's about 150 or maybe 200% better than what I've been using. First thing tomorrow, I'm going to take my illegitimate child, the one that I had between husbands 1 and 2, and rush down to my favorite supermarket, the one that's having special sales whereby you save 2 cents on your second 100-pound sack of Barfola. The organic chicken feed, and get a huge money-saving jar of health-scented spot gunk.
You'll be ecstatic, dear.
I can see that he's dead, but who is it?
It's Howard. I told you, scruffy, no good Howard.
Well, I must say, he's been just as inconsiderate as he always was.
What do you mean by that?
I have to start dinner, and he's lying right in front of the icebox.
Hello? Is anybody home?
Now, don't say anything just yet. I don't want to upset your father. We're in here. Don't come in. It's a surprise. Now, remember, Mum's the word.
Okay, Mum.
Don't be snippy. Let's go.
Hello there. Well, I'm glad you said there was a surprise in the kitchen. I could use one. Boy, what a day down at the office where I work.
Bad day, dear?
Terrible. One of my clients, the rich millionaire Marvin Gardens, broke both his legs.
I know I'm a fool for asking this, but how did he break his legs?
It was because of a hammock.
A hammock in the middle of winter?
Yeah, he slipped on the ice. Then another client had to rush his kid to the hospital. The kid had watched television for 19 hours.
Well, that doesn't sound
He fell asleep with his head leaning on his hand.
Well, that doesn't sound
In his hand, he had an open-faced sandwich.
Well, that doesn't sound
Half a pound of peanut butter was jammed in his ear.
Well,
And they couldn't straighten out his body. His muscles froze into the shape of a chair.
Well, that sounds like trouble.
Then I had another client, 94 years old, smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day. He's been blind for 40 years. Just had an eye operation that restored his sight.
Well, that doesn't sound
94 years old, smoked 3 packs a day. First thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a pack of cigarettes. He read what it said, never saw it before. Cigarettes can be dangerous to your health. He dropped dead.
Not from smoking.
No, I had a heart attack. Well, what's for dinner? I'm starved. Let's go out to the kitchen.
I think it would be better if...
Oh, come on, I'll help with the cooking. Let's go. Well, good Lord. What's this? What's wrong?
You got ring around the collar.
My powder didn't work.
Oh, no need to be upset. Before washing the shirt, all one needs to do is massage the interior surface of the collar with Purge. Purge in the bright yellow bottle will restore the shirt to its pristine loveliness.
Oh, you have no more ring around the collar. But I remember when you had a big, ugly black ring and it made you a revolting mess.
It's a revolting mess. It's scruffy, no good Howard, or what's left of him.
Oh, Who could have killed him?
I did.
You? Why?
Well, he proposed again, and I had the feeling that I might give in again. All that would lead to is more misery, so instead I stabbed him with an ice pick.
Why, that's incredible. That's fantastic.
It sure is. Why, I haven't seen an ice pick in
25 years or more.
Is there someone you haven't seen in 20, 25 years or more? Why not call them tonight? Remember, it's only $1.05 for 23 miles. $1.60 for 52 miles. And only 40 cents if they don't remember you. Remember, getting there is half the fun. But if you can't go, like if you have a cold or something hurts you, or you don't have the money, or if you lost the address, phone. It can't hurt.
The room held several Sears brass-plated lamps. One switched on. The finely plated antique satin shade illuminated the furniture softly. Another lamp turned on, and another. The patio doors blew open. The gleaming brass-plated lamp nearby, with its heavy base built for stability, did not budge. The room glowed in the brassy elegance that these Sears best lamps command. Create your own hauntingly elegant moods with Sears brass-plated lamps at most larger Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Henry Morgan again. And now, Episode 11, Chapter 18 of your favorite daytime serial, Detergent. As you remember, yesterday, Alan had told Nell that Rebecca was paralyzed from the waist down, and Dr. Carson had given her from 2 to 8 years to live. As a result, Hester has gone totally insane. She's had to be locked in the kitchen until Amos can get away from the office. Melvin has threatened to sue the man in the funny sweater, but Alice claims that he's a deviant and should be comforted, not mocked. Bill, it has turned out, is also a deviant, as is Melissa. They want to break up their marriage, but Lonzo has explained that they're better off this way, since now there won't be any more nasty surprises. As we look in on them now, Mary is going to the hospital, possibly to have her pancreas out, or possibly to get a new stomach. Jeff is worried.
I don't know. I just don't know.
I know. I mean, I know what it means not to know.
Or what it means.
I knew you'd understand. Jeff, I wonder sometimes. I mean, well, I wonder. Oh, not about you. No, it's just that when Corcoran said that about Tessie, I could have screamed. Of course, she's rotten.
Of course, I know.
To do a thing like that to a child. I mean, a child. What defenses has it?
Oh, you're right. So right. No, don't. It may be Harvey.
No, I don't think so. Harvey's in Pernambuco on that other thing.
Maybe he's changed. Even so. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any more time. Time, after all, is what it's all about. Isn't it?
Time? Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Of course. What could I have been thinking of? Sometimes I wonder where my poor brains are. You're right, as usual. I won't answer the phone.
It stopped ringing.
Oh, thank God. I thought it had stopped.
I know. Mary, I don't want you to think about it anymore. Many people have had Scharnhorst's disease and lived happily for many years.
But I don't have Scharnhorst's disease.
I know. It was just a for instance.
I know. I'm sorry I said that. Hello? Oh, it's you, Harvey. Where are you? It's Harvey. He's downstairs.
I know.
Are you alone? Good. I know how you feel, Jeff, but please open the door just the same.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, Mary. This is Gwen.
But...
I know. I told you I was alone, but I only did that because I know how you feel about floozies.
Floozies?
Yeah. Ladies of the evening. Tarts. Trolls.
But I don't even know what a troll is.
A floozy. You know, a bum. Pavement pounder. Kinks for cash.
A poor, misunderstood outcast of society. A waif who's taken advantage of by economic discrepancies. Someone who needs but a guiding hand, a friendly shoulder. In short, a chance.
Does this woman know that you're paying me by the minute?
We have to humor her. She's about to enter a hospital.
What's she got?
It's a social disease.
I ain't antisocial, so tell me. Oh, I get it. And I ain't got it. In fact, I never had it. Where'd she get it?
From her dentist, Painless Perkins.
I won't have it, I tell you. No more of these innuendos, these sly remarks. Isn't it enough that I'm the mother of Siamese triplets?
I know. I mean, I really do.
And I'm pretty sick of you, too. I know. That's all you ever say. You're an idiot.
I know.
All right, then, hold your gab. And you, Gwen, you know something?
What?
You're the first call girl I ever had in the house. And speaking of houses, where do you work?
Well, not in the house, dear. These days, I usually do my stuff on board the Transcontinental Airlines.
On the airlines? How?
Well, it's easy. Nowadays, they have those wide bodies, you know.
Oh, I see. No, I don't. Anyway, how about a stick?
Suits me.
Here, genuine tutti frutti. Peel it yourself.
My God, what's this? I thought you said a stick.
Oh, come on, kids. Let's knock it off.
Wait a sec. Say, Mary, did you say you were the mother of Siamese triplets?
Well, yeah.
Oh, gee, could I see them?
What do you think my kids are, freaks or what?
Oh, no, it's just...
Have you ever seen Siamese twins?
No.
Then don't you think you ought to start small?
Come on, kids, knock it off. Don't you think so, Jeff?
What?
Oh, shut up.
May I ask what your triplets' names are?
See no evil, speak no evil, and hear no evil.
Oh, cute. And are they boys or girls?
Half and half.
Well, they couldn't be half and half.
All right, how about 2/3, 1/3?
Well, what are the 2/3?
Half and half.
And the other third?
Ow.
And may I ask how old they are?
27.
You mean?
Yes, 3 9s. Look, I find this conversation a little...
Hello? Oh, just a minute. Gwen, it's for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Oh, all right. I'll be home in half an hour. My husband, he wants me to bring home lamb chops.
Your husband? But I thought...
He's an automobile salesman, and he makes good money. But you shouldn't be surprised. What with prices and all, lots of wives are working nowadays.
know you're working?
He sure does. I told him I'm with the Tourist Bureau. Well, come on, Harv, I gotta go. Glad to have met you.
Oh, thank you.
Glad to have met you, too.
You know something? I just don't know.
I know what you mean.
And what will happen now? Here are scenes from tomorrow's episode of Detergent.
Look at this, Grover.
What is it?
It's our son's report card. It's awful.
Let me see. Math, D. Science, D. English composition, D. Hey, wait, Martha. Here's an A.
What did he get an A for?
Hitherto unstructured interpersonal relationships.
Oh, God bless him. He takes after his father.
Say, I've never been to a dentist before. Is this going to hurt?
Yes.
Well, this looks like a real good bookstore. Where do you keep the adult books?
Adult books? You mean books that are over 21?
You know what I mean. Adult books. Books that are, for older people.
Older than what?
Oh, come on. Where do you keep the books that, the pornography?
Oh, adult books. You mean vile, reprehensible, objectionable trash. You're looking for the immoral, degrading garbage that masquerades these days as literature. You're looking for erotica, is that right? Curiosa, gross, scabrous, and smutty. You want something that's lascivious, lewd, and vile. You want dirty books, am I correct? Yeah. Well, just look around. That's all that bookstores carry now.
Don't miss the next episode of Detergent.
And now the weather forecast. High winds, followed by high skirts, followed by me. Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store very soon at this same time.
Honey, we've been on the road all day, and you still look cool and crisp.
Wearing these Sears shorts and T-shirt help. They're so cool and packable on trips. I brought along several of each. The T-shirts come in solid shades, color keyed to the solid or patterned walking shorts, so I can affordably mix and match a vacation's worth of easy care sportswear. A summer's worth of looks.
Smart lady.
Summer T-shirts and shorts from Sears. Cool, neat, and practical. Available in Mrs. sizes.
What's in the bag?
A package deal from Sears that lets me put my best foot forward.
How's that?
I saved 20% on this 5-pair bag of all-pro sports socks. What great looks, great fit, and the savings really stack up. 20% off.
You saved a bundle, all right. But are there other socks on sale?
Choose from casual, sporty, and support styles, too, in 3 or 5-pair package deals from Sears, all at 20% off. Sale ends May 26th. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's a Sunny Bunch summer for girls on the go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to happy sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Here's Morgan Once More was written by and starred Henry Morgan. Produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Andy Griffith. Members of the company were Elvia Allman, Bill Baldwin, Dawes Butler, Mary Jane Croft, Virginia Gregg, Elliot Lewis, Shepard Mencken, and Frank Nelson. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliot Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBS.
I'm Andy Fisher, WNEW News. At 8 minutes past 10, time for the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Here's a preview.
Lisa, why are you acting so strangely? Lisa!
Yes?
Do you understand? They will murder me.
Will they?
What?
Will they kill you?
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
From Anything Goes and Before to Zoot Suit and Beyond, WNEW salutes Broadway. Beginning May 29th, we're going to pay tribute to the Great White Way, its people, its music, and its shows. You'll have a chance to attend the hottest black tie event of the Broadway season, the Tony Awards. Simply send a postcard by next Wednesday to Salute to Broadway, WNEW, 655 3rd Avenue, New York, 10017. There'll also be dozens of opportunities to win hot tickets to Broadway shows. All of them for the correct answer to theater trivia questions, not to mention interviews and comments from Broadway's leading lights and the music. Yes, WNEW salutes Broadway from May 29th until Tony Night, June 3rd on the hot number 1130.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in cares crusade for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. Please send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, Box 576, New York 10016.
This is Vincent Price. Remember the old saying, while the cat's away, the mice will play? Well, if you'll direct your attention over there, that's just what's happening at the Cunningham estate.
Come to me, cara mia.
Yes, my darling. Oh, Roberto. Roberto.
I adore you, my Lisa.
Slowly. Slowly. We have the entire weekend alone. Paul's gone to his hunting lodge. The servants are off until Sunday night.
Oh, if it could be like this forever.
One day, my darling. One day, yes.
I love you.
Damn. Hello?
Mrs. Cunningham,
Yes.
we've abducted your husband.
You've what?
You heard me. $250,000 or he dies.
I don't understand.
Come on.
Is this a joke?
No way. Here, you. Tell her.
Lisa, it's Paul. I'll do what he says. They mean it. They'll kill me.
Paul.
Convinced?
Yes. Yes.
Get the money or he's dead.
All right.
That's better. I'll contact you in a couple of hours. No big bills. And Mrs. Cunningham, don't call the police.
What's wrong?
Paul's been kidnapped.
Oh, no.
They want $250,000.
We've got to call the police. The FBI.
No. That would mean his death.
Well, events have taken a different turn for our amorous pair. Their weekend alone could be more than they expect. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, A Test of Love by Ken Gerard. Our stars, Antoinette Bauer and Len Berman. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Shop at Sears.
What an interesting situation. An unfaithful wife and a kidnapped husband. The circumstances have ominous possibilities. What will she do, do you suppose? A quandary, right?
Who are you calling?
The police.
Not yet, no. Maybe.
You've got to call them.
Maybe.
Maybe what? I don't follow you.
Suppose we do nothing.
Nothing?
Yes.
They'll murder him.
One would hope so.
Lisa.
Does the thought frighten you?
Yes. We can't do that.
Can't what, my pet?
Don't do it.
I'm not doing anything. Someone else is.
But it's murder.
Yes.
We have to call the police. This is gone.
Never make decisions for me.
You hate him that much?
I married him for his money. And he married me because I'm young and beautiful. A classic June-December romance of convenience.
He's still your husband.
Don't remind me. That old man. Oh, every time he touched me, my skin crawled. Every night I sat across the dinner table and wished him dead. Now, it's a stroke of luck. Don't you see, my angel? With Paul gone, we can be together. Forever.
Something could go wrong.
How?
What if they let him go?
We'll have to play it right. Leave that to me.
It's too risky.
This is my chance. To be free, to have money. Real money, not dangling on my pitiful allowance.
All right. All right.
You know what he's worth. Millions. I'll have enough money to live the way I want and where I want. Not cooped up in this tomb with his precious antiques.
Calm down.
You won't get out of this alive.
I understand, my darling. I know what you've been through. I was only concerned that you weren't thinking clearly.
Oh, my Roberto, I have never been so certain of myself as I am now. Oh, my precious. This is the answer to our dreams. Our future. We can travel. We can buy anything we want. Wouldn't you like that?
Of course. But it would mean nothing without you beside me.
Kiss me. Get on the extension in the library.
Yes. The one on the desk.
Hello.
Here are the instructions for the drop.
I can't raise the money.
What?
You've got to give me more time. The banks are closed.
Don't stall. His corporation can arrange it. $250,000 is petty cash for them.
It isn't that easy.
It's your problem.
I need time.
Here are your instructions.
I can't go to anybody in his company. Suppose they call the police or the FBI.
Now, that'd be dumb. Lady, rich people always can come up with money. You probably have that kind of bread stashed in the house.
I don't.
That's tough. Here's what I want you to do.
Please.
Shut up and listen. Put the money in a paper bag. Go to the pay phones at the gas station on the corner of Marley and Crawford. You be there at 2 sharp. And then you wait.
For what?
Keep the bag of money right with you. You'll get a call with further instructions.
I don't know if I can raise the money by then.
Well, that'd be a big mistake. Just be there. No cops, no tricks, or else.
I'll try.
No. You'll do it. Here. Talk to your husband. Maybe for the last time.
Lisa, these people are serious. Don't call the police.
I wouldn't think of it.
No, you call John Gooding. He'll get you the money. He can be trusted. Do you hear me, Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, his private number is in my address book. Now, look, Lisa, I'm afraid. You call him immediately.
What if he isn't available?
But he's never out of touch. The company always knows where he is.
What if I can't find your book?
You know where I keep it.
Where?
Lisa, why are you acting so strangely? Lisa!
Yes?
Do you understand? They will murder me.
Will they?
What?
Will they kill you?
Lisa, now look, you're playing with my life. Please, don't let them murder me, please.
Give me that phone. Just to remind you we mean business, here's a sample. All right. Cut off one of his fingers.
Oh, no, you keep away from me, no. No, don't. Oh!
Don't fool around, Mrs. Cunningham, or you'll get the old man back in pieces.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
We picked up Sears Easy Living flat and ceiling paints for only $8.99 and saved $4 per gallon.
And on Easy Living semi-gloss paints, too.
These are Sears' best quality paints at a great price.
I got rugged Sears Weather Beater paint for only $9.99 and saved $5 a gallon. That's a 30% savings on durable Sears Weather Beater paint.
It's a Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's a Sunny Bunch summer for girls on the go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to happy sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
Who has short shorts? Sears has short shorts in pre-washed denim at the Budget Shop.
The Budget Shop? Yeah, but I thought that's known
For value? It is. You know how rock teams with roll will price teams with active, fun styling at the Budget Shop. Like Easy Care polyester terry T-tops.
And short shorts. A look and feeling that's cool, man. Cool.
Pre-washed, too. In navy or white polyester and cotton with all the jean-style details. Terry and denim are ready to bop in Sears Budget Shop.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Isn't this interesting, Our cat and mouse game has added another player. A feline, of course. But neither seems to want the mouse. Paul Cunningham's wealth may be the death of him yet.
I don't like it.
Oh, my angel. Are you still frightened?
Something's wrong.
Perhaps a little stage fright.
This is no time to be flippant. What if this is a charade?
Oh, ridiculous. You heard how Paul sounded.
Well, we still have no proof that this isn't contrived.
Don't be stupid.
I would never underestimate your husband.
Paul is many things, but not devious.
Well, suppose this is a ruse, a trick.
I doubt it.
Not if he wanted a divorce.
Impossible.
Oh, no. He's a very smart man.
Then why didn't he return now, with the two of us here alone?
He knows about me? Us?
Most likely.
Did you tell him about us?
Not in so many words.
Incredible. How can you be so arrogant?
I enjoy it. Losing your nerve.
No. But we must be certain this isn't a trap.
How?
Call his hunting lodge.
Why?
Just to check. Call it.
All right.
Greystone Lodge, Hank speaking.
This is Mrs. Cunningham. Has my husband arrived?
No, ma'am. He's about 3 hours behind schedule. I can't understand it.
Oh. Well, didn't he call?
No, and I ain't left the lodge either.
Perhaps they had a flat or an accident.
No, I spoke with the highway patrol. Their emergency sheet was clear.
Oh.
Maybe he decided to head back home.
Well, that could be. But he was looking forward to hunting this weekend. Look, if he does arrive, have him call me, would you?
Sure will, ma'am.
Goodbye.
Well?
He hasn't arrived.
I'm still uneasy. We need proof.
What? A picture?
A piece of his clothing, a note.
Better yet, let them send us Paul. Dead.
Lisa. This is a dangerous game. We don't know who we're playing with.
Yes, a game. And I plan to miss my next turn. Hello?
Where were you?
Who is this? Get on the extension.
Don't be so smart. You should have been at the gas station.
How do I know you've kidnapped my husband?
Well, you spoke with him, didn't you?
Perhaps.
Perhaps nothing. We got him. Come across with the money or he's dead.
I'll try.
No more stalling. You miss this drop and I'll send you his head. Do exactly what I want. And don't stop to think about it.
All right.
We can send you proof. What do you want? The green and black checked hunting shirt? Or would you like us to cut off his hand?
No, don't. I'll cooperate.
That's better. Now take this down.
Yes.
Go to the Elm Ridge Shopping Center with the money. You'll find some pay phones on the lower level near the escalators. Be there at 4 sharp. You'll be called with further directions for a drop. You better show this time.
Yes, yes.
Come here, you. Tell her to behave.
Lisa.
What is it?
Save me, please.
For what?
If I ever meant anything to you.
But you don't. Your money. Now that's something else.
What? Why? You can have everything. I'll sign over everything if you just get me out of this.
Give me that. You mean you're not going to spring the old man? Is that what you're saying?
Of course I am.
That's more like it. Talk.
You'll have my entire fortune.
You'd say anything to get out of there. Perhaps after I own everything, I'll force them to kill you.
Lisa, why?
Because I loathe you.
This much?
More. Paul, you know who's here? On the other line? My lover. Say hello, Roberto.
Don't.
Why not, darling?
No, I won't listen.
He's very handsome, vibrant, alive. When he kisses me, I...
Stop it.
Still there, Paul?
Yes, I can't catch my breath. It chest pains.
Give me that. What'd you say to the old man?
Nothing.
Well, you must have. Here, put him on the cot. Do something. Oh, if he croaks before we get our dough, you're in for it.
I am?
Yes, you are. You better come across. No delays. Make the drop. If he doesn't live, we're coming after you for the money. I mean it.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
This is Lucille Ball, here to make a personal appeal to every American. Since the 1880s, the American Red Cross has been stepping in when there's been big trouble, like a hurricane. But nobody has to tell you the Red Cross is there when a hurricane strikes. So let's talk about the other Red Cross, your neighborhood Red Cross. They teach kids to swim.
That's good, Eddie.
And they train about every lifeguard on every beach.
I think it's possible to look into it. We can get in touch with the local chapter.
They help veterans get on their feet. They help people relocate after fires.
Are you comfortable? Okay, now relax.
They collect and distribute blood. They give a hand to the older folks in your town and do scores of other jobs.
It's running very nicely.
It's easy to see why we've got to have Red Cross, and only you can keep Red Cross ready for the little emergencies in your neighborhood. And the big ones. Help keep Red Cross ready.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market. It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Well, there's a twist Lisa Cunningham didn't expect. If her husband dies before she's paid the ransom, the kidnappers intend to collect anyway. Perhaps she's outsmarted herself this time.
How could you taunt him like that?
Do you care?
It was cruel.
Yes. I hope he suffered.
The scheme has gone far enough. Lisa, I beg you, let me call the police.
Are you mad?
I know how you hate him. No, let me finish. This goes beyond reason. Who knows what these men could do? Even if we pay, be sensible. Paul's an old man. How many more years does he have?
Now? Almost none.
I won't let you become an accomplice to their plot.
Me? No, my darling. We're accomplices, if you insist.
I want no part of murder.
You should have considered that before.
If he dies, we will be responsible.
Lives, dies. I'll have to pay them anyway.
There's something you haven't told me.
No. All they want is the money. We just have to make sure Paul doesn't survive. I'll get them the ransom after he's dead. Let me handle this.
All right.
Hello.
Mrs. Cunningham, it's Hank. The boss ain't showed yet.
He should have arrived hours ago.
I'll call the highway patrol again.
No.
I'm right worried. He's 6 hours late.
I said not to call them.
Yes. I was only thinking about his safety.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to snap.
I understand.
Let me handle it from here.
Yes, Of course, I didn't mean to overstep my place.
I'll call the highway patrol.
Yes, anything can happen these days. Cars going off the road, people dropping out of sight, even kidnapping.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Thinking out loud.
What about kidnapping?
I don't know. Mr. C being a powerful, wealthy man and all that. Golly, he'd be worth a lot.
How much? I mean, if he were abducted, how much?
Oh, Mrs. Cunningham, this is kind of silly.
How much, Hank?
A couple of 100,000 at least. Listen, I got to go back to the road. I want to watch for him. Sure glad you're handling it now.
What?
Calling the police. Bye, Mrs. C.
Goodbye.
What is it?
Hank at the lodge. He was going to call the highway patrol, but he mentioned kidnapping.
Does he know? Is he part of it? Is he in on it? What do you think?
I don't know.
It's out of control. Completely. Your idiotic plan has backfired.
Stop shouting. Sit down. Collect yourself.
What did he say? Exactly what were his words?
Anything could happen. Even kidnapping.
That's all.
No. He mentioned money. Paul was worth a couple of 100,000, he said.
He's with them.
Maybe.
Of course he is. He's testing you. Probing.
Well, it could be a chance remark.
Idiot. They're all around us, watching and waiting. Call him back. Tell him.
What? Tell him what?
You've called the police. If he's in it, we'll find out soon enough.
Marvelous. Oh, this is their second mistake.
What?
Yes. If he's part of this, they'll have to kill Paul. We've forced their hand.
Why?
Paul can identify them.
How?
At the end of the second call, he screamed something like, "Keep away from me." So he isn't blindfolded. Now, he saw what they were going to do. He signed his own death warrant.
Did you expect someone?
No.
I'll go upstairs.
No, don't stay here. Yes?
Mrs. Cunningham?
That's correct.
Peter Colton, with the law firm of Cross and Oppenheim.
Yes.
I tried calling, but the line was busy. I took the chance and came over with the papers.
Papers?
Mr. Cross instructed me to leave some papers for Mr. Cunningham, documents and business data.
I can take them. Come in, please.
Mr. Cunningham is not at home?
No, he went to his lodge for the weekend.
Oh, well, I'd better bring them back to the office.
Can't you trust me?
Oh, I didn't mean to imply. Well, of course you can keep them. I'm sorry. Gosh, what a house. I've never been in a mansion like this before.
Roberto, this is...
Peter Colton, Cross and Oppenheim. I just joined the firm. A junior partner, of course.
How nice. Roberto Leone.
My decorator. We were going over some details. I'm redoing the library. Please sit down.
Thank you.
The papers?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking at the paintings. Is that a real Degas?
Yes, it's a real Degas. We own several others.
Fabulous. I can't wait to tell my wife I met you. Your picture is in the society columns all the time.
Yes. Gets to be a bit of a bore.
Honestly?
Yes. All those formal dinners, the opening of the opera.
You must have a fantastic life. My wife is going to be so impressed. She just thinks that...
About those papers, Mr. Colton?
Oh, right here. I have them in 4 folders. It's more organized that way.
Well, of course.
As an attorney, I'm not allowed to discuss... Well, some matters are confidential, and...
Yes, I understand. Mr. Leone, would you mind waiting for me in the salon?
Of course not.
Thank you. You knew I couldn't divulge any private matters in front of strangers, didn't you?
Yes. One never talks in front of tradespeople.
These are confidential matters. One can't be too careful.
Absolutely.
The first folder contains an analysis of the planned merger between Cunningham Industrials and Northridge Chemical.
I see.
The second is a list of current insurance bids on his, your collection of paintings. We'll await further instructions before placing the policies.
Fine.
And the third folder is this week's computer printout of Mr. C's holdings, the securities, bonds, foreign currency, and, the usual investments. It's sealed. I'm not privy to that communique. It's between Mr. Cross and Mr. Cunningham.
And the last folder?
Oh, yes. It's sealed also. Mr. Cunningham's new will in 2 verified copies. We have the third at the firm.
The latest will?
We drew it up on Monday, with all his additions.
Oh, yes, of course, those...
Oh, I'm sure you know all the major conditions.
Oh, naturally. Paul and I discuss everything.
We worded it just as he instructed.
Did you redraft the section about Mr. Cross and I being co-executors?
Yes. You're the sole executor now.
Yes. That is what my husband wants.
The basic points. Well, you're the major beneficiary. It's as simple as that.
Including the interest in Cunningham Industrials?
Yes, of course. You'll control that company. The stock, well, at the close on Friday, let me see, I think it's worth about $11 million.
You don't have to count my money, Mr. Colton.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to.
That's all right. The other changes?
The Degas still go to the museum, but the 4 Renoirs are yours.
I see.
The gameskeeper at Greystone gets a bequest of $50,000, as does Mr. Hopkins, the valet, and some other smaller gifts to household staff and people at the office.
Thank you.
Oh, it's almost 4:30. I've taken too much of your time already. I should get back to town.
I'll see you to the door.
It's been a pleasure. And thank you for allowing me to enter your home. Oh, I can't wait to tell my wife I met you.
Goodbye, Mr. Colton. I must tell Paul what an efficient young man you are.
Oh, would you?
Certainly.
Goodbye, and thank you.
I don't believe it. Roberto, where are you, my darling?
Here.
I have the most exciting news. It's a dream. Hello?
You missed your appointment.
I know.
You got one more chance, and then...
You'll kill him.
Right.
Do it. Kill the old fool. I couldn't care less.
Clinging jerseys, tight satin tops, they only look good if they hug your body smoothly. Sears Best Abra Light helps you and your clothes look good. How? Abra Light has no seam cups, and straps adjust in the back so you look great up front. Whatever you do, whether it's dashing around town or simmering with disco fever in that slinky dress, it's flattering fun with the Sears Abra Light. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
And now for men, a Sears super value on a vested 4-piece suit. Just $89.97 is the special purchase price that buys a coat, 2 slacks, and a reversible vest that combine for a wardrobe of 6 different outfits. Come see for yourself that this special purchase, though not reduced, is an exceptional value. Sears vested 4-piece suit, only $89.97 while quantities last. It's a value that's worth a special trip. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's graduation time, so give your graduate a Scholar.
I've always wanted a smart girl for my son.
I mean the Scholar electric typewriter at Sears. The perfect gift for son or daughter at only $169.99. That's $30 off. The Scholar features power return, power repeat backspace, power shift, and more. Key set tabulator and touch set margins plus carrying case.
The Scholar electric is really my son's type. It's my type of deal. $30 off till June 9th.
Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of A Test of Love.
I don't get it, Mrs. Cunningham. What are you saying?
I told you. Do it. Kill him.
Don't you want to save him?
No.
You make my blood run cold.
No, my beloved. I will make it run hot. That attorney, that stupid little man. Is that a real Degas? Look, see this? It's Paul's will. His last will.
So?
I control everything. Even his precious company.
Everything?
When he's dead? Oh, kiss me.
Yes.
I'm free. Free!
And after a respectable period of mourning, you will be Mrs. Roberto Leone.
Of course, my darling. Of course. Yes.
Oh, never do that again. I'm putting your husband on the phone.
Why?
Maybe he can convince you to cooperate.
You'll kill him if I pay the ransom or not. You have to.
What makes you so sure?
Because he can identify you.
How?
Every time you want him on the phone, you say, come here, and he gets on. He sees where the phone is. He's not blindfolded.
Right, he's not. But we're wearing ski masks. Sorry. Good try. Get the money. We don't want the old man.
You've got to kill him.
Oh, not for $250,000.
How much?
I'll think about it. Come here, you. Talk.
Lisa, please, pay them.
With what? My monthly allowance?
No, look, call John Gooding at the company. Lisa, I don't want to die.
No.
Lisa, your jewels, the paintings. Yeah, yes, the paintings. Give them the paintings.
No.
Don't do this.
Give me the phone. We figure he's worth $500,000.
Agreed.
$250,000 tonight.
I can't get the money that quickly.
Oh, that story again.
I don't have it.
All right. Deal's off.
I have some jewelry. It's worth about $300,000, maybe more.
Well, it's a start. Go to the shopping center as before. 6 sharp. We'll call you. The rest of the money in cash on Monday.
All right.
Don't cross us or you'll regret it.
I won't. Do it. I want to hear you kill him.
Suit yourself. Come here, you.
What are you going to... No, put that gun down. No. No!
He's dead.
Wonderful.
Remember.
It will be my pleasure to pay you.
Is he dead?
Yes. They shot him.
What have we done?
Nothing, my darling. They did it for us.
I could have stopped you.
But you didn't. Oh, in time. You'll see. In time, Paul's millions will wash away your guilt.
I doubt it.
Shall we read his will? Oh, Roberto, you're spoiling the party.
Lisa, don't.
The envelope, please. I, Paul Cunningham, being of sound mind... It was always so tedious.
Just turn to the bequests.
Here. To my faithful wife, Lisa, I leave the following. A full and undivided interest in all real estate. Here. All holdings, including interests in Cunningham Industrials, all securities and negotiable instruments. Fantastic. Degas to the museum. The collection of porcelains to the museum. The Renoirs to my beloved wife. $1 million to the cancer clinic. Strange. Everything. I was left almost everything.
Let me see it.
Should we frame it, darling?
No. No, it can't be.
What's the matter?
It's not signed. Let me see the copies.
One of them has to be signed. Oh, no. Oh, no. That miserable old man.
So smart. Lisa, millions. This will is worthless.
The prior will. His prior will. Now, I know that sign. It's in the wall safe.
Have you read it?
No, it was sealed.
Get it.
Look, take the painting down. There. 32 left. 18 right. One more. Where is it? Where is... Oh, here.
Let me look. Yes, it's signed.
Well, read it.
Wait, come on. I bequeath all my real estate to... Oh, no. One vacant... The controlling interest in Cunningham Industrials... What big nice lane? All securities... You fool, he's cut you out of the will.
What?
Damn, in my possession. The paintings, all of the antiques, they all go to the museum. The bulk of the money is set up as a trust for the Children's Hospital and the Cancer Clinic.
It can't be. Give me that. Wait. He's made provisions for me. And that means, in event, $3,000 a month for life. That's all.
Oh, he's been too clever for you, you idiot. You dragged me into this mess for a lousy allowance. You're stupid, Lisa. Stupid and poor.
Shut up!
Don't tell me what to do.
Get out! Get out of here!
Gladly! Let his kidnappers settle with you, alone.
You leech, you gigolo! You didn't even buy the clothes on your back! You parasite!
Murderess!
Get out of my sight!
I hope they kill you, too!
Oh! Coward! Get hold of yourself, Lisa. You've got to think. Here, call the police. Yes. You report the abduction. They'll protect me. But for how long? I hate you, Paul. I hate you. That's what I think of your precious antiques. Oh, be smart. You've got your jewels. You can contest the will. Oh, of course. Of course. I'm not going to be that easy to get rid of. Who is it? Roberto? Who is it? Who's there? Oh, no! Paul!
Yes.
They murdered you. I heard it.
No, not quite.
They shot you.
No. You see, Lisa, they are here. Now, you've met Mr. Colton.
I can't wait to tell my wife I met you.
My confidential attorney, Harlan Cross.
You get one more chance,
Oh, no.
then...
I staged the entire situation.
Why?
To test you.
I hate you.
Apparently more than I suspected.
Mr. Leone will be able to corroborate everything.
He's in it, too.
No, but he has a price. You're in a lot of trouble, Mrs. Cunningham. Conspiracy to commit murder, failure to notify the proper authorities, proceeding to a premeditated crime.
Now, these are serious charges. They're criminal offenses.
Oh, no. You're not going to railroad me. This was entrapment.
A fine legal point. I doubt you can prove it.
We have evidence.
The newspapers will have a field day. I'll make sure of that. Besides, you have no proof.
Harlan, the tapes.
With pleasure.
Do it. Kill the old fool.
I couldn't care less.
Would you like to hear more?
We have every word. Our meeting, too.
We'll go to court. Paul, I advise against any settlement.
What settlement?
Considering everything that's happened, it's fair.
Well, perhaps. Suppose we drop the charges.
What are the terms?
A divorce. You get $4,000 a month for life.
We have the papers right here.
You give up all claims against the estate.
I'm not signing anything.
We'll have you in court for years.
Be smart. Come on, take it.
No. You've created a conspiracy. I'll drag Paul through the mud.
Then we go to court.
And you'll get virtually nothing.
It's a criminal case.
Might even go to jail.
You don't scare me.
How would you plead to attempted murder?
We have it all on the tapes. Leone will be named as co-conspirator.
All right, gentlemen, that's enough. Now, you let me talk to her alone.
Let's get her out of here, Paul.
In a moment.
Yes, sir. We'll be in the next room.
Lisa, you could have had money, property, position.
Oh, I'll still get it.
Oh, no. You'll come away from this the loser. Holland will fight you at every turn, even when I'm not here.
This was entrapment.
I had to test you, to find out if you cared for me at all. Well, I did test you. And if you'd tried to save me, I would have signed the new will. No. It was your greed and impatience that betrayed you, Lisa.
You're not finished with me yet.
Well, soon enough. My dear, I have cancer of the liver. My time is limited. Probably just a year. So you see, everything could have been yours.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Honey, we've been on the road all day, and you still look cool and crisp.
Wearing these Sears shorts and T-shirt help. They're so cool and packable on trips. I brought along several of each. The T-shirts come in solid shades, color-keyed to the solid or patterned walking shorts, so I can affordably mix and match a vacation's worth of easy care sportswear. A summer's worth of looks.
Smart lady.
Summer T-shirts and shorts from Sears. Cool, neat, and practical. Available in Mrs. sizes.
A medley of moods above your windows, easily created with Sears decorative Travers drapery rods, finishing touches that you install yourself. Capture the rich look of fruitwood, antique designs, brass or copper, all with finials that are antique finished by hand. Chrome color rods gleam brilliantly, and Sears Tri-Mention rods keep a country sculptured wood effect always in view. All are strong, adjustable steel rods with plastic trim. Sears decorator rods, the crowning touch to your rooms.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. A Test of Love was written by Ken Gerard, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Antoinette Bauer and Len Berman. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Vic Perrin, and Byron Kane. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CB.
I'm Andy Fisher, WNEW News. At 8 minutes past 10, time for the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Here's a preview.
A professional golfer is not supposed to pay any attention to remarks he may hear from the gallery.
That bum accused me of throwing the tournament just because I was short.
I know, Mr. Muncy, but that still doesn't excuse your actions.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You've been a member of the PGA and on the tour long enough to know, Mr. Muncy.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
I left my heart, love letter straight from your heart. I can't stop loving you.
Russian-built missiles 90 miles from New York brought about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and doctors and nurses were all over the TV screen. The year 1962. Join me Sunday night after 8 on a WNEW $1 Million Weekend.
The 33rd Annual Tony Awards, Broadway's tribute to its own, will be presented June 3rd. Beginning Tuesday, May 29th, WNEW begins a salute to Broadway and the Tony Awards. You'll hear some of the greatest songs ever written for the Great White Way. Have the opportunity to win tickets to all the shows presently on Broadway. Hear the people behind the scenes and above the footlights who made it the pinnacle of the theater world. And you'll have a chance to attend the Tony Awards show. Yes, a postcard to Salute to Broadway, WNEW, 655 3rd Avenue, New York, 10017, could win you a pair of tickets to the hottest black tie event of the Broadway season from the hot number 1130. Get your cards in now. And remember, a WNEW Salute to Broadway begins May 29th.
Mystery by the Masters. Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Robert Louis Stevenson, Guy de Maupassant. You'll hear radio dramatizations of their most popular works on our CBS Radio Mystery Theater Weekend Classics. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for Mystery 7 times a week on most of these stations, with original radio plays Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we bring you the classics, modern adaptations of the world's greatest stories of mystery, adventure, suspense, and even humor from the pen of Mark Twain. If you've read them before and want to enjoy them again, or if they're new to you now, listen here and enjoy our radio dramatizations of the world's great literature every Saturday and Sunday on CBS Radio Mystery Theater. And of course, listen in Monday through Friday, too, for original tales of the macabre over most of these CBS Radio network stations.
This is Cicely Tyson. On the 18th green of a famous golf course come 2 pairs of golfers followed by their caddies. The golfers exit into the scorer's tent. Shortly, 2 of them come out. One is Dr. Theodore Bassett, an M.D. The other is the famous golf professional, Pat Muncy. The 2 have finished the pro-amateur play of the American Classic Tournament, which begins the next day. They are followed by Augie Parvin, who is Pat's caddy.
I should have sunk that putt on the 18th, Pat.
Stop worrying about it.
Well, I played like a duffer.
Look, Theo, we won, didn't we?
Well, that's not the point. I made you work so hard.
It's just a game, so stop fretting. Hey, there's my wife.
Hi, darling.
Hello.
Hi, Doc. Augie.
Hello, Sharon.
Howdy, Mrs. Muncy.
How'd my husband do today?
Badly, as usual.
Why, he's crazy. Pat was brilliant, as usual.
Oh, Mr. Muncy.
Yeah, Augie?
I'll put your clubs in your locker. Then I want to go over the course again, especially holes number 5 and 16.
Whatever you say, Augie.
I want to be a real help tomorrow, Mr. Muncy. Oh, bye, Mrs. Muncy. Bye.
Bye, Augie.
Bye, Augie. Augie Parvin's best caddy I ever had. That's why I've kept him with me for the past 5 years.
See you at the festivities tonight, Theo?
Oh, sure thing. Be in Muncy's mob when the tournament starts tomorrow, too.
So will I.
Hope you take your patients as seriously as you do your golf, Theo.
Oh, I do. But I still think I should have sunk that putt on 18. Well, I'll see you tonight.
Bye. Car's over here, Pat. I'll drive.
Okay.
What'd you do?
Oh, boy, I bumped my head getting into the car. Right there. Is it bleeding?
No. Nothing shows.
Still hurt?
Yeah, well, it'll pass.
Lucky you got so much hair up there. Softens the blow.
Just drive, Sharon. Don't make jokes.
And that's just the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Muncy's Mob, by Ted Sherdeman. Our stars, Barney Phillips, Joan McCall, and Howard Culver. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
The room held several Sears brass-plated lamps. One switched on. The finely plated antique satin shade illuminated the furniture softly. Another lamp turned on, and another. The patio doors blew open. The gleaming brass-plated lamp nearby, with its heavy base built for stability, did not budge. The room glowed in the brassy elegance that these Sears best lamps command. Create your own hauntingly elegant moods with Sears brass-plated lamps at most larger Sears retail stores.
Day of the American Classic Golf Tournament. Dr. Theodore Bassett and Sharon Muncy are part of the gallery known as Muncy's Mob, which follows Pat Muncy around the course. The medical man has noted that the pro golfer takes small white pills. He keeps it to himself, but on the 8th tee, he approaches Pat and speaks to him.
I have a great round today.
Hi there, Pat.
Hello, Theo.
Oh, how are you, Doc?
Fine, Augie. Pat, what are those white pills you're taking?
Okay, quiet down, everybody. Will you keep it quiet? Let's let the pros drive now. Okay, let's have it quiet, okay?
Hey, good drive, Luke.
Thanks, Pat.
Oh, you're driving, Mr. Muncy.
Plenty of time, Augie. Glenn drives next.
Okay, now let's keep it quiet, everybody. Let's just quiet down now, all right?
Come on, Ball. Come on, get down. Stay on the fairway, Ball. Oh, man.
Tough luck, Glenn.
Where'd I pick up that hook?
Mr. Muncy, your driver.
Thanks, Augie.
Quiet down. Now let's let the man drive, okay? Quiet, please. Okay, good, thank you.
Wish I had that ball.
Thanks, Glenn.
Great drive, Pat.
Thanks, Luke. Here, Augie.
And he's a 7-iron to the green, Mr. Muncy.
7 or 8, Augie, depending on the lie.
I'd say a 7.
Whatever you say, Augie. Oh, what were you saying, Doc?
I asked about those pills you were taking. What are they?
Just aspirin. With my headache, I'm lucky I can even take them.
Too much bottled cheer at the dinner last night?
I had this headache before I got to the dinner.
You get them frequently?
No. But I'm lucky to shot as well as I have, considering the one I picked up.
If you make par on this hole, you'll be in a charging position.
If. I bogeyed the last hole.
You still went under, Mr. Muncy.
Not good enough, Augie.
I'll get back to Sharon in the gallery. I was only wondering about those pills. Good luck, Pat.
I thought I'd lost you, Dr. Theo.
Those pills he's taking, they're just aspirin, Sharon.
I could have told you that. He's been taking aspirin tablets since last night.
I thought it was a hangover when Pat told me what they were.
You should know better than that, Doctor.
I should.
Pat doesn't drink. This next tee ought to be a good time to introduce your friend to Pat, Dr. Theo.
Didn't know George was even in the gallery until we reached the 11th hole.
Well, as long as I'm going to meet the famous Pat Muncy, it doesn't matter, Theo.
Pat hasn't shot well today, Mr. Glasheen.
Well, this is only the second round, Mrs. Muncy. He's got this plus 2 days to go, and I'm sure he'll win. So's his gallery.
Come on, George. Now's a good time for you to meet him.
This is a long par 3, Theo.
You're telling me. 215 yards. I took a 5 the first day of the Pro-Am and a 6 the second. This 16th is a killer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, first time I ever saw Pat argue with his caddy.
Do you think this is a good time for me to meet Mr. Muncy?
Why not? Just a minute, though. I want to hear what this argument's all about.
I tell you, I want the 2-iron, not the 4.
But, Mr. Muncy, it's only 215 yards. You'd be way over the green if you use the 2.
Look, give me the 2-iron and another aspirin.
You're taking so much aspirin?
I don't need any lectures from you, Augie. Now give me the 2.
Here, Mr. Muncy, I still say you should
I don't care what you say. I don't like to hit a 4 off a tee.
Yes, sir, Mr. Muncy.
Pat, I want to introduce my friend, George Glasheen.
Oh, how are you, Doc?
Hello, Augie.
Is your Dr. Augie?
No. This is your friend, Dr. Theodore Bassett.
How do you do? Excuse me, I got a hit.
There's our man. All right, please. Let's quiet down. No noise while the players hit their tee shots. Quiet, please. That's nice. That's nice.
First time I've seen him do that. He birdied this hole twice on the Pro-Am.
He was way long over the green this time.
There he goes. He's a veritable Ben Hogan, George. Pat's ability to concentrate on his game is beyond belief.
Well, he'd better concentrate. His caddy told him to use a 4-iron.
Pat'll be lucky if he makes the cut after today's score.
He'll be okay, Sharon. Pat'll snap out of it. After all, it's only a game, like he said.
But he's having anxieties he's never had before, and he forgets things that used to be routine.
Like what?
Well, I suppose they're little matters, but they're important to a pro golfer, Theo. Such as personally checking the number of clubs in his bag. Why, if Augie hadn't caught it, he'd had 3 putters in that bag this morning.
3?
3. All of a sudden, he's decided he isn't putting well, so he bought 2 new clubs in the pro shop, but he still used his regular putter.
What happened to the other 2?
Augie put them in Pat's locker. And he fails to remember certain hazards on certain holes, like on 18 yesterday. There was no excuse for him being in that trap. He just forgot it was there.
I didn't forget it during the Pro-Am. I was in it.
And Pat forgot all about signing his scorecard yesterday until Augie reminded him.
Well, Sharon, Pat has been the top money winner on the tour for the past 3 years now.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
Maybe the role of being the invincible master of golf is taking its toll.
It's the only thing he lives for, golf. I come in a poor second.
No, I wouldn't say that. Just remember, no athlete can stay on top forever.
Across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
I got myself this handy weed whacker for only $49.99 and saved $5. It's got a powerful Craftsman motor with 2 speeds for those tough jobs, plus a big 17-inch cut. Sears weed whacker at a great price.
I got a heavy-duty 2-speed sandy polisher for only $79.99. Save $30. That's a rugged Craftsman tool at a great savings.
It's the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale. Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Honey, we've been on the road all day, and you still look cool and crisp.
Wearing these Sears shorts and T-shirt help. They're so cool and packable on trips. I brought along several of each. The T-shirts come in solid shades, color keyed to the solid or patterned walking shorts. so I can affordably mix and match a vacation's worth of easy care sportswear. A summer's worth of looks.
Smart lady.
Summer T-shirts and shorts from Sears. Cool, neat, and practical. Available in Mrs. sizes.
And now for men, a Sears super value on a vested four-piece suit. Just $89.97 is the special purchase price that buys a coat, 2 slacks, and a reversible vest that combine for a wardrobe of 6 different outfits. Come see for yourself that this special purchase, though not reduced, is an exceptional value. Sears vested four-piece suit, only $89.97 while quantities last. It's a value that's worth a special trip. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Pat Muncy had just made the cut at the end of 2 days' play in the American Classic Golf Tournament. But he had a streak of good luck and birdied the first 4 holes during the 3rd round, a thing that sent the huge gallery following him into ecstasies. His wife Sharon and their friend Dr. Theodore Bassett were in the gallery, a part of Muncy's mob. Pat had just gotten his 4th birdie after a sensational 60-foot putt that sent the gallery into cheers that wouldn't quit, when Pat Muncy started in a direction other than what the accompanying pros had taken.
Where are you going, Luke, Glenn?
5th tee is over this way.
5th tee is over here. Come on, Augie. Or are you going the wrong direction, same as they are?
The 5th tee is that way, Mr. Muncy.
I say it's this way.
You joining us on the 5th or not, Pat?
You like to take a bet it's this way?
What are you doing, Pat? Adding psychological warfare to your bag of tricks?
I say the 5th tee is that way now. I bet you $20.
Pat, you've played this course I don't know how many times. The 5th tee is that way.
Look, Glenn, put up or shut up.
Mr. Muncy, they're right. The 5th tee
I don't need any advice from a caddy.
Here's my 20, Pat.
And mine. You want to pay up now or later, Mr. Muncy? Those 4 birdies are gone to your head.
Just follow me to the 5th tee. I'll settle with you then. It's just over this rise.
A guy who's in a 5-way tie for first in this tournament doesn't need any psychological warfare to help him.
I agree with you, Glenn. Shall we go to the 5th tee?
Yeah, maybe the guys in front of us are off the green by now, Luke.
Yeah, Pat can pay us there.
Yeah, I'd have sworn the 5th tee was right here, Augie.
Yeah, we all make mistakes, Mr. Muncy. This way, sir.
Well, that's $40 shot.
Is it part of his plan? I mean, to upset Luke and Glenn?
Why? Luke is 2 over par, Glenn is even, and Pat is 3 under. No, Theo, it's not part of his plan.
Makes no sense.
I've never seen Pat forget the layout of a golf course like he's forgotten this one.
Well, it's not an easy course.
None of them are, but Pat actually making bets that he knew where the 5th tee was after playing how many times?
We had 2 days of the Pro-Am, and this is round 3 of the tournament.
And Pat played around before the Pro-Am started to get acclimatized to the course. I tell you, Dr. Theo, something's happened to him.
Oh, here's your 5-iron, Mr. Muncy.
I want a 7.
You'll be short, Mr. Muncy.
What do my notes say?
Well, there's the weeping willow tree. We're just opposite it. And it's 200 yards to the flag from here.
About 160, 170.
I say take a 5, Mr. Muncy.
And I say give me the 7.
You come up short of the green, sir.
You'll see. Now give me the 7.
I can't argue with you, but I still say you'd better use the 5-iron.
Will you be quiet while I make my shot?
Well, I don't know. Hey, wow! Did you see that?
Hit it bad or something.
The pitching wedge, Mr. Muncy.
Damn, I'm short.
I said you'd be, Mr. Muncy.
What are you doing? Throwing the game?
Who said that?
Just a guy from the gallery.
You make a deal, Muncy?
What kind of deal?
To throw the tournament.
Throw the... Why, you dirty...
Mr. Muncy, come back now. Don't pay any attention to him. Don't pay any attention.
I've never thrown anything in my life, but I'm going to throw you right out of here.
Mr. Muncy. Come on, you golf bum. I'd like to see you do it.
You will, mister.
Mr. Muncy, now you get back on the course.
Who are you?
I'm an official of the PGA. Now I'm telling you one more time. Get back on the course.
Now, come on, Mr. Muncy, come on.
Accusing me of throwing a tournament.
No reason at all for Muncy coming up short like that.
I should have slapped that guy alongside the head with my wedge.
Mr. Muncy, listen. When you finish this round and sign your scorecard, will you see me in the clubhouse?
Yes, sir.
What happened, Pat? What's all the fuss about?
What did that guy yell at you?
Nothing, gentlemen.
What do you mean, nothing? That bum in the gallery said I was trying to throw this tournament.
Mr. Muncy, I'm just trying to get the game started again.
Just because I come up short of the green, I'm throwing the tournament.
I think that's your wife waving at you, Pat.
Yeah, well, let her wave. Throwing the tournament.
Why doesn't he at least acknowledge the fact that I'm here, Theo? He won't even look this way.
Well, he's probably ashamed by the show he put on when he almost attacked that loudmouth in the gallery.
Pat's in trouble, Doctor. You saw the manner of that PGA official.
Yes, I saw it.
That official wasn't kidding. A pro golfer doesn't try to attack a galleryite.
I know.
No matter what.
But to accuse Pat Muncy of throwing a tournament is just ridiculous.
Well, you know it and I know it, but how many others do?
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market. It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Hey, buddy, can you give a fella a break?
Sorry, fella, I only give at the office.
I'm not looking for a handout.
What can I do for you?
Help save my life and breath.
Do you need mouth-to-mouth breathing? I'm not the type.
No, but you're smoking. And your smoke is hitting me where I breathe. And what with an allergy and pollution, you're not helping any.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you.
Sure, but the fact is that your smoke is getting in my eyes and nose and throat. And that's not a good song for my lungs.
Well, you could always move away.
I do, and then there's another one puffing away in my face. How about a deal? Like the Lung Association says, smoke if you must, but make smoking a private affair. Or quit. Secondhand smoke is truly offensive for non-smokers.
Well, I'll give it a try.
Wish you would, otherwise they're going to hang a tag on you.
A tag?
Yeah, cigarettes are a health hazard, and so are you.
Gotcha, buddy. Now, about that handout.
Save it. Let me give you one. Your Lung Association says that giving up smoking is a matter of life and breath.
Muncy's mob had something to really cheer about at the end of that third round when Pat sank another miraculous putt for birdie on the 18th green and wound up in a 5-way tie for first place. But Pat's troubles aren't over. Not yet, by any means.
Really great putt, Pat.
Thanks, Luke.
Look at the leaderboard, Pat. You're in a 5-way tie for first.
I know, Glenn.
Probably won't get to play with you tomorrow, but it's been great, Pat.
Yeah, for me, too.
Thanks, Luke. Glenn. Take my putter, Augie.
Yes, sir.
What are you stopping me for?
Well, you haven't been in the score center to sign your scorecard yet, Mr. Muncy.
Oh. Thanks, Augie.
And don't forget, right afterwards, you're supposed to see that PGA official in the clubhouse.
Mr. Muncy, why did you start into the gallery today?
Did you hear what that guy said?
A professional golfer is not supposed to pay any attention to remarks he may hear from the gallery.
But that bum accused me of throwing the tournament just because I was short.
I know, Mr. Muncy, but that still doesn't excuse your actions.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You've been a member of the PGA and on the tour long enough to know, Mr. Muncy.
When that loudmouth accused
Mr. Muncy,
me...
I don't care what he accused you of. Your insulting remarks and your near assault on that man is demeaning to a professional golfer. And the PGA will have no more of it. Now, is that clear?
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay, we understand each other. Now, good luck tomorrow on your final round.
Thank you, sir.
How do you account for Mr. Muncy's actions, Augie?
I can't, Doc. I wish I could, but I can't.
He's always been brilliant on any golf course he's ever played.
You're telling me? Finest golfer I ever caddied for.
Then
Then what's happened?
I don't know, Doc. He's making mistakes now Rank Duffer wouldn't make.
Well, like what, Augie?
Oh, there are so many, Doc, like on the 16th tee the second day. Why, he's used to 4, sometimes a 5 iron if the wind was blowing behind us. There was no wind, no nothing. Except his stubbornness about using a 2 off of the 16th.
Yeah, I was there.
Then you saw how long he was over the green.
Yeah, he was way over.
And like yesterday, when he left the 4th green, he even had the nerve to bet the 5th tee was in a different direction.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
I was dumbfounded when Mr. Muncy walked off in a different direction. Well, he knows this course like the palm of his hand.
Do you think he really forgot where the tee was, or was he trying to psych out the pros he was playing with?
What for? They're good, but they're no match for Pat Muncy when he's on his game.
Yeah. Has he said anything to you, like, well, or maybe like troubles with Sharon?
No. He never talks about his personal life. You know how he is, or was, at least.
Just the best golfer anybody ever saw.
Funny, Mr. Muncy never hears the gallery. Oh, I expect arguments about club selections, especially now, but I was real surprised yesterday when he heard that guy in Muncy's mob sign off about him throwing the tournament, just because he hit short to the green.
Good thing you kept him from assaulting that man.
That official from the PGA stopped him, more than I did.
Did Mr. Muncy see the PGA official after he'd finished the round?
I guess so. I reminded him he was supposed to. After I reminded him to sign his scorecard.
He forgot again?
It ain't like him, Doc. It ain't like Mr. Muncy at all to forget anything when it comes to golf.
How's Pat this morning, Sharon?
I don't know, Theo. After last night, I'm not sure I care.
Oh? Oh, well, what happened last night?
He threw a scene in a restaurant that really embarrassed me. But not him, not at all.
Well, what did he do?
Well, you know those little old-fashioned boxes that hold matches?
Huh?
The kind that is all enclosed with the bottom that slides out?
Yes, I know. I used to practice tying surgical knots in those boxes.
Well, I didn't even know Pat had one until he pulled it out.
Well, what's embarrassing about that?
What he did with it. It was full of dead flies, roaches, you name it. If it could fit in the box, he had it.
What? Well, I don't get it.
We had this dinner, see? A real nice dinner. I thought that whatever was troubling Pat might be gone. Then, when we were almost through eating, he pulled out this box, this matchbox, slid it open, considered for a moment, then put this dead cockroach under a small portion of the meat that was still on his plate.
What? Pat Muncy did that?
Then he called for the waiter in a loud voice and complained about his food. Well, the waiter, when he saw the dead cockroach, called for the manager. Pat said he was not paying for anything served with dead roaches in it. The manager agreed with him, said both dinners would not be charged for, and asked Pat to please lower his voice.
Lord, why? I don't understand. Why would Pat do a thing like that?
Well, I don't know. He kept screaming and yelling about the dirty food in the place. Well, I got up and left the restaurant, went back to the motel.
Alone?
Of course.
And then did Pat come in later, Sharon?
Oh, yeah. He was laughing, and, well, that's when I saw the contents of the matchbox. I told him, in no uncertain terms, that I'd break his arm if he tried to put a dead insect on my plate.
What did he say to that?
I don't know. He started chasing a moth that had flown into the room. And I cried myself to sleep.
Okay, quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Let the man pot out.
What hole are we on, Augie?
Number 11, sir. You want any advice on this putt, Mr. Muncy?
Looks like the break is to the left.
It only looks that way, Mr. Muncy. If I was you, I'd play it about an inch to the right of the cup.
But you're not me, are you, Augie?
No, sir.
So I'm going to play it my way, to the left of the cup. Got the flag, Augie?
Yes, sir, Mr. Muncy.
Let's see. If I birdie this hole, I'll have the lead. So, an inch to the left.
Oh!
The damn caddy told me to play it to the left.
You want the flag in or out, sir?
Damn you, Augie!
Pat threw that club! His caddy's out cold. He caught him right in the jaw with that putter. I'm a doctor. Let me see that man.
Leave him alone.
He's bleeding.
I said to leave him alone. He got what he deserved.
Are you cold-blooded monster? Let me at you.
Break it up. Break it up. Break it up. Break it up.
Deserved.
Come with us, Muncy. This round is finished.
What do you mean, finished? We're only on the 11th.
It's finished for you, Muncy. Now, come on.
I'll stay with his caddy. I know him well.
Okay, Doctor. Okay. Now, come on, Muncy.
Hear me, Augie?
Yes, Mrs. Muncy.
You know where you are?
Yes, ma'am. In a hospital.
Do you know what happened?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Muncy threw his putter at me.
Have the police been to see you yet?
Yes, ma'am.
And?
I ain't bringing no charges against Mr. Muncy.
That's very generous of you, Augie.
Mr. Muncy has been good to me, ma'am.
Until this tournament, you mean?
Something's eating at him, ma'am.
Yes. Did he say or do anything odd the first 11 holes today?
No. He was like his old self the first 10. Had the sweet swing of a Gene Little or Sam Snead, but was longer. Why, on number 3, you know that long par 5? That monster hole that's 650 yards long. 52, exactly.
What about him?
He was on the edge of the green in 2 shots and sunk a 70-foot putt for an eagle 3.
I know. I was in the gallery.
Yes. On number 11, I told him to putt about an inch to his right, but he insisted on putting left, and when he missed, that's when he threw the putter at me.
Too bad you didn't see it coming.
Yes, ma'am. But, like I said, I ain't bringing no charges against Mr. Muncy.
It was nice of you to meet me, Dr. Theo.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Sharon. How's Pat this morning?
Sleeping like a log when I left the motel.
And last night?
He still doesn't think he's done anything wrong. That Augie deserved what he got.
Sick. He's sick, Sharon.
Maybe with your help, I can convince the PGA of this.
Here we are. After you.
How do you do, Mrs. Muncy?
This is Dr. Theodore Bassett, a friend of my husband's.
How do you do, Doctor? Please, be seated.
I played in the Pro-Am with Pat.
Oh, yes, I remember. Mrs. Muncy, I'll get right to the point.
Please do.
Mr. Muncy faces permanent disbarment from the PGA and any PGA-sponsored golf tournaments.
The caddy, Augie Parvin, is not going to bring charges against my husband.
But the man your husband had the fight with, he's charging Mr. Muncy with assault and battery.
He wasn't injured.
Well, he's fortunate. It was Mr. Muncy's intention to, well, to use an expression, knock him cold as he did his caddy. And whether or not Mr. Augie Parvin brings charges is immaterial. The police may.
Well, how can the police?
In view of the many witnesses. And Muncy's mob contained many, ma'am. The police have been besieged that the throwing of the putter by Mr. Muncy was deliberate.
But Mr. Muncy is sick.
From what, Doctor?
Well, I don't know for sure, but I do know his conduct during the American Classic was, well, to say the least, unusual for Pat Muncy.
No, it's the only tournament we're concerned with, Doctor.
Pat Muncy has done more for golf than any other pro on the tour.
As I said, the American Classic is the only tournament we're concerned with here. And I also said I'd get right to the point.
Which is?
Your husband not only faces permanent disbarment from the PGA and all future PGA-sponsored golf tournaments, but if the man who is suing him and the police bring charges that are supported by numerous witnesses, that your husband deliberately threw that club at Mr. Augie Parvin, your husband, Mrs. Muncy, may also face prison.
Dear, Today I found the bedroom suite of my dreams at a great price.
That's a coincidence. I found one that has all the features.
Well, mine has authentic country styling.
So does mine.
Does yours have a beautiful 26-step finish?
Nothing but, and I get a choice of 13 different pieces.
All built to last for a long time?
Yes, with sturdy tongue and groove construction and dovetail jointed drawers.
Is yours
Sears Open Hearth Bedroom Furniture? Sears Open Hearth Bedroom Collection. Expert craftsmanship at a reasonable price. Select from 13 different pieces. Now at most Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Cicely Tyson again. And here's the concluding act of Muncy's Moth.
Order in the court. You may continue, Dr. Bassett.
Yes. Now, what was I saying?
I asked you to state your qualifications, Doctor.
Oh, yes. I am a neurologist and a neurosurgeon.
And a golfer?
Well, I play every chance I get. Yes.
You played in the pro-amateur preceding the American Classic Golf Tournament, did you not?
Yes, I did.
As the partner of the defendant, Mr. Pat Muncy?
Yes, sir.
And what were his actions then?
Why, perfectly normal.
For the 2 days you played with him?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, how do you account for the defendant's subsequent actions during the tournament?
I've known Pat Muncy since he came on the PGA Tour 10 years ago.
Answer the question, Dr. Bassett.
He's never exhibited any psychotic conditions whatsoever.
Will Your Honor please instruct the witness to answer the question?
Answer the question, Dr. Bassett.
Well, I don't remember what it was, Your Honor.
I asked, how do you account for the defendant's subsequent actions during the tournament?
Well, which days, sir?
The last 2, to be specific.
Do you mean the last 2 rounds, then?
I do. The 3rd round, when his assault on a member of the gallery was aborted only by the interference of his caddy and a PGA official. And the 4th round, when the defendant physically assaulted a member of the crowd who was only trying to help the caddy Mr. Muncy had knocked out when he deliberately threw his golf club.
Pat Muncy is not a homicidal maniac.
Just answer the question, Doctor.
I'm trying to. Your Honor, it's only an educated guess on my part, but there must be some physical reason for the changes that have taken place in Pat Muncy.
Your Honor, will you please?
Please, this is a court of law, not an arena. Now, has or has not a physical examination of the defendant been made?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
Nor to mine. And I think it should be made.
I agree with you, Doctor. The court directs that a physical examination of the defendant be made at once.
Sharon, my guess proved correct. X-rays show that Pat has a subdural hematoma.
A what?
A subdural hematoma.
What's that, Dr. Theo?
It's a blood clot on the brain.
Oh, my God.
Oh, now, don't come apart on me, Sharon.
A blood clot on the brain? Where did you get that?
I was about to ask you. Has Pat ever received any head wounds?
Not that I know of.
Well, now, he must have injured his head at some time or another. Most people have, you know.
Well, I don't know. We've been married 12 years. If it happened before then, I wouldn't know about it.
Well, if it happened earlier, he'd have shown symptoms earlier.
A blood clot on the brain.
It's a very small clot, and recovery from the operation is assured.
You mean you have to operate on Pat?
A subdural hematoma always requires an operation, Sharon.
Oh.
Now, think, girl. Did Pat get a head wound any time recently?
I can't remember his ever... Wait a minute. How severe would it have to be?
Well, it could have been very minor.
Well, we didn't even think about it after it happened, but...
But what, Sharon?
Well, he started taking aspirin for headache that night, even before we went to dinner.
What dinner?
Well, the night before the professional rounds began.
Well, what happened to him?
He bumped his head getting into the car when we were leaving at the end of the Pro-Am.
Severely?
Well, no. I mean, we even joked about it. Could that have caused this? I mean, there was no blood or anything like that.
Well, yes, it could. Although a subdural hematoma generally evidences itself some weeks or months later by progressive symptoms, such as those Pat has shown. Now, has he had any dizzy spells?
Well, he had to sit down to put on his socks. Yeah. He said it made him dizzy to put them on standing up, which is the way he's always done.
Why didn't you tell me, Sharon?
Why should I? I thought it was just age creeping up on Pat. Headaches and occasional dizzy spells are signs of it, aren't they?
Not necessarily, no.
When do you operate on Pat?
Tomorrow morning. And don't worry. You'll be back on the tour, belting out those long drives and sinking those impossible putts in a few months.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure I can hear you.
You remember the nursery rhyme, Fuzzy Wuzzy?
Huh?
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy, was he? And I love you, bald head and all.
The hair will grow back, and I sure love you.
Oh, did I interrupt something?
Come on in, Theo.
Yes, Doctor, please do.
I thought I'd bring you some good news for a change.
Yeah, like what?
Well, for one thing...
Don't keep us in suspense, Dr. Theo.
Please, Sharon, you're talking to the man who saved my life.
The guy who was suing you has dropped everything.
You mean I won't have to go to jail?
Not a chance. He's only anxious for you to get back on the tour, as is the PGA.
Oh, what a relief.
That really makes my day, Theo.
And as your surgeon, I think you can be ready to play golf in time for the National Open. Pat's tired. It shows.
I know.
Well, this is the 18th hole.
I know that, too.
If he ties, there could still be a playoff.
If.
And if he birdies the hole...
Theo, this is a par 5, 590-yard hole. You're talking birdies?
Well, Pat's drive was over 300 yards.
And his second shot was short of the green by what, 20, 30 yards?
Quiet, please. Please, will you be quiet?
I shouldn't ever have been short, Augie.
It's okay, Mr. Muncy. Mr. Harvey was short, too.
What is he to the flag?
I'd say about 35 yards. As you can see, the pin is set back in the corner of the green.
With a big bunker behind it.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Muncy.
What'll you do if I'm in it, Augie? Kick it out?
You won't be in it, Mr. Muncy, not the way you're playing today.
Yeah, Harvey's addressing the ball now. Let's be still.
Pretty shot, real pretty.
Boy, it's a great shot, Harvey.
He can't be more than 3 feet from the cup.
The way he has been putting looks like a cinch birdie. Really got my work cut out for me.
Yes, sir. You want your wedge or your 9-iron, sir?
I think I'll take the 9, Augie, and try to run it. Well, here goes nothing.
Go,
Go, ball. Go. Drop. 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 Oh. Yeah. Did you see that? It went in the hole. Oh, it went in the hole. I want the open. You sure did, Mr. Muncy. You hold out for an eagle.
Oh, I gotta hug you, Augie. Without you, oh, boy.
Oh, without me, you'd have done just fine, Mr. Muncy.
Oh, Pat, congratulations.
Thanks, Harvey. Thank you very much. An eagle on 18.
Oh, I thought I had you with that birdie putt just waiting for me.
So did I.
Well, I sure didn't expect you to hold out.
Neither did I, Harvey. I was just trying to get close enough so we'd tie. Oh, your wife's running this way, Mr. Muncy. Hey, Sharon, did you see it?
All the way. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
My first National Open.
I know.
Oh, this is... you know Mr. Harvey, don't you?
Oh, yeah, we've met several times. Hi, Sharon.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, that was a great shot your husband made.
He always does.
No, not always. Hey, where's Theo? Dr. Bassett saved my life. Doc and Augie are my caddy. But neither of us had anything to do with you getting an eagle on this hole.
He's absolutely right, Pat.
Oh, they're only responsible for my staying in the PGA. Hey, I thought Theo would be with you, Sharon.
He was. Walked the whole round with me. He wore a red sweater, tan trousers. There he is, standing over there.
Oh, yeah, I see him. Hey, Theo.
He's waving at you. Guess he wants the gallery to thin out and the photographers to disappear first.
Oh, Muncy's mob. It's been a great finish for them, Pat.
They followed you, Harvey, as much as they did me.
Oh, no, they didn't. You can hear them now, can't you?
Yeah, I can hear them.
Muncy's mob was polite to me, Pat, but they're cheering you.
Graduation time, so give your graduate a scholar.
I've always wanted a smart girl for my son.
I mean the Scholar electric typewriter at Sears. The perfect gift for son or daughter at only $169.99. That's $30 off. The Scholar features power return, power repeat backspace, power shift, and more. Key set tabulator and touch set margins plus carrying case.
The Scholar electric is really my son's type. It's my type of deal. $30 off till June 9th.
Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Yes, no, maybe so. It's a Sunny Bunch summer for girls on the go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to Pappy Sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
What's in the bag?
A package deal from Sears that lets me put my best foot forward.
How's that?
I saved 20% on this 5-pair bag of all-pro sports socks. What great looks, great fit, and the savings really stack up. 20% off.
You saved a bundle, all right. But are there other socks on sale?
Choose from casual, sporty, and support styles, too, in 3 or 5-pair package deals from Sears. All at 20% off. Sale ends May 26th. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Muncy's Mob was written by Ted Scherdeman, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Barney Phillips, Joan McCall, and Howard Culver. Featured in the cast were Don Blakely, Dawes Butler, Jack Carroll, Byron Kane, Vic Perrin, and Norman Alden. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of
I'm Charles Scott King, WNEW News. At 9 minutes past 10, time for Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of adventure with Richard Widmark as your host. Here's a preview.
Is it true that you've lost over 20 pounds on this first part of your voyage?
I've lost weight. I don't think it's that much.
But even so, do you think that you'll have the strength to continue on?
I will go on. There's no question of that.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
If I want to make sure I buy the right thing, then I look at a magazine. I look at the consumer magazine.
I do a lot of price comparing before I buy.
Well, if I'm thinking of buying a certain refrigerator or air conditioner, I ask around. I see what experiences people I know have had with that manufacturer.
I found it best to check with my friends who have the product I want to buy.
When I have to make a decision between two items, I just toss a coin.
I just let my wife decide.
I always buy things on Wednesday. I think that's my lucky day.
People have lots of ways to buy things. Some are good, and some are not so good. But one way that really helps is to read and compare warranties, just as you would price or quality. The law says on purchases of $15 or more, warranties must be available for you to see before you buy. You'll find that some are full and some are limited, so compare. A tip from the Federal Trade Commission. It's good to read warranties before you buy. And don't be bashful, because it's your money.
This is Richard Widmark. There she is, even at dockside, still and without sail. There's something in her sleek lines that suggest motion and speed. The 54-foot white yacht is called Adventure, named for a ship of Captain James Cook, the great Pacific explorer. It's late afternoon, and the fog is beginning to roll in. Adventure stands ready and waiting, but deserted. Only an hour ago, her owner, her captain, Ian Janis, was carried from her shining teak deck to an ambulance unconscious, unaware that his dream had been snatched from him on the very eve of its fulfillment. In a small white hospital room, Jessica Janis looks out of place. She's too strong, too young and healthy to belong here. She stares down at her father's comatose figure. The doctors can't explain to her what's happened. They suspect a stroke, but they can't be sure yet. All she wants is for her father to be returned to her as he had been this morning. A vibrant, vital man. She wants him to make his voyage around the world in his boat Adventure, as he had always dreamed of doing. She leans close to him.
Dad. Dad, can you hear me? Dad, I can't stand this. I can't see you like this. Please, won't you open your eyes? Look at me with that look of yours. Make me believe that this hasn't happened to you. Dad? I'm not going to let your dream go, Dad. I can't do anything for you here. I can only stand around and try not to cry. But there is something that I can do. I know I'm not the sailor that you are, but I'm going to make the voyage. Try to hear me, Dad. I'm going. And I'm going to make it. For you.
Early the next morning, without fanfare, Jessica sails Adventure down the channel, past the breakwater, and away from land. Her plan, as her father's had been, is to sail non-stop to Australia, then continue on across the Indian Ocean past Africa, into the South Atlantic around Cape Horn, and up the Pacific to this spot she was so quietly departing. There were very few other boats out, and the girl alone on the beautiful white boat went unnoticed. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Lone Voyager, by Pamela Russell. Our stars, Janet Waldo and Lynn Berman. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop! Honey, I can't sleep.
Maybe you should try counting sheets.
You mean sheep?
No, Medley sheets from Sears in so many great colors from light to dark.
Rest easy knowing your bed looks fantastic because Medley solids come in up to 24 colors like Indian copper, royal blue, lemon yellow, and jungle green. But don't just count them. Mix and match them with Medley pattern sheets and cases for a designer effect. Then dream in color tonight. Available at most larger Sears retail stores in the catalog.
Out on the dark open sea, the boat Adventure moves along silently. On a staff at the stem of the yacht hang 2 red lights set several feet apart. These out-of-control lights glow like unblinking red eyes, staring out into the blackness, warning other vessels that the occupant of Adventure is asleep. But Jessica Janis is not asleep. She lies awake on the narrow bunk in the forward cabin, wondering, thinking, and questioning.
It's so quiet, so unbelievably quiet. I feel as if I'm the only person on Earth. I wonder if this is how Dad feels. Is this what it's like to be in a coma? Such enormous, all-encompassing quiet. I wish I could know if he'd heard me when I told him that I was going. I hope he knows. Somehow I feel that he does. It should be Dad out here instead of me. It was his dream to sail around the world alone, and he's in that hospital with that awful machine beside him, whining, breathing for him. It seems so strange and wrong. Dad never wanted anyone to do anything for him. That's what Mother always said. Her voice so sad, so defeated. I guess that's why they divorced. He'd never let her do anything for him. And now I'm doing this. Now he has to have everything done for him. How he must hate it. Maybe it's wrong that I'm here. But who better than I? I've been helping him plan this trip for over a year. I know every chart. I know every inch of adventure. And I love her almost as much as he does. One of the first things I remember is the smell of the ocean and going to sleep in a swaying bunk like this one. But with pillows propped all around me so I wouldn't fall out. Before I could even read or ride a bicycle, I'd sailed with him 100 times. If only I'd been able to eat some dinner. I feel so queasy. I've never been seasick before. Maybe I'm afraid. It's so quiet. I could play one of the tapes, but I should go to sleep. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. I need the rest. I made over 130 miles today. So many miles of ocean to Australia. It's so vast. It's hard to even imagine it, and yet I'm out here in the midst of it all. And what is there between me and so much deep black water? A hull 7/8 of an inch thick. I keep feeling there should be more exhilaration, more excitement. But I can't quite make myself believe where I am and what I'm doing. What I'm attempting to do. I've begun a solo voyage around the world. Very few have ever embarked on such a trip, and fewer still have completed it, and yet that's what I'm doing. Maybe when I convince myself of it, I'll feel excited and exhilarated, or maybe the excitement and exhilaration should rightfully be saved until the end. I'm so tired. But I can't make my thoughts stop. I feel very close to something. Perhaps it's just sleep. But I think it's myself. I've never been quite so alone in my life. The wind is blowing up. I love the sound of it. It's lulling, reassuring. My arms and legs feel so heavy. I'm tired, very tired. My eyes are finally closing. One more deep breath and I'll be asleep. I'll be asleep, and when I open my eyes again, it will be light, and my first night alone on the ocean will be past.
Honey, we've been on the road all day, and you still look cool and crisp.
Wearing these Sears shorts and T-shirt help. They're so cool and packable on trips. I brought along several of each. The T-shirts come in solid shades, color-keyed to the solid or patterned walking shorts, so I can affordably mix and match a vacation's worth of easy care sportswear. A summer's worth of looks.
Smart lady.
Summer T-shirts and shorts from Sears. Cool, neat, and practical. Available in Mrs. sizes.
And now for men, a Sears super value on a vested four-piece suit. Just $89.97 is the special purchase price that buys a coat, 2 slacks, and a reversible vest that combine for a wardrobe of 6 different outfits. Come see for yourself that this special purchase, though not reduced, is an exceptional value. Sears vested four-piece suit, only $89.97 while quantities last. It's a value that's worth a special trip. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Maybe so. It's a Sunny Bunch summer for girls on the go.
Summer starts for your daughter with Easy Care halters, tanks, tees, and jogger shorts in colorful teams to switch around all summer. And each Sunny Bunch piece has a sunny saying and character screen print.
Tops, shorts, and play sets that pack a pretty punch. When it comes to pappy sportswear, the choice is Sunny Bunch.
Jump into summer with Sunny Bunch funwear for your girls in sizes 7 to 14.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Adventure sails swiftly in the fast-approaching darkness. There's little twilight. It is bright blue-white day, and then black night. The second long night out on the sea is just beginning. Jessica, after a day of strenuous single-handed sailing, sits below, exhausted, muscles aching, hunched over her journal. She is writing of the previous night, when wrenched from sleep by the sound of a terrible crash. She had feared that her voyage, just begun, was at an end, and even possibly her life.
I ran up on deck not knowing what I'd find there. I was confused, disoriented, still groggy with sleep, and frightened, terrified, my heart thudding in my chest. I couldn't believe what I saw. I had visions in my mind of disaster and destruction, but instead I found everything in order. I ran crazily from stem to stern, thinking perhaps I had dreamt that horrible sound, but I knew that it was no dream. The boat was going beautifully. I checked the self-steering gear on the tiller. It was functioning properly. I looked to the mast and the main boom. I'd feared finding them broken and adrift, but there was nothing but peaceful, blind motion. I stood at the stern and tried to think what could have happened. And then, in the rushing white wake so near, so very close to me, I thought that I saw a huge shadowy form. My heart, which had calmed and started to go evenly, jumped and began to race once again. The form was too big to be anything but what I feared most. It had to be a killer whale. I knew that was what adventure had come up against. I tried to remember all that I knew about killer whales. The one fact that kept playing over and over in my mind was how they did battle. They would jump upon their opponent until it grew exhausted and finally died. I tried to put from my mind the vision of a killer whale jumping on adventure. I bent down closer to the water to see. But it was impossible. I went below. I couldn't sleep again. This morning, I replaced the cutlery in cans that had been thrown about and scattered across the cabin. They were my only proof that the night before had not been a nightmare. I was glad for that proof. Nightmares frighten me far more than any reality. I made my 140 miles today. It was good sailing. But through the tiredness, I can only feel a twinge of accomplishment. I thought that I was in better shape than this. I'm only 27 after all, but I think that more than any physical exertion, the idea that everything rests totally on my shoulders wears me out. I begin to understand Dad and his great love of independence. The sea fosters that love, for it's cruel in its ability to destroy the weak and dependent. I'm going to try and reach Los Angeles on the radio telephone tonight. I suppose that I'm not yet so independent that I don't long to hear the sound of a human voice other than my own. Hello? Hello, Los Angeles. This is Adventure. Hello?
This is Angeles. Los Angeles. Could you?
Los Angeles. I'm not receiving you. Hello, Los Angeles.
We have report of a...
I'm not reading Los Angeles. Los Angeles.
Winds up to 80 knots. Hurricane.
I'm not receiving you, Los Angeles. Do you hear me? I'll try another transmission later.
Hurricane. Warnings. Hurricane. Up, Baja. Hurricane.
Hurricane off Baja. I'm headed straight into it. Days and nearly 3,000 miles traveled. I've survived killer whales and hurricanes, becalmed seas, and impossible radio communications, but today was the most disturbing of all. A tanker was coming up fast to the windward of me. I tried to contact them with a signaling lamp, but they didn't see me. The tanker took all the wind, and for a time I lost control of Adventure. Luckily, the rigging was not damaged, but the incident troubled me greatly and still does. I felt as they passed me that I didn't exist. I was invisible, lost somewhere between heaven and earth. Then the tanker disappeared on the horizon, and I was alone on the sea once again.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
This is Bucky Dunn of the New York Yankees. I'm proud to be a member of a great team, and I'm equally proud of my family, Stormy, my wife, and our 2 children. They're both healthy, normal kids. But you know, there are some children in this world, in your neighborhood, who are not so lucky. They were born with handicaps, injured in accidents, or disabled by illness. All they want is an equal chance with other children to work, to play, to learn, and to feel they will have a place in the world when they grow up. The Easter Seal Society is preparing both children and adults for tomorrow, rehabilitating them, giving them a chance to become self-respecting citizens. That's why I support the work of Easter Seals. As a member of the National Easter Seal Sports Council, we hope you support your local Easter Seals program. It's a great way to help handicapped people.
You've changed, Bernard. You're not the man I married.
What do you mean, Francine?
Remember the way you were, vulnerable. You made mistakes. But now look, you're confident. Everything you do turns out right. It's that book you sent away for.
It's just a catalog from the Consumer Information Center. It lists more than 200 federal publications you can send for on building, fixing, eating.
Buying, selling, working, playing, living.
And more than half of them are free. Yes, Francine, the man you married is gone for good.
All right, Bernard. But would you make just one more mistake for old time's sake?
All right. For you, I'll just replace that window glass like I used to. Whatever you do, learn to do it better. Send for your free catalog. Just write Consumer Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Francine, send for that publication on First Aid.
What was that address?
Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
That tanker would be the last ship Jessica Janis would see until she came into Melbourne. Across the wild and killing Tasman Sea, she sailed adventure to the Australian port that many an old clipper ship had sought in vain and never reached. Now Jessica sits on the deck of Adventure in the bright Melbourne sunlight, haltingly answering the rapid-fire questions of a reporter. A young man lounges nearby within earshot and listens, but listens with an interest that belies his casual stance.
Was there ever a time when you thought you might not make it here, Miss Janis?
Not just one time. There were many, many times.
And you thought of giving it up? Quitting?
I thought I might die.
Are you actually willing to give your life to make this voyage round the world alone?
I suppose that I am.
And what's your motivation? Or what drives you? Why are you doing it, Miss Janis? What are you trying to prove?
Well, I just want to do it. I don't really think I'm trying to prove anything.
Oh, you're not trying to prove that a woman is capable of doing anything that a man can?
No, I'm definitely not trying to prove that. This began as my father's dream. When he was unable to make the voyage, I took over for him. If there's any reason that can be given for what I'm doing, I suppose that's it.
Then you mean you're making this trip for your father?
Yes. Not completely, though. That's simply how it began.
But you do have your own reasons.
Now I do.
And what are they, Miss Janis?
I'm not sure. All I know is that I have to sail. I must do this. It's difficult for me to explain. I've been alone for a long time. My main concern has been with surviving. Your questions are difficult for me to answer. Not that they aren't valid, but they don't have that much meaning for me right now. They're hard for me to understand. Sailing alone for an extended period of time changes your perspective, your perception of things, what's important and what isn't. I wonder if we could do this interview at another time, perhaps when I'm better adjusted to the world again. Out there where I've been is a very different world from this one.
Oh, then you're planning on being in Melbourne for a time?
Yes, through the month anyway. There's some repairs that need to be made on the boat, some adjustments made.
Yes. Oh, just one last question, Miss Janis.
Yes?
Is it true that you've lost over 20 pounds on this first part of your voyage?
I've lost weight. I'm not exactly sure how much. 20 pounds sounds an awful lot. I don't think it's that much.
But even so, do you think that you'll have the strength to continue on?
I will go on. There's no question of that.
I'd like to come back in a week or so and ask you a few more questions, Miss Janis.
Oh, yes. Yes, all right. Come again. Maybe then I won't be quite so vague, so slow on the uptake.
I'll be back, Miss Janis.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm David Flynn.
The architect?
Yes.
Oh, I've been expecting you. Come on board. I've gotten glowing reports about you from my friends here. Are you as good as they say?
Yes, probably better.
And modest, too.
I never counted modesty as a virtue. Usually it's just a lie.
I suppose. I think I just missed seeing you about 10 years ago.
That's right. You were crewing on your father's boat.
We won that year.
Barely. You just beat my father.
And I suppose you think if you'd been with him, he would have won?
I do. Oh, I remember how angry I was when I couldn't go on that race. I had to return to Oxford. It was my first year up there, and it wasn't easy. Oh, I was angry when I missed that race. Then the anger turned to pain. That was my father's last race, and I didn't have it with him.
I'm sorry. He was a wonderful man. We were all very friendly adversaries on that race. I think it was one of the best times of my life.
Oh, how is your father doing?
He's the same. I was on the phone last night. He's still in a coma.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Jessica. I was listening when you were talking with the reporter just now. You have absolutely no business attempting this, you know. That reporter went away thinking the same thing, and he'll probably print it.
You don't think I can do it?
Well, your father was equipped to make this voyage. He was probably one of the few people on Earth who was, but you're not.
I've made it thus far.
You haven't gone around the Horn yet.
I've just been through the Tasman Sea. I think that says something about my abilities.
I think it says something about your luck. And now you're pushing it.
Listen, I asked you to come and look over Adventure because I've had some problems with her, and I thought you might be able to help. You're supposed to be a good naval architect, but obviously you don't want to help me, so why don't you just go now?
I didn't say I wasn't going to help you.
But I'm saying I don't want your help. I think you're arrogant and egotistical. I don't think we could work together. There are lots of good naval architects.
But you're going to need the best. Do you want to know what I think, Jessica?
No, not particularly.
I think you're stubborn, stupidly stubborn.
I don't care what you think.
And I think you're the skinniest and the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. But I don't like the shape of your hull.
I beg your pardon?
Right over here, this hull. It's all wrong, especially for Cape Horn.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the hull.
It makes it very easy to capsize. You might not come back up.
Well, I don't believe it. But that's a risk I'll have to take. I haven't the time to change the hull now. I want to be out of here within the month.
That's impossible. It'll take at least 2 months for me to refit this boat properly. I may be able to brace that hull.
Who said you were going to do it?
I did, and I'm going to. Did you mean what you told that reporter?
What?
That you were willing to give your life to make this voyage?
Did I say that? I suppose I meant it.
You'd better, because you're liable to do just that. Have you considered how your father would feel about this?
I haven't thought of much else. But I really don't want to talk about it.
All right, Jessica. How did your boyfriend feel about you going?
How do you know if I have a boyfriend or not?
You do, don't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, what did he think?
I don't know. I left him a note telling him.
A note? That was big of you. What did this warm little note say? Hi, I'm sailing around the world alone. See you in a year or so. Best regards, Jess.
It was the best I could do.
Do you think he'll be waiting for you?
I doubt it. He's not the patient type. I really don't want to talk about it.
What do you want to talk about?
Adventure. And what it's going to take to get her ready so I can leave here as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we'd be able to work together?
Yes.
I want to say this now. I have no intention of becoming personally involved with you, David. All I want is to make this voyage. I'm going to do it. That's all that matters to me.
And afterwards, if and when you've done it, what then?
I'll think about that then. Are you leaving?
I'm going up to check the rigging. I don't believe in keeping ladies waiting. You want out of here? I'll get you out of here in a hurry and with pleasure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jessica, close that book. I want to talk to you about the self-steering gear.
Is there something wrong, David?
No, it works properly.
Well, what then?
You shouldn't rely on it when you're rounding the horn.
Oh, I can't stay awake 24 hours a day for days on end.
Exactly my point. In those seas, you have to be constantly alert, aware of your course, and paying close attention to the sails. At all times, Jessica. You shouldn't be sleeping below, depending on that self-steering gear.
In other words, I shouldn't go, and this is just one more in a long line of your lectures.
I know. We've both been working very hard these last 2 months, getting you ready to go, but I've never wanted you to, not from the first day. I don't know why I wanted to work on adventure. Call it perversity. Or maybe I just wanted to be with you.
David, you remember what I said. I don't want to get involved. That was the rule. No involvement.
So I broke it.
I didn't.
Are you sure of that?
No. No, I'm not. You're a hazard. You should be listed in the Admiralty's sailing directions along with all the other treacherous currents.
I'm feeling a little off course.
Maybe.
Will you put aside the sailing directions and the pilot charts for a little while and come for a swim with me?
Oh, I really should.
Come on, I'm all finished here. I've checked and rechecked everything on Adventure. She's ready. The sails have just come back.
Oh, they're back? How do they look?
Good.
Oh, then I can leave?
Anytime. Jessica, come for a last swim with me. I'll race you out to the raft.
All right, David.
You cheated. You should have at least said, 1, 2, 3, go.
I never cheat. I am not a cheat. Merely an opportunist. You gave me the opportunity to begin before you, so I took it.
Cheat?
Opportunist.
Is it so important that you always win, Jessica?
I suppose that winning is as important to me as it is to you. You love to win, David, and you know it. You're in no position to blame me for loving it, too.
Jessica, don't go.
David, please don't start. I'm going. Nothing you can say will stop me.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I remember the first day I saw you. You were sitting cross-legged on the deck of Adventure, and that reporter was standing over you asking you questions a mile a minute. You were so skinny.
Well, I've gained some weight.
You're still the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
David.
Don't ask me not to say it. It's true. Did that reporter ever come back?
Yes. And he asked me a lot of questions I still couldn't answer. I don't know why I have to do it, but I do. It's all tangled up with my father and his dream. Only now it's become my dream, too. I couldn't explain it to the reporter, and I can't explain it to you, David.
Jessica, would you let me go with you?
Oh, don't think I don't know how hard it was for you to ask me that. But no, you can't go with me. It wouldn't be the same.
You wouldn't be alone.
That's right.
And you have to do it alone.
Yes.
It's crazy. I've worked like a slave getting you ready to go, and you're going is the last thing in the world that I want. Why did I do it?
Because I needed you.
You're going to need me when you go around the horn, too.
Probably. But I won't have you, so I'll have to do it myself. And I will, David.
Jessica, I love you. And that's crazy, too. I know it.
My parents were divorced when I was 13, David. It tore me apart. I didn't understand. I truly believed that they loved each other, and they did. But that wasn't enough. Dad had this need, this obsession to be his own man, to go his own way, not to be answerable to anyone or anything, to be alone. And love couldn't counterbalance that need. He never should have married. In fact, he doesn't even belong in this century. He should have been with Captain Cook and the others, all the others who never really arrived, but searched all of their lives.
Searched for what?
A place to stop. Peace.
Are you trying to tell me that you're like your father?
Yes. I didn't even know it myself until I began this voyage. I have to do it. Maybe I'll feel differently after it's over. I know that right now it would be very easy for me to stay here with you. But I can't.
I don't know if I'll be there when you've finished your voyage.
I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't ask it of you.
Damn it, I know. And that's just the reason that I'll probably be there waiting for you.
Come on, David. I'll race you to the beach.
No, I don't want to race with you anymore, Jessica. When are you planning to leave?
Tomorrow morning. Are you coming, David? I'd like to have you take a look at that wind direction indicator.
Yes, Jessica, I'm right behind you.
I'm out of control.
Be cool, be natural, take it light.
But where do I start?
With the basics like the new Pretty Natural Light Shaper from Sears. The Pretty Natural Light helps keep you smooth all day under your clothes, giving you a shape that's soft and natural thanks to the shimmery, lightweight power net. Never intimidates because its control is moderate, with a front panel that helps keep your tummy where you want it.
Great. I'll ease into control with a Pretty Natural Light.
It's new at larger Sears retail stores.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
We picked up Sears Easy Living flat and ceiling paints for only $8.99 and saved $4 per gallon.
And on Easy Living semi-gloss paints, too.
These are Sears' best quality paints at a great price.
I got rugged Sears Weather Beater paint for only $9.99 and saved $5 a gallon. That's a 30% savings on durable Sears Weather Beater paint.
It's the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Who has short shorts? Sears has short shorts in pre-washed denim at the budget shop.
The budget shop? Yeah, but I thought that's known
For value? It is. You know how rock teams with roll will price teams with active, fun styling at the budget shop. Like Easy Care polyester terry T-tops.
And short shorts. A look and feeling that's cool, man, cool.
Pre-washed, too. In navy or white polyester and cotton with all the jean-style details. Terry and denim are ready to bop in Sears budget shop.
At most larger Sears retail stores.
Richard Widmark again. And here's the concluding act of The Lone Voyager.
Jessica? Jessica?
David! Oh, David, what are you doing here? I thought we said goodbye yesterday.
I know, Jessica. Haven't you gotten the current weather reports?
Yes, I have.
There's a big storm blowing up from the south.
Yes, I know all about it. But I'm not waiting.
Don't be an idiot. You can postpone leaving for one day. What possible difference would one day make?
I can't wait, David. Not for a day, not for anything. I have to go now.
Why?
Because I'm afraid if I don't go right now, I won't go at all. I'm afraid, David. Are you satisfied? I've said it. I'm scared to death.
Of sailing round the Horn?
Yes, of the Horn and the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic and the Pacific. And of you. These last 2 months with you have been wonderful, and that scares me. No, please get off my boat, David. I have to go.
All right, Jessica. You're free, Jessica. Goodbye.
Goodbye, David. I love you. I have survived this voyage alone. All of the perils, the storms, the calms, everything. And now I have a companion. Poor little bird. How did you happen to find yourself out in the middle of all of this, my friend? And are you wondering the same thing about me? You look very young. Is your wing hurt? Let me see. Oh, easy now. I'm not going to hurt you. I want to help you. Let me look at that wing. You must have been blown up against my mast. The wind is nearly force 6 out there. Poor little bird. You stay right there. I'm going to see if I can't rig up some kind of splint for your wing. This is supposed to be a first aid kit for people, but let's see if we can't find something for you, bird. This should work. Don't be afraid of me. This'll help you, I promise. You won't like it much now, but it'll make your wing better, and when you're all better, you can fly again. But not into another storm like this one, I hope. There now. I'm going to put you in this carton, and I want you to stay there. It seems to be calming down a little. I'm going to try and reach Melbourne on the radio now. Will you stay in the box for me? There's a good bird. You'll be better in no time. Hello, Melbourne. Hello? Hello? This is Adventure. Hello?
This is Melbourne. We're receiving you, Adventure. There's someone here who's been waiting to speak with you.
Jessica?
David.
Hello, Jessica. I wanted to tell you that just after you left this morning, I spoke with someone.
Who?
Your father.
Dad?
Yes. Wait, on the telephone. He said...
Wait, I can't hear you, David. I'm losing you. What did he say? Is he all right? David?
He's very proud of you, Jessica, what you're doing.
How is he? How is Dad?
There's still some paralysis, but the doctors are very hopeful.
And he said that he was proud of me? He's glad then, David?
Yes. And Jessica?
Yes, David.
I am too. I was wrong to try and stop you. Now don't get cocky, you're not home yet. There's still the horn. You're sailing into the most dangerous...
David? David? Oh, Bird, how can you just sit there? Oh, this water feels good. It's so hot. But if I douse myself with seawater, I don't seem to get so thirsty. I have to watch that water supply. There's a long way to go yet, but we're getting nearer to the horn every day. Speaking of we, Bird, just how long are you going to tag along with me? How's the wing? The splint's been off for days, and you haven't even tried to fly. Oh, look what a beautiful day it is, Bird. Don't you just ache to fly up into that blue sky? Well, don't you, Bird? Or are you scared? Well, you can stay with me for as long as you like. I understand all about being afraid. I'm afraid too, Bird. Maybe you'll still be with me when we get to the horn. And you'll see one of the things I'm scared of. I hadn't planned on sailing quite so close to the horn, but suddenly it was there. That black island looming, far too near. By my estimation, some of the waves I encountered today must have been nearly 100 feet high. It's awesome beyond words to be out in such a sea. And I'm not through it yet. Only now it's night, and the waves are huge and black instead of their enormous daytime green. That's the only difference. Their fatal force appears to be the same now as today, and I appear to be my same fragile self, alone. Yet somehow, after living through today, I'm not the same as I was, and I never will be again.
Standing here with this excited crowd that has gathered here today to welcome home Jessica Janis after her successful solo voyage around the world. She's coming up the channel now. Our cameras are on her. A Coast Guard escort and hundreds of small pleasure craft are surrounding her. Her courage and daring are being wildly applauded and acclaimed throughout the world, but nowhere so much as here. This spot where she quietly slipped away alone so many months ago. Now she's returning for this tumultuous greeting. Jessica Janis and her boat, most appropriately named Adventure, after circumnavigating the globe. They're coming quite close to us now. The crowd is pressing forward, eagerly anticipating the moment when Jessica Janis steps ashore among them.
Well, Bird, this is it. It's over. I did it. Do you believe it? I'm not sure that I do. Would you look at all those people, Bird? Just look at them. I think I see Dad. Yes, it is Dad. And David's with him. You know what, Bird? Now, for the first time, I really know I've done it. I can do it alone. I know that I can. And now I don't have to anymore. What about you? What am I going to do with you? Are you still afraid, Bird? Oh, come on. Fly for me. End it perfectly for me. Fly, bird. Fly for yourself. Goodbye, bird. Goodbye.
Adventure is slowly, very slowly edging toward the dock. A single gull flies in the rising spiral above. And there she is, Jessica Janice, her hand raised in greeting. The Lone Voyager, home at last.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears. A medley of moods above your windows, easily created with Sears decorative Travers drapery rods, finishing touches that you install yourself. Capture the rich look of fruitwood, antique designs, brass or copper, all with finials that are antique finish by hand. Chrome color rods gleam brilliantly, and Sears Tri-Mention rods keep a country sculptured wood effect always in view. All are strong, adjustable steel rods with plastic trim. Sears decorator rods, the crowning touch to your rooms.
What's in the bag? A package deal from Sears that lets me put my best foot forward.
How's that?
I saved 20% on this 5-pair bag of all-pro sports socks. What great looks, great fit, and the savings really stack up. 20% off.
You saved the bundle, all right. But are there other socks on sale?
Choose from casual, sporty, and support styles, too, in 3 or 5-pair package deals from Sears. All at 20% off. Sale ends May 26th. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Lone Voyager was written by Pamela Russell, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Janet Waldo and Len Berman. Featured in the cast were William Woodson, Ben Wright, and Lee Millar. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Associate Director of Sears Radio Theater is Ken McManus. Sound effects were created by Bud Tollefson. Mark Trella is Production Supervisor. And the recording engineers are Joe Wachter and Hal McDonald. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Blanche and Tony are deeply in love. It was their perfect night, a beautiful night, with all the proper ingredients for murder.
Honey, pass the whipped cream.
I will not.
Blanche, I love whipped cream.
Do you love me?
Of course I do.
More than whipped cream? Tony, you're overweight as it is. Now, Thelma...
Thelma?
Thelma's doing volunteer work for the American Heart Association, and she was telling me...
A lot, knowing Thelma.
Tony, I'm serious. A fatty diet is no good for your heart. I don't want you having a heart attack.
But, honey...
Tony, you could use a lot less honey. You've been living on sugar alone. Now, we're going to get the American Heart Association's cookbook and make our diets heart healthy, so we can be together for a long time.
Oh, Blanche, you're sweet.
Sweet? Yeah, I know.
Contact your American Heart Association for information about a heart-healthy diet. We're fighting for your life.
In the South, volunteers work on cooperatives where poor farmers are shown a more productive way to farm their land. In Appalachia, volunteers have started nutrition programs and adult literacy classes. And in northern cities, volunteers are working long hours to convince ghetto residents there are new ways to bring life to a dying neighborhood. They're Vista volunteers, volunteers in service to America who devote a year working to give poor people a greater capacity to help themselves. Because it's not only a lack of money that makes people poor, it's a lack of knowledge and resources within their community. Thanks to Vista, there are now programs that will carry on long after a volunteer leaves. People are now finding out they can have a voice in solving the problems that affect their lives. America needs more VISTA volunteers. It often means the difference between help and no help at all. Put yourself where you're needed. Call toll-free 800-424-8580 or write VISTA, Washington, D.C. 20525. A public service of this station and the Ad Council.
Next Monday's Sears Radio Theater will be A Story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Let's listen.
We're estranged.
Estranged? You ain't even been consummated.
I couldn't believe it. She raised her voice to me.
It's a wonder it took so long.
I deserve it. I've been a fool and a slow fool at that.
So be sure and tune in next Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
On WNEW Metro Media Radio.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, A Story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
We're estranged.
Estranged? You ain't even been consummated.
I couldn't believe it. She raised her voice to me.
It's a wonder it took so long.
I deserve it. I've been a fool and a slow fool at that.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
From Anything Goes and Before to Zoot Suit and Beyond, WNEW salutes Broadway. Beginning May 29th, we're going to pay tribute to the Great White Way, its people, its music, and its shows. You'll have a chance to attend the hottest black tie event of the Broadway season, the Tony Awards. Simply send a postcard by next Wednesday to Salute to Broadway, WNEW, 655 3rd Avenue, New York, 10017. There'll also be dozens of opportunities to win hot tickets to Broadway shows, all of them for the correct answer to theater trivia questions, not to mention interviews and comments from Broadway's leading lights and the music. Yes, WNEW salutes Broadway from May 29th until Tony Night, June 3rd on the hot number 1130.
There's a couple of Salvation Army guys over there. You know, the Salvation Army operates these core community centers all over the country where everyone from kids to senior citizens can make new friends and...
Hey, wait a second. How do you know all this about the Salvation Army?
Well, I spoke with one of their officers the other day, and I asked him what the Salvation Army did.
Come on, they pick up old clothes and furniture.
Right. But what you don't know is they operate daycare centers, senior citizen homes, summer camps, and disaster relief services for areas that are stricken with tornadoes, floods.
Wow, the Salvation Army's into all that? I had no idea.
That's right. And the Salvation Army has been in America for nearly 100 years.
No kidding.
1980 is the 100th anniversary of the Salvation Army in the United States.
Wow, that's some tradition.
If you need help with a problem or can help, call your local Salvation Army today.
This is Lorne Greene. Way back up in the hills, you can still find a few communities where things haven't changed all that much. Mulligan's Knob in the Missouri Ozarks is such a place. It's said that the James brothers, Frank and Jesse, once plied their trade in these parts. And times were you couldn't shake a bush without 2 or 3 preachers falling out. There's a lot of superstition, too. If your thumb knuckle itches, you can expect a visitor. And a housewife who sings before breakfast will weep before sunset. But no one is in much of a hurry in Mulligan's Knob, and it can take a coon's age to get something done. Even a courtship can take so long you can only see it moving under a microscope. But just about the most drawn-out, convoluted courtship there ever was, and the one that caused just about as much trouble as is ever available in one place, was the courtship of Cyrus Huddleston and Mildred Slocum. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Neither Snow Nor Rain, by Percy Granger. Our stars, John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
At Sears, we know how important appliances are in your home and how important it is to you to keep them operating in top condition. That's why Sears wants their customers to remain satisfied with their products for years to come. That's why we service the Sears appliances we sell, to help make sure that your appliance will continue to give you quality performance. If you have a problem, just call Sears Appliance Repair Service. We're nationwide and listed in the white pages of your telephone directory. Sears, where customer satisfaction is one of our most important priorities.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
We picked up Sears Easy Living flat and ceiling paints for only $8.99 and saved $4 per gallon.
And on Easy Living semi-gloss paints, too.
These are Sears' best quality paints at a great price.
I got rugged Sears Weather Beater paint for only $9.99 and saved $5 a gallon. That's a 30% savings on durable Sears Weather Beater paint.
It's the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
If you were to approach an old-timer, lean back up against his wall, knife in hand, whittling away, and if you were to ask him what's the strangest story he can tell you, and if that old-timer puts his knife away before opening his mouth, you know you've struck pay dirt.
Well, now, I'll tell you. That empty building you passed on your way up to the hollow used to be our post office. And that's before the government decided they wanted to balance the budget by shutting it down a couple of years back. Old Si, the postmaster, used to ride up this way every day on his horse Clementine to deliver the mail. Si had his eye on Mildred Slocum, who lives on up that way, and she had kind of a warm way of looking at him, too. But they was both so darn scrupulous, nothing ever would have happened at all if it hadn't been for outside circumstance. The post office was the social meeting place of our community in them days. Everyone knew Si and Millie was sweet on each other, and we used to give Si a bodaciously unmerciful time of it.
There they be, Tobe. You lost again. Another game.
That's my last checkers today, Height. I gotta be thinking about wandering down to Squall Creek and noodling me some catfish. Si, what's the weather?
Clementine refused to drink this morning.
Oh, rain for sure.
I sure would like to get me some fish.
Yeah, I'd think on it a while before sitting out.
Hey, who's got mail today, Si?
Ed Tuttle's got his newspaper from Springfield. Outside of that, ain't more than a dozen pieces.
Oh, Tobe. Look who's coming.
Morning, Tobe. Morning, Height.
Oh, hello, Millie.
Good morning, Cyrus.
Yeah, morning, Mildred.
I was just on my way down to Perkins' store anyway, so I...
Yeah, well, you got nothing today.
Oh. Well, if you'd like to stop anyways, I made some molasses cake.
You know how mad Ed gets if he don't have his newspaper on time.
You could stop on your way back.
Thank you, Mildred. But maybe tomorrow, hmm?
Height, how often you reckon you heard Si say that?
Well, I don't know, but if it was a blasphemy, he'd be damned for sure by now.
Somebody ought to shoot the two of you and check the breed.
Well, Si, you can always change your mind. Tain't no matter one way or t'other. I'll be there.
Oh, thank you, Mildred.
Oh, a regular tomcat, old Si.
Yeah, he could teach the young'uns a thing or two.
You're a couple of tore-down scoundrels, both of you.
Well, maybe he's just a creature of habit. You and Mildred knowed each other too long, is that it?
Is that it, Si? Or has it got something again the fact she's a widow?
I don't think none about Darrell. He's been dead 12 years.
Well, then, she come in here nearly every day, and nearly every day she drops her line. When you gonna buy it?
Well, there's time, boys. There's time. No need to be hasty.
Just how long this standoff courtship would have gone on is anybody's guess. But fate has a way of interfering in such matters. And one day we got a bit of news that upscuttled the whole situation.
Boys, look here.
What is it?
A letter from Washington. From the Postmaster General.
What's it about?
Well, they want to close us down. They want to close down this post office.
How can they do that?
Well, they say it's an economy measure. They're going to close down the little bitty branches all across the country. They say we don't get enough mail here to justify the place.
We get mail?
Yeah. And this ain't just a post office. Why, it's a social center for the whole neighborhood. Don't them folks in Washington know that?
Yeah, I don't reckon they care much.
Well, where else we gonna gather on a winter's night if not around this old stove here?
Good morning. I just happened to be going past, and I figured I'd drop in case.
You got a package, Mildred, here from your niece over to Eureka Springs.
Oh, it looks terribly heavy. Would you bring it up on Clementine?
Well, I'd be sure. That's my job.
Maybe I can even tempt you to stop for some hoe cake and wild honey.
Thank you. Something's come up.
Oh, not bad news.
Oh, no. I've got to arrive some shakes for my cabin's all.
Well, I'll wrap up some for you to take along for your supper then. See you later, Si.
You know, Si, I'd say you got a predicament on your hands.
Why?
Once the post office is closed down, it ain't likely you'll see much of her then, is it?
I ain't thought about that.
And if you can't get up the courage to ask her for her hand when you see her every day, how you going to manage to do it then?
Well, it ain't a question of courage. You just got to find the right moment, that's all.
Well, if you ask me, I'd say the time's about come for you to fish or cut bait.
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears Spring Suit Clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, 4-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears Spring Suits for Men. Now a very good investment.
Watch the birdie. Oh, that's great. Your baby's wearing Sears sleep and play suit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that baby stroller with the shovel handles from Sears, too?
Right.
Why Sears?
Because Sears has what I need. Take Winnie the Pooh sleep and play suits. They have double fabric toes, a must for my infant Dynamo, and the stroller. That shovel handle lets me move the stroller easily with just one hand. But why the questions about Sears?
Well, my wife's expecting.
Oh, we get the picture.
I'm on my feet most of the day, and when my workload gets me going, one thing I can depend on for comfort is my die-hard work shoes from Sears.
We've sold thousands of pairs of Sears' best die-hard work shoes. They're designed for men who want a comfortable fit as well as a ruggedly constructed shoe. Our die-hard work shoe is cushioned from heel to toe, plus the sole is warranted. If the sole wears out in 1 year, return pair and we'll replace it free of charge. Die-hard work shoes, as tough and dependable as their name.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
He who hesitates is lost, goes the old saying. Cyrus Huddleston may have thought he had all the time in the world to let his relationship with Mildred Slocum drift along, but suddenly things have hit a snag.
You light a fire under a lazy man, and if he's a bona fide procrastinator, he'll sit there letting it burn his britches while he thinks about ways to put it out rather than jump off of it. And that's what Si did.
Here now. Let me see that letter.
They say when they plan to shut you down?
They're going to run a survey to make sure they pick the right branches before they start pruning, but they don't figure that to take more than a month or two.
You think that gives you enough time to work up the courage to ask Millie to marry you?
Marry me? Snakes alive, Tobe. You think I'm a fool to rush into something like that? A man's got to do some considering.
Well, you've had 12 years.
Well, I need some more time. Anyway, it's like we was married and see each other every day.
You ain't going to once they close this post office down and retire you.
That's right. Now, listen up, boys. I don't want you saying a word about this letter to anyone, you hear? Not till I figure out what I'm going to do.
Old Si knew that once the post office was closed and he was retired up to his cabin, he'd never have the moxie to go after the widow Slocum on his own. But he wasn't about to come off of his seat none too quick either. I think the old fella just didn't like the thought of change. Anyhow, the next morning I dropped by early and found him sitting quiet as a bullfrog on a lily pad. But there was a little crease in his brow, and that's just about as hepped up as I can recollect ever having seen him.
Si?
Oh, Tobe, you alone?
Either that or nearsighted.
Good. Have a seat. I think I got it all figured out.
You figured out how to ask Millie to marry you?
No. How to keep the post office open till the time is right. I want your word you won't tell a soul about this, eh? No, not even Height.
Okay.
Good. Now, the first question I ask myself is why the government wants to shut it down.
Well, 'cause it only serves 36 families?
It goes deeper than that, Tobe. It has to do with the volume of mail. The volume.
Well, I know how you could fix that. Just starting writing love letters to Millie.
No. I got a better idea. You see this piece of mail? It just come this morning for Narcissa Lindsay.
Win big money just by entering.
Mm-hmm.
Details inside. Well, that's just an old piece of junk mail.
Well, the point is it's mail. And it's the kind of mail these outfits will send by the barrelful to anyone they think will respond.
Folks around here are pretty cautious when it comes to that sort of thing, Si.
Well, that's why I'm just going to fill in Narcissa's name for her and send it back.
Well, you oughtn't open her mail like that.
Why not? Like you say, she'd just chuck it out.
Well, I don't see what it's going to accomplish.
Well, what if I sent in everybody's name, and they all got these contest forms? And what if I'd fill them all out?
Well, how's that going to make Washington change its mind about closing you down?
Because companies like this one here keep lists, and they trade them off with one another. And they figure if a person's a sucker for one contest, he'll be a soft touch for another. And it ain't only contests. Why, there's catalogs, book clubs, offers for this and that, all sorts of things.
Well, I don't know, Si.
There'll be so much mail coming into Mulligan's Knob, I'll have to put extra mail bags on Clementine. And when the government does its survey and sees how much business I'm doing, well, they'll think twice about shutting us down. I'll have all the time in the world.
Sure enough. Within a few weeks, that junk mail was pouring into Mulligan's Knob at such a gallop, you'd have thought we was a bunch of immigrants right off the boat. And to Si's discomfort and dismay, folks began to resent his daily deliveries. It was as if they held him personally responsible for this sudden, mysterious deluge of junk mail.
Hello, Tobe.
Hello, Si.
Folks are shunning me like I was poison ivy.
I reckon you might have expected that.
About the only person who ever acknowledges me anymore is Mildred.
It's going to take more than a rain of junk mail to put out that torch she carries for you. I hear she's got herself a pen pal out of all of this.
Nah, she responded to some outfit that takes your money to fix you up with someone to write to. So, she's corresponding with some old geezer in Pittsburgh. The thing that makes me feel so bad is she went and entered one of them contests. She took out a magazine subscription she couldn't afford in order to enter.
Oh, real people never win them things.
I know. She always was a trusting soul. Anyway, I can't tell her the truth. Not now.
Well, you could put yourself and a lot of other folk out of their misery if you just proposed to her.
No. I'll think of something.
Some folks sent away for things and got cheated. Others played the sweepstakes and got nothing. Most everybody went from being just irritated to being downright angry. And that's just about the time they gathered in front of the post office.
Look at them, Tobe. The whole neighborhood's out there.
I reckon you'd better go out and see what's on their mind.
I know what's on their mind. What'll they do to me if they find out I'm behind all this?
Oh, I don't think they'll be too hard on you. After all, you was only trying to save the post office.
Yeah, well, they don't know that.
Well, tell them the whole story. They can't hang you, can they?
I don't know. Well, here goes nothing.
I had to admire old Si for biting the bullet like that, especially considering how lazy he was. But before he could fess up, something happened, and things took a turn that no one could have foreseen. Millie come running down the trail at a clip that would have shamed a razorback.
You won what, Willie Slocum?
Look, everybody, I just won that magazine sweepstakes. I just won $50,000.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
This is Safety Vision, a quick and easy method for observing potential hazards in your home. Let's start by activating your safety scan. Methodically, focus on your hair dryer. Is the dryer mistakenly plugged in while not in use? Is it in a position where it could possibly fall into water and be a shock hazard? And is the dryer grill free of lint and hair? This time, focus on your electric food preparing appliances. Are they out of the reach of young children? And check that the appliance cord does not hang over a table edge or counter. Next, your safety scan should include checking all electrical appliances for an indication that the product design has been evaluated by safety engineers and complies with a nationally recognized safety standard. To do this, check for the UL label on the appliance. A public service message on behalf of Underwriters Laboratories and this station.
I was playing in a band for a few years on the road. We never ate very well, but we were having a good time. No, really. But the band sort of folded up. I went to work as a welder. My health was improving except for my smoker's cough. I was doing pretty good. What happened? The American Heart Association did a high blood pressure screening at the plant. I couldn't believe it. Mine was so high. I made them check it again. They told me to see my doctor right away, but... When did you have the heart attack? It was about 6 weeks later. Somehow I just knew it was happening and managed to get into the office and told him to call an ambulance. I was 24.
The American Heart Association wants you to know that heart attack is not restricted to the elderly. It can happen at any age. You owe it to yourself to be aware of the risk factors and to know what you can do to lessen your chances of heart attack. For free information on heart attack and its risk factors, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. And that quote might well serve as our theme.
I won! Just think of it. I just won $50,000.
You never saw such a change of heart come over a crowd. Folks plumb forgot what they'd come to be angry about. It was like lightning struck the old oak that sits outside the post office. They scattered for home to dig out all the promises and guarantees and offers, the ones they'd thrown away, and they began to sign up for everything in sight. And Si, he was feeling worse than ever.
Sweepstakes, lotteries, contests. I feel like a low-down, egg-sucking dog every time I load up this trash on old Clementine here.
Well, Si, the way I see it, there's only one thing you can do.
What's that?
Start confiscating all the stuff.
What?
You got
it. Here come Mildred.
Glad I caught you before you set outside. Have you got a letter for me?
Yeah, something here from that pen pal of yours in Pittsburgh. Here you are. He's got awful fancy handwriting for a feller, ain't he?
Oh, he's a highly educated person.
You tell him about winning that sweepstakes?
Well, of course I did. That's news, ain't it?
Tell me, what do you figure on doing with all that, Jack?
Oh, I ain't thought about it yet.
Maybe move away from here?
Move away?
I don't rightly know. Excuse me. I'm going over here by the creek to read Mr. Hoog's letter.
She's been acting like a spring chicken ever since she won that money, ain't she?
I wonder if it's just money.
Oh, what else would it be?
What do you know about this fella she writes to you?
His name is Horace Hoogs. Other than that, she ain't said much about him. Oh, you think some lonesome old codger from the big city's romancing her?
And what are you going to do about it if he is?
Well,
look out. She's coming back this way.
Cyrus, I'd like a word with you.
Well, it's time for me to be making my deliveries.
Well, it won't take but a minute.
Well, it looks like a mighty nice day. I think I'll amble up to Squirrel Creek and see if the bass are biting.
Well, you don't have to go, Tobe.
If I don't get my line in the water soon, I ain't going to catch no fish.
I'm glad Tobe went on, because I want to speak to you alone, Si.
Well, I really only got a minute.
Si, I've always considered you my friend.
Well, sure, I know that.
Well, we've known each other most of our lives. And you was Darrell's best man at our wedding, and you spoke words over his grave when he died.
Yeah, well, Darrell was a good man.
So I want to ask your advice.
About what?
This Mr. Hoogs has just asked me to marry him.
He's what?
It's right here in this letter. He's made me a proposal of marriage. Now, he's honest about it. He says he knows we haven't met, and he thinks we should, and he wants me to come to Pittsburgh. He says he'll pay my way and put me up at a real nice hotel. I feel we've gotten to know each other tolerable well already. Of course, not like I know you, for example.
No, but of course we've known each other a long time.
I can tell from his letters that he's a kind man.
Well, that's nice.
What I'm asking you is, should I accept?
Well, that's up to you.
Is it?
Ain't it?
Do you remember that superstition us girls used to believe in when we was young? We thought if a girl baked a salt cake and ate it just before going to bed, whoever brought her a glass of water in her dreams would be the man she'd marry. Well, I did that, Si. And you was the one who appeared in my dreams.
Oh, well, you must have been thinking of Darrell. He and I was pretty close friends.
Is that all you've got to say?
I apologize if I ain't being much help, Millard, but I can't tell you what to do.
Well, Cyrus, as a matter of fact, you have.
Hello, Si.
He asked her to marry him.
Who did?
That scallywag in Pittsburgh.
Well, ain't that something?
What am I going to do?
Well, what's she going to do?
Accept.
Well, let that be a lesson to you.
Yeah, that all you got to say?
Ain't no fair of mine.
She'll move to Pittsburgh.
Long ways away.
I've known her all my life.
Gonna be kind of unusual not having her around anymore.
Yeah. You know what she told me? She said she dreamed once that I was the one she was going to marry instead of Darrell.
She told you that? Well, you should have took the bull by the horns right then and there.
But she ain't in Pittsburgh yet.
Funny thing, I never would have figured on Millie to be a mail-order bride.
Yeah, she ain't in Pittsburgh yet, she ain't. No carpetbagging dude's gonna trundle her off.
Very truly yours. How shall I sign myself? Door's open. Come on in. Cyrus!
Hello, Mildred.
Do you care to sit?
No.
Well, I'm sorry I ain't got nothing to offer. I ain't done much baking recently, and I sure didn't expect you.
It's all right. I ain't hungry. I didn't expect to come by either.
Well, I'm glad you did.
You are?
Yes. Because I was just finishing up my letter to Mr. Hoogs in Pittsburgh.
Oh?
I reckon you can take it with you. I'll fetch money for the stamp.
Well, you won't need no stamp.
Oh?
I'll pay for it.
Oh?
Mildred, there's something I just want to say.
Yeah, yes.
It's something I've felt for a long time now, and that is...
Yes?
I think you're making a blame fool of yourself.
Is that all you think?
Well, you don't even know him.
I know him by his letters. He's a very decent sort, and at least we have some communication between us.
Now, I'll tell you what I think. I think he wants to marry you for that money you won.
Cyrus.
That's right. You told him about it, didn't you? And that's when he wrote you his proposal?
He didn't say a word about the money. He doesn't even congratulate me for winning it, so I'm sure the thought never crossed his mind.
How old is he, anyway?
He's quite well along in years from the sound of things.
Well, I still say he's a fortune hunter.
And I know for a fact he ain't.
How?
'Cause he is a steel magnate, that's how. He owns a steel company, and he makes more money than you and I can even imagine.
He told you that?
Yes.
Well, he's lying. He's trying to put you off your guard.
He told me long before I ever won that money. Them's mean thoughts you have, Cyrus. I'd never thought you was capable of that.
Well, if he's a prosperous steel magnate, what would he want with an old widow mountain woman who's pushing 65 if she's a day?
What?
Well, I didn't mean that like it sounded.
Mean thoughts. So that's what you've been harboring in your heart all these years. Cyrus Huddleston, I want you to leave my house and don't you ever come back.
Sears has a bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk, twin, and full sizes in 10 bright, solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there too. At most Sears retail stores.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft, plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices. Plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Lorne Greene again, and here's the concluding act of Neither Snow Nor Rain.
Well, I thought for sure when Si left me at the fishing hole and strode off to Millie's house, he was going to steal a march on that Pittsburgh dude. And we was finally going to hear wedding bells. So naturally, I was surprised when he told me that all he'd been able to do was make Millie madder than a whipped mule.
So I reckon that's it. We're estranged.
Estranged? You ain't even been consummated.
I couldn't believe it. She raised her voice to me.
I so wonder it took so long.
I deserve it. I've been a fool, and a slow fool at that. And she gave me this letter to mail. She'll be off to Pittsburgh soon as she hears from that fella. All over.
Maybe so. But the mess you've made of everyone's life ain't. That junk mail is still pouring in.
That was a by-darn stupid idea, wasn't it? I don't know how I thought I could change the government's mind.
Point is, you started it, and it's up to you to stop it.
How?
Well, like I told you before, confiscate it. All of it that comes in and all of it that goes out.
You know what had happened to me. That's against the law.
Oh, who's your duty to? Your neighbors or the law? Just burn it all up in the stove over there.
Yeah, I could go to jail.
Not if no one finds out.
Well, I made a mess up all around. That's what I did.
Oh, I don't know. You might be able to recoup some of your losses.
How?
I'd say the first letter you ought to confiscate is that one there in your hands.
Mildred's? Well, that's personal.
I'll say.
But if he don't get her answer...
And if she don't hear from him?
She don't leave.
What I figure is the two of you need a little cooling off period before you start up your torrid romance again. And we don't want some big city Don Juan gumming up the works. Well, Cy started burning up all the mail that same night. And the first letter into the fire was Millie's reply to that gent. Of course, folks was curious about the sudden drop in mail rate, but Cy just told them there was a new law making that kind of mail illegal. Everyone fussed a bit, but secretly I think they was relieved, like gamblers whose decks get taken away from them. I'd come by Friday afternoon to give Cy a hand with the burning and to be his lookout.
Okay. Ready for the first batch? Lucky we've had a cool spring, or folks might wonder why I was burning the stove in May.
Millie been around to inquire why she ain't heard from her boyfriend?
She still ain't speaking to me. But there's been 3 letters from him. One just came today.
You read it?
No. Well, it wouldn't be right. I'll burn it, but I won't read it.
The following Friday when I came by, Cy had a sad look on his face. The letter he'd been waiting for had finally come.
Yeah, there it is. The letter from Washington. They done their survey and we're still getting the axe.
We're all going to be sorry about that.
24 years I've been postmaster here.
Yep. Just don't seem right that they ought to be able to do that to us.
Well, they done it. And I ain't going to try fighting them anymore.
Yeah. Shall we get on with what we got to burn?
Not so much this week. I think them outfits is finally getting discouraged and starting to take folks' names off on the list.
You got the weekly letter from Horace Harrison Hogues to start off with?
Yep, right here. You know, he must be one mad buzzard, that old fortune hunter.
Oh, look who's coming.
Well, it's Mildred. Quick, open the crate. In you go. Close it up, quick.
Good day, Toad.
Howdy, Millie.
I tell you, post office is closed now, Mildred. It's after hours, you know.
Toad, but tell Cyrus I know it's closed.
She knows, Cy.
Tell him I've just come to see if I mightn't have received some mail he might have forgotten to deliver me.
Forgotten? No, Mildred. You ain't...
Toad?
He says no, Millie.
Well, I'm a patient woman, as you know, Tobe. And if Mr. Hoogs has not yet responded to my letter, there must be a reason. Good day, Tobe.
Don't look like things are ever going to be right between us, does it, Tobe?
I admit I had to agree with Cy. But then the very next week, something happened. I had a bad leak in my roof that I had to get fixed. So for the first time, I wasn't able to be there to keep guard while Cy burned.
Had to get it done quick this week. Here's the first batch.
Excuse me.
Huh? What? Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you're closed for the day, but I figured you'd be able to help me. Is this Mulligan's Knob?
Yeah.
I'm looking for a Miss Mildred Slocum.
Mildred? Right up the trail about a half a mile.
Looks rutted. My sports car sits pretty low to the ground. Do you think it'll make it?
Afraid you'll have to walk. I go it on horseback myself.
Oh? You must be Cyrus Huddleston.
How'd you know?
Miss Slocum spoke very highly of you in her letters.
Letters? Who are you?
Horace Henderson Hoogs, the third.
The steel magnate for Pittsburgh?
Steel magnate? Oh, I see Mildred's told you about me. Is there something wrong?
No, you're just younger than I'd figured. You drove all the way here?
Oh, yes.
Kind of odd form of transportation for a big businessman, ain't it?
Planes make me nervous.
Is that so?
Yes. If you could just direct me, I'd...
You know, Millie's kind of old.
Old? What's age except an attitude of mind?
I only mention it because somehow she's got the notion you two was the same age.
Why, I've never tried to deceive her in any way.
Oh? What's a rich fella like you want with an old, ignorant mountain woman anyways?
It's clear from her letters that she has the kind of character I admire.
Yeah, and $50,000.
Oh? Really?
You knew about that. She told you.
I only drove out, you see, because I hadn't heard from her, and I was concerned that...
Yes, and you didn't want that money slipping through your fingers. Man, it won't take Mildred but 2 seconds to see through you all the way to the Red River.
You know her well, huh?
It ain't even worth your time to go to her house. You just head on back where you come from, and we'll forget all about it.
Pretty warm evening for a fire, isn't it?
What do you mean?
In your stove there.
Oh, that.
Just, what is it you're burning? Looks a lot more like mail than firewood to me, Mr. Huddleston. Now, I'm not an expert in these matters, but isn't that illegal?
Talk straight, Mr. Hoogs. What are you going to do?
Well, I could report this, of course. It is a criminal offense.
Oh, there's an explanation. I was doing it for everybody's own good.
Arrogance, Mr. Huddleston. Arrogance cometh before the fall of the judge's gavel. Of course, if you were to hold your tongue while I made my way with Mildred...
Jail sentence at my age?
The choice is yours.
Tobe? Oh.
Mildred.
Tobe ain't here.
No, he had to fix his roof. I'm afraid you'll just have to speak to me direct.
Mildred?
Who are you?
I'm Horace. Horace Harrison Hoogs the Third.
Horace?
In the flesh. And you're Mildred.
Well, I just came to see if there was a letter. Why did you stop writing?
Oh, I haven't. I've been writing every week. Why haven't you answered?
But I did. I accepted your offer to come to Pittsburgh.
You did?
Yes, But you're younger than I assumed.
Youth? What is youth, Mildred? Except an attitude of mind. The exciting thing is, we've finally met.
Yes.
Would you like to go for a ride in my sports car?
Sports car?
It's right outside, yes. We can become better acquainted.
Si, I reckon now that Mr. Hoogs is here, there ain't no more point in keeping up the hardness between us. I'm prepared to forget what you said if you're willing to apologize.
Apologize? This man...
No, Mr. Huddleston, you don't want to create a scene, do you?
No. I apologize.
And I accept. And, Si, if Mr. Hoogs is serious about wanting to get married, and if it turns out we cotton to each other, of course, well, I'd be mighty honored if you'd be the one to give me away.
What?
On account of how we knowed each other all these years, I can't think of anyone I'd rather have with me at a moment like that than you.
Me give you away to this fraud?
Si.
Careful, mister.
He ain't no steel magnate, Mildred. He's after your money just like I thought.
You're not a steel magnate, Mr. Hoogs?
No, Miss Slocum. I'm not.
Then who and what are you?
Go ahead, Horace. You tell her the truth. She's going to find out anyways.
I'm sorry, Miss Slocum. I live by myself, you see, and I write to a lot of people, just like I wrote to you. I make kind of a game out of it, making up different stories about myself and trying to keep all the stories straight. I didn't mean anything by it, but when you wrote me about all that money you won, I thought it was worth a try. And you did seem like a nice woman.
Thank you.
If our last letters hadn't been destroyed by Mr. Huddleston here, we might have, well...
Cyrus, did you destroy our letters?
I didn't figure he was up to no good.
You did it? For my sake?
Now they'll chuck me under the jail for sure. We ain't going to see each other for a while. And at our age, a while can be a long time.
Cy, I've waited for you all these years. I'm sure I can wait a little longer now.
Well, Cy never did go to jail. Considering the circumstances of the case, the judge gave him a suspended sentence on the condition that he would marry Millie and get it over with. But the post office was closed down. There was no stopping that. As for all that money Millie won, well, she used some of it to make up for folks' losses in the junk mail whoop-up. And the rest of it, well, right now, they're just having a good time thinking about it. Oh, there was one last thing. Now, Millie told me she never did intend to marry that Pittsburgh dude, but she was at her wit's end how to get Cy to speak up.
It's graduation time, so give your graduate a scholar.
I've always wanted a smart girl for my son.
I mean the Scholar electric typewriter at Sears. The perfect gift for son or daughter at only $169.99. That's $30 off. The Scholar features power return, power repeat backspace, power shift, and more. Key set tabulator and touch set margins plus carrying case.
The Scholar electric is really my son's type. It's my type of deal. $30 off till June 9th.
Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
I sell seashells by the seashore and buy my swimwear at a Sears store. Look beautiful by the sea or anywhere under the sun in swimwear from Sears. Sensational 1- and 2-piece styles in Mrs. and Junior sizes. Some in pulsating prints, others in sizzling solids. Colors that dazzle, look terrific with a tan. Come on in. The fashion's fine in the sportswear department at Sears.
This summer's hot item, cool T-shirt dresses. Now a Sears super value for only $14.99. How? Well, simple. It's a Sears special purchase, which means though not reduced, it is an exceptional value. They're bright, solid dresses in V-necks, scoop necks, and more. Of washable polyester and cotton knits in Mrs. sizes. Choose your favorites now while quantities last, because at $14.99, these T-shirt dresses won't stay at Sears long. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Neither Snow Nor Rain was written by Percy Granger, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan. Featured in the cast were Tom Holland and Shepard Menken. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CVI.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market. It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Mystery by the Masters. Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Robert Louis Stevenson, Guy de Maupassant. You'll hear radio dramatizations of their most popular works on our CBS Radio Mystery Theater Weekend Classics. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for Mystery 7 times a week on most of these stations, with original radio plays Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we bring you the classics, modern adaptations of the world's greatest stories of mystery, adventure, suspense, and even humor from the pen of Mark Twain. If you've read them before and want to enjoy them again, or if they're new to you now, listen here and enjoy our radio dramatizations of the world's great literature every Saturday and Sunday on CBS Radio Mystery Theater. And of course, listen in Monday through Friday, too, for original tales of the macabre over most of these CBS Radio network stations.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Let's listen.
I should think that by just slowing down your speech and carefully avoiding rhymes, you would soon get over this malady.
That's what you do, but you're not me. It isn't that I won't or shan't. I would if I could, but I can't.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater.
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News. On the Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight's story is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Here's a preview.
I should think that by just slowing down your speech and carefully avoiding rhymes, you would soon get over this malady.
That's what you do, but you're not me. It isn't that I won't or shan't. I would if I could, but I can't.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Hi, everybody. This is Janet Sarno, and I play Gracie and Knockout at the Helen Hayes Theater on 46th Street. Won't you come and join us and WNEW in saluting Broadway this week?
Hi, this is Bob Harris in the WNEW Weather Center, and we're gearing up for summertime so that you can have all the recreational weather information you need. Everything from the sunburn index to surf conditions, water temperatures, and the marine weather forecast. We'll even cover the weather in the Poconos, Catskills, and Berkshires. So when it comes to weather, just think of the big W, WNEW Radio, 1130 on your dial.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in Cares Crusade for Children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. Please send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, Box 576, New York 10016.
This is Andy Griffith. I'm glad to say that we have something of a scoop for you this evening, because with us in the studio is the one man who is able to tell at last the story of the first recorded case of dysphemia glossopoesis. Now, don't be alarmed by that term. It will be fully explained by Mr. Ned Kesey, the man I'm talking about. And here he is.
First, may I say that I've been a great admirer of yours, Mr. Griffiths.
Why, thank you. And it's Griffith, by the way. No S.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
No damage. Would you start, Mr. Kesey?
Right. My name is Ned W. Kesey, and I am the husband of Jane Kesey, who is really at the center of this story, so to speak. We'd been married for 8 years when suddenly we had an experience that was kind of hairy, if you know what I mean. Well, there are worse things, I'm sure, than what we went through, but when it's happening, you feel you're in the power of some strange force that will never let go of you. It all began one April morning. My alarm clock went off as usual at 7 a.m.
And so at 7 in the morning, in the bedroom of Ned and Jane Kesey, an alarm clock goes off. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Strange Affliction by Norman Corwin. Our stars, Nanette Fabray and Steve Franken. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Strawberries! Stoneware with hand-painted strawberries! 45-piece set plus extra serving bowl. Sears Strawberries!
Sears hand-painted strawberry stoneware has delectably sweet country looks. And durable, this dishwasher-safe stoneware resists chipping, cracking, or fading, even when exposed to your oven, freezer, or microwave oven. Enhance your table with these pretty strawberries from Sears.
Strawberries! Sears Stoneware with hand-painted strawberries!
At most larger Sears retail stores.
You left us, Mr. Kesey, with the alarm clock going off in your bedroom.
Right. We got up, dressed, and went down to have breakfast. It was kind of an unsettled morning. You know how it is in early spring. Jane made herself a couple of eggs sunny side up, and I was eating pancakes with molasses on them and reading the sports page while Jane was reading the news.
More coffee?
Thanks. I've got a feeling it's going to rain.
Here or on the plane in Spain?
I didn't pay any special attention to that answer because she was obviously quoting from that famous song in the musical. You know, the one that goes, the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. I'm not a very good singer, but anyway, I'm sure you've heard it. Well, as I say, when Jane answered as she did, I didn't suspect anything out of the way. What does the weather prediction say?
About today?
Well, of course about today. I'm not asking about yesterday.
Well, the guess today is showers towards the evening hours.
And what about tonight?
Probability of rain, but light.
Then I'd better take an umbrella.
Well, there isn't any.
No umbrella? But we had two.
I lost one, and so did you.
Why are you replying to everything I say with a rhyme?
Am I?
Yes.
Is that a crime?
Are you mocking me? If you are, you'll rue it.
Oh, well, I didn't intend to do it.
Come on now. Will you cut that out?
Please don't shout.
All right already. Enough's enough.
Why should you be in a huff?
Mock me once more, and you'll really regret it.
See here, if you think... Oh, well, forget it.
No, finish what you started to say.
Very well. Let me put it just this way. You threaten me once more, and I'll leave you flat.
Look, I didn't want to have a spat, but damn it, you must realize that you cannot treat me like a child. I don't begin to be beguiled by silly games like when you play at rhyming everything I say.
Oh, my poor Ned. Do you know what you just said?
Yes. See what you made me do?
Why blame me? You're the one who spoke in rhymes just now, not I.
But you induced it. I don't deny that I'm upset. Where are my glasses?
You're wearing them.
You've spilled molasses on your vest.
You've messed my morning up. I've got to go. I'm late. I'll call you from the office. Oh, great. We sound like a couple of teenage bards, like a couple of cheapy greeting cards.
I'm sure there's some explanation why.
Well, you find out what it is. Goodbye. As I drove to work, I could hardly keep my mind on the road. I was afraid to think in words, lest they rhyme. But after a few miles, the sense of alarm wore off, and I felt free of any compulsion to rhyme, and so I tested myself by speaking aloud. When in the course of human events, the Dodgers dropped 2 to the Giants, now is the time for all good men. And suddenly, the whole thing seemed to me comic. I figured that Jane, who really has a great sense of humor, had just been pulling my leg. That maybe she had practiced that routine, had worked it up into a sort of production. Anyway, when I reached the office...
Good morning, Mr. Kesey.
Morning.
Morning, Ned.
Oh, morning, Mr. Kestenbaum. The first thing I did when I sat at my desk was to call Jane.
Hello?
Jane, listen. I'm sorry about losing my cool this morning. I really didn't have enough sleep, and when I was dressing, I couldn't find my wallet, and then when I got to the table and read the bad news...
What bad news?
Well, the Dodgers dropped a doubleheader, and now they're 6 games back of the Giants. They're in a bad way.
You don't say.
And then when you started to make rhymes of everything I said, I thought you were playing some kind of silly mocking game.
Just the same.
No, let me finish. I should have realized that you were just exercising your sense of humor, right? Your sense of play, really, which at times can be frightening, and...
Frightening?
Well, yes, I mean...
Well, that's enlightening.
No, what I mean is that it's sometimes scary how clever you can be. And what I should have done, instead of getting all worked up and everything, was to relax and roll with the punches, so to speak. And I should have enjoyed your mimicking. I mean, you were giving me the hot foot, and so what? I reacted like a square when I should have appreciated your humor and realized that you were poking...
Just a minute, Ned. I wasn't joking.
What?
You heard me.
You were serious?
I was in my right mind. I was not delirious.
Now, wait a minute, baby.
After you left, I thought that maybe it would leave me. I had to speak to someone, and so I, like a dumb one, picked up the telephone and called the market to order food. I was appalled.
Appalled? What happened?
When I started to read the shopping list, the words all took a crazy twist. They came together in a sort of jingling. The clerk, I'm sure, thought, who's this dingling?
Why? What did you order?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Well, I said to that jerk,
What jerk?
The clerk. I said, I want a tin of salmon, a pound of brie, a stalk of winter celery, a can of clams, a bag of yams. Oh, and if you have some deviled hams from Poland, I'll take 2.
And did he...
No, wait, I'm not yet through. A pound of peppers red, a loaf of pumpernickel bread, a bunch of parsley, a box of, what do you call it? Matzahs. A pack of oriental teas, black olives and some feta cheese, a jar of marinated herring, at which point he started swearing.
He swore at you?
Yes. Oh, Ned, I'm really getting scared. The way that everything I say gets paired.
Darling, something's very wrong. Stay right where you are. I'm coming home. I excused myself to the boss, told him it was an emergency. It's an emergency, Mr. Replogle.
Yeah.
And I left the office and sped back home over the freeway. And I mean sped. I must have been going 65 when...
Okay, what's the rush?
Emergency at home.
What kind of emergency?
Illness.
What kind of illness?
My wife can't stop rhyming.
Say again?
My wife can't
stop rhyming.
That's right.
Did you call an ambulance?
Oh, no, officer. It's not the kind of thing you call an ambulance for.
That's what I was thinking, too. Let's see your license, please.
Oh, yes, sir. It happened only this morning. It just came right out of the blue.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I mean, whenever I said something, she'd answer with a rhyme. Anything ever like that ever happen to you? I mean, I don't know what you'd call it.
Would you please take your license out of your wallet?
You see? Call it wallet. You're doing it. It was just like that.
See your registration, please.
Oh, here.
You're still at this address?
Yes, sir. That was all I needed. By the time I reached home, I was as rattled as Jane was. Jane? Jane? Jane!
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, four-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
Watch the birdie. Oh, that's great. Your baby's wearing Sears sleep and play suit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that baby stroller with the shovel handles from Sears, too?
Right.
Why Sears?
Because Sears has what I need. Take Winnie the Pooh sleep and play suits. They have double fabric toes, a must for my infant Dynamo, and the stroller. That shovel handle lets me move the stroller easily with just one hand. But why the questions about Sears?
Well, my wife's expecting.
Oh, we get the picture.
I sell seashells by the seashore and buy my swimwear at a Sears store. Look beautiful by the sea or anywhere under the sun in swimwear from Sears. Sensational 1- and 2-piece styles in Mrs. and Junior sizes. Some in pulsating prints, others in sizzling solids. Colors that dazzle, look terrific with a tan. Come on in. The fashion's fine in the sportswear department at Sears.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
I found Jane sitting in the den staring at the wall. Jane, are you all right?
No, I'm a fright.
Now, don't worry. Whatever it is that's disturbing you, we'll track it down. In the meantime, just remember that it's bearable. How do you feel?
Terrible.
Do you have any idea what triggered it?
No. This morning I figured it was just a passing flurry of rhymes, but now I worry that I'm stuck with it.
Have you tried deliberately not to rhyme?
Yes, but I had no luck with it.
You know what I think? Maybe a shock would stop it.
Drop it. I don't fancy being electrocuted.
No, I don't mean a jolt of power.
Oh, you mean like a cold shower?
Exactly.
I hate cold showers.
But you won't be under it for hours. Isn't it worth at least a try?
Well, all right. I suppose it's do or die.
Do you feel any better?
No, only wetter.
Well, stay under it some more. Is it easing?
No, damn it, I'm freezing.
Just give it a little more time.
No, I'd rather rhyme than freeze to death. Here, dry me. Oh, it's so easy for you to try me under the cold tap. I feel like ice. Rub me harder. There, that's nice.
Well, so it didn't work.
No dice. I'm really beginning to despair.
Oh, come now, Janie, come. There. We've only just begun to fight.
Do you think I'll ever be all right?
Of course. There are all kinds of ways out.
I want one before the day's out.
We'll soon discover just what goes on.
But first, suppose I get my clothes on.
We tried other things. Jane stood on her head for 10 minutes at a time. She didn't speak for a whole day. We jogged. We swam. We abstained. We lifted weights. We tried fasting. Nothing worked. Then I suggested putting marbles in her mouth. I had read somewhere that the great orator Demosthenes did that to cure himself of stuttering. So I fed her a dozen little glass Aggies.
Wait, for heaven's sake, that's all I can take.
It makes you sound, uncouth.
What's so funny? I could break a tooth. Why are you wearing that silly grin? How long do I have to keep these in?
Well, give them a chance to prove their case. Oh, was that nice to spit them in my face?
Shouldn't have consented in the first place. All the while my jaw was buckling, you stood there chuckling.
I'm sorry. It just looked so funny, Jane.
I did I? You give me a pain.
Well, it took her quite a while to get over my having laughed at her discomfiture. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive?
Not as long as I live.
Well, what can I do or say?
Nothing. Just go away.
But after a spell, she calmed down and went back to being miserable full-time about her problem. She had justifiably blamed me for laughing, but who could blame her for crying?
By now, it can be assumed that I am doomed.
Oh, no. This has to be only a temporary affliction.
An affliction of my diction.
Aha! Say, that gives me an idea. I think what you should do is go to a speech therapist. I imagine it's the sort of thing a therapist deals with all the time. Maybe I can find one in the Yellow Book.
Oh, well, anything. Go ahead, look.
Well, it's really not a
matter for a speech therapist, Mrs. Kesey. You seem to speak without impediment, but in a pattern that seems, to say the least, very curious.
I'm so angry with myself, I'm furious.
Oh, you mustn't blame yourself. Whatever else it may be, it's...
Involuntary?
Correct. I couldn't begin to hazard a guess as to the cause of your complaint, but I would suggest that you see a psychiatrist. The problem lies more in that field, I should think.
You mean to see a shrink?
Yes. The investigation might have to be extensive.
But wouldn't that be expensive?
Very possibly. But can you afford to go around indefinitely speaking verse?
No, nothing could be worse.
As a suggestion, have you tried trapping yourself into words or phrases or sentences that would be difficult, if not impossible, to rhyme?
Time after time.
That's hard to believe. I should think that by just slowing down your speech and carefully avoiding rhymes, you would soon get over this malady.
That's what you do, but you're not me. It isn't that I won't or shan't. I would if I could, but I can't.
Well, I'm more certain now than ever that you should see someone in psychiatry. The problem's bigger than it looks. There's nothing like it in the books.
Did you hear yourself just now? Wow.
Hear what?
You spoke in rhymes.
Oh, come, nothing of the sort. I'm afraid your time's up. I'm sorry. I wish you the best, and I hope it's not too long a quest before you find relief. Good grief.
Why, what's the matter?
Suddenly I feel quite dizzy.
Well, now that'll keep you busy. My husband caught it the very same way, but he got over his. Good day.
Oy vey.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
You've changed, Bernard. You're not the man I married.
What do you mean, Francine?
Remember the way you were, vulnerable. You made mistakes. But now look, you're confident. Everything you do turns out right. It's that book you sent away for.
It's just a catalog from the Consumer Information Center. It lists more than 200 federal publications you can send for on building, fixing, eating.
Buying, selling, working, playing, living.
And more than half of them are free. Yes, Francine, the man you married is gone for good.
All right, Bernard. But would you make just one more mistake for old time's sake?
All right. For you, I'll just replace that window glass like I used to. Whatever you do, learn to do it better. Send for your free catalog. Just write Consumer Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Francine, send for that publication on First Aid.
What was that address?
Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Up to 2 miles now. Sure wish I'd started this about 20 years ago. Take it easy, Pugsley.
Hi, Mr. Kessler.
Hello, kids. Say hello, Pugsley. Okay, about 4 more blocks and we're home. Time to sprint. Let's go, Pugsley.
Over a year ago, Tom Kessler had a heart attack. He never misses his nightly run these days. But before his heart attack, the most exercise Tom got was pushing a pool cue. Regular exercise alone won't guarantee that you'll never have a heart attack, but it will increase your blood flow, relax you, make you feel better. Don't wait until you've had a heart attack to start exercising. See your doctor this week, and the two of you can come up with an exercise program that's right for you. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Mr. Griffith, when Jane told me what happened to the therapist, I began to worry all over again.
Why, Mr. Kesey?
Well, man, because I had sort of blocked out that I had caught Jane's trouble from her, I had convinced myself that it never happened. But after the therapist, there was no guarantee that I might not catch it again and get a relapse, so to speak. And if that happened, how could I show my face at the office?
I see what you mean, but go on with your story.
Well, I didn't pick the psychiatrist out of the yellow pages. I made an appointment for Jane with Dr. Ludwig Garmisch, one of the top men in town.
Most interesting, most interesting. I have, of course, seen many cases of dysphonia, which is a neurotic disorder of speech, but nothing which fits this description. I once treated 2 patients who spoke in reverse. One of them Dr. Furbish sent me, the other a quack sent.
Do all psychiatrists speak with an accent?
Mostly in plays, my dear. However, yours is a most peculiar case. Fantastic. I would first like to make a little test, yes? I give you words, you answer quickly before you can think. There's something I will know by this.
What do you hope to show by this?
Well, rhyming is not that easy, you see. Most people, when you ask them quick to give a rhyme for a word, they have to search for it. Now, it's one thing to end a sentence with a rhyme, but another to give them right away without thinking a rhyme. Do you follow? So, you are ready, yes?
More or less.
Remember, answer quick. Now, first word, army.
Pastrami.
Dimple.
Simple. Pimple. Jacob Gimple.
Just one word is enough. Christmas.
Isthmus.
Aristophanes.
Get up off your knees.
Putt-putt.
Scuttlebutt.
Radio.
Hady-ho.
Appeal.
Schlemiel.
Lost stock.
Vladivostok.
Nicholas.
Tickleus.
Bursitis.
Bursitis.
Augretten.
Latin.
No, it's French.
Wench.
Tally.
Finale.
Well, I guess finale is a good word to end on. Okay, remarkable. Tell me, was your mother ever infatuated by some doggerel?
Oh, she never knew a dog that well.
I see. Was your father by any chance a poet?
Not that you'd know it.
Was your childhood happy?
No, rather scrappy.
Did you enjoy to skip with rope?
Nope.
Were you ever visited by Cupid?
Oh, I think that question's stupid.
Let me decide, please. Are you very fond of sewing?
Dr. Garmisch, where's this going?
Well, let me be frank. You are suffering from an acute form of dysphonia, which is unprecedented. So I am going to give it the name Dysphemia glossopoesis, from the Greek glosso, meaning tongue, and poesis, meaning poetry. You see? I have given a new word to the language.
So I have glossopoesis.
At least that's my thesis. Now, rhythm, you see, if you'll bear with me, rhythm is part of the natural order. But sometimes it gets very close to the border of angst or anxiety, should there be such of it as you have been having, and having too much of it. Now, I'm fully aware that whatever you do with rhymes, I'm now doing as you do. To laymen, of course, this may seem outrageous, but scientifically, you're contagious. I think for this reason, you should be confined until we can find what goes on in your mind.
Confined? Dr. Garmisch, you must be kidding.
Then you're not serious about ridding yourself by whatever degrees of your disease?
Please.
Let me call up your husband. Where does he work?
Kastenbaum, Grackle, and Burke.
Dr. Garmisch persuaded Jane to go to a psychiatric institute for tests. He had gotten over his glossopoesis almost as quickly as I had, although every now and then I thought I detected a little relapse, like when he asked me whether I had tried ways of getting rid of Jane's rhyming, and I answered, yes, I tried many things, but all in vain, man.
One of the first things we must do is make a brain scan.
You see what I mean? Vain man and brain scan? Well, these lapses were few and far between. Anyway, Jane, who was getting pretty depressed by now, agreed to enter the Harold G. Squamous Jr. Institute of Neurological Symptomatology. Well, let me tell you, they gave Jane every test known to science and a few that weren't. It seemed like every branch of medicine ran right through her room. Besides a squadron of psychiatrists, there was a teratologist.
Everything here checks out fine, right down to your feet.
So now can I eat?
And a hematologist.
Your red count's normal, so's the white.
Uncontrollable delight.
And a traumatologist.
We can find no precipitating cause.
Applause, applause.
And a cytologist.
We can't fault a single cell.
Oh, swell.
And an endocrinologist.
Your system's A-OK down to the last gland.
Strike up the band.
You couldn't blame Jane for feeling bitter. Here she was, a sort of prisoner in this institute, being treated like a guinea pig. She got tired of them trying all kinds of things on her, and she finally rebelled.
Here's some sodium amytal.
I won't take it, damn it all.
You want to get daily steam baths in a sauna.
Well, I'm not gonna.
We propose to put you on a liquid diet.
I don't buy it.
Why not try it?
Quiet.
After a while, she got tired of resisting, especially since she wasn't making any progress. And so they resumed experimenting. They tried sedatives, tranquilizers, narcosynthesis, antihistamines, hot compresses, cold compresses, but nothing made the slightest difference.
Do you feel any change?
No, just strange.
How are you today?
Go away.
And when none of those things worked, we tried bringing in various people outside of medicine and psychiatry. There was this faith healer, the Reverend Vocal Richards, who came with a small choir that sang a few numbers, and then the Reverend went to work on her.
Dear one, dwell not upon the affliction of words that hath afflicted thee, but look up to heaven and trust in the word, and thy name will be wrote in the book of life. Hallelujah. And all that man uttereth, yea, and that goes for woman too, all that they uttereth is but vanity, praise the Lord. And all the words that are uttereth by man that are born of woman, all of them are as the dust of the field. Yea, verily, they are as the sands of the desert. Hallelujah. And they are like unto the words that cometh from out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. Hallelujah. And are as the drops of water in the sea.
But what has that got to do with me?
When the Reverend didn't get to first base, someone suggested a witch doctor who happened to be in the city because he was part of a touring dance group from Africa. And this witch doctor came in with a lot of feathers and stuff, and he went into his magic chant.
Haramagong, Barabuka Nagumbu Yorabalinga, Torawangi, Kulongoluk Durandura, Warabahini, Tuambalong Walamolo, Turambula Yurambi, and also Nelungalu. Kamgalula, Jeril Deri Lukakurajong. I have spoke, now I sing. Ula wagula gumbula koko uku bamdo uku pangako mukuke bumako. I have ended my song. Do you feel of some change?
No. Can you sing Home on the Range?
Well, so nothing seemed to be of the slightest help. The Institute kept giving us a lot of double talk, and because it was so expensive being a patient there, Jane insisted on going home. By now, the fear of contagion had passed, because although some of us, like the speech therapist and Dr. Garmish and I myself, had caught the symptoms, we soon got over it. But not poor Jane. She began to think of herself as a sort of typhoid Mary.
I'm just a jinx. This whole thing stinks.
Of course, we couldn't keep it from the neighborhood forever, and I must say people were nice about it. They made various suggestions, none of them of any use, until my brother-in-law blew in from Seattle to spend a few days with us. His name is Harry Krill, and he runs a diner that he calls Krill's Grill, which is worse than anything that ever came from Jane, I just have to say that. I was listening to the radio one evening when Harry popped up with a notion that stunned us both. Ned, we turned down the radio. There's something I'd like to ask you. Wait a minute, Harry. I want to catch this commercial.
All across America, folks are saving at the Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale.
We picked up Sears Easy Living Flat and Ceiling Paints for only $8.99 and saved $4 per gallon.
And on Easy Living Semi-Gloss paints, too.
These are Sears' best quality paints at a great price.
I got rugged Sears Weather Beater paint for only $9.99 and saved $5 a gallon. That's a 30% savings on durable Sears Weather Beater paint.
It's a Sears Pre-Memorial Day sale. Available at most Sears retail stores. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's graduation time, so give your graduate a Scholar.
I've always wanted a smart girl for my son.
I mean the Scholar electric typewriter at Sears. The perfect gift for son or daughter at only $169.99. That's $30 off. The Scholar features power return, power repeat backspace, power shift, and more. Key set tabulator and touch set margins plus carrying case.
The Scholar electric is really my son's type. It's my type of deal. $30 off till June 9th.
Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, 4-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Harry, so what's your idea?
Has there been any publicity on Jane?
Oh, hell no. Harry, we've done everything we can to keep this out of the papers. That's all we need, people calling us up to hear Jane speak in rhymes.
Don't you know you've been missing out on a bonanza?
What do you mean, a bonanza?
Well, you've both been looking at this thing entirely the wrong way. It's a talent, not a liability that Jane has. How many people in this whole world can go around rhyming spontaneously?
Yeah. Garmish said there's never been a case like it. He even had to invent the name for it, glossopoesis.
Oh, well, there you are. Instead of getting Jane all kinds of doctors, you should have gotten her an agent.
An agent?
Yeah. I know a guy who knows Sam Weisbord, the head of the William Morris Agency.
Well, what could he do?
Line up interviews. Line up some guest appearances. Advise and consent. Maybe even Jane could get her own TV show.
Harry, are you out of your head? But Jane has never been on TV.
So what of it? How about those people on those game shows? They've never been on TV either. And look what they get.
Yeah, what do they get?
Rich.
Oh, I don't know.
Why don't you let me handle it?
Well, for one thing, you'd have to persuade Jane to begin with.
Listen, she's the most sensible girl in the world. I know my sister. If she understands that she can be respected for a special talent and then, get paid for it instead of being looked at like some sort of weirdo or avoided for fear of contamination, do you think she'll hesitate for a second?
Well, you ask her. And he did ask her. He persuaded her. And the first thing you know, there she was on the front page of the Times under a big headline.
Rhyme comes easy for Mrs. Kesey.
Followed by an interview with a female reporter who came to the house. It was a long interview, just chock full of Jane Kesey rhymes.
And now a final question, Mrs. Kesey. Do you find that the prospect of spending the rest of your life automatically making jingles, do you find this depressing?
I did once, but I think of it now as a blessing.
Ah, well, then, I'm glad for you.
I am, too.
Thank you, Mrs. Kesey, for letting me call.
Not at all.
Well, that interview really stirred things up. We got calls from all over, including the Poetry Society, the Guinness Book of Records, People Magazine, Scientific American, Psychology Today, and Verbal Quarterly. Every mail brought a new proposition.
Take a letter to Mrs. Kesey.
Do you spell that name B-I-S-S-U-S?
No, I have a cold. M-R-S, Mrs. Would you like to write a book about your experience? We would pay you in advance against royalties and furnish you with a qualified ghostwriter, should you need one. We have had very good success with ghost-written books. In fact, this company proudly boasts...
No, I don't believe in ghosts. Next.
Dear Mrs. Kesey, enclosed, please find in this crate an epic poem which I have written about the march of womankind since the dawn of civilization. I would like to have your opinion of it. It now runs 3,627 pages, but I am thinking of trimming 15 or 20 pages to tighten it up. As I want to get this off to a publisher real soon, I would appreciate your writing something immediately that I could quote on the back of the jacket. Perhaps you could point out how my handling of the subject is comprehensive, lyrical, sensitive, and even tender.
Return to sender.
There were nibbles from TV and radio news programs wanting to come to the house and talk to Jane and me. Look at this, Jane, from CBS.
Is it better than the one from PBS?
Well, I don't know yet. Oh, and here's one from the BBC.
As well as Canada. Look, the CBC.
Gee.
NBC asks, do we wish to be interviewed? But isn't it rude not to mention a fee? Don't you agree? Or is it not their policy?
No, it's not. By the way, the mail is piling up. You've got to begin answering soon because this pile grows so.
Yes, I suppose so.
And then, of all things, Dr. Garmish asked for a percentage of whatever action might develop as a reward for having invented the term glossopoesis. When he proposed this, I said to him, aren't you being a little greedy, Doctor?
You're not exactly needy, Doctor.
Ah, but have you never heard of the importance of packaging? Once you give a name to something, it has identity. It takes on a whole new life. You know what is a logo?
Yes.
No.
It can be very influential. Listen to how beautiful it sounds. Dysphemia glossopoesis. Even if people are not interested in the phenomenon of a lady who cannot stop rhyming, they will find themselves attracted by the unusualness of those words. They will say to each other, did you see that program about dysphemia glossopoesis last night? And they will be proud to be able to pronounce it, let alone to know what it means. In this way, my dear Mr. and Mrs. Kesey, especially Mrs. Kesey, the condition of which you have the distinction to be the first known living case will become as famous throughout the world as swine flu, athlete's foot, tennis elbow.
But as you well know, all of those names are simple to spell. And more than that, what really counts is that they're easy to pronounce. Whereas dysphemia...
Are you telling me that you would be willing to change glossopoesis to something vulgar, something common, like stiff neck or water on the knees? Something ordinary and even cheap?
Oh, for heaven's sake, why don't you keep...
Something which has no style, no cadence, no euphony?
You know what you can do for me? Leave me alone. I've earned the right to profit from my talent, to make money off it, if money's to be made. Besides, you've already been paid.
Oh, Ned, Jane, have you no loyalties?
Not when it comes to royalties.
It got bigger and bigger. There were gifts, requests for Jane to lecture, invitations to attend the opening of supermarkets, requests that she serve on various committees, none of which she accepted, of course, because we didn't want to overexpose her. We wanted things to build, and they did build. Things got so that there were rhyming ads in the newspapers, and even book titles started to rhyme. She got to enjoy all the excitement. She thrived on her celebrity, so to speak. And then she was asked to meet with some top network executives, the big brass, about a program series to be built around her. And she met with them and charmed them all with her wit and rhyming ability.
Now, in order to get the whole country alerted and excited about you, we're going to start you off with an appearance on the Calvin Fox program. It's before a big studio audience and everybody watches it.
Yes, we at first thought that people would think it was all too much of a gag, so we took a poll, and we were all more than gratified when we saw the results of the gag poll.
In other words, you ran it up the flagpole.
Terrific. Terrific.
She had.
And so it was arranged. A contract was drawn up, a wonderful deal. Great money, residuals, all kinds of extras that I won't go into. And to kick things off came the interview with Calvin Fox. We were all there in the studio on the big night. Garmish, my brother-in-law Harry, Sam Weisbord, even the witch doctor.
And now, as our very special guest, the woman who has attracted so many headlines and aroused so much curiosity among scholars, scientists, and laymen, both in this country and abroad. The little woman who has taken over the headlines from inflation, energy, and politics. Jane Kesey. Welcome, Jane. It's good of you to come. Welcome to our show.
Well, thank you. There was nowhere else to go.
Well, apparently the reports are true about your sense of humor.
Oh, is that the rumor?
Well, that was one of them. Is it true, Jane, that you've been rhyming like this non-stop for some months now?
And how?
And that at first you were distressed about your inability to stop rhyming so persistently and wildly.
To put it mildly.
What did you do to try to stop?
Well, suppose we begin at the very top.
All right. Let's go back to the beginning. When did you first notice that you were replying to everything said to you in the form of rhyme endings to sentences?
It happened at breakfast one morning. My husband asked me if the weather report called for rain, and I said that it did.
Go on.
And he noticed that every time he said anything and I replied, it was with a rhyming partner to what he had just said. And he thought I was mocking him, so he resented it naturally.
And you started to quarrel?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he got quite angry, and I tried to explain that I wasn't doing it intentionally, you know.
I see. Mrs. Kesey, are you conscious of the fact that you haven't spoken a single rhyme since you started to explain what happened?
I haven't?
You were not aware of that?
Well, no.
Are you kidding me now?
No, really. I wasn't aware that I had stopped rhyming. I really hadn't.
Now, wait. Hold it right there. I must say to those in the audience who booed just now that Mrs. Kesey is not faking. I can see that she's very disturbed.
I really am.
And I'm sure it's only a momentary aberration. Surely, Jane, after all these months in which you've been unable to speak without rhyming, the ability hasn't suddenly abandoned you, has it?
Well, I don't know.
Perhaps it's just that you've never been in front of cameras in a studio audience before.
Perhaps all it'll take is a little priming to get you back in the rhythm of things. May I give you a few lines to get you started again?
Oh, yes, please.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of...
Mario Andretti?
No, Jane. Now, surely you must know that famous poem by Longfellow.
Oh, yes.
Well, never mind. I'll try another. A diller, a dollar, a 10 o'clock scholar. What makes you come so soon? You used to come at 10 o'clock, and now you come at...
12?
Well, there went the whole ball game. They canceled the contract. People called Jane a fraud, and they made jokes about her. It was disgusting.
I believe I can explain what happened, Mrs. Kesey.
Don't bother.
You see, there is in the multiphasic personality a phenomenon in which the hypoglossal impulse is stimulated within the infundibulum of the pituitary.
She really doesn't want to hear this, you know.
But there's no charge for what I am telling you.
Thanks just the same.
Well, all right. I was just trying to be helpful, that's all.
Jane took it hard for a while, but, well, then we realized that only a short time before, we both had been praying that she'd be able to stop rhyming. And we realized also that, although we no longer had that great contract and a career in show business to look forward to, we had each other. And so, Mr. Griffiths, when all is said and done, I guess the way it came out could really be called a happy ending, couldn't it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Kesey, it certainly could. I must confess that I listened to your story with the greatest sympathy and appreciation for both you and Mrs. Kesey.
Thank you.
I admired the way from day to day you stayed at her side, and when she cried, you tried and tried to ease her mind, and through it all, you were so kind, and, well, I see that I've been hit.
Oh, you'll recover, bit by bit.
But just don't try to hurry it.
Thanks a lot. I hope you're right.
We know we are. Good night.
Good night.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Strange Affliction was written, produced, and directed by Norman Corwin.
Forgive the intrusion, my dear Mr. Gilmore, but if you don't mind, I have still more rhymes, just a few at the close, so we can end this program right on the nose. I am the author, Norman Corwin, and I wouldn't have had to be doing this drawing if I'd written it to exact dimensions. But you know how it is with good intentions. Well, now I see that I don't have to kill more time, so back to you, Mr. Gilmore.
Your host was Andy Griffith. Our stars were Nanette Fabre and Steve Franken. Featured in the cast were Fletcher Markle, Byron Kane, Mary Jane Croft, Parley Bear, Mel Wells, Richard Erdman, True Boardman, and Janet Waldo. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Associate Director of Sears Radio Theater is Ken McManus. Sound effects were created by Bud Tollefson. Mark Trella is production supervisor. And the recording engineers are Joe Wachter and Hal MacDonald. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Who are those people in the uniforms over there?
Oh, that's the Salvation Army.
Oh, sure. I've heard of the Salvation Army before. Everybody knows them.
Yeah, they're noted for helping people. You know, my father once told me that the Salvation Army operated service units during World War II for our armed forces. He never forgot them for that. They were really helpful.
I wonder if they help people in other ways.
I'm sure they do.
Let's ask them. Excuse me, sir. What are some of the services available at the Salvation Army?
Well, throughout America, the Salvation Army operates daycare centers, adult rehabilitation centers for alcoholics, summer camps for kids, even senior citizen clubs and programs. Oh, the list goes on and on.
Well, thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it.
The pleasure's mine. Have a nice day.
Gee, I had no idea the Salvation Army provided all those services for people.
The Salvation Army cares about you. If you need help with a problem or can help, call your local Salvation Army today.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you looking for a nursing home? Well, here are a few tips. Start by getting a list of the licensed facilities in your area from your local health department. Find out whether they are certified to receive Medicare and Medicaid payments. Also, talk to your friends and talk to your neighbors who've placed a family member in a home. You see, it's important to visit a nursing home to check the facilities and the services. For example, food handling, patient care, in-service staff training, housekeeping, and patient activities. Now, before you sign an admission agreement, you read it carefully, including the fine print, and ask a lot of questions about what's included in the price. A number of nursing homes charge extra for such items as wheelchairs, air mattresses, and personal laundry. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Let's listen.
I've given up everything for you. My husband, everything.
Oh, come now. You and your husband had separated long before we ever met.
You're taking this all so matter of fact. You don't know what it is to love.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to Sears Radio.
I'm Wally Robinson, WNW News, on the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Here's a preview.
I've given up everything for you. My husband, everything.
Oh, come now. You and your husband had separated long before we ever met.
You're taking this all so matter of fact. You don't know what it is to love.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
What in the World happened in May? Brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. May is admissions day for South Carolina, admitted in 1788, Rhode Island in 1790, Wisconsin in 1840, and Minnesota admitted in 1858. In May of 1607, the first permanent English settlement in America was established at Jamestown. The U.S. Navy SEAL was adopted in May of 1780. The first Secretary of the Navy, Benjamin Stoddert, was appointed in May of 1798. In May of 1873, the Post Office issued its first penny postcard. The U.S. Navy Nurse Corps was established in May of 1908. One of the tallest buildings in the world, the Empire State Building, was completed in May of 1931. In May of 1934, the first quintuplets to live beyond infancy, the Dion quintuplets, were born in Canada. What in the World Happened in May is brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. We'll answer your questions about Navy opportunity. Or in the continental United States, call 800-841-8000, toll free. In Georgia, 800-342-5855.
This is Vincent Price. The name Cordelia Botkin endures in the annals of crime, not only because the murders committed were unique in cruelty and ingenuity, but because her case brought forth a court decision which made People versus Botkin a leading case in the law pertaining to jurisdiction. The legal aspect we shall examine later. Let us now begin the story of Cordelia Botkin herself. A story of desperate love and unbridled passion. The year is 1895, on a beautiful, sunny afternoon in San Francisco. Seated on a bench in Golden Gate Park is Cordelia Botkin. She is close to 40, but she doesn't look that old. Indeed, she is appealingly attractive, with a full figure. Seated beside her is an older woman friend. A man about 30, wearing knickerbockers and a jaunty hat, rides a bicycle down a nearby slope. As he nears the women, the bicycle starts to wobble, and he almost runs into the women's bench.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?
You did indeed. I thought you were going to run right into us.
Oh, something went wrong with the bicycle chain. My apologies to you both.
Oh, it's quite all right. You're forgiven, Mr.
Dunning. John Dunning. I'm in charge of the Associated Press offices here in San Francisco.
A newspaper man. How interesting. Oh, this is my friend, Mrs. Cole.
How do you do? And you?
Me?
Yes. You haven't told me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Cordelia Botkin.
Cordelia. What a lovely name.
Thank you.
Do you remember what King Lear said of his daughter, Cordelia?
Recall it for me, please.
He said, her voice was ever soft, gentle and low, an excellent thing in woman.
How charming. You say it so beautifully.
He stared deep into her eyes, and she stared deep into his. It was one of those moments that you read about. But in this case, it wasn't made up. It really happened. And if John Dunning had had 1 ounce of sense, he'd have tipped his hat, said how to do, and bicycled out of there. But if he had, nothing would have happened. And something, believe me, happened. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, A Leading Case by Michael Raffetto. Our stars, Lurene Tuttle and Byron Kane. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
Mary had a little lamb.
This is the actual voice of Thomas
Everywhere
Edison,
that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
preserved just as it was recorded on his talking machine. When Sears decided to help preserve Edison's Fort Myers home, we used the Weather Beater, our best long-lasting tough exterior latex paint. This paint covers trim, doors, and siding in 1 coat when used as directed, and it helps protect against weather's worst. Sears Weather Beater, for great American homes like yours.
This summer's hot item, cool t-shirt dresses. Now a Sears super value for only $14.99. How? Well, simple. It's a Sears special purchase, which means though not reduced, it is an exceptional value. They're bright, solid dresses in V-necks, scoop necks, and more. Of washable polyester and cotton knits in Mrs. sizes. Choose your favorites now while quantities last, because at $14.99, these t-shirt dresses won't stay at Sears long. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
I sell seashells by the seashore and buy my swimwear at a Sears store. Look beautiful by the sea or anywhere under the sun in swimwear from Sears. Sensational 1- and 2-piece styles in Mrs. and Junior sizes. Some in pulsating prints, others in sizzling solids. Colors that dazzle look terrific with a tan. Come on in. The fashion's fine in the sportswear department at Sears.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
When we last saw our about-to-be lovers, they were gazing deep into one another's eyes. I made the comment then that John Dunning should have hightailed it away. He didn't. He followed the lady, and first thing you know, they're in her living room, drinking of the bubbly. Will he rue the day, you might ask? I wouldn't doubt it.
You're a charming hostess. Thank you. Here, let me fill your glass.
Good. You pour with a steady hand.
Well, I'm a bartender at heart. Shall I put the bottle on the table here?
Yes, that will be nice and handy because I'm going to sit beside you. There. Isn't this cozy?
I don't want that bottle to make a ring on your table.
Oh, I hope it does. It will always be a reminder of our being together for the first time.
Oh. Well, here's
Yes. To us. I think you're sorry you came to see me.
Why do you say that?
I'm intuitive where men are concerned.
You're also very attractive.
Oh, come now, Mr. Dunning. That was much too perfunctory for me to take it seriously.
Mr. Dunning? Are we going all the way back to the beginning? Why so formal?
Because I suspect there's something going on in the back of your mind. What is it?
Intuition again?
You have a nice smile. You ought to do it more often. When we met in the park, you seemed so self-assured and worldly. But actually, I believe you're quite shy. Am I right?
Well...
Oh, I didn't say that to embarrass you. I meant it as a compliment. It's charming. I like men who have a little boy streak. Here, let's have some more champagne. Will you pour, John?
Glad to, Cordelia.
Thank you. You know something?
What?
I think you're a little afraid of me. Are you?
Why should I be?
I have a notion to kiss you. Forgive me for teasing you. Don't be frightened. I'm not going to kiss you.
I know you must be thinking I'm an awful clod sitting here like this, but, well, what's been bothering me is that I haven't been honest with you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before I accepted your invitation to come and see you, but, well, you see, I'm married.
There's more champagne here. I'll pour this time.
Thank you.
Do you love your wife?
I guess so. Yes, I guess I do.
But you're not sure. Is that what you're trying to say?
I guess so.
I'm quite sure. In my own case.
Oh, you mean you're...
So we're both married. We have that much in common. Maybe if we'd only admit it, we'd find we had a lot more in common.
Shall we drop the subject of marriage?
Let's do. Let's talk about us.
Should we begin to think about going somewhere to eat?
Oh, are you hungry?
Not particularly. How about you?
Well, I could fix us something here. Would you like that? Later. That will give us time to really know each other.
You almost gave me a kiss a while ago, and you didn't make good. I'm a man of my word.
Which means?
That I'm going to take you in my arms, like this, and kiss you, like this.
The passionate alliance between Mrs. Botkin and Dunning grew in intensity. Soon their affair was no longer a private one. They were seen together all over the city, at restaurants, bars, the races at Ingleside Track, any place that held the promise of pleasure. Much of the money for these extravagances came from Cordelia's husband, Welcome Botkin. Now, that's not a made-up name, for he was indeed legally Mr. Welcome A. Botkin. Strangely enough, Welcome sent money a couple of times a month to his errant wife. He couldn't in good conscience condemn her conduct, for he led an adulterous life himself in Stockton, California, where he chose to live most of the time. But what of Dunning's mate? A sad and different story. Mrs. Dunning was the daughter of a prominent family. Her father, an ex-congressman from the state of Delaware, presided over the family home at Dover. Mrs. Dunning, still young, attractive, the mother of a small daughter, was faced with a desperate situation. She must do something about her wayward husband. She knew that, but she hadn't yet decided what exactly to do. And all the while, he was slipping away from her.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car in Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Honey, I can't sleep.
Maybe you should try counting sheets.
You mean sheep?
No, Medley sheets from Sears in so many great colors from light to dark.
Rest easy, knowing your bed looks fantastic, because Medley solids come in up to 24 colors, like Indian copper, royal blue, lemon yellow, and jungle green. But don't just count them. Mix and match them with Medley pattern sheets and cases for a designer effect. Then dream in color tonight. Available at most larger Sears retail stores in the catalog.
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, 4-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
At most larger Sears retail stores.
While Mr. Dunning continued his passionate relationship with Cordelia Botkin, Mrs. Dunning fretted and worried and spent long evenings waiting for her wayward husband to come home. Just now, she sits in semi-darkness in the sitting room of the Dunning apartment. Presently, a key is quietly turned in the lock, thickening our plot.
You don't need to tiptoe, John. I'm not asleep.
Oh, I didn't see you. Why aren't you in bed? It's late.
Yes, I know.
After I left the office, I dropped over to the press club for a nightcap. I got to talking to a couple of reporters, and before I knew it, it was late. I hope you weren't worried.
If you expect a wife not to worry when she knows her husband is deceiving her.
You mean you don't believe I've been at the press club?
Please. Things have gone too far for us to delude ourselves any longer. I know where you've been.
Where?
With that woman. I won't call her by the name that comes to my lips. You might take offense since you're so devoted to her.
Who told you I was with her?
I hear of your escapades from all sides of late. I don't seek it. It pours in from friend and enemy alike, unsolicited.
They're lying.
No, they are not lying. I've tried to fool myself with the hope that that was the case, but today I found out for myself.
Found out what?
I saw the two of you. I stood in a doorway across the street from her apartment.
But how...
Wait! Before you involve yourself in lies. She lives at 645 Gary Street. I saw you go in there shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon. I stayed at my post for 2 whole hours, wondering when you would come out, if at all. Finally, at 4 o'clock, the two of you emerged. She clung possessively to your arm. You patted her hand, leaned your head close to hers, and the two of you went down the street laughing. The very picture of two happy lovers.
What you're saying is that you lowered yourself to spy on me.
Yes, I spied on you. I had to find out the truth for myself. And for our little girl. Your daughter, whom you pretend to love. Who lies asleep in there, innocently believing that her father has been absent so much of late because he's working so hard at his office. How long do you think I would lie to her now that I know the truth? No, I'm taking her away before she learns that her father is an adulterer.
Take her away? Where?
To Dover. Back home to Father.
Cordelia?
Is that you, darling?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't expect you, so... What's the matter?
I'm drunk. Which should be obvious.
Oh, come with me. Come on.
Let go. What are you trying to do?
I want to take you to the bedroom so you can lie down.
I don't want to lie down.
All right, sit here on the divan. That's it. Now, put your feet up and I'll take off your shoes.
Oh, leave me alone, will you?
Why are you being so hateful? Have you had another letter from your wife? That usually puts you in an ugly mood.
Why are you bringing my wife into this? She's 3,000 miles away. Just leave my wife out of this. I got fired today.
Are you serious? Were you really fired?
I was booted right out. No notice, nothing. I quote, "The Associated Press no longer requires your services as of this date." End of quote.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I got what was coming to me. I deserve to be fired.
No such thing. You're talking nonsense.
It's not nonsense. I deserved it, and everybody knows it, including you. I haven't been on the job. You know that. You think news stops coming in because a bum like me takes off and goes to the races? Or gets drunk with his mistress when
Stop it! I won't have you calling me that.
What did I say that was so awful? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. No. Please, don't go away. Don't go away. Stay here close to me. You know how much you mean to me. How much I need you. Cordelia, darling, please don't be mad at me. I don't blame you. I don't deserve you. I don't deserve anybody. Send me away.
Oh, no.
Send me away. I've taken money from you. I've lived off of you. I'm just a bum. A derelict. A hopeless, no good bum.
There. Just be quiet. Nestle your head down on my breast. That's it. You have nothing to worry about. I'll take care of you, my darling. You're mine now. All of you.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Is your car equipped to handle emergencies? Well, here's a list of essential items which will enable you to better handle an emergency situation. A car jack and lug wrench should always be carried in case of a flat tire. Be sure you know how the jack operates and the correct procedure for changing a tire. Flares and reflectors provide warning to other motorists that your car is stopped, and both are essential safety items. A tow strap or chain enables a car to be pulled out of the mud or the snow. Battery jumper cables help a motorist solve a dead battery problem quickly. A small fire extinguisher can prevent a small problem from turning into a large one. But you'd better keep it in the passenger compartment where you can get to it quickly. A first aid kit can come in handy in all sorts of minor medical emergencies. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Up to 2 miles now. Sure wish I'd started this about 20 years ago. Take it easy, Pugsley.
Hi, Mr. Kessler.
Hello, kids. Say hello, Pugsley. Okay, about 4 more blocks and we're home. Time to sprint. Let's go, Pugsley.
Over a year ago, Tom Kessler had a heart attack. He never misses his nightly run these days. But before his heart attack, the most exercise Tom got was pushing a pool cue. Regular exercise alone won't guarantee that you'll never have a heart attack, but it will increase your blood flow, relax you, make you feel better. Don't wait until you've had a heart attack to start exercising. See your doctor this week, and the two of you can come up with an exercise program that's right for you. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
I'm out on the porch, daughter. Would you please come out here?
All right. I'm coming, Father.
This telegram just came for you.
Thank you. It's from John.
I hope it's not more bad news, my dear.
No, not really. Actually, I guess it's good news. He says, "My darling..."
Now, don't bother to read it aloud if it's upsetting to you.
No, it's all right. I want you to hear it. "My darling, the Associated Press has hired me back. Going to Cuba to cover Spanish-American War. Leaving San Francisco 22nd this month. Will you meet me in New York so we can have a few days together before I sail? Have completely severed all relations here. Been a fool and beg forgiveness. I love you and only you. Please wire care of AP. Remember only this. I love you, John." Oh, Father, what should I do?
Oh, here. Sit down, my dear.
He's hurt me so.
Indeed he has.
He asked me to forgive him. Can I do that after all he's done?
Do you still love him? That's what you must ask yourself.
He's going away to a war. I guess he should have a chance to see his child. After all, she is his, and she does love him.
And you, my dear? Do you still love him?
Oh, Father, how many thousand times have I asked myself that? I lie in bed at night and I think of the happy days we had together. I hear his calm, warm voice telling me how much he loves me. He's my husband again. But then the husband disappears and I see only a tortured, dissolute face. If I agree to meet him, will it be the husband that I loved or this other person?
Yes.
But to refuse, even to talk to him, to see him, that seems so small, so spiteful.
You want to see him, don't you?
I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but yes, Father, I do want to see him. I guess I still love him. No matter what he's done, I'm afraid I still love him.
Then go to him, my dear. He's your husband.
This is my coach here, Cordelia. It's ridiculous when you come to think of it.
What is?
That we have to come all the way over to Oakland to get a train that goes east.
But it was so beautiful on the bay coming across on the ferry boat. Didn't you think so, John? Dear?
Yes.
Is your wife meeting you at the station in New York? Or will she be at a hotel?
No, she'll be at the station. She and our little daughter.
How long will you be together?
I don't really know. I'm due to sail from New York on the 6th.
This is the end for me, isn't it? You're never coming back to San Francisco, are you?
Well, with a war going on, who knows what's going to happen?
But when it's over, the war, you'll be going back to your wife. That's what you're planning to do, isn't it?
Cordelia, please, let's not make these last few minutes together unpleasant.
I've given up everything for you. My husband, everything.
Oh, come now. You and your husband had separated long before we ever met.
You're taking this all so matter of fact. You don't know what it is to love.
Cordelia, I'll never forget what you've meant to me and all that you've done for me. Believe me.
Is there any hope that you'll come back to San Francisco?
Look, I told you that with a war...
Don't misunderstand. I wasn't asking you to promise to come back. I just...
My dear Cordelia, the train's about to leave. Now, I've
just
got...
one more thing. What I wanted to say was... Well, is there any hope of your coming back? Coming over on the ferry boat, you said the bay was so beautiful. And how much we always loved being on the bay. I remember you saying one time that San Francisco's bay was the absolute gem. That's the word you used. Gem. Better even than Naples, you said. That was the night we had lots of champagne and we were acting silly. And we made all sorts of plans to go to Naples and Venice. And you said, why go to Naples when we had the very gem of them all right here? And then you called me your little gem and put your arms around me and kissed me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being silly. But you will miss San Francisco and the bay. And me, darling. Will you miss me?
Boy!
I've got to go. Goodbye. Goodbye, my darling.
please. Did John's letter have good news for you?
Oh, yes, Father. He thinks the war will soon be over. Actually, this letter is from Puerto Rico, and he's complaining that everything's so quiet he doesn't have anything to write about. I'm going to write him today and tell him that I'm praying he'll be kept in a quiet theater till it's all over, no matter how disappointing it might be to a war correspondent.
Quite right, my dear, quite right.
He thinks AP will want him in their New York office when the war is over. I hope so. I never want to go back to San Francisco again, and neither does he.
Well, I should hope not. Well, incidentally, you haven't opened the package that I brought from the post office along with your letter. It's blurred somewhat, but it looks like a San Francisco postmark. Here, I have my pocket knife. I'll open it for you.
Oh, how sweet. A darling little handkerchief folded over these lovely chocolate bonbons. Look.
Who's it from?
There doesn't seem to be... Oh, wait. Here's a little note. It says, "With love to yourself and baby, Mrs. C."
Mrs. C? Someone you knew in San Francisco?
I'm trying to remember. For the moment, I can't think who it could be. Here, will you have a bonbon?
No, thanks. Sweets don't interest me anymore.
These are so good. Sister loves bonbons as much as I do. Excuse me, Father.
Where are you going?
In the house and share these with Sis.
Within 2 days, Mrs. Dunning was dead. And the following day, her sister, Mrs. Joshua Dean, died of eating poisoned chocolates. 2 weeks after the deaths of Mrs. John Dunning and her sister in the state of Delaware, on the night of August 23rd, 1898, Cordelia Botkin was arrested in a hotel suite in Stockton, California, where her husband was living.
Don't bother, Mrs. Ruth. I'll answer it.
Cordelia Botkin?
Yes? What is the meaning of this rude intrusion?
My name is Gall, Mrs. Botkin. I'm the police chief here in Stockton. This is Officer Gibson of the San Francisco Police. Close the door, Gib. I hold here in my hand warrants for your arrest. You'll have to come with us.
And what if I refuse to come along?
You can't refuse, ma'am. These warrants empower us to take you into custody.
I don't believe you, since I'm guilty of nothing.
You're entitled to have the charge read if that's what you want.
I most certainly do. Read.
The people of the state of California to any sheriff, constable, marshal, or policeman of said state or of the city and county of San Francisco. Information on oath having been this day laid before me that the crime of murder has been committed in that Mrs. John P. Dunning, a human being of the city of Dover, county of Kent, state of Delaware, was willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought killed and murdered, and accusing Cordelia Brown Botkin thereof.
That's enough. How ridiculous. I've never been in the state of Delaware. In my whole life, I've never been in Delaware.
Nevertheless, you'll have to come with us. Don't make us use force.
Do you expect me to go out in this attire?
Now, how long will it take you to get ready?
Well, that will depend on Mrs. Ruth, my car woman, my maid. I'll be ready for you when I've made my toilette.
I am Judge Carol Cook. The trial of Cordelia Botkin began in the Superior Court of San Francisco December 6th, 1898. The prosecution put on an impressive array of witnesses. The doctor who attended Mrs. Dunning and her sister in their final agony of pain before they died of arsenic poisoning. Mr. Pennington, the father of the dead women. A chemist. On and on they came, 15 witnesses in all from the state of Delaware. There followed a parade of witnesses from San Francisco. One such was a Frank Gray.
Now, Mr. Gray, let's get back to that book you hold in your hands. You testified, did you not, that it's known as the Poison Book at Owl Drugs, where you're employed as a clerk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Owl Drugs on Market Street here in the city.
Very good. Now tell us what purpose such a book serves.
Well, you see, whenever we sell poison, we always enter the amount, the date, the name of the purchaser, and, well, the reason for buying the poison. All that information we have to put in writing in the poison book.
Yes. Now, Mr. Gray, will you please open the said book to the entry under the date of June 1st, 1898?
Yes, sir.
Have you found the entry?
Yes, sir.
The handwritten entry of June 1st, 1898, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the handwriting? That is, can you identify it?
Yes, sir. It's my handwriting.
Now, would you please read what you wrote?
Well, first I wrote down the date, June...
Exactly, Mr. Gray. Just read us what you wrote.
June 1st, 1898, 2 p.m. Mrs. Botkin, California and Hyde. Arsenic, 2 ounces. Bleaching, gray.
Explain each entry, if you please, starting with Mrs. Botkin. Why did you write down that name?
Well, she was the purchaser.
Well, yes, we'll get to that. The point is that you always enter the purchaser's name.
Whenever poison is bought, yes, sir.
The next entry, please.
California and Hyde. That's the address she gave.
The next entry?
Arsenic, 2 ounces. That's what the woman bought, 2 ounces of lump arsenic.
The woman who gave you the name of Mrs. Botkin?
Yes, sir.
And what follows the arsenic entry?
The word bleaching. That's what the lady said she wanted the arsenic for. Bleaching a straw hat, she said. We have to put down a reason for the purchase of poison, and that's the reason she gave.
Did you recommend that she buy arsenic for that purpose?
No, sir. I told her we had a much better bleach when it wasn't dangerous.
You told the purchaser that?
Yes, sir. But she insisted on the arsenic, so I sold it to her.
I see. And the final entry?
My name, Gray.
Very good. Now let's go back to the name Mrs. Botkin. Would you recognize the person who gave you that name if you saw her?
Yes, sir.
Is she present in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. It's that woman sitting at the table right there, the defendant.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Defense may cross-examine.
Now, Mr. Gray, is it unusual for you to sell poison?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it was unusual.
As a matter of fact, you sell poison, for one purpose or another, quite often, do you not?
Well, that's hard to say. It depends on what you mean by quite often.
There's nothing unlawful about the sale or purchase of arsenic. That's correct, is it not?
Well, no, it's not unlawful, but...
Just answer my question, yes or no. Is it unlawful?
No, sir.
So, if a person comes into your drugstore and purchases arsenic, there's no reason for you to think of it as being an unusual or remarkable occurrence, eh, Mr. Gray?
No, I guess not, unless...
These are simple questions. Don't give us complicated answers to them. Now, in the last 6 months, you've made a good many sales of arsenic, have you not?
Well, I don't know that I've made a good many.
Would you say you've made several?
Several, I guess. Yes, sir.
Of those sales, you have a distinct recollection of the transaction involving a Mrs. Botkin, whom you have identified as the defendant here.
Yes, sir.
That was on June 1st, some 6 months ago, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a good memory. Now, can you give us the name of some other purchaser of poison 5 or 6 months ago? 3 months ago?
Oh, no, sir. Not right offhand.
Your Honor, I object to this line of questioning. The witness used the poison book to refresh his memory regarding the sale to Mrs. Botkin. He's made no claim to having a remarkable memory. To pursue this within the scope of legitimate cross-examination, I submit that the witness be allowed to refer to the poison book, assuming that counsel's question was even relevant in the first place. And I base a further objection on the ground that it was not.
I'll put another question to the witness, Your Honor. Isn't it a fact, Mr. Gray, that you had no recollection of this June 1st transaction until it was called to your attention by the police, and that you had no idea of what the purchaser looked like until you were brought to the San Francisco jail before the trial to have a look at the defendant?
I object, Your Honor, on the ground...
Just a moment. Now, do you deny that this witness was brought to the jail and that Mrs. Botkin was pointed out to
Your
him?
Honor...
Gentlemen. Your question, Mr. Barton, is a proper one if you will address it to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gray, before this trial started, were you taken to the jail where Mrs. Botkin was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Elizabeth's
bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk twin and full sizes in 10 bright solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there too. At most Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of a leading case.
The trial goes on through the cold December days. The spectators lean forward expectantly as John Dunning takes the witness stand to give testimony against his former mistress, Cordelia Botkin. She is wearing a black suit to which is pinned a wilting bunch of violets she was permitted to purchase on her way to the courtroom. The district attorney continued with his examination.
Now then, let's go back, Mr. Dunning, to the time you last saw the defendant here. That is the last time you saw her before this trial began. When was that?
The day I left for the East on my way to Cuba. She went with me to the train station.
You were leaving San Francisco to take up your duties as a war correspondent for the Associated Press, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where was your wife at this time?
At her parents' home in Dover, Delaware.
Up to the time of this parting, how long had you known the defendant?
I can't say exactly, but quite a long time.
Well, would you say some months or...
Yes, a good many months. A couple of years or so.
Describe your relationship. Was it purely friendly, casual, or otherwise?
It was mostly otherwise.
Tell us what you mean by otherwise.
Sexual.
And this meretricious relationship with the defendant went on for a long period of time?
Yes, sir.
And came to an end when you left for the East and Cuba?
That's correct.
Did it come to an end by mutual consent?
No, sir. I ended it.
Did Mrs. Botkin ever... No, strike that. You say you ended it. Did Mrs. Botkin try to dissuade you from ending it?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to put an end to the relationship. For what reason?
I'd made up my mind to go back to my wife, if she would have me.
Did you tell the defendant here that you were going back to your wife?
I told her that I was going to meet with my wife when I arrived in the East.
How does she take this news?
She was extremely upset.
Did she try to dissuade you?
Yes.
In what way?
I would say in just about every way possible.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. You may cross-examine.
I have no questions to put to this witness, Your Honor.
Very well. You may step down, Mr. Dunning.
For the present, Your Honor, the prosecution has no further witnesses.
Then you may proceed for the defense, Mr. Knight.
Your Honor, I move for a dismissal of this case.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that a court in the state of California has no jurisdiction to try a case such as this. And further, that the want of jurisdiction has not been remedied by any of the evidence adduced by the prosecution.
Your Honor, I submit this is simply a ruse on the part of the defense to prejudice the jury. And I think the court should make it clear that the purpose of this trial is to hear evidence and not whimsy.
Is the common law on which our own jurisprudence is founded whimsy? Was the Supreme Court of North Carolina being whimsical when it held in the case of State versus Hall, 114 NC 909, that a murder is committed where the shot took effect, to wit, in Tennessee, where the victim was killed, and not across the border in North Carolina where the killer stood when he fired the fatal shot. Have we not an analogous situation here? This defendant, Mrs. Botkin here, is being tried for murder in the state of California. But her alleged victims died some 3,000 miles away in the state of Delaware, a state in which the defendant has never set foot. If the court please, is not the law properly stated in State v. Hall, where it says the murder is committed where the shot took effect?
Yes, but I should remind counsel that there is an element he has neglected to mention in his argument. And that is the unquestioned power of a state legislature to alter or amend our laws. There is a section in the California Penal Code that is applicable to the situation that exists in this case. I have the Penal Code before me, and I have just turned to Section 27. It reads as follows, quote, "The following persons are liable to punishment under the laws of the state. 1, all persons who commit in whole or in part any crime within this state." End of quotation. Now, the preparing of poison candy in California and the sending it to Delaware with a murderous intent constituted an attempt to commit murder, which in itself is a crime, even if no death resulted. So, part of the crime was committed in California, thereby giving the California court the right to try, which is to say, the jurisdiction to try such a defendant for the whole crime. Such being the case, the motion to dismiss this case for want of jurisdiction is hereby denied. Cordelia Botkin was found guilty of murder in the first degree. I sentenced her to life imprisonment. When she died in San Quentin prison in 1910, the newspapers took little note of her death, which was attributed to, quote, softening of the brain, unquote. Cordelia Botkin, a forgotten name, except in the annals of jurisprudence, where it will always endure.
How long do your pantyhose last? Do you want the answer in minutes or hours? You should try Sears Endurables, the pantyhose that lasted an average of 18 days of normal wear in a test with 400 women. The women in our test wore Endurables day after day after day, and as a group averaged 18 days. A patented process makes them strong so they last, and sheer so they look great. No pantyhose last forever. How long do your pantyhose last? Endurables at larger Sears retail stores.
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, 4-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
I'm on my feet most of the day, and when my workload gets me going, one thing I can depend on for comfort is my die-hard work shoes from Sears.
We've sold thousands of pairs of Sears' best die-hard work shoes. They're designed for men who want a comfortable fit as well as a ruggedly constructed shoe. Our die-hard work shoe is cushioned from heel to toe, plus the sole is warranted. If the sole wears out in 1 year, return pair and we'll replace it free of charge. Die-hard work shoes, as tough and dependable as their name. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. A Leading Case was written by Michael Raffetto, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Lurene Tuttle and Byron Kane. Featured in the cast were Ann Given, Stan Waxman, Stephen Roberts, True Boardman, Herb Rudley, and Marvin Miller. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
How long ago did you read Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's great Sherlock Holmes story, The Hound of the Baskervilles? Or Robert Louis Stevenson's masterpiece of the macabre, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Perhaps recently, perhaps many years ago. Well, these two greats of literature are among the dozens of classic stories you'll hear in the weeks to come on CBS Radio Mystery Theater over most of these stations. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for this award-winning radio series. Every Saturday and Sunday, we devote our drama to a tale of suspense by a world-famous author. You'll be hearing stories by Edgar Allan Poe, Emily and Charlotte Bronte, and special radio adaptations of plays by William Shakespeare. Every weekday, of course, we'll continue to present original tales of the supernatural and macabre. So listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater on most of these CBS Radio network stations.
New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Miami, Seattle. Our biggest cities are sending out cries for more VISTA volunteers. VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America. VISTA volunteers work with groups of inner-city residents to tackle the many urban problems that can't be solved alone. By working together with local leaders, entire neighborhoods can be restored. Job training centers can be created. Educational programs, health, and legal services can be expanded to reach all who need them. VISTA means working through the democratic process to better our cities. Community people are learning that they can have a voice in making the decisions that affect their lives. VISTA volunteers come from all backgrounds. Many come from the neighborhoods they work in. They all share one conviction, that self-reliant, self-confident, caring individuals can make a difference in a community. America needs more VISTA volunteers. Put yourself where you're needed. Call 800-424-8580 or write VISTA, Washington, D.C. 20525. A public service of this station and Action.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a story of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Let's listen.
Do you really think they'll march? There must be a dozen posters in the law school quad alone saying they will.
Did you see that notice saying that a committee is meeting to stop them?
Yeah.
Do you think I should join?
If you want to.
Are you?
No.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Here's a preview.
Do you really think they'll march? There must be a dozen posters in the law school quad alone saying they will.
Did you see that notice saying that a committee is meeting to stop them?
Yeah.
Do you think I should join?
If you want to.
Are you?
No.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Cicely Tyson. I'm here in the history wing of the world-renowned Burden University. There's a window in the door of this office, and I can see Jill Graham inside. Jill is 25 and very bright. Her Ph.D. thesis is entitled Correlations Between Literature of the Carolingian Renaissance and that of the French 12th century Renaissance. It's a safe, scholarly topic, one that makes the ebb and flow of historical events and human passion seem far away. However, history doesn't always wait to be read about in books. Soon something will happen right in Jill's town that will change her life forever. And that cultural force will in turn be only a phrase in a history book to another scholar. But now Jill isn't interested in history in the making. She's interested in the history of ancient civilizations. That's the course that her tutoring pupil, Donna Mardesian, is trying to pass.
Who gives a fazoozle about the Peloponnesian War? I don't know any Peloponnesians. I don't even know how to spell it.
We study the Peloponnesian War because
I don't care. I don't care. Why bother to learn it?
So you can pass the course. That's what you're paying me for, isn't it?
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Great March, by Patricia Joyce. Our stars, Miss Joyce as Jill Graham and Shepard Mencken. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
Jill Graham is having trouble with her pupil, Donna Mardesian. It seems that Donna has a short attention span and a short temper. She's also short-sighted. She thinks it's easier to blame her frustrations on Jill than it is to buckle down and overcome her own mental blocks.
That's so lame.
What?
That you think this junk matters.
It has its purpose in the curriculum.
It's really pathetic. You're so pedantic. That's all you think life's about, isn't it? Being holed up on the 5th floor of the library stacks. Getting pasty skin and bags under your eyes. Going cross-eyed reading fine print.
That's not the issue here.
Do you even have any friends?
Come on, Donna, cut it out.
What about men? Have you ever met a man who thinks Peloponnesians are a real turn-on?
Donna, lay off it. That has nothing to do with the purpose of this meeting, which is to get you to pass your class. Now, either you want to work or you don't.
I don't. I already told you that.
Then save your money. I'm leaving.
Some tutor you turned out to be.
Don't blame me if you don't want to work.
I don't know why you let Donna upset you so much.
I don't either, Ellen.
Look, Jill, it's obvious that she's a bad student. She's taking out her frustrations on you.
Is it?
Sure it is. Makes me so mad to think of you taking this jerky girl seriously.
But in a sense, she's right. I mean, I do get carried away with my work.
But that's good. I do the same thing. Helped me get where I am and help you get where you are. That's the problem with that drip Donna. She's not willing to get into her work.
Ellen, we've known each other for what, 7 years?
Yeah.
In 7 years, I've had 2 successful relationships. One has been my friendship with you. The other has been my relationship with my history books. I've never had a successful romance.
So?
Well, I feel that's something I should have.
Should have or want to have?
Both.
Well, I don't know how true all that is. Society says a woman can't be fulfilled without romance, but your life is going to be fulfilled without that. You've got the beginning of a very important career in history.
You've got both, law school and Roger.
Well, yeah.
I just think life is really precious, and I want to know as much of it as I can. I don't know how much I'm learning about people up in the history library.
I'll tell you one thing, Jill. You know a lot more about people than Donna Mardesian does. You know not to try to hurt someone else just because you can't cope. What's wrong, Jill? You look like you just found a cockroach in your soup.
Did you see those posters in the quad?
No, unfortunately.
Scary. It reminds me of Donna Mardesian.
Why? You think Donna Mardesian's a member of the American Fascist Party? You think as soon as you're finished tutoring her, she sneaks off to a party meeting, throws on her sexy, tight-fitting stormtrooper's uniform, and writes racist slogans on ladies' room walls? Pretty logical. Seems like something Donna Mardesian might do.
Ellen, I'm serious. It's the same psychological problem. Donna was frustrated about her own problems, but rather than deal with them, she focused her anger into attacking me. Now, a lot of these American Fascist Party guys are frustrated and lonely. Their racial slurs come out of their own unhappiness.
I think you're right.
I don't want to see the American Fascist Party marching through Burdenville. We shouldn't have to deal with their hate any more than I should have to deal with Donna Mardesian insulting me.
Well,
do you really think they'll march?
There must be a dozen posters in the law school quad alone saying they will.
Did you see that notice saying that a committee is meeting to stop them?
Yeah.
Do you think I should join?
If you want to.
Are you?
No.
But you're Jewish.
Look, I don't like what they stand for, obviously, but legally they have a right to march.
Isn't it a question of humanity, not legality?
The purpose of law is to help society function in an equitable, humane way.
Don't you think that's a really pompous statement?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm going to that committee.
Then go. Help you get out of the library.
I'm not doing it for social reasons.
But you said you wanted to be around people more.
Look, I happen to think it's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do is to protect their right to free speech. My favorite Oliver Wendell Holmes quote. What the Constitution must protect is not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought we hate.
I had American History 239. I know what the guy said.
There's a meeting going on in the Burdenville Community Center. Its purpose is to stop the American Fascist Party from marching through town. So far, it's been a passionate meeting. People were screaming and carrying on about all the different issues. Now they've finally decided on a plan of action. The chairwoman, Rhea Arnold, stands at the podium. She breathes a sigh of relief as she raises her gavel.
That concludes today's meeting. Thank you, friends, for coming.
Excuse me. I said, excuse me? I need to get by.
Oh.
Your books are blocking my way.
Oh.
Thank you. Aren't you coming?
Oh, I guess I should.
Are you all right?
I think so. I think I am.
Are you ill? Do you need some help getting out?
No, I'm fine. The meeting just affected me a lot, that's all.
Yes. It's very unpleasant. The idea of the American Fascist Party marching here in Burdenville.
I don't understand why people have to be so hateful to each other.
Neither do I.
It's all through history. People killing other people, pretending it's ideological conflict. All it really is hate. It's instant replays of the slaughter of the Albigensian heretics. That's what it is.
Perhaps, although the slaughter of the Albigensians had as much to do with greed and lust for power as it did with hatred. It was the same in Europe during the Second World War.
What did you say?
It was the same in Europe.
Before that?
That the Albigensian crusade was caused by greed and lust for power.
The Albigensian crusade in the 13th century?
The same.
I'm a medieval historian. Are you?
No. By profession, I'm a doctor.
How did you know about the Albigensian heretics?
I like to know things.
Me too.
It's not too late. Would you like to have some pie and coffee together? I'd like to talk with you. I think that gentleman over there would like to close the hole.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's. That would be nice. My name is Jill Graham.
Jan Komarowitz.
Should I call you Dr. Komarowitz?
Only if you want me to look at your x-rays.
Sometimes I think I spend too much time learning and not enough with people. But they say things all work out.
That's what I was told, too. As I got older, I wondered if indeed it all works out. How's your pie?
It's good. Want some?
If you'll try mine. What is it?
You, have a tattoo on your arm.
Yes.
You were in the concentration camps?
For 5 years.
Oh.
Yes.
No wonder you feel cynical.
Oh, I'm not the only one in this town. There are many survivors here.
I was just angry that the American Fascist Party was marching. I didn't even think about what it would be like to remember the real fascists, to have gone through that.
I'm Jewish.
Oh.
Yes.
Does it bother you to talk about the camps?
Sometimes, not now. I think that now it is a bit of a release. I felt very angry during the meetings, though. Yet, it is easier to say that I've been in the camps when I am sitting in a warm coffee shop and seeing a sympathetic face looking at me over a piece of cherry pie. It makes those 5 years seem very far away.
But they are far away.
An experience like that is never very far from one. Especially with this little reminder that the American Fascist Party has planned.
How did you do it? Survive, I mean.
Oh, I almost didn't. No one else in my family did.
I'm sorry.
I remember the day that we knew we were free.
What was it like?
For everybody, it was different. Some cried, other people ran around kissing everything. For me, I remember noticing how good everything smelled suddenly. You can't imagine how wonderful life is when you've come so close to losing it.
Hey, Jill. Jill, wait up.
Hi, Ellen. Where are you going?
Constitutional law. How about you?
Oh, I've been working on my thesis until my brain cells are all short-circuiting. Now I'm taking a break. I'm going over to the committee to stop the American Fascist Party march.
Jiminy, what a grandiose title. Going to a committee with a name like that will probably fry your brain even more.
Well, I figure that a change of pace will spark me up.
What are you going to do?
We're campaigning door to door to get people to support certain town ordinances that will ban the march.
What ordinances?
Oh, let's see. I was talking about this one a lot last night. They want to ban slogans or symbols like the swastika that would defame a group. I think it makes sense. Did you know that there are a lot of survivors of concentration camps here in Burdenville? I mean, what do you think it would do
What
to
are the other ordinances?
Oh, let's see. No marching in paramilitary uniforms like the stormtroopers' uniform. It's almost the same as the first. What's the other one? Let me think. Oh, it's, they want the American Fascist Party to post an insurance bond for any damages that might result from the march.
It'll never hold up under the First Amendment.
How can you say that?
Because it won't. Shouldn't.
You sound so confident.
Well, you know me. You know I always come off more confident than I am. I really don't know what'll happen. But I tell you, Jill, I could bore you with long legal arguments and precedents, but to me, the basic issue is, are we going to have freedom of speech or not? If we are, it's a costly freedom. I guess sometimes some people have to pay a higher price for that freedom than others.
We're not talking about textbook cases. We're talking about people. I met this doctor for coffee after the meeting, and if
You met a doctor?
No,
Yeah.
it's nothing like that. He's a lot older than me, and he's married. He also has a teenage daughter. He's just a nice man who wanted to talk. Anyway, he was in the concentration camps for 5 years, Ellen. He's been through so much pain. Why should he have to be insulted by those fascist idiots? Isn't there such a thing as protection from mental cruelty? Why should he have those old wounds opened up again, you know? It just doesn't seem fair.
Well, it doesn't seem fair to deny people the right to speak, does it?
No. Oh, Ellen, I don't know. It's all so confusing. All I know is that right now, I need to get over to my committee meeting. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, have a good time with your doctor.
Ellen!
It's easy to turn off the TV news and ignore events that are happening halfway around the world. Not so easy when those events are happening in your hometown. For weeks, the townspeople of Burdenville could talk of nothing but the upcoming march by the American Fascist Party.
I've been thinking about all that you've been through in the camps and everything. It makes my intellectual agonizing seem pretty foolish.
No, you mustn't say that. We each have our own struggles. And I must tell you, I have been so disappointed with myself. When I was in the camps, I said that people don't appreciate life. They don't see how precious it is. They don't realize how fully it must be used. And yet, I don't know that I have used these 30 years since the war so well.
But we all fall short of our aspirations. I think that makes life more exciting. Even when I reach one of my goals, I set up a new one. Don't you?
Yes, that's true, yes.
I hope I won't upset you if I ask you this. But, do you think that the American Fascist Party could ever be as powerful as the German Fascist Party?
Anything is possible. There is one important difference between the American fascists and the Germans. It saddens me very much. Many Germans claim they knew nothing of the Holocaust until the war was over. I think it is true that they did not know. However, the American fascist party is aware of all the atrocities that some of the Germans committed. And yet they still persist in wanting to be like those killers.
It's really ugly.
That's why, even with your First Amendment, freedom of speech, I think what they do is illegal.
Why?
Because the party openly advocates racism. To me, just the act of wearing the swastika is an act of identifying oneself with the Holocaust. Oh, this only saddens me. Perhaps it's better if we talk of other things. And then things became so very different between Trudy and me. Right around the time that she was pregnant with Ilana.
Why?
I would be lying if I told you that I understood the reasons.
Oh. Well, what happened?
I think the word arid best explains what my marriage is like.
Arid?
Yes, it's like your southwestern deserts. My marriage, well, it's strong. It's a very real force in my life, and I believe it is a force in Trudy and Ilana's life. Yet there's no passion. Nothing grows there.
Then why did you get married?
It was not always that way. I first met Trudy after the war, during my burst of idealism, when I really thought that the world could change and be better. Things were so good with us then, so fresh. Now we've lived together like brother and sister for almost 20 years. Yet, at least, I have the memory of that first tenderness to console me.
You're like me. You're too hard on yourself.
Perhaps.
Really?
How are you hard on yourself?
Oh, I'm a perfectionist, you know. So I take it really hard when something like a relationship doesn't work out.
This is not just a relationship. It's my marriage.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't complain about my marriage. This is rare for me.
Oh,
it's my fault. My disappointments and expectations are so intense. I think I overemphasize. What of you? Have you a nice friendship?
Do you mean, do I have a boyfriend? No.
I can't believe this.
I get along well with women, especially my best friend Ellen, and I usually have excellent relationships with my professors and the undergrads I tutor. Except for this one girl, Donna Mardesian. But, I don't know, with men, either they aren't smart enough or they're too wishy-washy, or if they are guys I like, they don't like me.
Why is that?
I don't know.
But you're so lovely.
I think I'm insecure.
You should be very confident, a successful young woman like yourself.
Oh, knock it off. You sound like my mom. I should be this, I should be that. Well, in some things I'm a failure, you know? I mean, some things may not go the way I'd like them to. That's just the breaks for me.
You're very young.
25 isn't so young.
It's time enough.
I don't care anyway.
Yes, you do.
Not that much. It's getting dark. I better go.
I will walk you home.
You don't have to.
It's getting dark.
Well, the problem is it's the doctor I told you about, Ellen.
What doctor?
Oh, Ellen, you remember Jan Kamerowitz, the one who's on the committee to stop the march?
The one with the wife?
Right.
Terrific.
Oh, I know it's not smart, but I've been spending a lot of time with him, you know, after we finish our volunteer work and everything, just as friends. Only I've started thinking about him in a romantic way. I guess that in some way it's healthy for me. He's the first man I've known that I've felt compatible with.
What do you mean by that?
It's like being with you.
Oh, yeah?
No, only it's different because you're different people, of course, and there's the whole man-woman undercurrent with Jan. Anyway, I can be relaxed and be myself around him. And he's sensitive and intelligent enough to know what I'm saying. Sometimes I think he understands what I'm trying to get across better than I do myself.
Sounds good, Jill.
Yeah.
You gonna do anything about it?
That's just it. I don't know if there's anything to do. For all I know, he might think I'm just another mousy-haired graduate student.
Oh, I can't imagine anyone calling your hair mousy. Any more than I can imagine someone thinking of you as just another graduate student.
See, that's another thing. He's real supportive, just like you are.
He's also married.
Yeah.
With a teenage daughter.
Well, maybe my romantic feelings will all kind of blow over.
Maybe.
What's new with you? Enough about me.
Well, Roger's in the tax law class this quarter, so I never see him. What's happening on your committee now that the town ordinances have passed? Or do you spend all your time daydreaming about your doctor friend?
No, we have to go to court. The American Fascist Party says we're denying their freedom of speech. We're trying to raise the money to hire a really good lawyer.
I knew they would. I hope they uphold the freedom of speech.
Well, that's encouraging.
Jill, I'm a bleeding heart liberal law student. Wait until I get out in the cold, cruel world and someone from your committee offers me the case in favor of the town ordinances. I'd change my colors soon enough.
Would you? Argue the case to uphold the ordinances?
Not me. But I'd be tempted. Fascinating issue. Does free speech give someone the right to be offensive?
Does it?
Well, the danger is that if the court decides that offensive speech is illegal, then somebody has to decide what is offensive and what isn't. That's not healthy. Having someone dictate what's morally right and what's morally wrong. Too much censorship power.
I see what you mean.
You do?
Sure.
Then how come you're trying to stop the march?
Well, my gut tells me to stop them. Even if my head knows that they probably should be allowed to march.
Ah.
You know what really worries me? What if there's a riot or something? Couldn't the American Fascist Party be arrested then?
I don't think so. Not unless they incite the riot.
Why?
There's this case, Bordenella versus the city of Philadelphia. A priest was giving a ridiculously bigoted speech, and the crowd rioted. He was arrested on breach of peace, then acquitted because he didn't urge or incite the riot. It's been used as a precedent to protect civil rights workers and stuff.
Oh, boy, what a confusing mess.
Don't knock it. We lawyers need those messes to make a living.
Ellen!
Just kidding. Gee.
How's your scampi?
Fine.
So quiet.
It's really nice of you to take me out to dinner. Generous.
No, you're the one who's generous. Your friendship has given me back some of my old zest for life.
Thank you.
Please don't be offended.
At what?
My affection for you.
I didn't know.
No?
You mean affection?
I thought it was written on me. I thought you must see it.
I didn't see it.
You're angry?
Do I look angry?
No.
I really feel affection for you, too. I know you're married, but...
A man may be married and be attracted to another woman. But he has responsibilities to that woman as well as his wife. If the marriage is a strong one, the other woman could perhaps be hurt. If not, the wife...
I know. I thought about that, too.
You did?
Yes. I don't know what to say, Jan. I only know that I've been a lot less lonely since we've been friends.
Cicely Tyson again, and here's the concluding act of The Great March.
I think the court of Marie de Champagne was the most fascinating thing about the 12th century Renaissance.
Oh? Why is that?
It seems to me that was the first time women as a group were considered as a real social force. Did you know that during the Middle Ages, one of the church councils actually debated whether or not women had souls?
No, I didn't.
They decided that we did.
How brilliantly perceptive of them.
We're here.
Yes.
I love talking with you.
Yes. And I you.
I can always tell when you're feeling vulnerable. You say, yes. And then your eyes get all misty.
I do? Yes, I must. I find myself wanting to say yes right now?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't ask you to come in, Jan. I can't. It's not just a question of whether I care for you or not. There's too much else involved, you know?
Yes.
Good night.
Jill?
What?
Whatever it is you decide, I trust you. Do what is right for you, and it will be right for me, too.
Only monks and serious students allowed. All who dare enter must keep a vow of silence. Otherwise, stay out.
Are you studying?
That and cooking split pea soup on my illegal hot plate. I hope you're not the local sheriff.
I need to talk. When will you finish?
Oh, well, come on in.
Can you spare the time?
Oh, Jill. If I read one more contract, my eyes are going to grow fur. I think I'm a masochist to study this much. What do you think?
I think I need to borrow your brilliant legal mind to help me solve a problem.
Oh, no. Not that. I can't take that. Sacrifice me to the biology lab for dissection purposes. Devour my split pea soup. Leave me to starve. But please don't make me use my legal mind anymore.
Ellen.
I'm sorry. I'm just punchy from cracking the books all day.
I'll say.
Really? What's up? Want some soup?
No, thanks. It's about Jan.
Oh?
I don't know what to do. A week ago, Jan took me out to dinner and told me that he loved me.
A week ago? Why didn't you tell me?
I still thought it might blow over, I guess, or maybe I wanted to be sure of what was happening before I said anything.
So, what's happening?
I don't know what love means, really. I think that word is used to describe so many different kinds of feelings. Even, feelings that are ugly, like forcing another person to act a certain way because you love them, or fighting wars for love of country or some ideal.
Or joining the American Fascist Party for the love of your own ethnic group at the expense of the rest of humanity.
Right. Anyway, my feelings for Jan are different from anything I've ever felt for a man before. I can talk to him on an equal level. We're interested in the same things. But it's more than that. We're aware of each other's needs and what we can do to make things better for each other.
I know what you mean. I feel that way about Roger.
There are all these things in the way. I don't know if I have the strength to deal with them. And I don't even know if I should deal with them.
I don't like that word should. You know that. To me, it seems like you're worried about what society says you should do, not making up your own mind from your own personal values.
I want to make up my own mind.
But what's the problem?
Well, he's a lot older than I am, but I think I can handle that.
You do?
It's a more clear-cut thing. All I have to ask myself is, do I care enough about him to want to be with him when I'm middle-aged and he's an old man? The answer is yes.
What else?
Well, the big problem is his marriage. He's been married for 25 years to a woman named Trudy. He has a daughter, Ilana, who's just turned 19. He and Trudy really haven't been husband and wife since their daughter was born.
You really? You believe that?
Yes. Anyway, I don't think sex is the most important thing in a marriage. Jan and Trudy have other things. Oh, Ellen, it's awful. If I get involved with him, I'll hurt a woman and girl that I don't even know. People who mean a lot to Jan. But if he doesn't leave Trudy, it'll be just terrible for me. I couldn't love someone and be second.
Don't do that, Joe. Remember how I felt when I found out Barry Simpson was seeing me and Lisa Kelly? Destroyed my self-esteem.
Yeah. And then there's Jan.
He must be quite a man.
He is, but I don't know if he could handle the confusion of having a relationship with two women. He really respects Trudy. I don't know what it would do to him to hurt her or me. I just don't know.
My brilliant legal mind is hearing all these great reasons against getting involved. What are the reasons for doing it?
That was the first thing I told you. I love him.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
Seems to me, Jilly, that your feelings about this man are the same as your feelings about the march that brought you together in the first place.
The American Fascist Party march?
No, the March of History. Of course, the American Fascist Party march. You think of that as... No, wait. It's more than that. There's a conflict between your gut reaction and your mind, your heart and your head. Your heart says, I hate what the American Fascist Party stands for. I don't want them to march. Your head says, but if I stop them from marching, I may set a precedent that'll restrict freedom of speech. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Your heart says, I love Jan Kamarowitz. But your head says, if I get involved with this man, there will probably be painful repercussions for everybody concerned. Listen to me. I sound so logical, and you're over there tearing yourself to bits.
No, I see what you mean. It's a good point. If only I knew which voice to listen to.
Both. Look, if I get corny for a second, promise not to tell anybody. Promise. I think the mind and the heart, or emotions, or whatever you want to call it, are very precious gifts. It'd almost be going against the life force not to use them to their fullest advantage. They're both like guides, to me anyway. I listen to my heart, then I listen to my head, and eventually I know inside what I have to do.
What should I do about Jan?
I don't know, Jill. That's your decision. After all, your heart and head give you different messages than mine give me.
Hi, Jan. How are you?
Very good, very good. What is it you wanted to tell me?
A lot. First of all, I'm leaving the committee to stop the march.
Why is this?
I still don't like what the American Fascist Party stands for. But I guess I finally realized that this free speech thing is important to me, too.
Well, it's important to all of us.
Yes, but...
Rhea Arnold and I have been talking. We think that we have found a solution that will satisfy most of the committee members.
What's that?
Since the town ordinances were declared unconstitutional under the First Amendment, we must allow the American Fascist Party to march.
Really, we have to?
Yes, legally we must. However, we think that the most effective way to protest them would be to pay them no attention, to ignore them. These overgrown bullies do not even merit a counter-demonstration.
They'll give a march and nobody will come. That's great.
So, you can still be with the committee and satisfy your conscience.
No, Jan, it's more than that. I can't stay with the committee because I can't see you anymore, at least for a while.
What of our friendship?
I feel like I've done something awful, letting my emotions get carried away with me. I should have known it would be bad to get so attached to you.
How can you say that?
Oh, I don't know. I know I can't get involved with you in a physical way. It would just hurt you and me and your family too much. I should have seen that. I should have known what I was getting into. I should have stayed in the library where I belong.
Yes.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, you do belong in the library. You are a brilliant scholar. But you also belong with people. You are one of the most sensitive and caring people I have ever met.
Oh, sure.
Still, I understand that it would be hard if we became more deeply involved. I believe it is a wise decision you have made. But please don't say that our friendship should not have been. You have helped to bring back my passion for life. Something that I thought had died forever.
But it's painful.
What?
Getting close and breaking off.
Perhaps there is some pain mixed with the joy.
Joy?
Has it not been a joyous friendship?
Yes.
Will you be angry if I tell you something?
How do I know until you tell me?
I hope that I can take this passion for life that I have rediscovered with you and bring it back to my family.
Why?
So I can keep alive what you have brought out in me. That way, I can feel your presence even if I don't see you.
Then I hope you stay happy.
And what of me? What of me? Have I given you nothing?
Confidence. caring for a man whom I admire. I never thought that was going to happen for me.
You will use this for me?
How?
By using the library for studying, not for hiding. By believing that there are other men who will care for you as I have. Men you will like.
I'll try.
Don't try. Do it.
Okay.
It is ironic, you know.
What?
That this march, which I hate so much, has helped to bring back the joy of life that I lost when the real fascists first came to my home.
Has it really?
My happiness after the war was a false happiness, a reaction to intense sadness. That happiness I have felt knowing you is something I have not felt since I was very little. It is a happiness that is best appreciated by people who have once felt very disillusioned. An innocent happiness. I hope you can understand a little.
A little.
Then that is enough.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears, Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Great March was written by Patricia Joyce, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Patricia Joyce and Shepard Menken. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft and Janet Waldo. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CB.
This is Edward Brown, WNEW News. It's 9 minutes past 10. Time for the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of adventure with Richard Widmark as your host. Here's a preview.
So since when has a woman not wanted all the attention she could get?
Like now. The dope smugglers probably landed their plane without any attention whatsoever.
What are you talking about?
That it was a cover-up, plain and simple.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
This is Howard Duff, speaking for Richard Widmark. Being driven to the airport in Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa, is Arnold McGuffey and his boss, Dexter Hamilton, who is the head man of the Drug Enforcement Division in Washington, D.C. McGuffey left the interception of an opium shipment to a woman called Miss Tawawa, for whom he took a great distaste, even though he'd never met her except by telephone. Hamilton gave him his choice of being fired from his job or flying to Hong Kong with Miss Tawawa on an assignment. They are on their way to the Nairobi airport to meet Miss Tawawa. McGuffey for the first time.
One thing I want to make plain, Dexter.
What's that, McGuffey?
I, and only I, give the orders about breaking up this dope ring in Hong Kong.
Okay.
I take your word for it that Miss Chihuahua is good at her job, but I give the orders. Understood, Dexter?
Oh, sure. Well, here we are at the airport. It's 1:25 now. Your plane takes off at 2.
Dexter, I'm not sure about the way you said sure.
McGuffey, did you ever give orders to a woman?
Sure. What's that got to do with it?
Well, she's not here yet. Here are your tickets.
Thanks. What do you mean?
Well, Chihuahua isn't your secretary. She's your aide.
I understand that, but...
then you will also understand that taking orders from you may not be to Miss Chihuahua's liking.
Do I or do I not give the orders on this mission?
You do. All I'm saying is that Chihuahua may not obey them.
Then she'll be fired. I can fire her, can't I?
I and only I determine who's fired. Now, about your tickets.
Dexter!
Don't interrupt. You fly direct to Bombay, then you change planes and fly on to Hong Kong.
Change planes? Goodbye luggage.
You make one stop at Bangkok, then go on in the same plane to Hong Kong. You arrive about 2 tomorrow afternoon.
That's 24 hours.
That's the best I could do. Hey, here's my plane now.
Dexter, Chihuahua hasn't even shown up yet. Hey, maybe she's changed her mind.
Never. Look, I must get on that courier plane to Washington. Good luck, McGuffey. Wait for Miss Chihuahua.
I wouldn't know her if I fell over.
Goodbye, McGuffey!
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, McGuffey's Hong Kong Connection, by Ted Sherdeman. Our stars, William Schallert, Peggy Weber, and Shepard Menken. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
At Sears, we know how important appliances are in your home and how important it is to you to keep them operating in top condition. That's why Sears wants their customers to remain satisfied with our products for years to come. That's why we service the Sears appliances we sell, to help make sure that your appliance will continue to give you quality performance. If you have a problem, just call Sears Appliance Repair Service. We're nationwide and listed in the white pages of your telephone directory. Sears, where customer satisfaction is one of our most important priorities.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Get big national savings on the Sears Die Hard. Only $49.99 with trade-in. You save $8 on the maintenance-free battery that starts nearly every car at Indy. And save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires. They're on sale now at 40% off spring 1979 general catalog prices, plus federal excise tax. Dynaglass belted 28 tires. Save 40% at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Arnold McGuffey waited for Miss Chihuahua to show up. He waited until 5 minutes before the plane was to take off, then got aboard and heard a stewardess on a loudspeaker.
Is there a Mr. What's his name? Oh, it can't be. Well, if you say so. Is there a Mr. McGuffey aboard?
My name is not McGuffey. It's McGuffey. McGuffey. And I'm aboard. McGuffey is aboard. Pardon me, miss. I'm trying to tell that stewardess.
Oh, you're Mr. McGuffey.
McGuffey.
Mr. Arnold McGuffey.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, well, be seated and strap yourself in. We're about to take off.
All the nerve calling me McGuffey.
Look, I'm Miss Flora Chihuahua. And you could understand about the name. It's the way I talk.
I can't understand at all. You're Miss...
Chihuahua.
And I promise, from now on, to try to call you Mr. Guffey.
Thank you. Why were you so late, Miss Chihuahua?
It wasn't late, Mr. McGuffey. I got here an hour early and I boarded immediately.
I was waiting outside for you.
Well, I did not know.
Dexter Hamilton had to catch a courier plane back to Washington. He left at 1:30. I kept waiting for you to show up. I didn't get aboard till 5 of.
Yes, I know.
How do you know?
You just told me.
Oh. And you had me paged by that stewardess as Mr. McGuffey.
I have apologized for that, Mr.
Guffey. And all the passengers laughed. Well, I got one thing settled with Dexter Hamilton anyway.
I'm glad you did.
You are to understand something, Miss Chihuahua, and Dexter will back me up on this.
What?
When we get to Hong Kong, you're to take orders from me.
Yes, sir.
Is that perfectly clear?
Yes, sir.
Why are you smiling?
I got a sense of humor, Mr. McGuffey. What are you doing, Mr. McGuffey?
Taking off my shoes. What does it look like? I always exercise on a long haul like this. High-flying workouts mean happier landings.
They do?
You bet. You ever get earaches on takeoffs and landings?
No.
Well, you see, the modified Valsalva maneuver is a most effective cure for earaches. Watch me. First, you pinch your nose shut. You take a deep breath and you hold it. Blow out your cheeks with air. Then you push the air through your ears, and when you feel a sort of a clicking, you swallow. Like that, see?
I'll try to remember.
Do it before you leave the plane at Bombay. You'll be fit as a fiddle.
What are you doing now?
This is called bicycling. If an individual has heart or circulatory problems, the immobility of the feet can promote dangerous blood clots.
Do you have heart or the circulation problem?
No, I sure don't. And I don't want any.
That's good.
Now, watch this. I wiggle my toes on both feet, see?
Yes.
Then I raise first one, then the other to the level of my knees, and I extend them as far as possible. I beg your pardon, ma'am. And I don't appreciate your laughing about it either.
I'm sorry, McGuffey.
Keep your facing yourself.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to poke her in the back.
Of course you didn't. What are you doing now?
This here's called rowing. Like you were rowing a boat?
You almost moved me out of my seat.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wawa. Maybe I'll do some elbow rocks instead.
Is everything all right here?
Yeah. Oh, boy. I'm just taking some exercises, stewardess.
I could swear to that, stewardess.
It looks very strange.
Well, high-flying workouts mean happier landings.
That's his motto.
Well, this is a plane, sir, not a gymnasium.
Oh, you object?
No, as long as you don't disturb the other passengers. Can I bring you anything, my dear?
No, thank you, stewardess. That was nice of her.
Disturb the other passengers. Fine kettle of fish when a man can't exercise so he'll feel fit. Ooh, my neck. Well, now watch this, Mr. Wawa. It's called head rolling.
Madre de Dios.
Mr. Wawa, why are you standing in the aisle?
Boy, you earned your name. McGuffey.
Would you... Oh, you know, this flight is a long one. We have to change planes at Bombay, and we won't get to Hong Kong until 2 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. Now, sit down in your seat.
No, thanks.
24 hours on planes is a long time. You'll be glad to know about these exercises when you try to walk off the plane.
I will walk up and down the aisle when I feel like it, but I do not want to exercise as you just did in your seat. Thanks, but no thanks.
Just because I poked that lady in the back while I was wiggling my toes, I quit it right away. I even apologized to her.
Did you want to talk about the breaking up of that dope ring in Hong Kong?
There's plenty of time for that. Now, can't you see I'm determined to feel fit after we arrive there?
Why did I ever consent to take an assignment with you?
Huh, that's a good question. Why did I ever consent to take an assignment with a woman?
Mary had a little lamb.
This is the actual voice of Thomas
Everywhere
Edison,
that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
preserved just as it was recorded on his talking machine. When Sears decided to help preserve Edison's Fort Myers home, we used the Weather Beater, our best long-lasting tough exterior latex paint. This paint covers trim, doors, and siding in one coat when used as directed, and it helps protect against weather's worst. Sears Weather Beater for great American homes like yours.
The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, four-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
Watch the birdie. Oh, that's great. Your baby's wearing Sears sleep and play suit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that baby stroller with the shovel handles from Sears, too?
Right.
Why Sears?
Because Sears has what I need. Take Winnie the Pooh sleep and play suits. They have double fabric toes, a must for my infant Dynamo, and the stroller. That shovel handle lets me move the stroller easily with just one hand. But why the questions about Sears?
Well, my wife's expecting.
Oh, we get the picture.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Miss Tawawa and Arnold McGuffey landed in Bombay at 30 minutes past midnight, and their plane to Hong Kong didn't depart until 3:45 that morning. By the time they'd recovered their luggage and checked it onto their flight out, they still had 3 hours' time to kill. McGuffey decided to type a letter to Dexter Hamilton and told Tawawa she was on her own. She promptly curled up on a bench to sleep.
I don't know how she does it. She didn't take any exercise aboard the plane, yet she walked off like she's going to a ball. Unless she exercised in secret. That must be it. Nobody has a right to look as beautiful and untired as she does at nearly 1 in the morning. That must be it. She exercised, and she used the modified Valsalva maneuver to cure her earache without my noticing it. Now, dear Dexter, our flight from Nairobi to Bombay, where this is written, was uneventful. Miss Flora Tawawa, that's her first name, Flora, was aboard the plane when I got on. She's a pretty enough girl, Eurasian of Filipino-Scotch blood, born in Manila. But she is still a woman. You know my views. But I must reiterate, women have no place in the Drug Enforcement Division outside the typing pool. Certainly, when it's as dangerous as breaking up a dope ring in Hong Kong. I don't care that she has a black belt in karate or is an expert pistol shooter. She is still a woman. And is she ever secretive? She took exercises and used the modified Valsalva maneuver to cure her earache on landing. And she did it privately. I mean, without letting me in on it. All of my objections to working with her are coming true. You can readily see that the least she could have done is tell me about it. Now, can't you?
Mr. McGuffey,
I'm typing a letter to Dexter Hamilton.
it is time to board our plane.
It is?
It is.
Why didn't you tell me that you had exercised?
Tell you what?
Or that you had used the modified Valsalva maneuver to cure your earache?
I didn't exercise or used your whatchamacallit. I don't get earaches.
Aches. What are you trying to do? Make a liar out of me?
I am trying to do nothing.
Oh, yes, you are.
Mr. McGuffey, all I'm
Guppy.
trying to do is to get you to board the aeroplane that is flying off to Hong Kong.
Soon as I end this letter to our boss, Dexter Hamilton. Yours truly, Arnold McGuffey. I'm finished.
Are you or are you not catching the plane to Hong Kong?
As soon as I get the lid back on my typewriter, Mr. Wawa.
See you in Hong Kong. Eventually.
Will you wait for me? Well, we're an hour out of Hong Kong, Miss Chihuahua.
Do you want to talk about how we're going to break up the dope ring?
Not right now, actually. I'm kind of sleepy.
Everybody on this plane must be sleepy.
Why, it is the fabulous Siamese lunch we were served. Or should I say, Thailandese lunch. Oh, boy.
Another one. A stewardess?
Yes, may I... Oh, another one has passed out. Everybody on this plane has.
Everybody?
It must be from the Siamese lunch we served. I never eat it.
I don't either. But it looked delicious.
What? Oh!
What happened?
The plane, it lurched.
We're losing altitude.
Maybe I'd better check the pilot and see.
I'll go with you. And oh, again. No wonder we're losing altitude. The pilot is leaning on the wheel.
He's passed out. So is the co-pilot. Everybody in here is passed out.
Help me pull the pilot loose from the wheel.
What are you doing?
Dragging him out of the seat. Help me.
Oh, there. Captain, speak to me.
Get the co-pilot out of the seat, too.
What are we doing? There's nobody flying the plane now.
With a passed-out flight crew, that leaves only us.
What do you mean?
What I say, you sit in the co-pilot seat.
I don't know anything about this plane.
From all I've read, it practically flies itself.
I don't care what you read.
Would you please sit in the co-pilot seat?
But I don't know what to do.
Do what I told you. Don't panic.
Don't panic, she says.
That's what I said.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
Mystery by the Masters. Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Robert Louis Stevenson, Guy de Maupassant. You'll hear radio dramatizations of their most popular works on our CBS Radio Mystery Theater Weekend Classics. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for Mystery 7 times a week on most of these stations, with original radio plays Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we bring you the classics, modern adaptations of the world's greatest stories of mystery, adventure, suspense, and even humor from the pen of Mark Twain. If you've read them before and want to enjoy them again, or if they're new to you now, listen here and enjoy our radio dramatizations of the world's great literature every Saturday and Sunday on CBS Radio Mystery Theater. And, of course, listen in Monday through Friday, too, for original tales of the macabre over most of these CBS Radio Network stations.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either. With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself.
Neither could Dan, could he?
No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night.
Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh?
Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was
Let's
before.
hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
Hong Kong to Flight 22, over.
This is Flight 22, over.
Captain Beauville, over.
Captain Beauville has passed out. Everybody has passed out.
You're a woman.
So I have been told. Clear the strip for me.
Are you flying that plane?
There is nobody else. I told you, everybody but a stewardess and I have passed out.
I've never tried to talk down a 747 before.
That's all right. Just clear the strip for me.
There are so many things.
Knock it off. Please stop transmitting and clear the strip.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
No! Now start clearing the strip.
Oh, dear me. Oh, out.
For the nitwit. Stewardess, what is your name?
Alice.
Okay, Alicia. I'm Flora.
Flora, may I ask you something?
What?
Where did you learn to fly a 747?
I didn't.
Oh.
Don't you pass out on me.
It'd make things easier if I didn't see anything.
Look, I was raised in Manila.
I don't care where you were
and
raised.
I learned to fly a C-47 from my father.
This is no C-47.
I know that. You probably never heard of them. They were two more prop jobs.
This is a very big jet.
Also known as DC-3s.
Why can't I pass out? The lucky ones will never know what happened to them.
There's the airport.
Oh, why are all those lights blinking?
They come on when the flaps are lowered and the landing gear is let down. Well, here we go.
Maybe if I close my eyes.
What are those ambulances and the firefighting truck doing down there?
I know one thing. Captain Boville always reversed the motors when he landed.
First, we had to land.
Oh.
Too high. A little lower. Now to reverse engine. Well, Alicia, we're on the ground. You can open your eyes now.
You did it, Flora. You did it.
What are all those people waving at?
You saved us. You saved my life.
I saved my own life. What is that man waving at?
At you. Listen to the cheering. I'd better get back to my passengers and open the doors. You think it was really the lunch that made everybody pass out?
You did it. You saved everybody. All the eyes of the airport were on you.
All of the eyes were on me? Oh, dear.
I don't know why I passed out, but congratulations on landing the plane.
Thank you, McGuffey. But I think I know the reason you and everybody else passed out.
Of course, I'd have passed out anyway if I knew you was flying a plane. What'd you say?
You ate that lunch, and I didn't.
You said you knew the reason why everybody...
Neither did Alice.
Who's Alice?
The stewardess who helped me. She didn't eat it either.
What has that got to do with it?
Don't you see? All attention was on my landing at Kai-Tak.
Where?
Kai-Tak, the airport here. At Hong Kong. Kai-Tak is his name.
Oh. So since when has a woman not wanted all the attention she could get?
Like now. The dope smugglers probably landed their plane without any attention whatsoever.
What are you talking about?
That it was a cover-up. Plain and simple. The dope smugglers knew all attention was being diverted from them so they might slip into land.
That's crazy.
Why?
Tawawa, you saved over 100 lives that might have been lost if that plane we were in had crashed.
100 or so lives mean nothing to the dope smuggler. If there had been a crash, their mission would still be completed.
Well, that may be true, but...
It certainly is true. It's also true that I might have made it possible for the dope smuggler to land because all attention was on me.
Miss Tawawa?
Yes, Mr. McGuffey.
You amaze me.
This British Crown colony has an area of 400 square miles and a population of well over 4 million people, 80% of whom live in 15 square miles. This land we are on is known as the Kowloon Peninsula. It was acquired by the British in 1860, and in 1898 they got more islands and a new territory on a 99-year lease. That means they've only got them for 9 more years.
17 more years.
Huh?
My heart bleeds for them.
Mine, too.
Mr. Wawa, there must be a better way to break up the dope ring shipments to the U.S. than us watching planes at this airport all the time.
I was wondering when you were going to come to that conclusion, Mr. McGuffey.
Oh, you got a better suggestion?
First, that we get a place of our own, rather than stay at the hotel all the time.
Like where?
Well, we could rent a little flat in Wong Tai Sin.
Why there?
It's where I stayed my last trip to Hong Kong.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. You've been in Hong Kong before.
Several times.
Well, do you have any scruples about living with a man? I mean, well, it can get pretty chummy in one little flat.
Bahala nice.
What's that?
It's a Tagalog expression.
Yeah? What's it mean?
Come what may.
Bahala what?
Nai. Bahala nai.
Bahala nai. How do we get this here place?
The Wong Tai Sin? Come on, I'll show you.
These streets. Is anything built on the level?
Climbing never hurt anybody.
And look at them poles sticking out of nearly every window. I'm sick of them already.
It's Hong Kong's national flag, Mr. McGuffey.
National flag? Black pants, long johns, brassieres, and Lord knows what else. That's a national flag?
Laundry, Mr. McGuffey. Hong Kong's national flag is laundry.
The Wong Tai Sin resettlement estates are very crowded, sir.
You have a sign up. Somebody must have moved out.
Oh, yes, but it's a very small place.
How small?
It only holds 2.5 persons.
We'll take it.
Wait a minute. How can you measure half a person?
A child under 10.
Oh, I see.
Take it.
Well, we will take it.
Sign here.
Oh, when he said it was small, he wasn't kidding.
There's a window.
A window looks right into the flat across the way. That one must hold about 4.5 persons.
Well, I'm going out anyway.
Where?
To take the Star Ferry to Hong Kong Island. Then to Gaiwan.
Why?
Mr. McGuffey, we are here to break up a dope ring.
And you're taking a ferry boat ride?
I am going to Gaiwan, Mr. McGuffey.
I heard of that place. Endless parade of gaudy dives and tawdry nightclubs.
Where do you expect me to look for the dope shippers? On Beacon Hill?
Well, why not?
Expect me back about 1 or 2 tomorrow morning.
Beacon Hill. That's the place to go.
Got on at Beacon Hill?
Oh, yeah, I did. Marvelous view from there.
Oh, you are American?
You bet.
Are you tourist in Hong Kong or for business?
Oh, a little bit of both.
Oh, they spotted us.
Who did?
Those teddy boys. They're coming this way.
Who is? Oh, hi there.
Hi, man.
You two are students?
We're teddy boys. Give me a cigarette.
Oh, I don't smoke.
How about you, old man?
I do not smoke.
Then you give us money to buy some cigs.
I have no money.
Then you give us money.
Oh, well, sure. I have just a little bit of change on me, but...
We'll take that.
Well, come on now. Wait a minute. Our cigarettes don't cost that much.
We smoke only the expensive kind. We're going dancing and have some fun.
Where do you go?
Anywhere we want to, man. Let's go before they call a cop.
Hey, that boy took most of my money.
They are not Chinese.
Well, what the devil are they then?
They are not refugees from China, but were born and raised in Hong Kong.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to call a cop. Is there one on this train?
What good will it do? The teddy boys are cars away from us now. We were not hurt. Be grateful.
Grateful? That he took most of my money?
Oh, well, the old people like me are content to have Hong Kong as refuge. But the teddy boys want more than that.
Another drink, Flora?
No, thanks.
I don't know how to go about it.
Marrying an American sailor?
Yes, he asked me last month, but I don't know.
She asked you last month?
I mean, quitting my job, going to live in the States. It's a big step, you know.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it.
What? Not worry?
I think by now his ship has already sailed.
I see what you mean. Ah, look at the time I've got to go to my job.
What kind of a job?
Oh, I paint eyes on Eve dolls.
On what?
Eve, as in Adam. They are plastic dolls. I paint eyes on them.
Oh?
The major customer is in the US of A.
Oh, yes?
Thing I do not understand. You see, I pass him after I paint the eyes to another artist. He dresses some eyes with a glint. Some he does not.
Why is that?
I don't know. He just adds a flick of paint to some, to others he does not.
What happened to the dolls then?
They go to the shipping department where they are stuffed and dressed and crated. Say, if you want a job, look me up. This is the address of the factory, right on the card there.
Thank you.
Sorry I have to leave, Flora. Nice talking to you.
Dexter Hamilton here.
Hello, Dexter. This is McGuffey.
Where are you, McGuffey?
In Hong Kong.
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
As a babysitter, first rate. As a narc, not so good.
What do you mean babysitting?
I'm saddled with a female, remember?
Oh, yes. Miss Chihuahua. How is she?
Crazy. Just crazy. You know this crazy idea she's come up with?
McGuffey, Miss Chihuahua is a fine operative in the Drug Enforcement Division.
In your book, not in mine. You know what she's done?
Oh, what's she done now?
She's taken a job in a doll factory.
What?
Yeah, that's right. You heard me, Dexter. A doll factory. She thinks the dolls, some of them at least, could be stuffed with heroin and thus shipped to the States by air or water. Now, isn't that the craziest idea you ever heard of?
What have you done about it?
Have you ever tried to talk Chihuahua out of anything?
What gave her the idea of getting a job in a doll factory?
Some other female person she met at a bar in Taiwan. I tried to talk her out of it, but no, she insisted. Did you ever hear of a crazier idea?
Yeah.
From whom?
From you, McGuffey.
You are a very pretty girl, Mr. Wawa.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Young.
You like to work here?
Well, pasting hair on plastic dolls is not my idea of a career, Mr. Young.
Well, it is a stepping stone, Mr. Wawa.
Packing Eve dolls for shipment is a better one.
Oh, I could arrange it.
As the owner of this factory, I would think you could.
Oh, providing you are, shall we say, nice to me, Mr. Wawa.
I could be, Mr. Young.
Have you had experience in shipping department?
No, but I had no experience pasting hair on plastic dolls.
It is refreshing to find such honesty, especially in a pretty face.
Not here, Mr. Young.
Nobody is watching.
Oh, the dolls are.
Mr. Wawa, I will arrange for you to be transferred to the shipping department if you give me your address.
First the job, Mr. Young, then the address.
What are you doing?
I'm loading my pistol. What do it look like I'm doing?
What for?
I am now in the shipping department of the doll factory.
So why the pistol?
I have found Eve dolls stuffed with heroin. The ones with no glint in the eye.
The what?
I packed 4 cases of no glint in the eye dolls today. There's a big shipment taking place soon.
Now, look, you're not to go back to that factory until I've cased the place first, Mr. Wawa, so put up your pistol.
Who found that factory to begin with?
I don't care who found it to begin with. You're not to go there, so put up your pistol.
And who tried to talk me out of working there?
We are partners, Miss Chihuahua. You take orders from me.
No,
Oh, how you're acting.
I'm not acting. This is for real.
You're being a male chauvinist pig.
Mary had a little lamb.
This is the actual voice of Thomas
Everywhere
Edison,
that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
preserved just as it was recorded on his talking machine. When Sears decided to help preserve Edison's Fort Myers home, we used the Weather Beater, our best long-lasting tough exterior latex paint. This paint covers trim, doors, and siding in one coat when used as directed, and it helps protect against weather's worst. Sears Weather Beater for great American homes like yours. The bids are in for men's lightweight suits, and the offers from Sears show prices are down. Way down. What a time to buy during Sears spring suit clearance. The prices are low, the value is high, and you can wear these handsome lightweight suits right now. Choose from vested suits, four-piece suits, and more. Not all styles and all sizes, so hurry in while quantities last. Sears spring suits for men. Now a very good investment.
This summer's hot item, cool T-shirt dresses. Now a Sears super value for only $14.99. How? Well, simple. It's a Sears special purchase, which means though not reduced, it is an exceptional value. They're bright, solid dresses in V-necks, scoop necks, and more. Of washable polyester and cotton knits in misses sizes. Choose your favorites now while quantities last, because at $14.99, these T-shirt dresses won't stay at Sears long. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Our Duff again. And here's the concluding act of McGuffey's Hong Kong Connection.
This is Mr. Young's office, man. Visitor for you, Young.
Oh, come in. Come in, sir. You can go, Terry. I am Mr. Young, the owner of this plant.
Well, I'm Mr. McGuffey.
Oh, how do you do? Please be seated, Mr. McGuffey.
How do you do? Say, that boy, has he been with you a long time?
Oh, Terry, about a year. He's my right arm.
Uh-huh. He's, what do you call him in Hong Kong, a teddy boy?
I employ no teddy boys. What is your business with me, please?
Well, I represent a chain of stores on the west coast of the U.S.
I see.
We'd like to place an order for your Eve dolls. Say 2,000 of them to be shipped immediately.
Oh, that is not possible, Mr. McGuffey. Previous commitments keep me from obliging you. If you excuse me.
Well, I want to know why.
You boss me, Young?
Sure, Mr. McGuffey, I'll tell you.
Did you see Mr. Young?
Yeah, I saw him. He refused to sell any dolls. I said I represented stores on the west coast.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm loading a pistol.
That's what it looks like.
Well, then you didn't have to ask, did you?
I cannot hold off Mr. Young much longer.
Don't worry, you won't have to. I've already called the Hong Kong police. They're going to meet me there at the factory. What are you doing?
Loading a pistol?
You won't need it. You are to wait here until I get back.
What?
You heard me, Miss Chihuahua. This is no job for a woman.
I don't want to wait here.
You will do as you're told. Remember, I give the orders. That's better. I'll be back as soon as I clear up this thing and turn Young and Teddy over to the Hong Kong police. This must be the way to the shipping department. Oh, yeah, there they are, the dolls. No, this one has a glint in her eyes, and this one, too. Here's one with no glint.
Well, Mr. McGuffey.
You want me to waste him, Young?
Oh, no. Later, maybe. Why are you here, Mr. McGuffey?
Well, Mr. Young, see, I'm such an admirer of the Eve dolls that I just couldn't resist seeing them again.
So you come to the factory after the workers have gone home, huh?
Well, yeah, it does a little pushy, but still, you see, they're such marvelous dolls, Mr. Young, so expressive. There's There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh, what is that, Mr. McGuffey?
Well, it's their eyes. Now, some of them have glints in them, and some of them don't.
Oh, yeah, well, that is easily explainable, Mr. McGuffey. You see, this one, it has glints in the eyes.
Hey, you just tore that one apart.
Only to show you that it contains stuffing. Nothing but stuffing.
I see. Well, what about the ones with no glints in their eyes?
They contain heroin.
Miss Tawava.
Do not point your gun at me.
Don't move, Teddy. I will shoot both of you. Oh! Next one is through your heart, Teddy.
Or between the eyes.
Thought I told you to wait for me at the flat.
They had you covered, Mr. McGuffey.
I could have handled it. Have the Hong Kong police showed up yet?
Not when I came in.